Chapter 1: The System. Name: Chunyang. Partner: Mun. Mission objective: this system serves as a rescue mechanism for wayward women. The host may engage in romantic relationships with women approved by the system, imparting to them the beauty and value of love, ultimately leading them to genuinely fall in love with the host. Note 1. The system does not mandate the host to complete the tasks. The host may choose to disregard the system's existence and pursue a normal romantic life. Note 2. Depending on the difficulty of the task, the system may provide corresponding assistance. Note 3. During the task, the host is prohibited from simultaneously dating multiple women. The system does not interfere with the host's activities when tasks are not being undertaken. Seated on the bus, Chunyang stared blankly at the panel that had unexpectedly materialized before him. What? A system? A rescue system for wayward women? This? Why has he been bestowed with such an odd system? Suddenly acquiring a system did not elicit excitement from Chunyang, for this system was truly bizarre. Engaging in a romance with a wayward woman? What a joke. He had never been in a relationship his entire life. The only female companion he had ever been close to was his childhood friend, Yin Yun. To date a wayward woman, a pure-hearted virgin like him would surely be devoured, leaving not a shred behind. However, as Chunyang pondered, he realized that no matter how peculiar it might be, it was still a system, which was certainly better than having none at all. System: is there a reward for completing the mission? Chunyang inquired with hopeful anticipation. The host may obtain a reformed girlfriend. After reading the system's response, Chunyang's lips twitched and now wished to cancel this ridiculous system. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Yin Yun, seated beside him, tilted her head and asked, wondering how I could see a true, exquisite foot in reality. Pervert. Yin Yun rolled her eyes at Chunyang, then turned away to don her headphones and began watching videos on her phone. Chunyang chuckled and resumed his earnest examination of the system. System: do you think the girl beside me is wayward? Currently detecting. Not approved. Chunyang stroked his chin, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face, as he found this system somewhat amusing. Having grown up with Yin Yun, how could he possibly be unaware of her character? His earlier inquiry was merely a test of the system's capabilities. System: what does the assistance entail? Random. Can you divulge a bit more? Money, items, skills. Wow, that sounds great. Chunyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now this was a commendable system, a system that could cater to the needs of the protagonists. Chunyang finally felt a surge of delayed exhilaration and eagerly rubbed his hands together, pressing on. System: does that mean the more wayward she is, the better the assistance? This system is a wayward woman reformation system. The greater the challenges the host faces, the more assistance the system will provide to help the host guide wayward young women back to the right path. Wonderful. I have an affinity for wayward women. Chunyang was keenly aware of his own limited romantic experience and acknowledged that he could not contend with the cunning and seasoned wayward women. However, he could exploit the rewards and then make a swift exit. Chunyang plotted, his heart racing with excitement. He was destined for greatness. He was on the path to wealth. Chunyang couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Yin Yun, seated beside him, found it hard to ignore Chunyang's lewd smile. She removed her headphones, nudged Chunyang, and inquired quizzically, "What's wrong with you? You've been lost in thought and giggling since we got on. Did you forget your brain at home? You're the one who left your brain at home. Yin Yun, I'm telling you, I'm about to reach the pinnacle of my life," Chunyang declared proudly, his exuberance uncontainable. Yin Yun scoffed, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. "You really have lost it. Don't get too excited. When we get to school, I'll have my mother send it over to you." Believe it or not, Chunyang concealed his exhilaration with no wayward woman to test the system on at the moment. He pulled out his phone, opened the chat group, and began admiring the beautiful foot pictures shared by his peers. He clicked on one photo. In that image, a pair of delicate, fair feet, resembling jade, rested peacefully on an ancient wooden table exuding a rustic charm. The bright and warm sunlight seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, cascading through the slender gaps between the toes, gently caressing the exquisite feet. Under the sunlight's embrace, the already translucent skin radiated an enchanting rosy glow, akin to lifeblood-infused red jade, shimmering with an alluring luster. Each inch of skin appeared impeccably smooth and flawless, its texture resembling the finest silk or a meticulously crafted piece of jade, evoking an irresistible desire to reach out and experience its silken warmth. As Chun Yang gazed at the heart-stirring images, he couldn't help but download and save them. These were nothing short of artistic photographs. Glancing at the suddenly quiet Chun Yang, Yin Yin followed his gaze downward and caught sight of the photos on his phone. Her brows furrowed, her expression morphing into one of disdain, as she exclaimed, "Why are you still looking at these? It's inevitable. Lately, I've been bombarded with recommendations for these videos, and some ill-intentioned netizens drag me into a group, relentlessly brainwashing me, claiming this is art, this is beauty. Now I'm forced to view them daily. I think it's just you who wants to see. Perverted. TSK. What are you saying? Look, I think they have a point. These are indeed quite aesthetically pleasing. Wouldn't you agree? Yin Yin, you study art, you tell me. Are these photos not beautiful?" Chun Yang insisted, showcasing his collection of art. Yin Yin shot him a glare, and while she had to concede that the photographs were indeed skillfully taken and striking, in her mind, Chun Yang was not appreciating art, but merely indulging in his base desires. Fed up with arguing with Chun Yang, she angrily punched him twice. Chun Yang felt nothing, enlarging the image to admire it closely. "Please stop looking." Yin Yin, exasperated, covered Chun Yang's phone. "What's wrong? What's it to you if I look? I find it disgusting. I'm not forcing you to look. Besides, I'm merely appreciating beauty." Chun Yang thought Yin Yin was being unreasonable. "If you keep looking, you'll tell your parents." Chun Yang's anger flared at that. He snapped his phone shut with a resounding clap, deciding not to look anymore. "Leave the group." "Not leaving." Chun Yang asserted firmly. This group was hard-won, filled with rare, good souls, and many beautiful girls shared their selfies. Promptly would regret leaving. "He'll tell your parents." "Leave. You must leave." With reluctance etched on his face, Chun Yang clicked the exit button under Yin Yun's watchful gaze. Only then did Yin Yun turn back, her expression triumphant, as she donned her headphones and resumed watching videos. Chun Yang felt relieved, thankful that he had noted down the group number in his notebook he could rejoin later. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly opened his phone, navigating to the chat application, and accessed his conversation with Gao Lei. Gao Lei was Chun Yang's friend and classmate, recently elected as the head of the student council. Chun Yang recalled a juicy gossip he had heard a few days before the semester started. It was about a girl in a certain college who was quite the flirt. The specifics were unclear to Chun Yang, but the gist was as follows. Gao Lei's class had a boy who added a girl named Fong Ning Ning to the confession wall. The girl was warm and engaging, and the boy found himself enamored, wishing to pursue her. He sought her out frequently, and after a few encounters, he was smitten by Fong Ning Ning's beauty, vowing to win her heart. Thus began a series of efforts to take her out for meals and buy her gifts. Their relationship escalated rapidly, or so Gao Lei's classmate believed. This continued for 3 months, during which the boy scrimped and saved to shower Fong Ning Ning with gifts. He lived a meager existence, often relying on instant noodles for meals, sometimes not even affording those and enduring hunger. Until one day, when the boy arranged to meet Fong Ning Ning, she unexpectedly arrived with another handsome young man. Fong Ning Ning introduced him as her new boyfriend. At that moment, the boy felt as though the sky had fallen. After 3 arduous months, he found himself with nothing, and Fong Ning Ning's arrival with her boyfriend felt like a deliberate affront. But merely 2 months later, Fong Ning Ning reached out to the boy again, claiming she had broken up with her boyfriend. The boy offered some comforting words, and Fong Ning Ning lamented about the boy's kindness, berating her ex for his shortcomings, while questioning why the boy had ignored her previously. Upon hearing this, the boy's hopes reignited, and they resumed their conversations. After a month of chatting, the boy found himself increasingly infatuated with Fong Ning Ning, and he became more willing to splurge on gifts for her, even asking his parents for more money, offering her a phone worth over 3,000 yuan without hesitation. And what was the outcome? Eventually, when the boy could no longer afford gifts, Fong Ning Ning's demeanor grew increasingly frosty, and she ceased even acknowledging him. When the boy confronted Fong Ning Ning about her treatment, she coldly rebuffed him, saying, "Stop bothering me, I have a boyfriend now," leaving him in tears. Gao Lei, in his conversation with Chun Yang regarding this matter, mentioned that he had heard through the grapevine that a certain female classmate was engaging in flirtations with a male peer, while simultaneously chatting and meeting with several other male students. However, it was only those with relatively affluent backgrounds, like Fong Ning Ning, who would agree to date him. The classmate in question revealed that he came from a modest family, leading Fong Ningning to treat him as nothing more than a devoted admirer to be toyed with. Now it seems that Fong Ningning has once again ended a relationship, leaving one to wonder which unfortunate young man will face the repercussions. Gao Lei concluded. Reflecting on this matter, Qinyang pondered whether such a woman could indeed be labeled a bad girl. In a hurry, Qinyang sent a message to Gao Lei. Are you there? Are you there? After a few seconds, Gao Lei replied. What's up? Do you remember the gossip you shared with me a few days ago? Ah, about that classmate from your class who was deceived. Oh, that incident? Yes, I remember. What about it? Could you provide me with that girl's contact information? Gao Lei sent 3 question marks in confusion. Why do you need her contact information? Just don't ask too much, it's useful for me. Just tell me if you have it. Well, I do have it. Then stop dawdling and send it to me. Chapter 2. The Subsidy. Gao Lei, is that girl named Fong Ningning? Yes, Qinyang. Why do you want her contact information? Never mind that you'll find out later. After sending the message, Qinyang ignored Gao Lei and searched for the number. The profile picture that appeared was that of a cute anime girl with a simple nickname composed of 3 letters, F and N. Qinyang clicked on it, contemplating whether it would be too forward to add her suddenly. How should he initiate a conversation with her? With no romantic experience to speak of, Qinyang found the situation rather daunting. Forget it, he'll add her first and see how it goes. He clicked to add her, and less than a minute later, she accepted the friend request. The chat interface promptly displayed a standard message. I have approved your friend request, we can start chatting now. Qinyang pondered what to say that would be unique enough to capture her attention. Thus, he began to search online for conversation starters, opening a dialogue example. Boy, let me tell you a secret. Girl, what's secret? Boy, I have a crush on you, be careful. Qinyang shuddered slightly. Was this truly how boys and girls converse nowadays? It struck him as rather cheesy. Looking again, he felt it was somewhat unsuitable for himself. However, what if it worked? Should he give it a try? Slowly, he turned his head towards Yin Yun. Noticing Qinyang's gaze, Yin Yun turned her head in confusion and asked, What's up? Qinyang glanced at his phone and then said to Yin Yun, I know what you're doing. A large question mark appeared in Yin Yun's mind. Frowning, she replied, What nonsense are you spouting? Just pretend it's our first chat, quickly respond with what I'm doing. Yin Yun looked at Qinyang as if he were crazy. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Qinyang urged, Hurry up, I'm conducting an experiment. What am I doing? Yin Yun finally complied, curious about Qinyang's intentions. Qinyang glanced at his phone and, after a moment of hesitation, said, Chatting with this handsome guy. Yin Yun's eyes widened, and she slowly turned her head, giving him a sidelong glance before looking straight ahead and muttering, Idiot. Qinyang's mouth twitched as he exited the search interface. Never mind, he thought. Simplicity is indeed the essence. Perhaps he should just send a polite greeting, simple yet effective. Hello. Meanwhile, Fong Ningning, just having arrived at school, was seated on her dormitory bed, sipping her milk tea while tapping on her phone screen, replying to messages from 2 boys. Both boys had inquired whether she had arrived at school, to which Fong Ningning replied, I'm here, big brother, I'm so tired. This prompted the boys to send even more enthusiastic and caring messages. Fong Ningning rolled her eyes in annoyance. These boys were incessantly sending her trivial messages, and she was starting to find it tiresome. She would rather they just send her some money instead. At that moment, her phone vibrated, and upon exiting the chat interface, she discovered a message from the stranger she had just added, saying hello. Fong Ningning scoffed without a doubt. It was yet another young boy. Did they not have anything else to say besides hello? It was so monotonous. She was somewhat indifferent, but replied politely with a hello. Before long, the other party responded. Classmate Fong, I am Gao Lei from the class next door. Gao Lei? Fong Ningning was taken aback for a moment, furrowing her brow as she tried to recall the name, quickly remembering who Gao Lei was. Wasn't he the head of the academic department? What did he want from her? She recalled that he was quite handsome. Wait, didn't she add him before? Minister Gao, didn't I add you before? Oh, I have 2 accounts. One is for casual interactions, and this one is for genuinely making friends. Now it made sense. Fong Ningning realized that this was precisely why he could serve as a minister. He had a thoughtful approach to matters. Given that Gao Lei was the head of the student council and also good-looking, Fong Ningning immediately lost interest in the 2 boys who had been overly concerned about her and began to focus on chatting with Minister Gao. Minister Gao, is there something you need? She followed up with a cute emoji. The student council is organizing an event, and I am involved in managing it. I think it'd be a great fit. Upon reading the message, Fong Ningning felt a surge of excitement. The student council wanted her to participate. This was a fantastic opportunity to shine. Eagerly, she inquired, "Oh really, Minister Gao? You must not be teasing me." "Never, never. What kind of event is it?" "It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. I wonder if you are free tomorrow to meet and talk." "Oh, that works." "Minister Gao, I have no plans for the entire day." "Great, I'll contact you then." "How does that sound?" "Sounds good. I have other matters to attend to now, so we'll stop chatting for now. We can discuss more when we meet." Fong Ningning wanted to chat a bit longer, but the other party abruptly ceased the conversation, leaving her with an uncomfortable sense of incompleteness. Yet, since he was the student council minister, it was understandable that he was busy. Fong Ningning felt reluctant to impose, suppressing her curiosity and looking forward to their meeting the next day. On the bus, Chen Yang sighed and set his phone down, filled with guilt towards Gao Lei. "My good brother, I'm sorry to put you in this position. Once I find success, I will surely repay you." Indeed, he had just sent a message to Fong Ningning under Gao Lei's name, a desperate ploy he concocted. His plan was to use Gao Lei's name to coax Fong Ningning out for a meeting to get acquainted and see if she met the system's requirements. If she did, perhaps he would pursue her. "Detected host has found a suitable target. Do you accept the task?" "Ah?" Chen Yang was taken aback. This system was quite advanced. It could detect things without meeting in person. System, are there any penalties for not completing the task?" "As long as the host does not engage in illegal activities, the system will not impose penalties for tasks not completed due to legitimate reasons." "Understood, I accept." The system panel flickered briefly before changing. Chen Yang was intently focused on the system panel, while Yin Yun beside him felt a bit drowsy and yawned. "Chen Yang, I'm going to take a nap." Chen Yang's eyes remained fixed ahead. Yin Yun removed her headphones, leaned on Chen Yang's shoulder, and slowly closed her eyes. Task acquisition successful. Target object, Fong Ningning. Task difficulty assessment, 1.5 stars. Task subsidy, monthly cash of 100,000, limited to 1 year only for use toward the task target. The host cannot use it personally, and if misused, repayment must be doubled. After reading the entire content, Chen Yang's face scrunched up. 100,000 cash per month was exciting, but the restriction on personal use was excessive. At this moment, Chen Yang contemplated giving up the task. Wait a minute. A sudden thought flashed through Chen Yang's mind. If it's only for the task target, what if whatever he bought could be used by both of them? For instance, if he bought matching outfits for Fong Ningning, she would wear one while he could wear the other. Or, if he bought a car, though it was meant for her, it was an inanimate object, and nothing said he couldn't drive it. Of course, it was just a thought. In reality, it was unlikely he could buy a car. He could only say that he could leverage this idea to benefit from the system's funds. Once Chen Yang figured this out, he felt a surge of excitement. If he weren't on the bus, he would have jumped up and shouted, "I've struck it rich." Suddenly, a text message appeared on Chen Yang's phone. 100,000 has been deposited. Chen Yang was overjoyed, unable to contain his excitement, his body trembling slightly. The proximity of Yin leaning against Chen Yang's shoulder rendered her somewhat uncomfortable. She pinched his waist with a measure of irritation, saying, "Do not move about." Chen Yang winced at the pinch. Inhaling sharply, yet he acquiesced, glancing at Yin Yun, who had closed her eyes in slumber against him. A twinge of annoyance flickered within him. How could she sleep so peacefully on my shoulder, while simultaneously pinching me? It seemed utterly unjust. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the faces of Chen Yang and Yin Yun. Yin Yun sported a cascade of sleek short hair, her complexion fair and her cheeks slightly flushed, exuding an essence of youthful vitality further enhanced by the warm rays. Concerned that the sunlight might disturb Yin Yun's rest, Chen Yang drew the curtains to shield her from its glare. He gently tousled her hair with his hand. Yin Yun, in a fit of impatience, stirred her head slightly and waved her hand across her face as though swatting away bothersome insects. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, he was far more bothersome than the sunlight, and unlike the sun, he could not be obscured, rendering him unable to vanish from Yin Yun's presence. Chapter 3. A helping hand. Chen Yang gently roused Yin Yun from her slumber. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she sleepily inquired, "Have we arrived?" "Not yet. Just about 5 more minutes," he replied. Yin Yun, feeling despondent, rubbed her cheeks and leaned her head against the seat in front of her. Lamenting, "I don't want to go to school." Glancing at his phone, Chen Yang said, "I'll call a taxi now. We should be able to get in right after we disembark." with a lackluster nod. Yin Yun acquiesced. The bus finally reached the station, and Chun Yang and Yin Yun exited, navigating through the throngs of passengers. Once outside, Chun Yang took charge of her luggage. Yin Yun had a suitcase and a small backpack, the latter of which she passed to Chen Yang. Together, they climbed into the taxi, which set off towards Dongha Art Academy. Although they were not enrolled in the same institution, Yin Yun at the prestigious Dongha Art Academy and Chen Yang at the nearby private Wanong University, Chun Yang always dropped Yin Yun off first before heading to his own school. The distance from the bus station to the academy was considerable, and it took nearly 10 minutes for the taxi to arrive. Chen Yang helped Yin Yun with her bags, reminding her to take care of herself as was customary. Yin Yun nodded, accepting her luggage and casting a reluctant glance at Chen Yang. "All right, off you go. I must return to school now," he said, patting his hands together. "Yes, I'll wait until I see you leave before going in," she replied. "Suit yourself." Without further ado, Chun Yang stepped into the car, which soon roared to life and disappeared from view. After standing there for a moment and letting out a soft sigh, Yin Yun turned to head back to school. Inside the taxi, Chen Yang messaged Gao Lei to inform him of his arrival. Gao Lei promptly replied with an okay and assured him he would come to pick him up shortly. As Chen Yang reached the school gate, Gao Lei happened to arrive just in time. Chen Yang handed over the suitcase, twisting his waist wearily as he remarked, "Taking the bus is exhausting. Next time, I must persuade Yin Yun to take the high-speed train. The bus is quite good, economical and efficient." "You really have no sense of thrift," Gao Lei retorted. Chun Yang felt a swell of pride, for he now possessed a substantial sum of money, 100,000 yuan, a tidy little fortune. If he considered it over a year, that amounted to 1,200,000 yuan. He could confidently call himself a millionaire. Suppressing his excitement, Chun Yang placed an arm around Gao Lei's shoulder and, with a serious expression, asked, "Aren't we good brothers?" Gao Lei, taken aback by the sudden question, nodded affirmatively. "Of course. We grew up together. Our bond is unbreakable." "Then could you do a favor for your brother?" "What favor?" "I've taken a liking to a girl and wish to pursue her." Gao Lei's eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell agape. "You've finally come to your senses," he exclaimed in delight. "Hey, it's not like that. I just wasn't interested in dating before. Women can't compare to games, nor can they rival the allure of a two-dimensional waifu. But now, I yearn for a passionate romance," Chun Yang clarified. "Well, no matter how you see it, it's good that you've come around. Rest assured, your matters are as important to me as my own, and I will do my utmost to assist you." "That's splendid. Truly the mark of a good brother. By the way, why don't you ask who this girl is? Do I really need to?" "I already know," Gao Lei replied, exuding confidence. "Huh? Really?" Chen Yang was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. He nodded. "That makes sense. I just asked for her contact information and mentioned wanting to date, so it's easy to guess." Upon hearing this, Gao Lei was momentarily rendered speechless. It was as if he had seen a ghost. "What? You mean the girl you like, isn't Fang Ningning, is it?" "Yes, indeed. Didn't you guess?" Chen Yang asked. Puzzled, Gao Lei held his forehead, feeling as though Chen Yang had lost his mind. "Why on earth would you want to pursue Fang Ningning? You have a perfectly good girl by your side. Why seek someone further away? Who were you guessing about?" Gao Lei shook his head rapidly, anxiously pulling Chun Yang to the side of the street as he pressed. "What are you thinking? Why pursue Fang Ningning? I haven't really thought about it. I just want to go after her. Are you not aware of her reputation? I know, but I believe she feels differently about me." "You." Gao Lei found himself at a loss for words. Had Chen Yang truly lost his senses? Noticing Gao Lei's hesitation to continue advising him, Chen Yang patted his shoulder, his gaze resolute. "Good brother, I understand you mean well, but I have my plans. I just need to know. If I want to pursue a relationship, can you help me? I doubt I'm not too keen on this." "Great. I knew you would agree to help." Gao Lei's mouth twitched as he took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to slap Chen Yang. With a resigned shake of his head, he thought, let Chen Yang make his own mistakes. He would pull him back when he hit a wall. "What about Yin Yun?" "Yin Yun? What does my romantic pursuit have to do with her?" "Sigh, never mind. There's one more thing I need to tell you." Chen Yang recounted how he had arranged to meet Fang Ningning under Gao Lei's name. Upon hearing this, Gao Lei's expression soured. He seized Chen Yang by the throat, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Always setting me up." Pleased I was wrong." Chun Yang pleaded. Releasing Chun Yang, Gao Lei was not truly angry. Rather, he was deeply concerned for his friend. He couldn't fathom why Qin Yang would go to such lengths for Fang Ningning. While she was undeniably attractive, it hardly warranted such infatuation. Besides, they hardly knew each other. Rubbing his reddened throat, Qin Yang implored, "Good brother, just help me out. I genuinely want to date Fang Ningning." Seeing the earnestness in Chun Yang's eyes, Gao Lei reluctantly nodded. "What do we do? It's simple. You come with me to meet Fang Ningning, and when the moment is right, you make an excuse to leave, creating a space for us to be alone." Gao Lei contemplated this and replied, "That seems easy enough. Thank you. I'll treat you to milk tea later." "Forget it. I'm not in the mood for milk tea. Perfect that way. I can treat Fang Ningning instead." "Are you obsessed? Always talking about Fang Ningning. She's not even that great. Please, don't view Fang Ningning through a distorted lens. She's fundamentally a good girl. Just wait and see. She will surely fall for me." As they walked and conversed, Yin Yun, having tidied her bed in the dormitory, sat on her mattress and opened her phone to message Qin Yang. "Have you arrived?" Shortly after, Qin Yang replied, "Yes, just organizing my things. After a brief silence, Yin Yun sent another message. "Qin Yang, I want to buy some things tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" "Sure, let us plan for the afternoon. I have something to attend to in the morning." "Okay." Setting her phone down, Yin Yun glanced at her delicate, fair feet. An idea struck her, and she took a photo of them, contemplating the cute image. Remembering how Qin Yang had once admired the feet of others on his phone, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily deleted the photo, muttering a soft, "Pervert." Chapter 4. The roommate after neatly arranging his bed. Qin Yang made his way to the bathroom to splash some cold water on his face. As he wiped the droplets away, he gazed into the mirror. He was neither overweight nor too thin. While not exceptionally handsome, he was certainly not unattractive. With his fair complexion, he could consider himself a budding young gentleman. Blowing a puff of air to rid his hair of excess water, Qin Yang grabbed the towel hanging nearby to dry his face before climbing onto the upper bunk and flopping onto the soft, inviting blanket. The dormitory was a four-person room, and apart from Qin Yang, the others had yet to arrive. Reclining comfortably, Qin Yang pulled out his phone and stared in disbelief at the notification of 100,000 yuan deposit. Opening his banking app, he marveled at the string of zeros that had appeared in his account. "System, could you spare me a little of this money?" he pleaded. The assistance provided by the system can only be utilized for task objectives. Don't be so heartless, system. Just a fraction, 10%, perhaps? What harm could it do? The host may use personal funds, but must repay the system at double the amount. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Yang abandoned the idea, unwilling to part with the money. When had he ever seen such a sum? "By the way, system, I have a question. If I buy Fang Ningning milk tea, can I use this money?" "Yes. Then I can't just buy her one. I have to have one too. It's so. My portion should be covered as well, right? The system assistance is only applicable to task objectives." Qin Yang was at a loss for words, exasperated with the system. "System, if I buy 2 portions of milk tea for Fang Ningning, but she offers me one, can I use the assistance for that?" After a moment of silence, the system finally responded, "There are no violations present." Qin Yang, overwhelmed with excitement, let out a joyous exclamation and collapsed onto his bed, laughing heartily. With such a windfall, he could seize the opportunity to indulge himself with the 100,000 yuan. After years of friendship with Yin Yun, the most extravagant gift he had ever purchased for her barely exceeded 100 yuan. How could he possibly part with such a sum for a stranger? He must derive some benefit for himself. Now, Qin Yang's heart brimmed with anticipation, eager to meet Fang Ningning. In high spirits, he opened a short video app, and the first video that popped up was of a beautiful woman dancing. After a brief glance, he swiped past it, only to encounter a girl cosplaying an anime character, her face obscured by her phone, while her bare feet provocatively posed in front of a mirror. Qin Yang's gaze lingered for a while before he clicked to save it, then recalled that he had yet to rejoin the group he had exited. Just as he was about to do so, he lazily let go of the thought, deciding to add it later, and continued scrolling through delightful short videos. "I can't believe it," he muttered to himself. "They recommend such videos to me every day. How can I not develop a habit?" Qin Yang felt a wave of frustration as he gazed at the alluring legs and delicate feet on his screen. After a while, the sound of luggage wheels rolling outside the door caught his attention. With a thud, the dormitory door swung open, revealing a bespectacled boy clad in a white shirt. Upon spotting Qin Yang sprawled on his bed, he chuckled. "I knew you'd be the first one here. Xie Zhongfan, you're finally back. I was so bored, Chen Yang exclaimed, shutting off his phone and sitting up to face the approaching boy. Xie Zhongfan placed his luggage against the door, which included a large bag, pushed up his glasses, and slumped into a chair by the door, lamenting, "The luggage is too heavy. It's exhausting. Did you bring any food? Can you guess why my luggage is so heavy? Fine, I'll share a bit with you later," he added. "That would be quite embarrassing," Chen Yang replied with a playful grin. Xie Zhongfan rolled his eyes at him and pulled at Chen Yang's arm, insisting, "You want to eat for free. Come on, get down here and help me unpack." "All right, I got it." By 11 in the morning, the dormitory head, Li Zua, finally returned. Tall and robust, he burst through the door with a loud, "Sons, have you missed your father?" Xie Zhongfan, seated on Chen Yang's bed playing a game, swiftly grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Li Zua. The pillow sailed over Li Zua's head and flew out the door. "Hey, that was my pillow!" Chen Yang shouted in surprise. "Hurry, you're going to die." Chen Yang quickly refocused his attention on the screen, nervously swiping his fingers. Elizwa chuckled, shaking his head as he exited to retrieve Chen Yang's pillow, tossing it back onto the bed. "Little rascals, I'm heading out to eat. Is anyone coming with me?" Li Zua called out. Chen Yang and Xie Zhongfan, engrossed in their game, remained silent. Elizwa's expression fell, and he sighed, saying, "All right, let me rephrase that. I'm going to eat. Do my sons want me to bring back food? Just some rice with gravy, please." Chen Yang smiled. "A simple bowl of beef noodles for me." Xie Zhongfan added, putting his phone down to salute Li Ziyuo. Elizwa rubbed his forehead, lamenting that without him, they would starve to death, then shook his head and exited the dormitory. The screen before Chen Yang slowly displayed a failure interface. He yelled in frustration and tossed his phone onto the blanket. "What a terrible game. I'm done." Xie Zhongfan set his phone aside, stretched his arms, and inquired, "When will Yi Zheng be back?" "He should be back tomorrow. Didn't he say today is Meng Yan's birthday? He is celebrating it with her." Chen Yang picked up his phone, carefully wiping it and gently caressing it, muttering, "This phone cost 2,000. I can't let it break." "Has he caught up to her yet?" "Apparently not yet. He left with such determination, promising he would win her over. He is impressive, chasing her for 3 years. I would have given up long ago." "Why do you care? They're childhood sweethearts," Xie Zhongfan remarked with a knowing smile, leaning closer to Chen Yang. "Why don't you pursue your own childhood sweetheart?" Chen Yang paused at this, chuckling, "That's impossible. We're just good buddies. The bond between friends and love is entirely different." Xie Zhongfan shrugged in response. "All right, I envy you. I wish I could have a childhood sweetheart too." After Xie Zhongfan left, Chen Yang lay back on his bed and opened his phone, clicking on the chat interface with Yin Yun. The screen was filled with a multitude of messages. Throughout the summer, despite living nearby, they still shared daily conversations. As Chen Yang scrolled through their chat history, he suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly, shook his head, and set the phone down. "We're just the best of friends. Love? Humph. Can it compare to our friendship?" Chapter 5. The meeting at the restaurant the next morning at 9 o'clock. Fang Ningning finally awoke from her slumber. After yawning, she picked up her phone from the pillow beside her, checked the time, and began scrolling through short videos. Currently, she was the only one in the dormitory, and Fang Ningning reveled in the solitude, enjoying the absence of distractions. Rubbing her still sleepy eyes, she rolled over to the other side to continue browsing her phone. Ding, a notification chimed. It was Gao Lei, who had added her yesterday. Fang Ningning quickly exited the video app and opened the chat interface, where she found Gao Lei's message. "Classmate Fang, I wonder if you're free for lunch today. If so, let us meet on the second floor of the cafeteria at Building 1. I'll be waiting for you at the third row on the east side." After reading it, Fang Ningning quickly replied, "I am available. I'll go at 11:30. Moments later, she received a simple okay in response. Sitting up, she ran her fingers through her tousled hair, stretching lazily with a satisfied hum. With a hint of excitement, she slipped on her slippers and walked to the bathroom to check her reflection in the mirror before washing her face and brushing her teeth. Returning to her seat, she took out a small mirror and a collection of cosmetics, beginning to meticulously apply makeup. Minutes turned into half an hour, and after an hour and a half, she finally felt satisfied with her appearance. She gazed at her reflection, pursed her lips to make a cute face, and tilted her head to reveal a sweet smile. Fang Ningning naturally possessed striking features, and after her careful grooming, her beauty reached new heights. Meanwhile, Chen Yang repeatedly checked the balance in his bank account, each glance igniting the same thrill as the first. Time was drawing near, and Chen Yang, suppressing his inner excitement, messaged Gao Lei to prepare for departure. Gao Lei felt conflicted. Although he had promised to help Chen Yang the day before, he was now having second thoughts. As a good friend, he couldn't bear to watch Chen Yang leap into a pitfall. Chen Yang, how about we skip it? If you truly want a date, I can introduce you to someone even prettier. How about that? Thanks, but I'm set on Fang Ningning. Don't you dare backtrack now and ruin my chances. Chen Yang replied, sending a voice message. Gao Lei scratched his head in frustration, exhaling a resigned sigh. Fine, I get it. I'll wait for you downstairs. Thanks, buddy. Once this goes well, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Gao Lei forced a smile. Messaging back, just don't blame me if you end up getting burned. That won't happen. I'm willingly stepping into this. Gao Lei frowned at the message. If Chen Yang was aware he might get burned, why was he still pursuing Fang Ningning? Did he have some hidden penchant? Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the idea, in a way. Absolutely not. Fang Ningning, having donned a beautiful outfit and feeling pleased with herself, set off. Arriving at the cafeteria right at 11:30, she strolled up to the second floor. One remarkable feature of Huanyuan University is the cafeteria's stunning architecture and exquisite interior design. The university boasts 3 cafeteria buildings. Building 3 is exclusively for faculty and staff, not open to students. Building 2 is the largest, offering a rich variety of dishes at affordable prices, where many students dine for every meal. Building 1 is smaller yet the most beautiful, serving exquisite and pricey dishes that would be unaffordable for students from ordinary families. Having been at the school for a year, Fang Ningning had only visited Building 1 3 or 4 times. Thus, when she learned Gao Lei had invited her there, she felt a surge of excitement. Upon reaching the second floor, she walked eastward and spotted Gao Lei engaged in conversation with a young man at a table in the 3rd row. Fang Ningning quietly approached. Gao Lei noticed her out of the corner of his eye, turned, and was momentarily taken aback, hastily lowering his head, his expression slightly awkward. Initially intending to wave at him, Fang Ningning felt a pang of embarrassment in response. Chen Yang, catching sight of the beautifully dressed Fang Ningning, was momentarily captivated. Having only seen her a few times without closely observing her, he now realized just how stunning she truly was. Chen Yang nudged Gao Lei, signaling him to proceed with the next steps. Gao Lei, feeling a bit overwhelmed, stood up and greeted Fang Ningning with a smile. Classmate Fang, you're here. Please, have a seat. Fang Ningning initially felt somewhat displeased by Gao Lei's earlier indifference. However, upon witnessing his warm greeting, she chose to overlook her grievances, smilingly approaching to take a seat opposite him. The seating in the second-floor dining area was quite comfortable, with plush cushions that enticed many to visit. Even if they were not dining in Building 1. Consequently, the second-floor seats were often filled to capacity. Naturally, should any student dining there wish to sit, those without meals were expected to yield their seats. Gao Minister, could you elaborate on the activity you mentioned to me? Oh, it's a singing event. I've seen your videos, and I must say, your singing is quite commendable. Gao Lei began to ramble. Is that so? Thank you, Gao Minister, Fang Ningning replied, covering her mouth in delight. She frequently posted short singing videos, never expecting Gao Lei would pay such attention to her. Gao Minister, could you please explain it in detail? Ah, of course, Gao Lei replied. Internally anxious, he subtly gestured to Chen Yang to help him extricate himself from the situation, as he truly struggled with fabricating lies. Chen Yang, stifling a laugh, discreetly placed his phone beneath the table and called Gao Lei. The phone rang promptly, and Gao Lei wore an apologetic expression before answering. Hello, what is the matter? After listening for a few seconds, Gao Lei's brow furrowed, his countenance growing serious. He nodded, speaking softly. All right, I understand. I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, Gao Lei turned to Fang Ningning with an apologetic tone. I'm truly sorry, but something urgent has come up. You can talk to my good friend Chen Yang. He'll explain everything to you. Although Fang Ningning felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, she recognized she had no grounds to be unreasonable with Gao Lei. To maintain a good impression and seize the opportunity, she graciously replied, All right, Gao Minister. You should attend to your matters. Why situation is urgent. Good, Gao Lei said, hastily rising and departing in a hurry. Once Gao Lei had left, Chen Yang turned to Fang Ningning with a smile. Hello, Fang classmate, I'm Chen Yang. Hello, Fang Ningning responded politely, exhibiting a hint of reserve. Chen Yang continued, Fang classmate, it seems a bit awkward just sitting here. With mealtime approaching, why don't we chat while we eat? That could work. Fang Ningning hesitated, considering the high prices of the meals. Had Gao Lei still been present, he might have offered to treat her. Now, however, she would have to pay herself. How about I treat you instead? Fong classmate? What would you like to eat? Oh, that's unnecessary, Fong Ningning replied, her inclination to accept evident, yet feeling bashful due to their unfamiliarity. After speaking, she inwardly hoped Chen Yang would insist on treating her. It's fine. I can't let you, a young lady, pay. I'll treat you, Chen Yang insisted, as he had the means to spend his 10,000 solely on Fong Ningning. That's quite generous of you. Fong Ningning's tone grew warmer. Let us go see what you'd like to eat. All right. Standing up, Fong Ningning approached Chen Yang, smiling. Next time, I'll treat you. I know a great place off campus. Chen Yang smiled but said nothing, accompanying Fong Ningning to the dining hall's counter to select their meals. This marked Chen Yang's first visit to Building 1, and he was curious about the culinary offerings. Fong Ningning lagged a step behind, and as Chen Yang inquired about her preferences, she glanced around. Having only visited one or two counters herself, she pointed to one she had frequented, saying, "Let us go with this one. I'll just grab something quick." Chen Yang shrugged and stepped forward. With few patrons at the moment, there was no need to queue. After perusing the menu of stir-fry dishes, he urged Fong Ningning to choose first. She selected one meat and one vegetable dish. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang suggested, "Fong classmate, why not get another portion?" Believing he was helping, Fong Ningning selected 2 meat dishes for him. Chen Yang paid for the 4 dishes, totaling 114 yuan, and was astonished at the exorbitant prices. At Building 2, 2 meat dishes would only cost a maximum of 10 yuan. The meals were placed on a large tray, accompanied by a banana and a small drink. The two returned to their seats, and after sitting down, Chen Yang pointed to one of the meat portions and asked, "Fong classmate, may I have some of this?" "Huh. Since you bought it, of course you can." Fong Ningning replied, puzzled by his question. As Chen Yang sat down, he activated the system to check his balance. It now read 99,886, filling him with joy. This method was effective. The 2 portions he had Fong Ningning buy were ostensibly for her. But since she agreed to let him have some, the system could not deem it cheating. Excited, Chen Yang felt compelled to spend more, rising to say, "Fong classmate, I'll get you 2 cups of milk tea." Without waiting for Fong Ningning to respond, Chen Yang headed directly to the milk tea shop in the corner, purchasing the most expensive option, the Yunjian Yusei, at 80 yuan each, totaling 160 yuan. Upon checking his balance, he confirmed it was deducted from the system's allocated amount. This way, he could disguise his expenditures as gifts for Fong Ningning while benefiting himself. With a radiant smile, Chen Yang returned to sit opposite Fong Ningning, placing the milk tea before her. She froze momentarily, recognizing the Yunjian Yusei. She was all too familiar with it, having seen many flaunting their purchases on social media. Never did she expect Chen Yang would treat her to such an expensive drink on their first meeting, which left her both astonished and aware of his affluence. "Fong classmate, I hope you like this milk tea. Please, give it a try," Chen Yang encouraged. Fong Ningning placed her hands over her heart, her expression adorable as she replied, This must be quite expensive. I feel bad making you spend so much." It's no trouble at all. Just enjoy it," Chen Yang grinned. Fong Ningning observed Chen Yang's demeanor, suspecting he might be interested in her. After all, why else would he treat her to a meal and buy her the most expensive milk tea? Gradually, she began to consider the possibility of getting to know him better. Chen Yang was a friend of Gao Lei's and was quite generous, so perhaps it was worth exploring. Pointing to the milk tea, Chen Yang asked, "Fong classmate, may I have one of these cups?" Fong Ningning heard his odd inquiry again, feeling increasingly perplexed. Since he had purchased the milk tea, why would he need to ask her? However, she refrained from voicing her confusion, interpreting his question as mere politeness. Chen Yang, there's no need to be so formal. You bought them, so feel free to drink," she replied. "Then I one tea hold back?" Chen Yang said eagerly, grabbing a cup and inserting a straw. He had never tasted an 80 yuan milk tea before. After taking a big sip, the sweet and creamy flavors enveloped him, the harmonious blend of tea and milk creating a delightful experience. He savored it, nodding in approval. While it was indeed delicious, he still questioned whether it was worth the steep price. Meanwhile, Fong Ningning took her time, snapping a few photos before posting on social media. Only then did she insert the straw, savoring the milk tea with graceful delicacy. After a while, Chen Yang had consumed half of his drink and, smacking his lips, began to eat. He picked up a piece of meat and Upon tasting it, his eyes widened in surprise. Chewing thoughtfully, he nodded, internally praising the flavor. No wonder it was so expensive. He resolved to bring Yin Yun along next time. Fang Ningning also began to eat, smiling at Qin Yang after taking a bite of rice. Qin Yang, you're not in the same class as Gao Minister, are you? Qin Yang shook his head. In a wonder I haven't seen you around. Which major and class are you in? History, just 2 classes. I'm in the 2nd class. Oh, I see. Your class should be quite close to ours. Yes, very close to. By the way, about the singing competition, what is the situation? Could you explain it to me? There's no rush. Let us discuss it after we finish eating, Qin Yang suggested. Fang Ningning opened her mouth, hesitating for a moment before nodding. All right then. She took another sip of milk tea. Smiling at Qin Yang, thank you, Qin Yang. The milk tea is delightful. Hearing this, Qin Yang grinned and replied, it's good. I can get it for you often. That one tea do. I can't keep letting you spend money on me. Fang Ningning said, her smile warm and inviting. To any outsider, it would be hard to believe that Fang Ningning and Qin Yang had just met. After finishing their meals, Qin Yang took a tissue to wipe his mouth and asked, so, are you full? Fang Ningning looked at the remaining food on her plate and patted her small belly. I'm full. There's still so much left that I can't eat anymore. Very well, let us proceed. Gao Lei just called to inform me of an important matter. I apologize for this, but regarding the singing competition, I will have to discuss it with you another time. Upon hearing this, Fang Ningning quickly picked up her phone and said, it's fine, we can exchange contact information. Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment, as he had already added Fang Ningning. Chapter 7. Seeking Yin Yun. Qin Yang took out his phone and opened his Feishin app. Logging in with a different account. Indeed, he possessed 2 Feishin numbers. After they added each other as friends, Fang Ningning stood up and said, let us head back. Qin Yang nodded in agreement and walked alongside Fang Ningning. This time, it's on me. Next time, I'll treat you. No need for that. That won't do, Fang Ningning replied with a smile. Her teeth were white and perfectly aligned, and her lips had an attractive shape when she smiled. It was as if 100 flowers bloomed, stirring Qin Yang's heart. After exiting the restaurant, Fang Ningning bid farewell to Qin Yang and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Qin Yang paused after taking a few steps in the opposite direction and casually found a place to sit. His heart still raced with excitement. With 100,000 yuan to spend, how could he not feel exhilarated? This was a significant sum. He pondered how long it would take him to earn that much. Yet now, he had no obligations, as every month he would receive that amount. However, to spend it, he needed to establish some connection with Fang Ningning. Qin Yang scratched his head, realizing that he must pursue Fang Ningning. To be honest, Fang Ningning was quite attractive, and he was more than willing to chase her. After all, he had nothing to lose. But how does one pursue a girl? This question troubled Qin Yang immensely. He had little experience in romantic relationships, and the thought of sincerely courting someone made his hands tremble. Just as Qin Yang was lost in thought, his phone buzzed. He opened it to find a message from Yin Yun. Have you finished eating? Just finished. What's up? When are you coming to find me? Maybe around 1 or 2. I'll message you when I arrive. All right, just come to the North School Gate. Understood. Qin Yang pocketed his phone and frowned as he gazed at the small river ahead. The gray-green water was home to dozens of koi fish, bobbing at the surface, taking in and expelling water. Qin Yang stared at the koi, lost in contemplation, until a realization dawned upon him. Why fret over not knowing how to pursue a girl? If he couldn't win her over, then so be it. He didn't genuinely like Fang Ningning, he merely desired the reward. However, upon reflecting this way, he felt that such thinking resembled that of a scoundrel. Qin Yang shook his head vigorously, sighed, and made his way towards the dormitory. He would take things step by step. Merely pondering would only lead to increased anxiety. Upon returning to his dormitory, Gao Lei sent him a message. Qin Yang, how did it go? Not bad. What do you mean not bad? I ask you, have you truly decided to pursue Fang Ningning? Yes, brother, let me be frank with you. Fang Ningning is truly not worth it. I've asked several people, and they all say she is a fraud, a total gold digger. From what I've gathered, during this past year alone, she has had at least 10 boyfriends, not to mention the countless ambiguous relationships she has had on the side. She leaves once she gets what she wants, and one person even mentioned that while dating her, they discovered she was seeing another man. Qin Yang felt a surge of gratitude as he read Gao Lei's long message. Truly, this was a good brother. Thanks, Gao Lei, that I appreciate it. I already know about Fang Ningning's true nature, as long as you understand. How about I recommend a good girl to you? Gao Lei felt a sense of relief. No need. I still want to pursue Fang Ningning. Upon seeing Chen Yang's message, Gao Lei couldn't help but curse. He had made himself so clear, yet Chen Yang still insisted on chasing Fang Ningning. Was he intentionally stepping into a pit of fire? Don't worry, brother, I understand your intentions, and I know what I'm doing. I have my own plans. Trust me. I don't trust your plans, Gao Lei retorted angrily, tossing his phone onto his bed and getting up to head to Chen Yang's dorm. When Gao Lei pushed the door open, he found that Chen Yang had already left. Frustrated, he called Chen Yang. The call connected quickly and Chen Yang's lazy voice came through. Hello, what is up? What are you up to? I'm going to find Yin Yun. You're going to find Yin Yun? Chen Yang, I've told you. Fang Ningning is a gold digger and a heartbreaker. She doesn't value relationships. Dating her will only lead to being used. Gao Lei, didn't I tell you? I already know. If you know, then why pursue her? I have my own plans. What plans? Care to share? I can't tell you. Forget it. You can't even tell me to. Don't worry. Gao Lei felt utterly exasperated. No matter how much he pressed, Chen Yang refused to reveal his plans. Fine, that's that. The car's here. I'm hanging up. Hearing the beeping on the line, Gao Lei put down his phone, scratching his head. Since he couldn't convince Chen Yang, should he find someone else to persuade him? Gao Lei was determined to stop Chen Yang because he had recently delved deeper into understanding Fang Ningning, discovering that she was even worse than he initially thought. She had no regard for genuine feelings. Her only motive in relationships was to gain money and benefits. Cheating during relationships was a common occurrence for Fang Ningning, and Gao Lei knew Chen Yang was a sentimental person. Having hardly any experience in love, this was his first time trying to pursue a girl. He could only imagine how heartbroken Chen Yang would be if Fang Ningning betrayed him. Why, of all people, did he insist on pursuing Fang Ningning? Gao Lei found it utterly perplexing. Chen Yang sat leisurely in the taxi. The distance from his school to Yin Yun's was not too far, only 3 kilometers. Generally, he would either walk or use a shared bike to visit her. But this time was different. He held 100,000 yuan in his hands, and he felt he must indulge himself. Taking a taxi was a must. Within just a few minutes, Chen Yang arrived at his destination and couldn't help but marvel at how fast it was. After paying the fare and stepping out, he gazed at the elegant north gate of Dongha Art Academy, where beautiful female students were coming and going. Chen Yang felt a pang of envy. Hadn't he been too playful in high school? He should be grateful just to have entered an undergraduate program. Chen Yang sent a message to Yin Yun informing her of his arrival. Yin Yun responded, surprised. So fast? Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. She quickly added, don't forget to buy me a drink. Got it. I won't forget to buy you a drink. How about I get you some bubble tea? I know you love it. Sounds good. Chen Yang pocketed his phone. Each time he visited Dongha Art Academy, he felt a sense of inferiority. This time, however, it was much better. He could silently remind himself that he had 100,000 yuan to bolster his fragile self-esteem. Standing on the road at the entrance, he waited while observing the traffic and the stunning female students passing by. The ratio of girls at Dongha Art Academy was quite high, and many of them were exceptionally attractive in just a short while. Chen Yang noticed several beautiful girls, some wearing short skirts that revealed their fair thighs, looking incredibly lovely. If it weren't for his shyness, he would have loved to stare at them unabashedly. Hey, what are you looking at? Chapter 8. Shopping. What are you looking at? Yin Yun appeared behind Chen Yang and gently tapped his shoulder. Nothing, Chen Yang replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Today, Yin Yun was dressed in a simple white dress, her sleek black hair cascading down like a waterfall framing her face. The gentle breeze played with her bangs, and under the sun, she radiated a youthful and vibrant aura. You look really beautiful today. Chen Yang praised her, giving her a thumbs up. Himph, I look beautiful every day. Yin Yun replied happily, tossing her hair back and handing Chen Yang the bubble tea. Shall we go? What do you need to buy? I need to get some toilet paper, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other daily necessities, as well as some snacks. Perfect, I'm out of toilet paper too. Just make sure to share half with me. Yin Yun shot Chen Yang a glare. You're not getting anything for free. If you want half, you'll have to pay half. Come on, it's just a small amount of money. Then transfer the cost of the bubble tea to me. Feeling emboldened now that he had a substantial sum of money, Chen Yang replied confidently, sure, I'll transfer it. He took out his phone and said, send me your payment code. Yin Yun looked at him suspiciously. Was something off? In the past, after she said that, Chen Yang would brush it off, but now he was being so straightforward. Are you serious? Why would I lie? Once I have money, I'll take care of every bubble tea you want during our university days," Chunyang declared, sounding quite impressive. Yin Yun looked at him with disdain. "Who are you calling bro?" With a playful elbow, she playfully punched Chunyang in the chest, causing him to take a step back with an ouch. "Stop boasting, it's hot outside. Let us finish shopping and head back." Chunyang rubbed his chest, taking a big sip of bubble tea as he walked beside Yin Yun, thinking to himself, now that I have the system backing me, just wait until I reveal my true potential. Everyone will be shocked, and then let us see if you still call me bro. Not far from the school lies a bustling commercial street, merely a 5 to 6 minute stroll away. Chunyang and Yin Yun walk side by side, passing by several male students who are captivated by Yin Yun's beauty. However, upon noticing Chunyang beside her, they presume him to be her boyfriend and abandon their fleeting thoughts. Harboring a sense of envy towards him, as they arrive at the commercial street, they enter a supermarket together. Chunyang remains closely attuned to Yin Yun, deliberating with her on whether to purchase certain items. After completing their shopping, he trails behind her, carrying the bags, occasionally engaging in playful banter. To outsiders, the relationship between Chunyang and Yin Yun appears entirely romantic. Yet, in truth, their bond is devoid of any romantic inclinations. They are simply oblivious to this fact. Having grown up together and attended school side by side, they have long since forgotten the distinctions of gender, their companionship resembling that of family. As they exit the supermarket, Chunyang, somewhat strained from carrying the bags, trails behind Yin Yun, expressing his grievances. "Honestly, sister, can we refrain from buying so many snacks in the future?" "Oh, why are you in such a hurry? You aren't the one eating," she retorts, "but I'm nearly exhausted. I can't carry this anymore. I want to sit down. I even bought you milk tea," she counters. Chunyang sighs, muttering under his breath, "I will never accompany you to shop again, no matter how much milk tea is involved." Hearing Chunyang's murmurs, Yin Yun's face brightens with a smile as she points towards a nearby clothing store, declaring, "I want to buy a new pair of shoes." At this, Chunyang's anxiety escalates. Accompanying Yin Yun for shoe shopping is his worst nightmare. Each time, it takes her at least an hour, as she insists on comparing prices and styles across numerous stores. Moreover, she adamantly refuses to shop online, preferring the tactile experience of physical stores. Chunyang finds himself obliged to accompany her on this tedious journey, passively waiting and numbly offering his opinions on what looks good. He hastily pleads with her, "Sister Yin, it's unnecessary. Didn't we buy a pair during the holidays? That pair is perfectly fine. Truly, there's no need for another. But these shoes get dirty so easily." Yin Yun replies, glancing down at her scuffed white sneakers, which have accumulated a bit of dust along their walk. She looks back at Chunyang and insists, "I've only brought 3 pairs, one of which are sandals." "That's simply not enough. Then let us just buy online," he suggests. "No. I dislike buying shoes online," she retorts. "Stop talking nonsense and come with me to buy shoes." With that, she drags the reluctant Chunyang into the store. Defenseless against her enthusiasm, Chunyang slumps onto an empty chair, wearied. Before him, a shelf brims with an array of shoes while Yin Yun, accompanied by a sales assistant, meticulously examines her options. Chunyang sighs, reaching into the bag at his feet to pull out a packet of chips, tearing it open and popping a piece into his mouth. After a considerable time, Yin Yun selects a rather attractive pair of shoes, holding them up for Chunyang's approval. "What do you think of these, Chunyang?" she inquires. After a brief glance, he nods. "They look nice." Yin Yun takes a seat beside him, removes her white sneakers, and tries on the new pair, rising to walk in front of Chunyang. "What do you think? They look lovely and suit you well. Shouldn't we look at others?" "No, this pair is quite nice." Chunyang replies, shaking his head vigorously. "I want to see others. I think another pair is also quite appealing." Chunyang sighs again, resignedly remaining seated as he munches on chips, the crisp sound echoing in the air. "Chunyang, don't just eat. I want some too." Yin Yun, tempted by the sight of him enjoying the snack, adds, "Here." Chunyang offers the chips to her. "They're greasy. How can I change shoes with oily hands? It is such a hassle." Chunyang is genuinely growing impatient. Waiting for Yin Yun to shop is proving quite exhausting. He pulls out 2 chips and brings them to Yin Yun's lips, who lightly bites down and savors them. As Yin Yun continues her shoe hunt, Chunyang's phone buzzes suddenly. Upon checking, he sees a message from Fang Ningning. "Chunyang, are you lying to me?" Chunyang furrows his brows, a wave of anxiety washing over him. The truth has indeed surfaced. It's only natural, considering their evasive behavior, that anyone would sense something amiss. Realizing the futility of maintaining this pretense, he types back, "All right, I apologize, Fong. There's actually no event." After a brief pause, Fong Ningning replies, "Why did you deceive me? Because my buddy wants to pursue you but lacks a valid reason to ask you out. So he asked me for assistance. I'm truly sorry, die in her dorm." Fong Ningning reads the message with a twinkle in her eye and a subtle smile, whispering to herself, as expected. During her interactions with Chen Yang, she had sensed his interest, and this confirmation brought her delight. Judging by his demeanor, it was clear he was well off. Even if he weren't, men generally pride themselves on appearances, and he had already spent quite a sum on her. If she continued seeing Chen Yang, he certainly wouldn't dare to act stingy. Fong Ningning shifts into a comfortable position on her bed, smiling at her phone. "Let us see how I can toy with you." Chapter 9. Roommate Yizheng. After a moment, Chen Yang's secondary account receives a message from Fong Ningning. "Chen Yang, are you there? Yes. You spent so much on dinner, I feel a bit guilty. How about I treat you to a meal tomorrow?" Chen Yang strokes his chin, pondering Fong Ningning's intentions. It seems odd that she would suddenly offer to treat him after discovering he had deceived her. "It's nothing, just a meal," he replies. "No, I must repay you. Though I don't have much money, I'm not one to take advantage of others. That's not what I meant. I know you're not like that." She follows up with a cute nodding emoji. "Tomorrow, I'll take you out to eat. What do you want? You decide. I'm not very familiar with the options. I know a great hot pot place." "How about we go there tomorrow?" "Sounds good. It's settled then." Just as Chen Yang prepares to respond, he suddenly notices a shadow looming over him. He looks up to find Yin Yun standing before him, peering at his phone. Chen Yang hastily locks the screen and puts the phone away. "I've made my choice," he says with a hint of guilt. "Who are you chatting with?" Yin Yun inquires nonchalantly. "Just a friend, Otto." Yin Yun eyes him suspiciously but refrains from pressing further. "If you've made your choice, let us head out." Yin Yun sits beside Chen Yang, changing her shoes. "Why the rush? Let us check out other stores." "Ah, more shopping? What's wrong? If you don't want to accompany me, you can just go back." After saying this, she pouts, bending down to tie her shoelaces. Chen Yang grabs a chip and offers it to her. She eagerly bites it off. As he munches on the chips, he leans back in his chair, asking, "Which store are we heading to?" "There's one not far from here," Yin Yun replies with a grin. Chen Yang empties the remaining crumbs from the chip bag into his mouth, discarding the empty bag into the trash. He stands up, clapping his hands. "Let us go then," as they prepare to leave. Yin Yun pulls a tissue from her pocket, handing it to him. "Can I buy you a drink later?" As they step outside, Chen Yang seizes the moment to hurriedly text Fong Ningning a quick okay. Subsequently, he accompanies Yin Yun for about 2 hours of shopping before finally escorting her back to school. Afterward, he hails a cab back to his own campus. Once alighting, he yawns and grumbles, "What a hassle. I will never accompany her again." After such an extensive outing with Yin Yun, his feet are sore, and all he craves is to lie down on his comfortable bed and rest. Upon returning to the dormitory, he finds Xie Zhongfan seated on a stool, snacking while watching a drama on his phone. Noticing Chen Yang's return, Xie Zhongfan turns to greet him. "You're back to MM." Chen Yang spots an extra suitcase in the dorm. Yizheng's bed remains unmade, yet there's also an additional backpack. He asks, "Is Yizheng back?" Xie Zhongfan, munching on cookies, his eyes glued to the screen, nods. "Yeah, he's in the bathroom smoking." Chen Yang drags a nearby stool over and sits beside Xie Zhongfan. Pondering silently, he must be dealing with some troubles to head straight to the bathroom for a smoke upon returning. The sounds of a fight emanate from Xie Zhongfan's phone. Capturing Chen Yang's attention, on the screen, a man in black wields a giant axe against another with a severed arm. The scene visually stunning and the choreography fluid and captivating. "What drama is this?" Chen Yang inquires. "You don't know? This show is incredibly popular. It's Magic Domain." Chen Yang suddenly recalls, "Oh, I remember. I've come across it several times while scrolling through videos. I must tell you, you should definitely check out the original novel. It's written brilliantly. My Tongqing, sob." Observing Xie Zhongfan's sorrowful expression, Chen Yang scratches his head and replies, "You know, I'm not much into novels these days. I'll find time to read it." "You absolutely must. If you don't, you'll miss out on a fortune." All right, I'll make sure to read it." This moment, Yizheng emerged from the restroom, standing at the balcony with his hands cradling his phone, his fingers incessantly tapping the screen, his brow furrowed in frustration. "Chen Yang, observing his demeanor, instantly understood that he had once again faced setbacks with Meng Yin. Both Yi Zhang and Meng Yin hailed from a bustling metropolis and had known each other since childhood, frequently indulging in shopping and dining together. However, Meng Yin had persistently rebuffed Yi Zhang's advances. Each time he broached the subject, she would erupt in anger, often ignoring him for several days. This left Yi Zhang in a state of constant agitation. Glued to his phone, relentlessly sending messages seeking forgiveness. Chen Yang had grown accustomed to this routine. Yi Zhang had previously introduced Meng Yin to him, and it was undeniable that she was strikingly beautiful, her bold and mature attire exuding an irresistible allure that no man could resist. Hence, Chen Yang found no surprise in Yi Zhang's relentless pursuit of her. Why Yi Zhang, stepping away from the balcony, slammed his phone onto the table with a thud, exclaiming in exasperation, "I truly cannot fathom it. Xiao Yin is angry with me again. Women are indeed hard to please." Chen Yang exchanged glances with Xie Zhongfan, who paused the television show they were watching and inquired, "Yi Zhang, what have you done to upset your girlfriend this time?" Yi Zhang, with a resigned gesture, replied, "She complained that my gift was inadequate. Sometimes I genuinely wish to give up pursuing her. It's just too much." "Well, if that's the case, why pursue her? There are plenty of other fish in the sea. With your qualities, what girl would be out of your reach?" Chen Yang jested in response, "Hey, I'm just joking. These are merely Xiao Yan's tests for me. How could I possibly falter so easily?" Yi Zhang glanced at his phone, then set it aside, turning to Chen Yang and asking, "When are you going to start dating?" "Me? I'm not in a hurry," Chen Yang replied, shaking his head before curiously asking, "Why do you want to know when I'll start dating?" "Oh, just curious about what your love life would be like." Yi Zhang teased, "Chen Yang, you should find a girlfriend soon. If you don't date in college, it will be difficult to find someone after graduation." Yi Zhang glanced towards Xie Zhongfan and added, "Don't be fooled by Xie Zhongfan's nonchalance. He is handsome enough to take his time." "Chen Yang, I'm not saying you're unattractive. You're actually quite decent looking, but in the eyes of girls, you still lack the advantage." Chen Yang shrugged it off, aware that Yi Zhang's words, while somewhat harsh, stemmed from his character. Yi Zhang often exuded a sense of superiority in their interactions, occasionally revealing an unconscious bias towards Chen Yang's appearance and status. Chen Yang understood that Yi Zhang did not intend any malice. His superiority complex was unintentional, in a rush. "No rush," Chen Yang replied dismissively. Just then, Yi Zhang's phone chimed, and he quickly picked it up, but his expression of excitement quickly morphed into disappointment as he sighed and swiped the screen before placing the phone back down. Xie Zhongfan nudged Chen Yang, saying, "Come on, let us watch the show. May is about to make her appearance." "What are you watching?" "Magic Domain. It's quite entertaining. I've already watched the latest episode." "When will we be able to watch ahead?" Chapter 10. Boredom. After sitting beside Xie Zhongfan and watching television for a while, Chen Yang felt somewhat fatigued, so he climbed into bed, laying back and taking out his phone. With nothing else to do, he thought it might be a good idea to chat with Fang Ningning. He opened the chat history and sent a simple message. "Are you there?" Fang Ningning quickly replied with a him. "What should I say?" Chen Yang placed his hands on the screen, uncertain of what to type. "Never mind, even awkward conversation counts as chatting. Are you free now?" I'm feeling quite bored. Can you keep me company?" "Of course. Where are you from?" "Naking. That's quite far." "Not really. My home is close to the high-speed railway station. Can I call you by your name?" "Sure, Chen Yang." "All right, may I ask if you have a boyfriend?" Fang Ningning was somewhat taken aback by Chen Yang's directness. "No. I'm looking for someone suitable, but unfortunately, I haven't encountered anyone yet." "Oh. Then what do you think of me?" Fang Ningning chuckled dismissively. "Oh, so impatient. Huh. Typical man. Well, how should I put it? You give me a vibe that is quite different from other men. A rather unique feeling." "What makes it unique?" "I can't quite articulate it. Do you think there will be girls who like me?" "Definitely, you're not unattractive, so there will surely be girls who like you." Thus, Chen Yang engaged in a back-and-forth conversation with Fang Ningning. He approached the chat with an attitude to simply complete a task. Devoid of any psychological burden, he spoke whatever came to mind without worrying whether his words might displease Fang Ningning or be deemed inappropriate. This led to a surprisingly casual and comfortable exchange between them. After nearly an hour of conversation, he suggested, "How about I come see you tomorrow?" "Sure. I'll message you once I'm done with my makeup." "You need to put on makeup? How can you go out without it?" "All right then, just message me when you're ready." "All right, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Chen Yang exited the chat interface, sitting up and feeling a refreshing clarity in his mind. accompanied by an inexplicable sense of joy. Is this an overflow of dopamine? He chuckled softly. This feeling is quite peculiar. Chatting with a girl actually brings joy. Why didn't I feel this way when talking to Yin Yun? Perhaps it's because they are too familiar. Chen Yang got out of bed to use the restroom, discovering Yi Zhang rapidly typing away. A glance revealed a screen filled with green text, indicating that Yi Zhang was sending messages while receiving no responses. Chen Yang inwardly shook his head, thinking that Yi Zhang was determined to hang himself from the same tree. Upon exiting the restroom, Xie Zhongfan called out to Chen Yang, "Chen Yang, hurry up and log in." "All right, logging in." Chen Yang joyfully climbed back into bed, launching the game on his phone. "Why, Yi Zhang? Are you joining?" Yi Zhang, eyes glued to the screen, shook his head. Xie Zhongfan nodded, grabbed a nearby pillow, and tossed it onto Chen Yang's bed before swiftly climbing onto it. Li Zua, that rascal, is off chasing after a girlfriend and hasn't he returned. Let us isolate him and not wait for him. Chen Yang shifted to a comfortable position against the wall, cradling his phone with a smile. Ding! A message popped up. It was from Yin Yun. "What are you up to?" "Playing a game. Oh, then enjoy." "Sure." Just as he entered the game, Xie Zhongfan adjusted his glasses and asked, "What are you playing?" "Support or marksman?" "Then I'll go jungle. Let us go." The next morning, sunlight streamed onto Chen Yang's face, and before long, his eyelids fluttered. Slowly opening his eyes, he checked the time. It was just past 7. Chen Yang yawned and sat up. Tomorrow marks the official start of the new semester. Today is the last day of vacation. The grind of university life begins again. Chen Yang summoned the system. "System, you promised rewards. Can you provide other features, like a beginner's gift pack or an exchange shop?" "This system currently lacks such features. Could you make an effort to develop some?" After a brief silence, the system responded, "The assistance provided by the system will change according to the host's circumstances." "How will it change? Can it help me avoid failing my classes?" Chen Yang asked with anticipation. "No. What a letdown." He pondered what Fang Ningning might be doing. Feeling a slight hunger, he decided it was best to invite her for breakfast, but reconsidered. Since they had just met, it might be too forward. Perhaps once they were more familiar, he could suggest it. "Brother, I just woke up," came Fang Ningning's playful voice through the phone. Shortly after, a voice message replied, a somewhat raspy male voice. "Little lazy bug, waking up so late. I'm not lazy." From beneath Fang Ningning's bed, a girl sitting at a desk reading couldn't help but find it amusing. In a playful tone, she mimicked Fang Ningning, saying, I'm not lazy." Fang Ningning, hearing this, set her phone down and leaned over the bed. Grinning at the girl below, "Suyin, what are you doing?" Suyin smiled slightly, standing at the edge of the bed, looking at Fang Ningning. "From your voice, it must be Chu Yuma, right?" "Hee. Yes, it is him. It's been a few months now. You two are always so lovey-dovey. Why haven't you confirmed your relationship yet? Aren't you afraid he will run away?" "Humph, Suyin. Men tend to cherish what they find difficult to attain." Suyin stuck out her tongue and replied, "I think that's not the best approach. If the person I like also likes me, I would definitely fear he might leave, and I do want to stick to him all the time to ensure he doesn't escape. My mom often tells me that when you find someone you like, you need to act quickly. As she spoke, Suyin blushed slightly. At that moment, Fang Ningning received another message and clicked on it. Holding her phone to her ear, "Little lazy bug, do you want me to buy you breakfast?" "Sure, thank you, darling." After replying, Fang Ningning turned to Suyin and said, "Suyin, you shouldn't do that. It'll make a man think you can't live without him, and he will start to take you for granted. Once you find a boyfriend, I'll teach you how to handle him." Suyin shrugged, shaking her head as she returned to her seat. At that moment, Fang Ningning's phone vibrated again. She unlocked her device to find a message from another man. "Fairy Senior, are you awake? Want to play a game?" Draping a blanket over herself, she leaned against the wall and replied, "Sure, Junior. Let's log in. Watch me carry you to victory." Soon after, she donned her headphones and logged into the game. Approximately 15 minutes later, Chu Yuma sent a message saying he had arrived. Fang Ningning responded with an and continued playing, her eyes glued to the screen. She then spoke aloud, "Suyin, could you bring me breakfast? I have something to attend to right now." Suyin nodded in response and said, "Sure, I was just about to get breakfast myself." After tying her hair up with a hair tie, Suyin headed out. Chapter 11. System Update. "Oh yeah, we won!" Fang Ningning exclaimed excitedly, cradling her phone in her hands. "Senior, how was that? Didn't I say I'd carry you?" Junior, you were amazing. That pinnacle was so impressive. Just a piece of cake. Senior, I promise to help you reach the highest rank within a month. Great. As she spoke, Fang Ningning grabbed a small dumpling and took a bite, followed by a sip of warm soy milk. Senior, let's call it a day for now. My friend is calling me. So I have to log off. You're leaving already? No choice. I'll catch you later tonight. All right then. See you later. Fang Ningning reluctantly hung up the phone. She set her device down, stretched her arms comfortably, and finished the remaining dumplings and soy milk. Afterward, she tossed the leftover wrappers off the bed. Lying back on her bed, she placed her hand on her stomach and sighed contentedly. Now, should I invite Qinyang for hot pot at noon or in the evening? Turning over, she picked up her phone and pondered for a moment before deciding. Let's go at noon. I'll plan to meet Chu Yuma in the evening and give him a little sweet surprise. Once settled, Fang Ningning began messaging Qinyang. Qinyang, are you there? After a minute, he replied, yes, what's up? Not much, just watching videos. How about we go for lunch? Sounds good, great. I'll do my makeup first, and then I'll call you. Okay. Qinyang set his phone down and summoned the system, his eyes widening in surprise at the progress bar nearing completion. It read, System upgrading. The system had actually developed new features. Qinyang was filled with anticipation. Finally, after a few seconds, the system update was complete, and an announcement appeared before him. The system has been upgraded. Adding achievement and relationship progress features. Achievement feature. When the host meets certain criteria, they will gain achievements, and the system will provide certain items. Relationship progress feature. When the relationship between the host and the task target reaches a specified condition, the system will reward the host. Qinyang quickly skimmed through the system's description, stroking his chin in contemplation. Both features seem beneficial, but what exactly are these conditions? Conditions will be assessed based on the specific situation by the system. What about the relationship progress feature? For instance, if the host successfully confirms a romantic relationship with the task target, the system will grant a reward that's promising. In that case, I must quickly clarify my relationship with Fang Ningning. Qinyang's gaze fell on the system's remaining balance as he silently resolved to take action. After a few minutes, Fang Ningning messaged Qinyang again. Qinyang, I'm almost ready. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. Okay. Qinyang tidied himself up and donned his clothes before stepping outside to wait near the girls' dormitory. Fang Ningning soon finished her makeup. She wore a short white top with a V-neck that accentuated her fair neck and delicate collarbones, making her look quite alluring. Paired with a white short skirt that reached mid-thigh, it showcased her long, slender legs. The skirt's delicate pleats swayed gently with her movements, giving her an ethereal quality. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, Fang Ningning's roommate, Lin Shi, playfully patted her on the back and teased, Gorgeous, are you trying to seduce me again? Get lost. Who would want to seduce you? Humph. Where are you off to this time? Lin Shi asked, wrapping an arm around Fang Ningning's waist. Do I need to say it? Of course. I'm going out with Chu Yuma. Suyin, who was reading nearby, chimed in with a smile. Fang Ningning smiled faintly without elaborating. You two aren't really dating, are you? Fang Ningning shot Lin Shi a glare and replied, No, not at all, that's still early. He's way too handsome to easily agree. Lin Shi nodded in understanding. True. Well, I should get going. Bye. Fang Ningning waved goodbye to Suyin and Lin Shi as she stepped out of the dormitory with a light, graceful stride. Upon descending, she quickly spotted Qinyang squatting under a tree, engrossed in his phone. Fang Ningning approached him slowly. Noticing her arrival, Qinyang looked up to see Fang Ningning, beautifully dressed, and was momentarily taken aback. Hi, she greeted, waving. Qinyang, somewhat sluggishly, replied, Hi. Sorry for making you wait. No, I just got here. I haven't been waiting long. Then shall we go? Fang Ningning flashed a sweet smile at Qinyang, melting his heart in an instant. That moment, Qinyang felt an inexplicable nervousness standing next to her. Where's the restaurant? Shall we take a taxi? That works. Walking can be tiring. Fang Ningning sensed Qinyang's nervousness and felt a swell of pride within her. Together, they walked toward the school gate, and this journey felt markedly different from the countless times Qinyang had taken it before. On the way, Fang Ningning remarked, I often go to that restaurant. The ingredients are always fresh and the flavors are exceptional. Plus, they have great service. You can check the online reviews. They're excellent. I'm aware of that place. My friends have recommended it. Have you been there before? Not yet. Then I'll take you there this time. Feel free to indulge. Sounds good. As they exited the school grounds, a taxi arrived just in time, and they both hopped into the back seat. Fang Ningning sat close to Qinyang, allowing him to catch a whiff of her enchanting fragrance. As she glanced at her phone, her long legs occasionally brushed against him, causing his heart to flutter. With such a beautiful girl beside him, Chan Yang, who had been single for quite some time, felt an overwhelming urge to fall in love. Her gentle gaze, sweet smile, and graceful demeanor captivated him deeply. Every time their eyes met, his heart would involuntarily skip a beat. In the midst of this temporary silence, Chan Yang's mind was flooded with romantic daydreams, envisioning strolls through the park, hand in hand, sharing joys and sorrows, or sitting by the seaside to watch the sunset, savoring the tranquility and beauty. However, the face of the girl in his dreams gradually morphed from Fang Ningning into another person. When Chen Yang realized this, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself, shaking his head and thinking, how pitiful that it over 20 years old. I've never been in a relationship, with only Yin Yun as my childhood friend. And now even my fantasies are of her likeness. How utterly sad. No. I must make a change, system. Your timing is impeccable. Chapter 12. Hot Pot. The hot pot restaurant Fang Ningning chose to bring Chen Yang to was called Juzhen Hot Pot. Though it had only been open for less than 3 years, it had gained some notoriety among the local student population for its fresh ingredients and frequent student discounts. Chen Yang had heard of this place before, as Yi Zhang often visited with Meng Yin. Upon entering, Chen Yang was greeted by the bustling crowd, with nearly all the seats on the first floor occupied. After tidying her hair, Fang Ningning took Chen Yang's hand and led him further inside. Chen Yang followed like a marionette, as the breeze created by Fang Ningning brushed against his face, filling his senses with an intoxicating aroma. A waitress approached to attend to them, guiding Fang Ningning and Chen Yang to a window-side table. Fang Ningning ordered a yin yang pot and explained, I can't handle spicy food very well. Same here. I'm not great with spice either. Fang Ningning chuckled and then asked, do you drink? Chen Yang shook his head vigorously. No, I can't hold my liquor. 1 bottle and I'm done. Really? I don't believe it. I swear, I'm not joking. Then let's just have a little. 1 bottle should suffice. After some contemplation, Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Fang Ningning glanced at her phone and stood up, beckoning Chen Yang, come on, let's pick out some ingredients. Leading the way, Fang Ningning selected ingredients while Chen Yang followed behind, offering suggestions. How about we get more lamb rolls? Sure. And let's grab a few more meatballs. I really enjoy the ones here. They taste great. Indeed. Let us indulge in some vegetables, a few potato slices and an ample serving of greens, if you please. After deliberating for a considerable time, the two of them made their selections, while the nearby waiters swiftly jotted down an entire page of notes. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ningning turned to Chen Yang and inquired, is this enough for you? Yes, it's more than sufficient. I don't eat much, he replied. Perhaps we should order a bit more, just to be certain, she suggested. Truly, it is enough, Chen Yang said with a resigned smile. Very well then, let us also request 2 bottles of beer and 3 bottles of juice. Fang Ningning instructed the waiter. Once the dishes were finalized, they returned to their seats, at which point the dual-flavored hot pot was presented, bubbling enthusiastically and releasing a warm steam. Fang Ningning gently stirred the pot with a spoon, calming the boiling broth. This meal is on me. Do indulge, she encouraged. Chen Yang nodded absent-mindedly. The selected ingredients were soon delivered by the waiter. As soon as the food arrived, Fang Ningning eagerly picked up a platter of meat and added it to the pot, followed by the other ingredients. Meanwhile, Chen Yang sat back comfortably, observing her culinary efforts. In no time, the pot emanated an irresistible aroma. Chen Yang, who had not savored hot pot in quite a while, felt his appetite awaken, and he eagerly began to dip pieces of meat into the sauce. Noticing that Chen Yang was engrossed in his meal and seemingly indifferent to her presence, Fang Ningning felt a twinge of discontent. Shall we toast? She proposed. Yes, certainly, he replied, and they clinked their glasses together. Chen Yang downed his drink in one go, while Fang Ningning sipped delicately. Fang Ningning initiated a conversation, but Chen Yang remained primarily focused on his food, mostly echoing her sentiments. Before long, after consuming a bottle of wine, Chen Yang's face had taken on a rosy hue, and his temples began to throb. Sensing his inebriation, Fang Ningning chuckled. It appears that you are quite tipsy after just 1 bottle. Feeling a bit dazed, Chen Yang smiled ruefully and replied, I haven't had much experience. My tolerance is indeed lacking. Look at your face. It's positively flushed, she remarked. Chunyang pulled out his phone to check his reflection and noticed the rosy tint on his cheeks. Nose, eyelids, and forehead. I really can't drink anymore. It's simply not wise, he declared, waving his hand dismissively. Then let us refrain from further drinking. You may have juice instead, but I shall order another bottle, she stated. Do as you wish. He replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable. As Fong Ningning sipped from her glass, she secretly reveled in Chen Yang's rosy cheeks, having shared drinks with many boys, but Chen Yang's tolerance was the weakest of them all. Unable to handle even a single cup. Unbeknownst to them, they had been dining for quite a while before finishing their meal. While Fong Ningning felt indifferent about the experience, Chen Yang was thoroughly enjoying himself. As they prepared to settle the bill, Fong Ningning approached the counter, but Chen Yang, with a smile, grasped her arm and insisted, I simply cannot allow you to pay. Let me handle it, that simply won't do. I am the one treating you, she countered. It's quite all right. I can afford it, he said. Opening his payment app, Fong Ningning protested verbally, but inwardly she was elated, allowing Chen Yang to indulge in his generosity while saving her own money, regarding him as just another foolish man. After completing the payment, they exited together, and Fong Ningning took hold of Chen Yang's hand. He paused in surprise as she exclaimed, Chen Yang, what are you doing? Clearly, I am the one treating you. Feeling the softness of her hand, Chen Yang's heart softened as he replied, it's nothing. Spending this money without you benefiting from it would be a waste. Fong Ningning did not anticipate his response and instinctively interpreted it as a confession of affection. You? Chen Yang, you? What is it? Chen Yang, oblivious to any potential implications of his words, yawned and suggested, since we are already out, why not take a stroll and perhaps buy something? That sounds agreeable. Let us continue to explore, she replied. Ningning, is there anything you desire? Upon hearing his question, Fong Ningning's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that Chen Yang was planning to gift her something? Indeed, I have longed for a new phone, specifically the latest iPhone 16, but it is rather expensive at 6,000, she lamented, pouting her lips in disappointment. Chen Yang, noticing her expression, smiled and declared, no worries, I shall buy it for you. Let us go now. Truly, Fong Ningning's eyes widened in disbelief. Did Chen Yang genuinely intend to purchase it for her without hesitation? You truly are quite generous, she remarked, her heart fluttering. Chen Yang, do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? After a brief silence, Chen Yang nodded shyly. Indeed, I do have some feelings. So, do you wish to pursue me? She pressed. Yes, he affirmed. Fong Ningning took a few steps away before returning to him, stating, very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to court me. Is that so? Then let us see if your intentions are genuine, she teased. Of course they are. Come, I recall there is an official store nearby. Just as Chen Yang was about to leave, Fong Ningning gently pulled him back, whispering, isn't this a bit extravagant? Not at all. As I said, letting this money go to waste without you benefiting from it would be foolish, he reassured her. In Fong Ningning's heart, his words resonated as the most profound declaration of affection. Chen Yang, standing in her eyes, soared, to the point where she contemplated canceling her evening plans with Chu Yuma. Chapter 13. The new phone. Wow, Ningning, you've upgraded your phone, Suyin exclaimed, astonished as she examined Fong Ningning's new device. Fong Ningning smiled subtly, resembling a proud and regal feline observing the envy of her dorm mates. She immediately recognized the phone as a new model and, pointing at it with wide eyes, asked, did Chu Yuma buy this for you? But it's not your birthday recently, is it? Ah, could it be that he proposed? And Sher Han, just returning to the dorm, stared at Fong Ningning with disbelief, her brows furrowing slightly before quickly relaxing. What are you talking about? Stop making wild guesses, Fong Ningning replied cheerfully. If not him, then who? This phone costs 6,000, she remarked enviously. What? 6,000? Suyin gasped, startled, and hastily placed the phone down on the table. The price was simply beyond her comprehension. What kind of phone costs that much? Fong Ningning, observing Su Yin's reaction, couldn't help but smirk internally at her naivety. It's the latest iPhone 16, which has been quite the talk of the town, she explained. I don't pay much attention to phones, so I'm not well informed, Suyin admitted shyly. She nodded, picking up Fong Ningning's new phone to inspect it, exclaiming, no wonder it costs 6,000. The feel is exquisite. Ningning, may I take a look? And Sher Han approached as well, biting her finger, her expression reflecting a mix of curiosity and envy. Go ahead, feel free, Fong Ningning generously offered. Watching Lin Shi and the others marvel at her new phone, her vanity experienced a delightful surge. Wow, the camera quality is astonishing. Oh, how I wish I could have won. Lin Shi's desire for the phone peaked. Yet given her current financial situation, purchasing it was out of reach, and her boyfriend lacked the means as well. An Shirhan, gliding her fingers across the screen, immediately noticed the smoothness and fluidity that contrasted sharply with her own device. Ningning, can I borrow this phone for a few days? Lin Shi asked eagerly. Fang Ningning shook her head firmly. That won't do. I just bought it and haven't even used it yet. What if you break it? Lin Shi, disappointed, gazed longingly at the coveted phone. An Shirhan then asked Fang Ningning, is it true that this phone was given to you by Chu Yuma? Oh, who cares who bought it? This phone is mine, Fang Ningning replied nonchalantly. An Shirhan's gaze toward Fang Ningning became increasingly complex. She had always found her insufferable, and Fang Ningning's current display of pride only intensified her disdain. All right, have you all finished looking? If so, please return it. I still need to play some games. Lin Shi reluctantly returned the phone. As Fang Ningning accepted it back, a thought struck her, and she turned to Suyin, saying, Suyin, your phone is quite outdated. It's time for an upgrade. I have my old phone that I no longer use. How about I sell it to you for a reasonable price? Suyin was taken aback, pondering for a moment before softly asking, how much would you sell it for? Fang Ningning replied, I purchased this phone for 3,000, and after using it for less than a year. It's in excellent condition. It would be fair to sell it for at least 1,000. But since we are roommates, I'll let it go for 1,000 flat. Suyin hesitated, lowering her head as she responded, 1,000. Seems a bit steep. Would 800 work? Fang Ningning frowned, scoffing. If you can find a phone with this configuration for 800, I'll be impressed. 1,000 is already a bargain. I might as well keep it for myself. Well then, let me think it over, Suyin replied. Lin Shi chimed in, smiling, Ningning, we're all roommates here. You know Suyin's situation, so why not be a little accommodating? Fang Ningning observed Su Yin's expression of deep conflict, feeling a twinge of disdain for her. Such a simpleton, unable to part with a mere sum of money. With a sigh, she benevolently declared, very well. Very well, 900 is acceptable. I shall sell it to you for that price. Do you want it? Suyin felt a flicker of temptation. She had been saving up to purchase a phone. Yet, her desire leaned towards acquiring a new device. Nonetheless, she found herself quite fond of Fang Ningning's old phone, and 900 yuan was not an insignificant amount for her. If she were to buy a phone, she would feel reluctant to spend that much. Do you want it or not? Fang Ningning pressed again. Under the pressure, Suyin finally resolved, yes. She then added, however, may I take a look first? Fang Ningning, slightly irritated, retorted, look at it? Am I trying to swindle you? Suyin received the phone and, with Fang Ningning's guidance, accessed the system interface to check the data. She then opened a game to experience it. Su Yin's previous phone could only manage simple games, so when she saw the capability to play mainstream titles, her eyes lit up with joy. I am quite satisfied, she exclaimed, cradling Fang Ningning's old phone. I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Just let me delete the data first. All right, Fang Ningning replied. Later that evening, as Fang Ningning chatted animatedly with Qin Yang, he suggested, how about we go for breakfast together tomorrow? Sure, but I might not be able to get up. You must remember to call me, she replied. Of course. After their conversation ended, Fang Ningning yawned and messaged Chu Yuma, brother, there's no need to buy breakfast for others tomorrow. Chu Yuma quickly responded, what is going on? It's nothing. Just no need to buy it. And you don't have to come looking for me in the morning. I have some matters to attend to. All right, do you have time after class tomorrow? Let me check. Well, okay. The next morning, Fang Ningning was awakened by the ringing of her phone, and upon answering, she discovered it was Chun Yang calling. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sat up, stretched, and sighed softly. Were it not for Chen Yang buying her a new phone, she would have been reluctant to rise so early for breakfast. After getting out of bed, she took her time to wash and apply makeup. Chen Yang called again to hurry her along. Honestly, why the rush? Will skipping breakfast kill anyone? She mumbled quietly before answering, her tone instantly shifting to a gentler one. What is up, brother? After a moment of silence, Chen Yang inquired, when will you be down? Right away, I need to look presentable to join you for breakfast. I'll wait for you at the restaurant. Upon hearing this, Fang Ningning was taken aback. Frowning as she muttered, seriously? He wants me to find him at the restaurant instead of waiting for me downstairs? Taking a deep breath, she shook her head, reminding herself not to get upset, thinking, for the sake of the phone, I'll accompany him this once in the future, he can bring breakfast to me. I'm not that easy to pursue. Chapter 14. Breakfast. Fong Ningning found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The table before her was laden with a feast. Soup, dumplings, pastries, eggs, sausages, egg tarts, puddings. Is all this for someone else? She asked, swallowing hard. Chen Yang approached with 2 cups of milk tea and sat down, saying, "Who would bring food for someone else? It is all for you. Is this much really for just the 2 of us?" Fong Ningning asked in astonishment. "Yes, let us eat as much as we can," he replied. Fong Ningning glanced at the array of delectable dishes, each emitting an irresistible aroma, stirring her appetite. She had never experienced such an extravagant breakfast in her life. It's too much. My appetite is small, and it would be a waste if I can't finish it, she admitted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Not a problem. You can always share with your roommates, Chen Yang suggested eagerly as he grabbed his chopsticks. Can we eat now? Fong Ningning nodded gently, taking a sip of milk tea, pleasantly surprised to find her favorite flavor, and then sampled a piece of pudding. The sweet, soft texture was utterly delightful. Her eyes sparkled as she licked her lips and took a dumpling, biting into it. Causing the broth to spill out, she hurriedly leaned in to savor the rich flavor, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious. But please don't buy so much next time. It's too extravagant." While relishing the meal, Chen Yang chuckled. "I willingly spend for you. It's not wasteful at all." Fong Ningning felt a blush rise to her cheeks, her hair falling to partially obscure her face, touched by his words. "Honestly, a few buns and a cup of soy milk would suffice," she said, continuing to eat her dumplings. "That one tea do." Chen Yang finished a handheld pancake in no time, demonstrating the culinary excellence of the dining hall. Fong Ningning's appetite was indeed modest. With just a cup of milk tea, a plate of pudding, and a dumpling, she felt full, yet the abundance of food made it hard for her to waste anything. She picked up a few egg tarts to continue eating. Chen Yang was nearly done as well. Patting his stomach, he told her, "Take your time. There's no rush. We still have some time before class." With a mouthful of egg tart, Fong Ningning smiled at him. "No wonder you called me up so early. Otherwise, with this much food, we'd barely have time before class. How about I call you every day from now on?" "What, every day?" Fong Ningning felt a bit overwhelmed. Waking up early every day was quite a chore, Dado. "I want to wake you up so early tomorrow. Just choose whatever you want for breakfast and I'll cover the bill. Eat as you please." "Really, Chen Yang, you are too good to me," Fong Ningning said, looking at him with gentle eyes. "I've said it before. I willingly spend for you," Chen Yang replied, glancing at his balance. "How could I not? I have 100,000 just for you. All right, from now on, you can call me every day. I'll be at your service," Fong Ningning said, raising her small hand with a bright smile. By the way, let me treat you to lunch too." "What?" Fong Ningning was genuinely surprised that even allowed. She nodded slowly. "Who would refuse a free lunch? Since I'm treating you to breakfast and lunch, I'll treat you to dinner as well." Fong Ningning's expression shifted as she regarded Chen Yang. Was he genuinely offering to support her? That was quite impressive. "Chen Yang, are you serious?" Chen Yang nodded earnestly. "But we've only known each other for a few days. This is too extravagant." Even the well-experienced Fong Ningning found herself unable to decipher Chen Yang's intentions. His pursuit was remarkably direct, and yet, it was undeniably effective. Her fondness for him surged. A true man speaks no falsehoods. "As long as you're willing, I'll cover your meals for the day." "Chen Yang, let me be clear. While I am genuinely touched by your gestures, I cannot agree to be your girlfriend simply because of this. As I am not a materialistic woman." "What are you talking about? I have no such intention. I simply wish to spend on you." "Here we go again," Fong Ningning thought, feeling overwhelmed. Chen Yang's actions aligned perfectly with her desires. Checking the time on his phone, Chen Yang noticed that class was approaching. Glancing at the remaining food on the table, he said to Fong Ningning, "Ningning, there's still plenty left. You should take it to your roommates." "Sure, I'll let them know they don't need to buy breakfast," she said, picking up her new phone to send a message. "I'll be off then," Chen Yang declared, standing up. "Wait," Fong Ningning called out, hastily setting down her phone. "What is it?" "Why don't we walk together?" she suggested with a shy smile. "No, I have some things to do," Chen Yang replied, turning to leave. Fong Ningning stretched out her hand. Watching him depart, feeling suspended in midair, she found herself perplexed by Chen Yang's thoughts. She had been so forward in trying to keep him, Yet he had chosen to leave. How infuriating! As Chen Yang exited the dining hall, he cast a regretful glance over his shoulder. Having been too shy to accept the girl's invitation previously, he had instinctively turned down Fang Ningning's offer. It dawned on him that he had been too direct in his refusal. Would it lead to misunderstandings on her part? When Fang Ningning's roommates saw the breakfast she had brought, they were taken aback. "I can't believe you bought us so much delicious food." Fang Ningning placed the items on the table and waved her hand, saying, "Come on, eat. Take whatever you want." "Wow, Ningning, did you wake up this early just to buy us breakfast?" Suyin asked, touched. Lin Shi chimed in with a laugh. "Of course, she wouldn't wake up so early for us unless someone called her." "Ningning, what is the real status between you and Chu Yuma? You woke up early just for him." "Honestly, I'm just friends with Chu Yuma." Fang Ningning clarified, "I hardly believe it." "Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you," Fang Ningning remarked, pouting slightly. "Well, I'll go ask him. By the way, are you going to eat? If not, I might just toss it away." Fang Ningning shot Lin Shi a glare. "All right, fine, I'll eat," Lin Shi replied, pulling out a meat sandwich from her bag and taking a bite. With a surprised him, she exclaimed, "I must say, this meat sandwich is quite delicious." "Then I'll have a bun," Suyin cheerfully stated as she retrieved a small steamed bun from her bag and took a bite. After chewing, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Ningning, where did you buy this?" "It's far tastier than the buns from our school cafeteria." Fang Ningning shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "I got it from our school cafeteria." Chapter 15. Lunch. Ningning, class is almost over. "What are you having for lunch?" Suyin inquired, sitting beside Fang Ningning. Having just finished her game, Fang Ningning glanced at the time and began scrolling through videos to pass the time. While watching, she told Suyin, "I have plans to meet a friend for lunch, so I won't be joining you." Upon hearing this, Suyin nodded in understanding, refraining from further questions. As the bell rang, the teacher's lecture abruptly ceased. After checking the time, she announced, "All right, that's enough for today. We'll cover the remaining material in tomorrow's class." Everyone, class dismissed. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the classroom erupted into a cacophony, akin to boiling water. Fang Ningning and Suyin exited the classroom together, with Fang Ningning handing her textbooks to Suyin for safekeeping. Suyin waved her hand, saying, "I'll head out first." As Suyin blended into the crowd, Fang Ningning took out her phone and messaged Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, I've finished class. Are you done yet?" Chen Yang quickly replied, "Where are you having class? I'll come find you." After receiving the location, he soon found Fang Ningning, who was leaning against the door, engrossed in her phone. Chen Yang playfully placed his hand between her and the screen. Smiling, "Stop scrolling, we need to go." Fang Ningning laughed as she tucked her phone away. "You're so slow. I've been waiting forever." "Well, your classroom was quite far from mine today," he retorted. "Where are we eating? Let's go to the first cafeteria," she suggested. "Oh, we won't be dining at the first cafeteria every day, will we?" Fang Ningning asked, covering her mouth with her hand. "Why not?" Fang Ningning felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. The food at the first cafeteria was indeed delectable. And if they could go every day, she would be more than willing to accompany Chen Yang for meals. "Brother, you truly are the best brother ever. I shall entrust you with my 3 daily meals," she declared, calling him brother twice, sending a shiver down Chen Yang's spine, who responded with a silly grin and anod. As the two made their way to the cafeteria, suddenly, a pair of hands clapped Chen Yang on the back. Turning around, he saw his classmate He Lei. "Weren't you leaving early? How come you're here now?" With Fang Ningning by his side, Chen Yang felt a bit awkward at that moment. He Lei noticed Fang Ningning but failed to connect her with Chen Yang, assuming she was just a passing pretty girl. When Chen Yang paused upon being called, Fang Ningning stopped alongside him, and He Lei glanced at her before looking back at Chen Yang, not thinking much of it. "Just some matters," Chen Yang replied. "Oh, then let's walk together," He Lei suggested. Chen Yang scratched his nose, unsure of what to say, but He Lei stepped forward, and feeling awkward about refusing, he had no choice but to follow. As Chen Yang walked, Fang Ningning closely trailed behind He Lei. Seeing Fang Ningning next to Chen Yang, glanced back and forth between them a few times before realization dawned on him that Chen Yang and Fang Ningning were together. This made He Lei feel a bit uncomfortable. He Lei's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Chen Yang. "You." Chen Yang felt genuinely awkward. He wasn't sure if he should introduce Fang Ningning. However, He Lei was perceptive enough to suppress his shock and said to Chen Yang, "Oh, I just remembered I left something behind." "You go ahead. I'll head back for a bit." "Oh, okay," Chen Yang replied as He Lei hurriedly turned to leave. Fong Ningning leaned closer to Chen Yang, blinking innocently as she asked, "Is he your friend?" "Yes," Chen Yang responded, feeling relieved. He was glad He Lei hadn't pressed him further. However, he was slightly concerned that He Lei might share this with others. While he didn't intend to hide it, such matters in campus life couldn't remain secret for long, and he simply preferred to keep things low-key if there was to be any public display. It would be after he successfully won Fong Ningning's heart. For now, he could only hope that He Lei wouldn't spill the beans as Chen Yang and Fong Ningning entered the first cafeteria. He wasn't particularly worried about running into acquaintances since most preferred the second cafeteria, making visits to the first cafeteria rare. The first building offered private rooms, and after purchasing their meals, Chen Yang and Fong Ningning chose a small room that, while not spacious, was quiet. As they dined, Fong Ningning asked, "What does your family do?" "They're just ordinary people," Chen Yang replied, focusing on his meal. "Ordinary people?" Fong Ningning found that hard to believe. Could ordinary people truly buy her a phone without batting an eye just to win her over? Could they treat her to 3 meals a day? If he had no money, he would indeed be foolish. "How much is your monthly living expense?" she inquired. "Well, that it's hard to say. I just spend whatever I have." Chen Yang answered honestly. He was quite frugal. His parents would give him 1,000, and he could make it last 2 months. Sometimes, when they wanted to give him more, he would decline. "Oh." Fong Ningning nodded, thinking, spending whatever you have means you always have money to spend. "Yo, you have free time this weekend?" Fong Ningning asked. "Not sure yet. I need to see," Chen Yang replied earnestly. Fong Ningning felt like rolling her eyes. He was truly dense. Didn't he realize she was extending an invitation? If it were anyone else, they would be over the moon by now. Though she silently criticized Chen Yang, she chose not to hold it against him. Given his financial prowess, "Do you play games?" she asked. "Occasionally." "Then we should play a game together sometime." "How about we play one now?" Chen Yang shook his head. "After we finish eating, I need to take a nap. Or I'll be sleepy during afternoon classes. We can play tonight." That moment, Fong Ningning felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, taking a hearty bite of her meat. After finishing their meals, Chen Yang wiped his mouth and patted his belly, saying, "I'm full, let's head back." Once Chen Yang left, Fong Ningning stood by the roadside and gave a vigorous slap to a nearby leaf. She felt stifled around Chen Yang. How dare he refuse her request? There was no way she would agree to that. Just because he had money didn't mean he should remain single. It was infuriating. "Next time, I won't accompany you." "You can eat alone," she huffed, turning away. Upon her return to the dorm, she found her roommates had already finished their meals. Lin Shi and Ensure Han were asleep, while Suyin lay on her bed, engrossed in a book. Hearing the noise, Suyin looked up and smiled at Fong Ningning. "You're back?" Fong Ningning nodded, slipping off her shoes and changing into slippers. Having just eaten, she felt a bit sleepy and climbed into bed. Scrolling through videos with the volume slightly raised. Originally intending to sleep, Suyin sighed softly upon hearing the noise. She found it hard to fall asleep, easily disturbed by external sounds. Usually, by this time, Fong Ningning would be close to dozing off, but today she had returned late, likely needing to watch videos for a while longer, leaving Suyin no choice but to continue reading. Spotting her old phone that Fong Ningning had sold to her, Suyin picked it up, caressing it with her hand, relishing its comforting feel, which brought her immense joy. Chapter 16. Gifts. Congratulations, host. Progress has been made in your relationship with the task target. Tio assist you further in completing your mission. A new intimacy viewing function has been added. Standing on the road, Chen Yang paused, half surprised and half delighted as he examined the information provided by the system. On the system interface, a new module appeared, prominently displaying the words intimacy level. Selecting it, a new screen unfolded, showcasing Fong Ningning's name on one side, alongside a three-dimensional representation of her. Opposite her was a gently pulsating pink heart symbol, within which a number appeared. Currently, it read 52. Wow, this is quite impressive. System, why didn't you reveal this sooner? This is a reward granted upon the completion of the host's task objectives, the system replied. Are you kidding me? You call this a reward? The system fell silent. Chen Yang called out a few times, but the system remained unresponsive. Forget it. This feature is rather useful. Wait a minute, system. Why is it only showing Fong Ningning's intimacy level? Can't I check my intimacy with others? Hello? System, don't play dead on me. Seeing that the system was unresponsive, Chen Yang sighed and decided to let it go. Upon returning to the dorm, he found his roommates had finished eating and were lying on their beds. Engrossed in their phones, eyes greeted him. Why are you back so late today? I had my meal at the cafeteria, Qinyang replied, taking off his clothes. Dude, you ran off as soon as class ended and didn't wait for me. I didn't even see you when you got back, Xie Zhongfan complained, squinting at his phone while glaring at Qinyang. Hee, I might not be able to eat with you from now on. Qinyang said sheepishly. What? Xie Zhongfan exclaimed, sitting up abruptly to stare at Qinyang. Are you rejecting me? You scoundrel! You're abandoning me? Li Zua, intrigued, sat up and looked at Qinyang, asking, You aren't in a relationship? Are you? Qinyang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, touched his nose and replied, No, but I'm gradually pursuing someone. Li Zua and Xie Zhongfan gasped in surprise, and Yi Zhang, who was lying in bed messaging, was also drawn to this shocking revelation. Putting down his phone to look at Qinyang, Xie Zhongfan tossed aside his phone, hastily climbed down from the bed, and, grabbing Qinyang, exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, you sly dog, you've been hiding this pretty well. Come on, spill the beans, what's going on? Oh, it's nothing much, I just want to pursue a girl. Who is she? That I can't tell you right now. I'll share the details once I win her over, Qinyang said with a smile. You rascal, impressive, Xie Zhongfan playfully punched Qinyang. What does she look like? Yi Zhang inquired. I think she's quite attractive, Qinyang responded. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhang scoffed, that may be, but she can't compare to my Yin Yan. Qinyang shrugged and did not reply. Yi Zhang, glancing at his phone, said, Qinyang, how about I teach you how to pursue girls? You clearly lack experience in this area. Qinyang shook his head and replied, No need, and if you want to win a girl's heart, you should first pay attention to your appearance. Just look at what you're wearing. Any girl would have a poor impression of you at first glance. Let me lend you my outfit, just make sure not to dirty it. Qinyang continued to shake his head, saying, Really, it's unnecessary. I'll just go with the flow. If I succeed, it's my fortune. If not, it's my fate. Yi Zhang thought Chen Yang's attitude was typical of a small-time character. With such a mindset, how could he ever attract a girl? Yi Zhang couldn't help but scoff again, shaking his head with a sigh as he resumed messaging. Chen Yang lay on his bed, refraining from using his phone, staring at the ceiling, contemplating what to do next. His intimacy with Fang Ningning was at 52, having surpassed half, and they had only known each other for a few days. This must be the result of his financial investment. Indeed, when it comes to pursuing girls, spending money is essential. Yet, he wondered how much goodwill could be garnered solely through monetary means. Should he buy Fang Ningning something else to test the waters? What should he get her? Qinyang opened his chat history with Fang Ningning, and as he read, he spotted the word makeup, instantly realizing what he should purchase. He opened a shopping app, and just as he typed in lipstick, he froze. He knew nothing about lipsticks. Qinyang scratched his head, pondering whether he should ask Yin Yun. However, he swiftly dismissed the idea, as inquiring about lipsticks would seem odd to Yin Yun, and explaining it would be a hassle. Sighing slightly, he realized he had been focused on finding a gift for Fang Ningning, but had hardly considered giving Yin Yun anything. It was about time he got Yin Yun a gift as well. Qinyang put on his headphones and began searching for related videos on Bilibili. He immersed himself in watching videos for an entire afternoon without finding a suitable option and continued during class. Sitting next to Qinyang, Xie Zhongfan noticed the content he was watching and secretly chuckled, realizing that Qinyang was indeed acting like someone in love, even watching lipstick tutorials. After class, Qinyang finally selected gifts for both Fang Ningning and Yin Yun. As he placed his order, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if he were a scoundrel straddling two boats. No, that couldn't be. How could he be a scoundrel? Qinyang resolutely rejected that notion within himself. During dinner, Fang Ningning was still invited out by Qinyang, as the food at restaurant number 1 was truly delectable. The next day, the package Qinyang ordered arrived. While in class, he messaged Fang Ningning to have her wait for him at the restaurant. Upon seeing the message, Fang Ningning was momentarily annoyed, feeling that Qinyang was becoming increasingly presumptuous. Having rejected her request yesterday was one thing, but now he was commanding her to wait. She had no intention of waiting for anyone. So she huffed, dragging Su-in along to restaurant number 2 instead. However, after a day of eating at restaurant number 1, her appetite diminished significantly at the thought of a lower quality meal, and she felt no desire to eat. Merely following Su-in to buy a meal before preparing to head downstairs, even foregoing her usual bubble tea. Qinyang messaged her to ask where she was, but Fang Ningning glanced at it and promptly shut off her phone. When Qinyang picked up his package downstairs at the restaurant, he noticed his goodwill rating had dropped to 40, which struck him as odd. Why had it suddenly decreased so much? Seeing that Fang Ningning was not responding, he decided to call her. Fang Ningning's phone rang, and upon recognizing it was Chen Yang, she smirked, thinking she couldn't just give in to him. Just a moment later, he was already anxious, not wanting to lose Chen Yang, who was a substantial financial supporter. She answered the call. Ning Ning, where are you? I've already bought my meal and am heading back to the dorm. Ning Ning, why didn't you wait for me? Fang Ningning initially intended to give Chen Yang a piece of her mind, but upon thinking of his money, her tone softened as she replied, I had something urgent, so I went ahead. Oh, that's fine. I actually had a gift I wanted to give you. Let's do it this afternoon. A gift? What kind of gift? Fang Ningning asked, momentarily taken aback and eagerly pressing for details. Yesterday, I bought you a lipstick. It just arrived today. I intended to give it to you during dinner. Fang Ningning felt a wave of regret for not having waited for Chen Yang and asked, what brand is it? You'll see for yourself when you get it. See if you like it. Where are you now? At the entrance of the restaurant. We're not far apart. I'll come find you. But didn't you say you had something to do? Fang Ningning hesitated for a moment and then said, I want to see you now. All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Fang Ningning felt a surge of excitement, not expecting Chen Yang to buy her a gift. She handed her lunch to Suyin, saying, Suyin, can you take this back for me? I have something to do to. Oh, sure, Suyin replied hurriedly. Suyin, having overheard Fang Ningning's conversation, couldn't help but feel envious, wishing she were in a relationship too. Fang Ningning quickly approached Chen Yang, greeting him with, Hi, sorry, I had something to do and couldn't wait for you. Chen Yang waved it off nonchalantly, saying, no worries, and handed her the package. Hurry, open it and take a look. Fang Ningning accepted the package, tidying her hair before tearing off the tape, revealing a beautifully wrapped box. Upon seeing the logo, Fang Ningning exclaimed, Wow, it's Maisalai, brother. You're too good to me. This lipstick costs nearly 2,000. Chen Yang felt a rush of warmth as Fang Ningning's gratitude melted him like chocolate. With a grin, he replied, I'm just glad you like it. Fang Ningning suddenly hugged Chen Yang tightly, leaving him momentarily stunned. You're such a good brother. I really like you, she said, pressing her face against his chest. The sweet scent and soft touch enveloped Chen Yang, and in that instant, he felt as if he had entered a dreamlike realm. Releasing him, Fang Ningning cradled the gift in her arms and beamed. All right, brother, let's go eat. Still dazed, Chen Yang managed to say, sure. Halfway through their walk, he finally snapped back to reality and asked, didn't you already eat? Oh, I was just teasing you. Why would you tease me? Are you upset? Well, a little, she admitted. Why? While speaking, Chen Yang checked his goodwill rating, which had already reached 64, and indeed, giving gifts was a significant way to enhance goodwill. If he gave a few more, he could probably reach 80, at which point he could confess his feelings. Because you weren't with me, I had to walk alone, Fang Ningning pouted, feigning a look of grievance. Chen Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment, appearing self-reproachful, but in his heart, he thought differently. Although he had never been in a relationship, he wasn't naive. She couldn't wait just a bit, yet she rushed over the moment she heard about a gift. This was in truth. Chen Yang felt a bit disappointed, as he genuinely harbored an impulse to pursue a relationship with Fang Ningning. But seeing the current situation, he thought it might be best to let it go. After all, old habits die hard. He might as well stick to his original plan of reaping benefits from the system. After finishing their meal, while walking, Chen Yang received a message from Yin Yun. Chen Yang, did you buy me something? Why do I have a package? Yes, it's a gift for you. A gift. What kind of madness is this? Why suddenly a gift for me? Do you want something from me? Get lost. Your brother has money now. Just tell me what you want in the future. Who are you calling brother? She replied angrily. Chen Yang chuckled. What did you buy? You'll see when it arrives. It must not be anything good. I'm going to pick it up now. Just as Chen Yang reached the dormitory entrance, Yin Yun suddenly initiated a video call. He quickly put on his headphones and answered. The screen revealed Yin Yun's slightly angry face. Chen Yang, what did you buy? Lipstick, why? Don't you like it? Yin Yun took a deep breath, looked down, then glared at Chen Yang and said, It's not about liking it. That lipstick costs 500, haven't I told you? Your brother has money now. Even if you have money, it's still your uncle and aunt's money. Don't spend it recklessly. Send me the store link and return it immediately. Yin Yun, just leave. You used to complain that I never gave you gifts. And now that I have, why are you unhappy again? No, Yin Yun said anxiously. You shouldn't have spent so much money on me. A lipstick that costs a few dozen yuan is already quite expensive. Spending 500 on a lipstick, how am I supposed to explain that to Uncle and Auntie? It doesn't concern them at all. Besides, I feel that 500 is actually too little. If I were truly wealthy, I would definitely gift you something worth over 1,000. Himph, as if you could. All right, I need to go rest now. You just keep it. I'm hanging up. Oh. Just as Yin Yun was about to protest, Chunyang abruptly ended the call. After placing his phone in his pocket, it rang again. Chunyang glanced at it. It was still Yin Yun calling, so he answered once more. Yin Yun shook her little fists at the camera, saying, I told you not to hang up. Chunyang chuckled and replied, well, you don't seem happy about receiving a gift. If it were another girl, she would have been over the moon by now. Happy. As soon as Yin Yun finished speaking, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. She said to Chunyang, if you run out of living expenses, let me know. I'll support you. Get lost, you, Chunyang. Dare to tell me to get lost? Just wait until we meet. You'll be in for it. Heh, I'll be waiting. Ha ha ha. Take that with that. Yin Yun pretended to kick at the camera. After exchanging a few more lighthearted words, they ended the call. Setting down her phone, Yin Yun picked up the lipstick that Chunyang had gifted her. She delicately opened the packaging, took out the lipstick, and after examining it closely, she smiled and said, Stinky Chunyang, you actually have good taste. Then, Yin Yun's mind began to wander. Why would he suddenly give me such an expensive lipstick? Does he have some feelings for me? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she held the lipstick, her emotions coloring it with a delicate hue, soft and elegant. If he truly has feelings for me, what should I do? Should I accept them? Or should I wait until after graduation? Yin Yun found herself lost in a perplexing dilemma. Fang Ningning, carrying her gifts, hummed a cheerful tune as she made her way back to the dormitory. Upon entering, she lifted her head high. Yin, noticing Fang Ningning's arrival, quickly greeted her. Ningning, why did you come so late? Your meal has gone cold. Hurry and eat. Meal? I've already eaten. I'm not hungry. An Shirhan, seeing the items in Fang Ningning's arms, asked, Ningning, what are you holding? It looks expensive. This is lipstick from Isley, costing 2,000 yuan. So expensive. What kind of lipstick is that? Suyin exclaimed in shock once again. Chapter 18. If it can be resolved with money, then it's not a problem. Wow, Ningning, what is going on with you lately? Have you struck it rich? Lin Shi approached in disbelief. Fang Ningning held her head high and smiled slightly as she placed the lipstick on the table and took a seat. Suyin hurriedly got off her bed, standing behind Fang Ningning, curious to see what a 2,000 yuan lipstick looked like. Gazing at the exquisite packaging, Suyin felt a genuine envy rising within her. This was certainly something she could never afford, but merely seeing it was already a delight. An Shirhan, standing beside Fang Ningning, furrowed her brows as she picked up the box and questioned, Is this genuine? Of course it is. Don't get it dirty. Fang Ningning snatched the lipstick back from An Shirhan with dissatisfaction. An Shirhan felt a slight discontent, but didn't he dare to express it. Meanwhile, Lin Shi pulled out her phone to search for the lipstick's price, and upon seeing the result, she was utterly astounded. Covering her mouth, Lin Shi exclaimed, Ningning, you really have struck it rich? This was a gift from someone else. I didn't even want it, but he insisted on giving it to me. I had no choice. Fang Ningning replied with a helpless expression. Oh, so it's from the person you were talking to on the phone? Suyin recalled Fang Ningning's earlier call and shouted, Ningning, have you really started dating Chu Yumo? Lin Shi asked, wrapping her arm around Fang Ningning's shoulder. Fang Ningning disdainfully chuckled and shook her head. It is not him. Do you have a new admirer then? Fang Ningning nodded proudly, saying, There's really nothing I can do about it. Oh my. I'm so envious. Ningning, how come you have so many admirers? Lin Shi teased, rubbing her cheek against Fang Ningning's. An Shirhan frowned slightly, feeling a mix of disdain and jealousy. It was clear that this phone must have also been a gift from that admirer. What kind of man pursues Fang Ningning with such generosity? He must come from a wealthy family, but his taste is questionable. Doesn't he realize what kind of person Fang Ningning is? Or perhaps he just wants to play around. That's likely the case. Fang Ningning, enjoy it while you can. If you get dumped, you'll regret it. An Shirhan thought to herself as Fang Ningning, under the eager gazes of the other two, carefully opened the packaging. She delicately reached into the box, as if afraid of damaging the treasure inside. She pulled out a lipstick, wrapped in a layer of soft velvet. Unwrapping it revealed a lipstick that glimmered with a golden sheen, adorned with beautiful patterns and sprinkled with a few exquisite diamonds, enhancing its overall splendor. Wow, this is so beautiful, Lin Shi exclaimed, jumping with excitement at the sight of the stunning lipstick. Fong Ningning continued to open the cap and, facing the mirror, applied a quick swipe. Looking at the lipstick on her lips in the mirror, she noticed not only its rich color but also its moisturizing effect, making her lips appear even more refined. So beautiful, Fong Ningning exclaimed, covering her face in delight. It looks great. Really great. Suyin chimed in with praise from the side, and Shirhan felt a surge of imbalance within her. She couldn't comprehend why a woman like Fong Ningning deserved such attention from men, just because she could charm people. What on earth is wrong with this world? Ningning, can I see it? Lin Shi asked almost pleadingly. Sure, but you can only look. All right. Lin Shi excitedly took the lipstick, eagerly caressing it. Deep down, she made a silent vow to buy such an expensive lipstick for herself one day. What should I buy next? Chen Yang, lying in his dorm, pondered. Just now, Fong Ningning's favorability rating had increased a bit. Reaching 68. It seemed that buying gifts was indeed the right approach. Not only did it significantly boost her favorability, but it also continued to grow. Should I buy cosmetics again? Forget it. I've already given her some, and cosmetics are too expensive. Just a bit more favorability to hit 70 is worth it. That money has to be spent on my meals too, so what should I buy? What do girls like? Chen Yang racked his brain. Sigh, clothes could work, but then he suddenly recalled something and shuddered, quickly dismissing his earlier thought. Clothes have too many styles and are harder to choose. Even if he spent 3 days, he wouldn't be able to pick just one, and once chosen, clothes are too subjective. Just because they are expensive doesn't mean she would like them, making all his efforts futile. More importantly, he wasn't willing to spend so much time on this. It would be best to find something he could directly buy and gift. A bag. Too expensive. Chen Yang held his head in frustration, truly unable to think of anything to gift. Forget it. I might as well just send money. System, can I transfer money directly to Fong Ningning? Yes, that's allowed. Then it's settled. How much should I send? Let us try transferring 200 first. Chen Yang sat up, took out his phone, and transferred 200 yuan to Fong Ningning, on the other side. Fong Ningning had just been basking in the envy of others when she climbed into bed, preparing to chat with Chen Yang. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Chen Yang had transferred her 200 yuan. Fong Ningning froze in place, bewildered. What does this mean? How generous, brother. What does this mean? Nothing, just some pocket money for you. Buy whatever you want, Thank you, brother. I'm so touched. Fong Ningning sent several grateful emojis. She truly felt a wave of emotion. Chen Yang noticed Fong Ningning's favorability had already reached 74. After pondering, he decided to put in a little more effort. Being cautious was wise. He aimed for 80 before confessing, hoping to succeed today. Thus, Chen Yang sent Fong Ningning another 300 yuan. Fong Ningning was currently excited and pleased by Chen Yang's generosity when she suddenly received another notification. Chen Yang had transferred her 300 yuan. She was left utterly stunned. What is going on? For a moment, Fong Ningning couldn't decipher Chen Yang's intentions. But never mind, she was simply overjoyed. Chen Yang had just given her 500 yuan, treating her like a father. Daddy, what are you doing? In a fit of excitement, she typed that out. Once she realized, her face turned crimson, and she quickly retracted her message. Chen Yang on the other end was also taken aback by her message. Seeing that their intimacy had reached 78, just a step away from 80, he felt a surge of excitement. He didn't care about the money anymore, so he directly transferred 1,000 yuan. Fong Ningning, feeling a bit embarrassed, buried her head in her pillow, only to receive another transfer notification. Upon checking, she discovered that Chen Yang had given her 1,000 yuan, an enormous sum for an ordinary student. Yet, had she really received it so easily? Fong Ningning's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, as she presumed that Chen Yang was excited by her previous utterance of dad and now wished for her to continue calling him that. Regardless of how many men there might be, they all seemed to be of the same ilk. Internally, Fong Ningning wrestled with her thoughts, yet faced with the allure of a substantial sum of 1,000 yuan. She ultimately capitulated. The exchange of a single dad for 1,000 yuan was simply too enticing. Covering her head with the blanket, she brought her phone close to her lips, activated the voice message function, and softly called out Dad, then, with her eyes shut, sent it off, burying her bashful face into the pillow. Chen Yang did not immediately listen to Fong Ningning's voice message. Instead, he checked the intimacy level, which rapidly escalated to 85, overjoyed. He clenched his fist, akin to completing a challenging gaming quest. Only then did he shift his focus to the phone, discovering the voice message. Chapter 19. Bidding farewell to singlehood upon hearing the voice emanating from his phone. Chen Yang felt a tingling sensation course through his body, which was soon followed by a jolt of fear that compelled him to lower the volume, his eyes widening in disbelief. He momentarily questioned whether he had mistakenly accessed the wrong application. This was all so sudden. What was Fang Ningning up to? Had she misunderstood? Chen Yang, taken aback, found himself uncertain about whether to confess his feelings. He swallowed hard, picked up his phone, then set it down again, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, for achieving an intimacy level of 80. You are awarded a bonus of 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? Chen Yang pondered. Is this money I can spend freely? This bonus entirely belongs to the host and can be allocated at will. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang's exhilaration overshadowed his earlier embarrassment. Ningning, you needn't go to such length. That was not my intention. Fang Ningning, her cheeks aflame, received such a message from Chen Yang and became perplexed. What did he mean? Had she misinterpreted his feelings? Why was he transferring such a large sum of money to her? Just as she pondered these questions, Chen Yang sent another message. Ningning, I actually like you a lot. So would you consider being my girlfriend? Faced with this unexpected confession, Fang Ningning's rationality advised her against accepting. As they had only known each other for a few days, however, her heart implored her to seize the opportunity and not overlook this wealthy benefactor. Though it was sudden, it presented a splendid chance. By accepting, she could more legitimately indulge in Chen Yang's wealth, savor delectable meals, adorn herself in beautiful attire, and acquire the finest cosmetics. The flicker of reason within Fang Ningning was soon overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, prompting her to message Chen Yang. Although our acquaintance is brief, I find you to be a wonderful person, so Chen Yang, I am willing to be your girlfriend. As Chen Yang read her response, he found the emotions within him surprisingly subdued, rather than the exhilaration he had anticipated. He felt almost too simplistic to have entered into a relationship. Was it all too hasty? He set down his phone and gazed out the window, inexplicably struck by a pang of uncertainty. Congratulations, host, on successfully entering a romantic relationship with the target, achieving the milestone of bidding farewell to singlehood and gaining a slight boost in charm. Chen Yang grimaced, covering his face as he addressed the system. Could we perhaps rename that achievement? The system does not currently offer such a function. Sighing, he mused how unpredictable life could be. Who could fathom what the next moment might bring? Having successfully shed his single status, Chen Yang uttered this thought rather absently. Just then, Xie Zhongfan, on his way to the restroom, overheard and looked up at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression. What are you looking at that has you in such a contemplative state? Shut up. See, you're getting anxious. Chen Yang resumed messaging Fang Ningning, who had just sent a cute emoticon featuring a heart. Ningning, I'll come find you for dinner. Fang Ningning, who had been eagerly awaiting Chen Yang's response, was momentarily taken aback by his simple reply. After a brief pause, she replied, Okay, I'll dress up beautifully for you, brother. Chen Yang tossed his phone aside and buried himself in the blanket, feeling sleepy and deciding to rest. As he remained unresponsive for an extended period, Fang Ningning furrowed her brow, wondering if this was truly how it would be. Is this how it is after successfully winning over such a stunning beauty? A surge of disappointment washed over her. Perhaps Chen Yang was simply not adept at expressing himself, even though he might be genuinely excited. Or perhaps he was just so thrilled that he didn't know what to say. Yes, that must be it. He couldn't have possibly made her his girlfriend so easily. Fang Ningning resolved that in their relationship, she could not simply yield to Chen Yang's whims. They could hold hands and share occasional kisses as rewards for him. But beyond that, she must not make it too easy for him to claim victory, even if he was wealthy. Otherwise, he might easily discard her. However, why did he only plan to see her for dinner? Did they not have classes in the afternoon? That shouldn't be the case. Weren't there at most 2 classes in the afternoon? Was history so rigorous? During class that afternoon, Gao Lei messaged Chen Yang to inquire whether he was still pursuing Fang Ningning. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yang replied, I should no longer need to pursue. On the other end, Gao Lei breathed a sigh of relief. That's excellent. Now I don't have to worry. It makes sense. Aside from Yin Yun, Chen Yang has little interaction with other girls. How would he know how to court a girl? If he were capable, Yin Yun would have become his girlfriend long ago. Most likely, he faced some setbacks with Fong Ningning, which led to his withdrawal. Bro, no need to be sad. How about I introduce you to a girlfriend? No thanks. Come on, don't be shy. As long as you don't leap into the fire pit, I guarantee I'll introduce you to a good girl. Actually, I've already won Fong Ningning's heart. Upon reading this message, Gao Lei thought he must be misreading it. You've won her heart? Huh. He found it hard to believe. It's only been a few days. How could you have won her over so quickly? Even if Fong Ningning is materialistic, she wouldn't agree so soon. Chen Yang, you rascal. You've been hiding your light under a bushel. When did all of this happen? Just today at noon. I confessed, and it worked. Damn, you bastard. Gao Lei could not contain his excitement and clenched his fists. How could my good buddy beat me to having a girlfriend? This is so unfair. Wait, that's not the point. The point is that his girlfriend is Fong Ningning. Oh no. Gao Lei quickly typed, Chen Yang, what are you thinking? Why the rush? Chen Yang did not reply, as he could not think of an excuse at that moment. Chen Yang, don't you dare leave after class. Wait for me. No way. I am going to find Fong Ningning after class. Chen Yang fibbed. In reality, he had time after class, but he simply did not want to engage with Gao Lei. He understood Gao Lei's good intentions and felt touched. But he could not share the details of the system with him, which made it difficult to expect Gao Lei to comprehend his situation. Thus, he decided to avoid him for the time being. Gao Lei, upon realizing this, grew even angrier. This guy had indeed been enchanted. However, after cooling down, he began to question himself. Perhaps Chen Yang genuinely liked Fong Ningning. Was it not right for him to intervene? Maybe his prejudice against Fong Ningning was too strong. Perhaps she was indeed a good girl at heart. Scratching his head, Gao Lei concluded that he could no longer meddle in this matter. Then, another thought struck him. Chen Yang's speed in courting Fong Ningning was astonishingly swift. It was rather suspicious. The next time he saw Chen Yang, he must inquire about what precisely he had done, as perhaps the techniques he employed could be of use to him in the future. Chapter 20. The first love. Fong Ningning sat before the mirror, adorning herself splendidly. Xu Yin, noticing this, approached her with curiosity. Ningning, it's nearly 6 o'clock. What are you up to? Oh, nothing much, just spending time with my boyfriend, Fong Ningning replied with a proud demeanor. You have a new boyfriend? Who is he? Is he from our college? Fong Ningning shot Xu Yin a glance. Why are you so excited about my new boyfriend? He is not from our college, but he is quite wealthy. All the gifts are from him, Xu Yin gasped in admiration. Just then, Lin Shi, who had just finished a call with her partner, hurried over. Ningning, you have a boyfriend? Yes, Fong Ningning replied with a slight smile. Is it that guy who gifted you the phone and lipstick? Lin Shi inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Yes, he's quite affluent. Every time we dine out, he takes me to the #1 restaurant, where the food is truly exquisite. Wow, he's so generous. I've been to the #1 restaurant once. It is far better than regular eateries, but it's quite costly. I can't afford it. When I get the chance, I'll ask him to take us all to the #1 restaurant. It is nearby and delicious. From now on, we should have our gatherings there. Ningning, you're amazing. We'll be enjoying your good fortune. They chimed in unison. Fong Ningning smiled with pride, downplaying it as merely a small matter. So, Ningning, can you take us to see your boyfriend? Of course, but you all need to keep your distance. Don't get too close. Haha, are you afraid we might steal your boyfriend? Humph, I'm not worried. I am more concerned you might frighten him away. Lin Shi glanced at Shirhan, who was lying on the bed studying vocabulary. Shirhan, want to join us? Let us go see Ningning's boyfriend and make sure he is good for her. Hearing this, Shirhan lifted her head, thought for a moment, and nodded. Okay, just wait for me. Fong Ningning had nearly finished her makeup. She glanced around and felt quite satisfied. When her eyes fell upon Xu Yin, she noticed her staring intently, a look of envy in her gaze, which sparked a wave of disdain within Fong Ningning. Xu Yin, you should really find yourself a boyfriend soon, she remarked casually. I don't think I'll pass for now. I need to focus on my studies first, Xu Yin replied, her voice barely above a whisper as she lowered her head. What's the point of excelling in studies? For what purpose? Isn't it all about making money? And when you do, what then? Ultimately, you'll just end up getting married. It's better to find a wealthy man now and have someone to rely on, rather than exhausting yourself, Fong Ningning articulated with a hint of arrogance. Xu Yin felt a deep-seated disagreement with Fong Ningning's perspective. Though she yearned to counter, courage eluded her, leaving her somewhat timid in the face of debate. However, Shirhan, who had overheard, couldn't he help but interject? While marrying a wealthy man may indeed seem easy, it means surrendering your fate to someone else. They can treat you however they wish, leaving no room for resistance. It's far better to stand on your own 2 feet. Once you are capable, you can thrive independently, even without relying on anyone else. We women cannot solely depend on Emmy and I in that case. What use is there for men? Fang Ningning retorted, her tone defiant. This isn't about the utility of men. My point is that we must rely on ourselves, and Shirhan clarified. Rely on ourselves? How on earth does one do that without exhausting themselves? It's far simpler to live comfortably by marrying a capable man and never worrying for a lifetime. Fang Ningning countered, her brow furrowed. She genuinely wished to engage in a robust debate with Fang Ningning, hoping to illuminate her misconceptions. Lin Shi, sensing the tension, quickly intervened, pulling Shirhan aside and addressing Fang Ningning. Why discuss such matters, Ningning? It's past 6. Your boyfriend should be arriving soon. Don't keep him waiting at that. Fang Ningning sprang up hastily, a hint of complaint in her voice. It's all your fault for distracting me. I almost forgot. She promptly grabbed her phone to message Chen Yang, inquiring about his whereabouts. Chen Yang replied swiftly, I'm on my way. Why are you taking so long, brother? I thought you would have arrived by now. She teased, I'll be there shortly, Chen Yang assured, tucking his phone away, his brow furrowing slightly as uncertainty washed over him regarding how to navigate this new relationship. Sigh, how did this pure-hearted boy end up so recklessly confessing his feelings? It's all the system's fault. Curse system, look at the trouble you've caused. Chen Yang vented his frustrations inwardly, feeling significantly lighter as he shifted his mindset and approached the girls' dormitory. Waiting at the entrance, just as he pulled out his phone to message Fang Ningning, a figure suddenly grasped his shoulder, startling him. He turned quickly to find it was Fang Ningning. Next time, don't come so late. As your girlfriend, do you expect me to wait for you? She chided playfully while wrapping her arms around his shoulder. Chen Yang nodded absent-mindedly, his cheeks gradually flushing. Why is your face turning red? Fang Ningning exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new world. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Yang stammered, I haven't really interacted with girls before, and I've never been in a relationship. What? So am I your first love? Fang Ningning asked, astonished by Chen Yang's revelation. His admission took her by surprise, and though she initially doubted his honesty, the faint blush on his face reassured her. She felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, a wealthy, innocent boy who had never experienced love. Ha, this is truly delightful, and no wonder he didn't behave like a typical suitor. It turns out he lacks experience. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she couldn't resist teasing her newly acquired boyfriend by leaning closer to him. Chen Yang immediately sensed the softness against his arm, causing him to flinch involuntarily. Oh, Fang Ningning exclaimed, observing his reaction with a playful glint in her eyes. Chen Yang, feeling flustered, muttered, I just haven't had much experience with girls. Ah, so I'm your first love, Fang Ningning exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Chen Yang's admission had indeed exceeded her expectations. She had not anticipated that he had never been in a relationship before. Fang Ningning, despite her initial skepticism, now believed his words, feeling as though she had struck gold. How amusing. No wonder you don't act like a pursuer. You're simply inexperienced. Feeling playful, she leaned closer, pressing her chest against his shoulder. Chen Yang was taken aback, his heart racing as he tried to compose himself. You really haven't dated anyone before, have you, darling? She teased. Chen Yang hesitated, but his body betrayed him, revealing his embarrassment and no worries. My dear, this is experience in itself. Hee, I want to eat something delicious. Suit yourself, but can I eat too? If you're paying, then go ahead. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Lin Shi and the others watched as Fang Ningning and Chen Yang walked away. Beginning a hushed discussion, I think that boy isn't bad looking, Lin Shi remarked. Yes, Su Yin agreed with a nod. But his attire seems quite casual. He doesn't appear to be wealthy. An Shirhan couldn't shake off her doubts. Perhaps he prefers to keep a low profile. Many wealthy individuals dress casually. Sometimes you might encounter a man in flip-flops who is secretly a millionaire, Lin Shi suggested. Wow, how sweet, Su Yin said, watching Fang Ningning's retreating figure with envy. Noticing Su Yin's wistful expression, Lin Shi wrapped her arm around her, grinning. Hee, Su Yin, are you yearning for romance? I am not, Su Yin replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Don't pick on her. Are suing ISNT in a hurry to date. She still has her postgraduate entrance exams to prepare for. And Shirhan defended. Lin Shi shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of pride in her tone. I'm preparing too, and my boyfriend and I are studying together. Once we're admitted, we'll get married, That's quite soon, ISNT it? And Shirhan remarked, surprised. Well, it can't be helped, I don't really want to get married this early. I still haven't found a job. But my boyfriend's family is pushing him, saying they can't wait much longer, Lin Shi explained, her tone shifting from pride to concern. And Shirhan fell silent for a moment, understanding Lin Shi's situation. Lin Shi wanted to continue her studies, but her boyfriend was eager to enter the workforce and settle down. This meant a long-distance relationship for Lin Shi, who had been somewhat disheartened recently, even contemplating dropping out. Now, it seemed they had reached a compromise, both agreeing to pursue their Master's degrees and marry after graduation. In the restaurant, Chun Yang and Fang Ningning were seated together, gradually acclimating to the reality of their relationship. Fang Ningning had ordered 3 dishes along with a fish soup, but since she didn't eat much herself, most of it fell to Chen Yang to finish. She found the fish soup delightful and, knowing it wouldn't contribute to weight gain, desired more. Turning to Chen Yang, she playfully requested, Darling, could you serve me some soup? Chen Yang, thoroughly enjoying his meal, obliged and ladled out some soup for her, even generously adding extra meat. However, Fang Ningning scrutinized the bowl and frowned. Baby, no meat, no Sichuan pepper, and no green onions. Then you should do it yourself, Chen Yang replied casually. Fang Ningning pouted at him. Sighing, Chen Yang reached over to remove the meat and spices from her soup. Now, baby, open wide, she said, parting her lips like a child, as Chen Yang contemplated the unfinished food on his plate and the waiting Fang Ningning. He mused that having a girlfriend was rather bothersome. There seemed to be too many demands. When he was with Yin Yun, she hadn't been nearly as fussy, often even competing with him for food. As the dutiful boyfriend, Chen Yang resigned himself to the task, lifting the soup to her mouth, 1 spoonful at a time. Given the opportunity for a free meal, he couldn't complain. After feeding Fang Ningning, he returned to his meal, still feeling hungry as the food was simply too delicious. Just then, his phone buzzed, and amidst his busy eating, he glanced at the screen to see a message from Gao Lei. Where are you now? Having dinner by yourself? With Fang Ningning. After a brief pause, Gao Lei replied, All right, enjoy your meal. When will you be back? Once we finish eating, Chen Yang responded. Okay. As he set his phone down, Fang Ningning leaned closer to peek at Chen Yang's screen. Baby, your phone's display looks so blurry. Chen Yang glanced down at his nearly 1,000 yuan phone, which he had purchased offline. It could now be found online for about 600. With a resolution of only 720 pixels, it was hardly surprising that it appeared blurry. The phone's sole advantage was its size, ample storage and battery capacity, although its processor lagged behind. Yet, for everyday use, it sufficed. Despite the occasional teasing, Chen Yang was content. It served its purpose, and he hadn't entertained thoughts of upgrading. However, Fang Ningning's comment made him realize it might indeed be time to invest in a new phone. With the recently acquired 10,000 yuan bonus from the system, he could finally afford a better model. In a moment of distraction, Fang Ningning reached out for his phone, startling Chen Yang, who quickly grabbed it back to prevent her from taking it. Why not? Can't I even see my boyfriend's phone? She pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Chen Yang tucked the phone away in his pocket and replied, You can later, but not right now. Why not? She asked, her lips jutting out in a childish manner. Just because. Now, eat your food, Chen Yang said, focusing on his meal, unwilling to waste any of it. Chen Yang's attitude sparked immense dissatisfaction in Fang Ningning. However, for the sake of her future prospects, she ultimately chose to endure. After finishing their meal, Fang Ningning expressed her desire for Chen Yang to accompany her for some leisure time. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment. He was not particularly inclined to go out, yet he found it difficult to refuse Fang Ningning, ultimately acquiescing to her request. Unbeknownst to him, this outing extended for several hours, and upon their return, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Had he not rushed back to the dormitory, he would have nearly missed the entrance. Once back in his room, Chen Yang tossed his clothes onto the bed and sat on a chair, breathing heavily to catch his breath. Chen Yang, why are you only just getting back? What have you been up to? Xie Zhongfan inquired with concern. Chen Yang usually remained in the dormitory after classes, rarely venturing out, making his return at 10 o'clock quite suspicious. Just went out to handle a few matters. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Did you buy something for a girl? Xie Zhongfan smiled lightly at Chen Yang. Eyes were peeked out from the restroom and asked, Chen Yang, you're not actually in a relationship, are you? Chen Yang refrained from providing an explanation, merely shaking his head slightly, before climbing into bed once he felt sufficiently rested. Having been in a relationship for less than a day, Chen Yang already felt an inexplicable weariness. Primarily due to the disruption of his usual lifestyle, he was quite the homebody, and accompanying Fang Ningning for such an extended period had left him utterly exhausted, not to mention the considerable amount of money spent. The moment they ventured out, Fang Ningning insisted on purchasing various items. Although it was the system's funds being spent, Chen Yang felt an unaccountable pang of discomfort when paying. He realized that Fang Ningning had no sense of financial restraint. Fortunately, the system had provided him with 100,000 yuan. Had it been only 20 or 30,000, it would scarcely have sufficed for a month of her expenditures, and thankfully, being in university meant there weren't too many places to spend excessively. After lying in bed for a while, contemplating the necessity of buying a new phone brightened his mood considerably. With 10,000 yuan, he could allocate 2,000 for a reasonably priced phone, and then spend 4 to 5,000 on a cost-effective computer, perhaps even a gaming laptop, which would facilitate future endeavors. The remaining funds could be saved up to purchase gifts for his parents. As Chen Yang mentally mapped out the potential uses of the system's reward of 10,000 yuan, he picked up his phone, opened a shopping app, and began his search. Chapter 22. Almost late after selecting for about an hour, Chen Yang decided on the Xiaoming 5 SE phone, equipped with a mid to high-end processor, a 1.5K screen, and 16 1T of memory. Originally priced over 3,000, it had undergone a significant price drop to just over 2,000. A true value for money. After purchasing the phone, Chen Yang felt invigorated. The sensation of having money was simply delightful. And there was also the computer. He chose a brand focused on cost-effectiveness, thinking that once the computer arrived, he could learn programming and edit videos. Although he possessed a system, it did not imply he could afford to be complacent. The system's arrival had been sudden, and what if it were to vanish just as abruptly one day? Thus, he could not rely solely on the system. It was merely a tool he needed to utilize the system's assistance to create a unique life algorithm and develop a personal life system. By the time Chen Yang finished his purchases, it was nearly midnight. The dormitory lights had been turned off, yet everyone was still awake. Chen Yang stifled a yawn, switched off his phone, and promptly fell asleep. The next day, he naturally awoke at 7 o'clock. Rubbing his eyes, he picked up his phone to check the time and noticed a message from Fang Ningning. Baby, remember to buy me breakfast tomorrow. Love you. Chen Yang yawned again. Buy her breakfast? Wasn't she going to eat with him? He sent a reply, but received no immediate response from Fang Ningning. She must still be sleeping, he thought. Oh well, if he had to buy it, then so be it. He was hungry too. Yawning, Chen Yang got dressed and, after charging his phone and washing up, prepared to leave the dormitory for the dining hall. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he suddenly pondered a question. Without Fang Ningning by his side, whose money would be deducted if he ate without her consent? Purchases not assigned to a task target must be paid for by the host. Chen Yang's lips twitched. If that were the case, he would have to buy Fang Ningning extra, and he could eat the leftovers afterward. After purchasing breakfast for Fang Ningning, he walked toward the girls' dormitory, standing at the entrance. Checking the time, it was now 7:34. And classes didn't start until 8. Chen Yang figured Fang Ningning would need a bit more time to sleep, so he waited patiently. As girls began to emerge from the dormitory, most merely glanced at him before continuing on their way. A few, like Chen Yang, stood at the entrance waiting for their girlfriends, but after a brief wait, their partners would join them and leave together. When 40 minutes had passed, Chen Yang sent a message to Fang Ningning, asking if she was awake and letting her know that breakfast was ready downstairs. After 2 minutes without a response, he sighed softly and continued waiting. That moment, 3 girls exited the opposite dormitory, pausing momentarily upon seeing Chen Yang standing outside. The girl in the middle greeted him. Chen Yang, what are you doing here? Turning upon hearing his name, Chen Yang recognized his classmates Su Mengqi, Zhong Yu, and Gu Nan. He offered a somewhat awkward smile and waved. What a coincidence. Zhong Yu, noticing the breakfast in Chen Yang's hands, guessed that he was waiting for someone. She inquired, who are you waiting for? No one, just a friend, he replied. Is it a girlfriend? Su Mengqi asked, her curiosity piqued. Chen Yang smiled and nodded silently. The 3 girls exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise. They were not looking down on Chen Yang, but rather astonished since he was quite reserved in class, often behaving very modestly, with little interaction with girls. It was unexpected for him to suddenly have a girlfriend. From our class? Gunan asked. That's a bit difficult to disclose. Qinyang scratched his head. All right then, we're off to buy breakfast. See you, Zhongyu said, waving goodbye to Qinyang. As the three girls departed, Qinyang let out a sigh of relief, glancing at the time. It was nearly 50 minutes past 7, at 7:50. The sleepy Fang Ningning was roused by Su Yin, who called her from the other room. Rubbing her hair, Fang Ningning glanced at the clock and reluctantly got out of bed. An Shirhan and Lin, she had already left by 7:30. Fang Ningning did not respond to Chen Yang's message immediately. Only after brushing her teeth and checking her phone did she send a brief reply stating she would be down shortly. After quickly tidying up and grabbing her makeup-filled bag, she left with Su Yin. Now just past 8 o'clock, as they descended the stairs and exited the dormitory, they spotted Qinyang. Upon seeing Fang Ningning, Qinyang finally felt relieved, and she joyfully ran up to him, exclaiming, "Baby, you're the best." Qinyang said nothing in response, handing her the breakfast before preparing to leave. Fang Ningning quickly grabbed his shirt, asking, "Aren't you coming with me?" Qinyang scratched his head, feeling a bit anxious as he replied, "I am going to be late. I need to hurry." Without waiting for her to respond, he dashed off. Fang Ningning's cheeks puffed in annoyance as Su Yin stepped forward, glancing at the breakfast in Fang Ningning's hands with envy. "Ningning, your boyfriend bought you so much delicious food." In a fit of frustration, Fang Ningning handed the food to Su Yin, saying, "Then you eat it." Ningning, this is what your boyfriend bought for you. I'm not hungry." Su Yin protested. Fang Ningning was filled with a small grievance towards Qinyang. Why didn't he wait for her? Why did he run off? Being late was no big deal. Who didn't run late in college? What was there to fear about being late? "Ningning, let us hurry. We're going to be late. Stop rushing. We start at 20 past. There's still plenty of time," Fang Ningning retorted. Su Yin lowered her head, holding on to Fang Ningning's breakfast, unsure whether to eat it. Accompanying Fang Ningning had often meant skipping breakfast, which she found convenient for saving money to enjoy a nice lunch instead. Now, the breakfast in her hands emitted an enticing aroma, making her feel a bit tempted. "Just eat it," Fang Ningning urged, noticing Su Yin's desire. Finally, after another nudge from Fang Ningning, Su Yin took out a small bun and took a bite. This tastes great," Su Yin exclaimed, licking her lips. Inside was a crispy meat sandwich, which she offered to Fang Ningning. Feeling a bit hungry herself, Fang Ningning accepted it, not understanding why this ordinary meat sandwich from the cafeteria tasted so exceptional. As she ate, her irritation began to dissipate. "Give me the milk tea," Fang Ningning instructed Su Yin. Meanwhile, Qinyang, rushing to the classroom, was just 2 minutes away from being late, while the teacher was setting up the PPT at the podium. Qinyang dashed back to his seat, panting heavily. His deskmate, Xie Zhongfan, noticed and leaned in, asking, "Where have you been? Why are you so late?" Chapter 23. "You really are in a relationship?" Qinyang sighed softly. Shaking his head, "Nothing much." Xie Zhongfan scrutinized him closely, a significant doubt arising in his mind. He felt that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. "I don't believe you. Be honest. Why did you come back so late last night and leave so early today, only to arrive in class so late? What were you up to?" Qinyang helplessly remarked, "I'm accompanying my girlfriend." Xie Zhongfan, taken aback by this revelation, exclaimed, "You little rascal, are you truly in a relationship?" "Yes," Qinyang replied nonchalantly. "Damn, you've kept it under wraps so well. Just the other day, you mentioned you were still pursuing her. And now you've already entered into a relationship?" Qinyang simply nodded. "You scoundrel, you ought to be ashamed," Xie Zhongfan couldn't help but say. Currently, he was the only one in their dormitory without a girlfriend. Although Yi Jing also lacked a partner, he had a childhood friend by his side. "How inconsiderate of you. I'm ignoring you now," Xie Zhongfan huffed, turning his gaze to the blackboard. After a few minutes of listening to the teacher, Xie Zhongfan's curiosity got the better of him, and he turned to ask, "So, who is this girl?" "She studies in the neighboring college. Our classrooms are quite close. Her name is Fang Ningning. Is she pretty?" "Pretty? Of course she's pretty. Damn. You must be enjoying yourself, keeping it all hush-hush while entering a relationship." Seated behind them, Yi Zheng, who had been engrossed in sending messages, overheard and leaned forward to inquire, "What girlfriend?" "This scoundrel has secretly started dating without us knowing," Xie Zhongfan replied angrily. "Really? Is that true?" Xie Zhongfan looked at Qinyang in disbelief. Qinyang nodded, stating, "We just confirmed our relationship yesterday. And no wonder you came back so late. Were you out with your girlfriend?" Yizheng said with a strange smile directed at Qinyang. Qinyang chose to ignore him. Why Yizheng continued, "Ming Yin is about to agree to go out with me. Once that happens, I'll take you all to restaurant number 1 for a nice meal. Bring your girlfriends along, Xie Zhongfan. You should hurry and find one." Hearing this, Xie Zhongfan shook his head, saying, "I don't want one. What's so great about having a girlfriend? It's too much trouble." Qinyang nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment. You can take a hike." Xie Zhongfan shot Qinyang a glare. "You have no right to say that." Yizheng patted Qinyang and asked, "Do you have any pictures? I want to see what she looks like." Qinyang shook his head. "No, you're dating and you don't even have a picture?" Yizheng feigned shock, then pulled out his phone to show off, "Look, these are pictures of Ming Yin and me. This one is from when we went to the comic convention together. Pretty, right? And here's our selfie. And this is from when we were having a meal." The elderly teacher, noticing the commotion around Qinyang, had initially decided not to intervene, but as their chatter grew more animated and began to disrupt the class, he rapped on the blackboard and called out towards Yizheng and Qinyang, "Everyone, please pay attention." Yizheng quickly tucked his phone away and straightened up. Qinyang also promptly focused on the blackboard. Once the teacher saw they had ceased their conversation, he resumed his lecture. After a while, once Yizheng noticed the teacher's attention had shifted, he took out his phone and messaged Ming Yin. "Xiao Yin, did you know that Qinyang in our dormitory is dating?" After a while, Ming Yin replied, "Who is Qinyang?" "He's the one who looks honest and uses a phone worth a few hundred." "Oh, him? If he's dating, then so be it. I honestly can't imagine what kind of girl would date him. I doubt she'd be very attractive. Why's that? Pretty girls would never look his way. You've seen him. If you were in her shoes, would you consider him? Definitely not." "Indeed, he seems too earnest, lacking allure. Right? I asked him if he had any pictures, and he doesn't have any. He probably thinks his girlfriend is ugly and is embarrassed to show us. If you agreed to go out with me, I'd be flaunting my stunning girlfriend every day. Hee hee." After a moment of silence, Ming Yin replied, "Stop talking nonsense. Fist." Ming Yin then sent another message. "All right, I have things to attend to, so I'll stop here, okay?" Yizheng exited the chat and swiftly opened a game to play. Qinyang, noticing that Fang Ningning's intimacy level had dropped to 78, fell into contemplation about whether he had been a bit cold towards her that morning. He opened the chat window and sent her a message. "Ningning, I rushed out this morning and didn't get a chance to walk with you. I apologize." Fang Ningning, bored and scrolling through videos, received Qinyang's message and couldn't help but smile upon reading his apology. She thought to herself, "At least he knows to apologize. It's all right, darling. Your class starts at 10 past 8? Right? Yes, why? Is yours not at that time? We start at 20 past. Oh, that explains why you didn't seem rushed. Then I'll make sure to wake up earlier next time." Fang Ningning replied, "You're so kind." Fang Ningning laughed and continued, "What class are you taking? Ancient History. Do you play any games, darling?" "Not right now. Maybe once I get back to the dorm or during the holidays." "All right, darling, you shouldn't buy me so much food next time. I can't finish it all. You can share it with your friend. I saw her walking with you." "Her? I guess that could work. Let her enjoy a bit." Fang Ningning then texted, "Darling, how about I take her to lunch with us today?" That sounds good, as long as you're willing. That you're the best, darling. Mainly, my friend comes from a less fortunate background and can't afford nice meals. This time, I want her to experience something better." After receiving Qinyang's approval, Fang Ningning quietly told Su Yin, "Let us go to restaurant number 1 for lunch together." Su Yin looked at Fang Ningning in surprise and hesitantly replied, I think I'll pass, and no worries. You won't have to spend anything. My boyfriend is treating you as." Su Yin shook her head, saying, "That wouldn't be right, Dotto. Come on, don't be so stubborn. It's no big deal. He has plenty of money." Su Yin bit her lip but remained silent. At that moment, Fang Ningning received another message from Chu Yuma. "Ningning, why have you been ignoring me lately? I'm with my boyfriend. I don't have time at the moment." "What? You're dating someone?" "Yes, it's quite recent." "Well, congratulations, thank you." Fang Ningning pouted as she exited the chat. With Qinyang as her support, she felt no need to entertain other men. Yet, Chu Yuma was wealthy and handsome. It was wise to maintain some contact, just in case Qinyang decided to end things one day. She pondered this quietly. By the way, Ningning, where are you planning to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival? I heard there's an exciting event in the city. Would you like to take your boyfriend along? Really? I'll ask him when the time comes, Fang Ningning replied. All right, this event has some ties to my family, and we might invite a few celebrities. So you must come, is that true? Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. Just remember to hook us up with some perks. Fang Ningning gradually warmed up to chatting with Chu Yuma. After class at noon, Suyin stood up to pack her bag and said to Fang Ningning, Ningning, I'll be leaving first. Hearing this, Fang Ningning looked up, grasped Suyin's hand and said, Didn't we agree to eat together? I'm afraid I'll be intruding. You won't be intruding. Come, sit with me and wait. Suyin, moved by Fang Ningning's enthusiasm, nodded and sat beside her, clutching her bag as they awaited Chunyang's arrival. Chunyang arrived shortly after, peering into the classroom to find only Fang Ningning and Suyin inside, and he greeted them with a smile. Fang Ningning grabbed her small bag and beckoned Suyin to walk with her. Chen Yang walked alongside Fang Ningning and Suyin. Along the way, Fang Ningning wrapped her arm around Chen Yang's, displaying a very affectionate demeanor, while Suyin kept her head down, remaining silent as they walked. A voice called out, Fang Ningning. Chen Yang turned to see a handsome young man, taller than himself. Chen Yang stood at 1.75 meters, while this man was nearly 1.80 meters. He wore a fashionable outfit and sported a trendy yellow hairstyle, with an earring in his left ear and a light touch of makeup on his face. Hey, Yuma, what a coincidence, Fang Ningning waved. Chu Yuma extended his hand to greet Fang Ningning, then glanced at Chen Yang with a slight smile. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Chu Yuma, Chen Yang felt a tangle of emotions within, as Chu Yuma's mannerisms and style were unlike anything he had ever encountered, exuding a nonchalant charm that stirred a sense of envy in him. Chen Yang understood that this stark contrast stemmed largely from their differing family backgrounds. Chu Yuma surely hailed from a well-off family, a realm far beyond his own. Fang Ningning introduced Chu Yuma to Chen Yang, saying, This is my good friend, Chu Yuma. Then, turning to Chu Yuma, she added, This is my boyfriend, Chen Yang. I just heard Ningning mention she had a boyfriend. I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Where are you two off to for a meal? Chu Yuma asked with a smile. We're going to restaurant number 1. Really? Well, I'll be heading to restaurant number 2 today. Chu Yuma casually touched his well-defined nose, adorned with 2 or 3 distinct metallic rings on his fingers. See you later. Let us chat again when we have the chance. With that, Chu Yuma waved and turned to leave. Chen Yang had to admit that after this brief encounter, he found Chu Yuma quite charming. Let us keep moving, Chen Yang said, nodding as they continued on their way. Chen Yang's newly purchased phone and computer arrived almost simultaneously after class this afternoon. Filled with excitement, Chen Yang dashed out of the classroom and headed to the delivery station. After providing the tracking number and the last digits of his phone, he finally retrieved the long-awaited devices. Although carrying a large box and a smaller one proved somewhat challenging, it was a trivial matter for the exhilarated Chen Yang. Upon bringing the parcels back to the dormitory, his roommates could not contain their curiosity. When they learned that it was Chen Yang's new computer and phone, they were momentarily taken aback. Wei Zhang, particularly astonished, exclaimed, Wow, Chen Yang, did you win the lottery or something? No, of course not, Chen Yang replied, preparing to open the package containing his phone. How much was this phone? 2,000, he said. And the computer? On point 5,008. You just spent nearly 8,000 in one go. Yi Zheng was flabbergasted. While he also owned a phone and a computer, he certainly couldn't afford to spend that much at once. It implied a considerable surplus of money. Moreover, the computer he had bought was only 4,000. Although his phone cost over 4,000, he had been using it for 2 years. Wei Zheng instinctively thought that Chen Yang was merely putting on a facade, attempting to show off, probably begging his family for the funds. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, who was immersed in an indescribable joy, he had never realized that the process of unboxing his phone could be so enchanting. Akin to opening a treasure chest, he meticulously peeled away the plastic film, removed the outer shell, and before him lay the phone itself. Chen Yang gingerly lifted it, the feel of it far superior to his 100-yuan device. Setting the phone aside, he inspected the contents of the box, which included merely manuals, a protective case, and a charger. Lacking any interest in these items, he promptly powered on the phone. After a long press of the power button, the screen illuminated, displaying the startup animation. As soon as the animation concluded, Xie Zhongfan could no longer contain himself and snatched the phone from Chen Yang's hands. Quick, let me see. Li Zhua stood nearby, watching intently. The screen revealed the activation interface, and Xie Zhongfan handed it back to Chen Yang, urging him to proceed with the activation. Chen Yang shot Xie Zhongfan an incredulous glance, wondering why he was even more excited than he was. Finally arriving at the official application interface, Xie Zhongfan curiously explored its features. It's no wonder it's a new phone. The display is exceptionally clear, Li Zhuo remarked in admiration. Xie Zhongfan opened the system to check the phone's specifications. And when he saw the memory was 1 TB, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, 1 TB of memory? No way. It's excessive, really. Having too much memory is just wasteful. We typically change phones every few years. Yi Zhang interjected. I think I'll need to use it for several years. A larger memory will ensure it lasts longer, Chen Yang responded with a smile. Yi Zhang shook his head and continued examining the phone's processor. This processor seems decent, Xie Zhongfan noted. It's a recently released model. Unfortunately, it's not a high-end processor. They've already reached the 9th generation now. It's more than sufficient for daily use in gaming. I find it quite suitable for my needs, Chen Yang remarked as he took back his phone. Come on, let us not linger on the phone. Let us check out the computer, Xie Zhongfan urged. Hold on, I want to explore the phone a bit more, Chen Yang replied with a hint of exasperation. Shall I open the computer for you? Go ahead, do it. Oh, wait, when you're done using it, can I play with it? Do as you please. Yay? Xie Zhongfan exclaimed, eagerly assisting Chen Yang in setting up the computer. Chen Yang, meanwhile, was preoccupied with his phone. Before they knew it, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Had it not been for Fang Ningning sending Chen Yang a message asking if he wanted to join for dinner, he could have spent the entire evening fiddling with his new gadgets. Chen Yang stood up and said to Xie Zhongfan, You keep playing. I'm heading out for dinner. Remember to bring me back something to eat? I want some too. Li Zhuo, who had been lounging on his bed, suddenly sat up and shouted. Get me a portion as well, Yi Zhang chimed in. Chen Yang face-bombed, realizing he shouldn't have mentioned it. Sneaking out would have been much easier. All right, I'll grab something for you all, okay? Chen Yang donned his jacket and stepped out of the dormitory. Chapter 25. The Rich Girl? Ningning, what do you think of my new phone? Chen Yang asked, smiling as he showcased it to Fang Ningning. She took it, examined it briefly, and then looked up to ask, How much did you pay for it? A little over 2,000. Fang Ningning pursed her lips and remarked. It's decent, but aren't you wealthy? Why not buy something better? Don't you like using high-end phones? Taken aback, Chen Yang tucked the phone into his pocket, momentarily forgetting that she perceived him as quite affluent. Shouldn't I save some for you to spend? A wave of curiosity washed over Fang Ningning as she inquired, Darling, how much does your family give you each month? Chen Yang replied honestly, 100,000 a month. What? Fang Ningning's face was a canvas of shock. A monthly allowance of 100,000. What a wealthy family. Is that for real? She asked, her skepticism evident, as this revelation challenged her understanding. Look, Chen Yang said, pulling up his bank account to show her. As she counted the several digits, it indeed confirmed he had tens of thousands. Fang Ningning was utterly convinced. This money is all yours? Chen Yang looked down at her, smiling gently. In her eyes, Chen Yang radiated brilliance. Darling, why are you so good to me? Fang Ningning's voice trembled with emotion, akin to a flower swaying in the breeze. Chen Yang, noticing their intimacy level rising to 88, felt quite satisfied. Well, you are my girlfriend after all. Honey, do you love me? Chen Yang was taken aback by Fang Ningning's sudden question but nodded and replied. Of course. What do you love about me? She asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chen Yang found himself struggling to answer, pondering why she would pose such a question. How was he to respond? He racked his brain for words and quickly pieced together. I love everything about you, your essence. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated by your gaze, an unforgettable experience. Being with you, your presence is intoxicating. Fang Ningning chuckled, leaning closer to him. All right, that's so cheesy. Chen Yang sighed in relief. On the way, Chen Yang summoned the system and asked, System, can we negotiate something? Please express your request, host. Well, since Fang Ningning and I are in a romantic relationship, can we not calculate the allowances so meticulously? The money I spend and what I give to her are nearly the same. After all, most of our purchases are shared, don't you think? Please wait a moment, host. A large question mark appeared over Chen Yang's head, wondering what the system was up to. Was it evading his question? Soon, the system responded. The system has updated the relationship progress rules. The host may now have discretionary control over the allowance but must meet certain conditions. The current conditions the host must fulfill are as follows. Complete discretionary control. Must become a legal couple and achieve a closeness level of 100. Discretionary control of 50,000. Must be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship and achieve a closeness level of 95. Discretionary control of 20,000. must be in a romantic relationship and achieve the kissing achievement. With a closeness level of 90, discretionary control of 2000, must be in a romantic relationship and achieve a closeness level of 85. Chen Yang halted in his tracks, scrutinizing the newly issued rules. He immediately dismissed the first condition, as he was still in college, young, and had only been dating for a short time. Marriage was out of the question. The second condition seemed achievable, just moments ago. Fang Ningning's intimacy level had increased slightly to 89, and reaching 95 could be a gradual process. The third condition posed a bit of a challenge. Achieving a closeness level of 90 was feasible. But the kissing achievement, Chen Yang felt his cheeks flush. He wasn't ready for that kind of interaction just yet. Fortunately, he could at least control an amount of 2,000, which wasn't too shabby. Fang Ningning found Chen Yang's sudden pause puzzling. Noticing his blush only deepened her curiosity. However, she speculated that perhaps Chen Yang was contemplating some intimate gesture. Fang Ningning patiently awaited his next move. But to her surprise, Chen Yang snapped back to reality and simply said, "Let us go," before doing nothing further. She inwardly mused, indeed, a fledgling, wanting to but lacking the courage. This could work to my advantage. Darling, should we go out to play during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Oh, isn't it too early to plan? There is still some time until then. Oh, it'll come up quickly. A friend of mine mentioned an event in the city for mid-autumn. Shall we go? In the city? Chen Yang hesitated. I'm not too keen on it. Why not? Fang Ningning replied, her tone reluctant. I tend to be a bit of a homebody. But darling, I want to go. She pouted playfully. Chen Yang, unable to resist her adorable demeanor, sighed. All right, I'll accompany you for a bit. Yay, you're wonderful. After finishing their meal together, Chen Yang bought 3 bowls of crab roe noodles for his roommates. Upon returning to the dormitory and slightly lifting the lid of the takeout container, an enticing aroma wafted directly into the minds of the 3 lounging roommates. Elizwa halted his chat with his partner, suddenly sitting up with excitement as he looked at Chen Yang and exclaimed, Yangzi, what delicious food did you bring? Xie Zhongfan lunged towards Chen Yang like a zombie. Snatching the noodles from Chen Yang's hands, he placed them on the table and opened the container, releasing an even more potent aroma. Wei Yijing also sat up, inhaling the fragrance deeply. Delightful, simply exquisite. What kind of noodles are these, and why are they so yellow? Crab roe noodles, indulge yourselves. They are utterly delicious, Chen Yang remarked with a smile as he removed his clothing and prepared to get into bed. Wait, how come I don't recall our cafeteria serving crab roe noodles? Xie Zhongfan queried, picking up his chopsticks. I believe they are available at Dining Hall No. 1. Chen Yang, where did you acquire them? Yijing asked, looking at Chen Yang with curiosity. From Dining Hall No. 1, he replied. What? The 3 of them gasped in shock. Who told you to go to Dining Hall No. 1? Are you made of money? Yijing said, somewhat displeased. Xie Zhongfan, however, felt unconcerned. He took a bite and found the flavor irresistibly delightful, then lifted a substantial portion of noodles to his mouth. How much did it cost? Lizor inquired as he got out of bed. 80. But don't worry, it's on me, Chen Yang said cheerfully. 80 in total? That doesn't seem too bad, Xie Zhongfan mumbled with a mouthful. Total? That is for 1 serving, Yizhang grumbled as he got out of bed. You shouldn't have to splurge. Come on, Chen Yang, let me treat you. Lizor pulled out his phone to send Chen Yang a message. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need, no need. This is courtesy of my girlfriend. I didn't spend a dime, Lizor exclaimed. Taken aback, Xie Zhongfan, who was eating too quickly, choked and quickly took a sip of water to clear his throat, looking at Chen Yang and saying, Chen Yang, your girlfriend isn't some wealthy heiress, is she? Chapter 26, Crab Roe Noodles. Yizhang shared Xie Zhongfan's sentiment. Ever since Chen Yang started dating, his spending habits had indeed become extravagant. It was hard not to suspect that Chen Yang's girlfriend was a rich woman. If that were the case, how enviable, however. Yizhang consoled himself, thinking that a girl who was both wealthy and beautiful would never look twice at Chen Yang. She must be unattractive, perhaps even plump. Chen Yang pondered for a moment, hesitantly replying, whether she's rich or not is unclear, but she certainly doesn't mind spending money. Xie Zhongfan picked up the noodles, standing beside Chen Yang enviously. Chen Ge, could you do me a favor? Chen Yang looked at Xie Zhongfan, waiting for him to continue. Could you ask your girlfriend to introduce me to a wealthy woman who is willing to spend money on me? Get lost. Chen Yang replied irritably. Elizwa, gently lifting his noodles and taking a deep breath, felt immensely satisfied. He turned to Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, You are truly fortunate to have found such a wonderful girlfriend. When can we meet her? When the opportunity arises, Qin Yang replied, feeling a bit fatigued as he climbed into bed. Wei Yizheng picked up his own serving and snapped a photo to send to Ming Yin. Xiao Yin, take a look at what I'm eating. Drooling, it's crab roe noodles. Wow, I want to eat that too. Wei Yizheng, upon seeing this, smiled with delight, crossing his legs as he messaged Ming Yin. Xiao Yin, how about I treat you to some tomorrow? You better keep your word out, of course. Wei Yizheng happily clenched his fist. Xiao Yin was pleased. Let me tell you something bizarre. What? My roommate Qin Yang has found a girlfriend? And I previously thought he was quite honest, but unexpectedly, he acted that way just for money. What did he do? Be specific, Wei Yizheng. Seeing that Ming Yin was curious, quickly typed, he only dated her for the money. His girlfriend is both ugly and overweight. What the heck? How bizarre. Ugh, that's disgusting. You should distance yourself from him, but we can't blame him. His family is struggling, and it's easy for him to succumb to temptation. We shouldn't criticize him for that. Regardless, I think he is a bad person, too hypocritical. Xiao Yin is right. I will talk to him less in the future. Wei Yizheng happily concluded his chat with Ming Yin, eyeing the delectable crab roe noodles, rubbing his hands together before picking up his chopsticks to relish the culinary delight. Fresh, the flavor is exquisite. Qin Yang found a comfortable position to lie down, first calling up the system to check his balance and his intimacy level with Fang Ningning. He then prepared to play a game on his new phone. Remembering that Fang Ningning had previously asked him to play, he sent her a message asking if she wanted to join. However, Fang Ningning had already begun a game before Qin Yang sent his message. Oh, are you quite the player, huh? You better protect me. Fang Ningning exclaimed playfully. Don't worry, with me around, nothing will go wrong. Ningning, are you gaming with your boyfriend? Lin Shi, who was memorizing vocabulary, looked up to ask Fang Ningning. Fang Ningning shook her head and casually replied, no, he doesn't like gaming. I'm playing with someone else. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow but said nothing, returning to her studies. Sun, overhearing this, hesitated to remind Fang Ningning to keep her voice down while gaming but ultimately decided against it. Oh, Qin Yang asked me to play games with him? Never mind that for now. Hey, come protect me. Fang Ningning then ignored Qin Yang's message and continued playing with her new partner. An Shirhan stifled a laugh and shook her head. Suyin stood up and said to Fang Ningning, Ningning, isn't it a bit rude to ignore your boyfriend when he wants to play games with you? Oh please, he's just a little virgin. It's easy to handle him, just say a few sweet words, and it's fine. Qin Yang waited for a long time without receiving a response from Fang Ningning, feeling a bit anxious and puzzled as to why she hadn't replied. Eventually, he concluded that she might be busy and decided to enter the game himself, only to find Fang Ningning was already online playing. Ah, so she must not have noticed my message because she had already started, he thought, having often missed messages himself in the past. Qin Yang decided to switch accounts to make it easier for Fang Ningning to see his message once she finished her game, allowing him to log off. Just 10 minutes into the game, Yin Yun suddenly messaged him. Qin Yang opened it to see Yin Yun's message. Qin Yang, are you there? Are you there? Looking for someone? Yes, I've bought you a gift too. Don't forget to accept it. You can guess what it is. Qin Yang exited the game, pondering while looking at the chat interface. Could it be something edible? No. Something useful? Shampoo? Nope. Why would you guess shampoo? Clothes? No pants. Isn't that still clothing? Socks? Who would buy you stinky socks? Shoes, correct. Congratulations. Why are you buying me shoes? Qin Yang questioned in confusion. Humph, you have a pair of stinky shoes that you wear until they fall apart. I am buying you another pair so you can alternate. How much? Not much. Spill it $400, not too pricey. Qin Yang was both amused and irritated. How could Yin Yun waste such a good pair of shoes on him? Return it. Get me something in the range of 1 to 200. Yin Yun, seeing this, put down her phone and put her hands on her hips, replying with annoyance. Humph, you're impossible. You always want the best but refuse to appreciate anything of value. If you don't want them, just wear one. Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh at Yin Yun. Thank you, Yin Yun. You are truly wonderful. Meeting you in this lifetime is like a blessing from my ancestors. Enough, you're being overly dramatic. Not enough. My exaggeration cannot adequately convey my deep appreciation. Then you should kneel and bow to me. Hey, that's too much. After finishing his conversation with Yin Yun, Qin Yang logged back into the game, only to find that Fang Ningning had started another round. It seemed that today, he wouldn't be able to game with her. Qin Yang yawned widely and prepared to sleep. The next day, Chen Yang rose as usual, bought breakfast, and arrived at the girls' dormitory to wait for Fang Ningning. Eventually, he waited until 8 o'clock before she appeared. Chen Yang sighed helplessly, handing over the breakfast to Fang Ningning, and exchanged a few words with her before departing. Once again, Chen Yang hurriedly made his way to class. Xie Zhongfan smiled at Chen Yang, saying, "Chen Yang, ever since you got a girlfriend, you seem less motivated in your studies. No wonder parents today are so wary of early romance." "Shut it. Some early romances can actually enhance academic performance. I had a classmate in high school. He was average, but after dating a girl who wasn't doing well academically, they both seemed to blossom and helped each other study. The girl improved her grades, and he ended up in the top 10 of the class. But clearly, you don't belong to that category," Xie Zhongfan remarked blandly. Chapter 27. The noodles no longer taste good. Finally, class was over. Yi Zheng exclaimed, rushing out of the classroom like the wind. Chen Yang looked at Xie Zhongfan in confusion. What is he so excited about? Xie Zhongfan calmly packed his books, replying, "What do you think? He's off to find his future girlfriend. You should be doing the same, but alas, I'm left here all alone. Hey, when I make it big, I'll take care of you. I would be eternally grateful. Ha ha." The two of them joked as they left the classroom together. Yi Zheng dashed out of the teaching building, arriving at the entrance of the opposite building's hall to wait. Soon, a beautiful girl with short hair dressed in a white dress appeared from the crowd. Yi Zheng swiftly set his sights on his target, rushing forward with a smile and greeting, "Yin Yin, has anyone bothered you today?" Meng Yin cast him a resigned glance and replied somewhat impatiently, "No, that's good. Come, let me take you to enjoy your favorite crab roe noodles." Upon hearing the mention of crab roe noodles, Meng Yin's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as she nodded. She had once tasted the delectable dish with her dorm mate and found its flavor unforgettable. Though at 80 yuan a bowl, it was rather expensive, too costly for her to indulge in even once a month. Nevertheless, she was aware that in some places, crab roe noodles could fetch hundreds of yuan, making the 80 yuan price at school seem quite reasonable given its exquisite taste. "Has your family sent you money again? You treated me yesterday and now again today?" Yi Zheng nonchalantly replied. "What of it? It's only because you, Yin Yin, expressed a desire to eat. As long as you mention it, I shall make it happen. You are quite dependable," Meng Yin remarked with a smile. Hearing her praise made Yi Zheng's heart blossom with joy. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they headed straight for the crab roe noodle stall, where they found 3 or 4 people queuing at the entrance. Yi Zheng approached to place the order and pay, then joined Meng Yin at a nearby table to wait. In the midst of their conversation, Yi Zheng suddenly froze, squinting into the distance. "What are you looking at?" Meng Yin inquired, following his gaze. Among the sparse crowd, she spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Yi Zheng's roommate, Chen Yang, accompanied by a rather attractive girl. Yi Zheng inhaled sharply, murmuring in disbelief, "No way, how could this be? Is that your roommate Chen Yang?" Yi Zheng hesitated to nod, then said to Meng Yin, "Wait here for the food. I'll go take a look." Meng Yin nodded and turned her attention to the girl beside Chen Yang. Their demeanor was quite intimate. The girl had flowing long hair cascading like a waterfall, draped in a sheer black outer garment over a purple crop top, accentuating her figure beautifully. "She is so stunning. Is she Chen Yang's girlfriend?" Meng Yin thought, puzzled, since Yi Zheng had claimed his girlfriend was neither attractive nor slim. She frowned at the thought and contemplated approaching to investigate, yet felt hesitant due to her lack of familiarity with Chen Yang. Yi Zheng shared Meng Yin's confusion, though his feelings were more intense. As Chen Yang and the girl, Fang Ningning, prepared to leave with their trays, Yi Zheng hurriedly approached and called out. Chen Yang turned, surprised to see Yi Zheng, exclaiming, "What a coincidence!" Yi Zheng responded with a smile. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Seeing her companion encounter an acquaintance, Fang Ningning said to Chen Yang, "Baby, I'm a bit tired carrying this plate. I'll head back to the room first." Chen Yang nodded, and Fang Ningning flashed Yi Zheng a slight smile before turning to leave. Her enchanting smile nearly stole Yi Zheng's breath away, igniting a fierce jealousy within him. What had she just called Chen Yang, baby? Her voice was so gentle and melodious. Why does she address him that way? Why does Chen Yang get to have such a beautiful girlfriend? Comparing himself to Chen Yang, Yi Zheng felt like a pitiful creature. Meng Yin had never called him baby. They had known each other since childhood. Yet after 3 years of pursuit, Meng Yin had never reciprocated his feelings. Suppressing his jealousy, he forced a smile and said to Chen Yang, "That girl must be your girlfriend, right?" At that moment, Yi Zheng secretly hoped Chen Yang would deny it. However, Chunyang nodded and replied, "Her name is Fong Ningning. I'll introduce you later. By the way, would you like to join us for a meal?" No. I need to keep Ming Yin company," Yizheng said, his smile widening at the mention of Ming Yin. Chunyang glanced over Yizheng's shoulder and noticed Ming Yin, exclaiming, "Oh." Yizheng emphasized to Chunyang, "We're about to start dating." "That's wonderful," Chunyang replied, puzzled by Yizheng's comment, but pleased nonetheless. "Chunyang, you sly dog. How did you manage to snag such a beautiful girlfriend?" Yizheng tightened his grip around Chunyang's neck, whispering inquisitively. Chunyang felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if being scrutinized from above. "Be careful with the plate," Chunyang said, shifting his arm to create a bit of distance. "We just exchanged contact information, had a meal together, and then became a couple. Is it really that simple?" Yizheng expressed skepticism. Just then, Fong Ningning approached, taking the plate from Chunyang's hands and saying, "Let me help you carry it back." "Okay." Chunyang replied to Yizheng, "Are you sure you don't want to join us?" Yizheng, feeling somewhat dazed, shook his head and said, "I'll go keep Ming Yin company." After saying this, he turned and walked away, his thoughts in disarray. How could someone like Chunyang, who was so quiet and honest, end up with such a stunning girlfriend? Fong Ningning, with her fashionable attire and makeup skills, seemed utterly mismatched with Chunyang's modest demeanor. What charm did he possess? Why were they together? What if I were the one standing next to Fong Ningning? I would be a much better match. Your friend seems a bit strange. Doesn't he look quite right? Fong Ningning remarked, taking a bite of her rice. After pondering for a moment, Chunyang replied, "It's nothing. He's just a bit shaken." When Yizheng returned, their dishes had just been prepared. He absent-mindedly brought the noodles back to the table. Although Ming Yin was curious about Chunyang's situation, the enticing noodles before her captured her attention. She expected Yizheng to seize the opportunity to discuss what had just transpired, but after a while of silence, she noticed Yizheng's moodiness. Looking up, she found him brooding over his meal, absent-mindedly pushing the noodles around. This only served to increase Ming Yin's disdain for Yizheng. Was he truly so disheartened merely because his former roommate had found a beautiful girlfriend? At their age, he was behaving more like a child. It was truly disappointing. Ming Yin suddenly lost her appetite, finding the crab roe noodles less appealing. Chapter 28. Weight loss. Fong Ningning glanced down at her slightly protruding belly. Expressing regret, "I can't keep eating so much. Baby. It's all your fault for taking me to enjoy so many delicious dishes. I've put on weight." Chunyang chuckled, "A little extra weight is fine." "No, I want to lose weight. Starting tomorrow I won't eat anymore," Fong Ningning declared earnestly. Chunyang, alarmed by her declaration, thought to himself that if she stopped eating, he would only be left to pay for his own meals. "Ningning, you're not fat at all. In fact, I think you should gain a little more weight to look even better. If you get any thinner, it won't be as appealing." Fong Ningning, perplexed, pinched her belly, feeling a bit of extra flesh. Imagining herself heavier frightened her, and she quickly shook her head. "No, if I gain weight, this crop top won't look good on me. Don't worry, Ningning. There are ways to dress when you're slim, and ways to dress when you're curvy. You look good in anything." Fong Ningning beamed at Chunyang's compliments. Seeing that his words had an effect, Chunyang continued, "Ningning, are these dishes tasty?" "They are delicious. Is the milk tea good?" "Yes, it is. Are you enjoying yourself?" "Very much. Then what are we living for?" "Isn't it to be happy and enjoy life? But now, you're choosing to give up that happiness for unnecessary suffering. Just to look pretty?" Fong Ningning nodded thoughtfully, realizing the truth in his words. Chunyang leaned in closer and said sincerely, "I can tell you wholeheartedly that you are already beautiful. There's no need to compare yourself to other women. What you truly need is to live happier and more joyfully than they do. True beauty lies within, not just in appearance. Do you believe your beauty exists solely in your looks?" Fong Ningning shook her head vigorously. "Then does that mean you will stop trying to lose weight?" Looking at the uneaten food before her and recalling its deliciousness, she firmly shook her head. "I want to lose weight. It's unnecessary. That's the spirit." Chunyang nodded in satisfaction, telling Fong Ningning, "Wait here. I'll go buy you a cup of milk tea." "Great. Make sure it's full sugar." That's not necessary. Just a normal amount is fine." "Let us not indulge too much," Chunyang replied, turning away with thoughts of needing to monitor Fong Ningning's diet in the future, as she had a tendency to overindulge. If she gained weight too quickly, it could become a problem. Cradling her milk tea, Fong Ningning happily followed behind Chunyang, who fell into contemplation about their closeness. Fang Ningning's intimacy level had reached 90, yet a line of small text appeared behind it. The intimacy level can only be enhanced after unlocking the kissing achievement. Chen Yang gazed skyward in exasperation. Oh, system, you truly operate like a labyrinth, compelling me to undertake tasks. 2 weeks later, Fang Ningning collapsed into Chen Yang's embrace. Weeping, woe is me, darling. I've gained 5 pounds. What shall I do? It's merely 5 pounds. Surely it's not the end of the world, he replied. Chen Yang reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of Fang Ningning's eyes. I don't want to be fat, she lamented, rolling around in his arms. With a resigned sigh, Chen Yang comforted her. It's all right. It's all right. We can eat less and walk more, can't we? Let's skip the milk tea. No way, Fang Ningning abruptly lifted her head, resolutely shaking it. I can reduce my milk tea intake, but I must have at least 1 cup a day. Chen Yang's lips twitched. The caloric content of milk tea was akin to an entire meal. Wouldn't it be wise to forego the milk tea first if she wished to lose weight? Fang Ningning declared with determination. I shall skip breakfast and lunch. Only dinner for me, then after class. I can accompany you for a stroll around the school. How does that sound? Chen Yang suggested. Will that be effective? Indeed, it won't be overly exhausting. All right, Fang Ningning nodded, then pouted, casting a mournful glance at Chen Yang. His heart quivered, and he stammered, Why are you looking at me like that? Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Ningning seized Chen Yang's arm and bit down, causing him to inhale sharply. Humph! It's all your fault for indulging me with so many delicious treats and telling me I haven't gained weight. Look at me now! Chen Yang felt a pang of despair. Although Fang Ningning claimed to have gained 5 pounds, he perceived no discernible change in her appearance. She remained as beautiful as ever. He hadn't anticipated that her previous indifference would transform into such a strong reaction upon gaining weight. The following day, after the last class of the noon session, Chen Yang accompanied Fang Ningning as they strolled. Along the way, Fang Ningning gently cradled her stomach and, with a hint of vulnerability, said, Chen Yang, I feel a bit hungry. Then let us eat, he replied, his hopes rising after a long time of not spending his own money on meals. But I want to lose weight. Relying on skipping meals to lose weight is quite unrealistic, as missing a meal will only leave you ravenous for the next one, leading to a compensatory binge, which is counterproductive and detrimental to your health. Have you not seen the reports at night? We can eat a little less, can't we? All right. Let us just buy a pancake to settle my stomach today. She conceded. Upon arriving at the restaurant, faced with an overwhelming array of dishes, Fang Ningning gulped, ultimately dismissing her diet concerns, and insisted on trying the latest offerings. Observing the joy on Fang Ningning's face as she indulged, Chen Yang thought that she, spoiled by delectable treats, could hardly resist temptation, making it difficult for her to adhere to her dieting goals. Perhaps he truly needed to assist Ningning in controlling her diet. He couldn't allow her to indulge recklessly. Chen Yang pondered. After all, he bore some responsibility for her weight gain. If Ningning were to become a large, unhappy figure in the future, he would feel an immense guilt. After all, it was he who had taken her out for so many delightful meals daily. After their meal, Fang Ningning was exceedingly irate, blaming Chen Yang for not stopping her. Unbeknownst to her, it was her own stubbornness that had led her to insist on trying the new dishes. If that is the case, let us not dine at the first restaurant anymore. We shall go to the second one from now on. Fang Ningning paused, her brows knitting together, clearly reluctant. Chen Yang explained. The food at the second restaurant is not nearly as good as at the first. We have grown accustomed to the meals there. If we switch to the second, we shall surely lose our appetite and eat less. After some contemplation, Fang Ningning found merit in Chen Yang's reasoning, yet she still longed for the cuisine at the first restaurant. Thus, she proposed, then I won't need breakfast brought to me anymore. Let us have lunch at the second restaurant and dinner at the first. How does that sound? Chen Yang nodded in agreement. On the third day, during lunchtime after class, Fang Ningning accompanied Chen Yang to the second restaurant. Feeling as though she had stepped into another world. Compared to the first, the second restaurant appeared crowded and shabby. Fang Ningning cast a disdainful glance at the long lines at each window. Shall we go? What do you wish to eat? Chen Yang inquired. Anything is fine. Having skipped breakfast, Fang Ningning felt significantly hungrier than usual and simply wanted to eat as soon as possible. Then let us have roast duck rice. Chen Yang and Fang Ningning joined the queue at a less crowded window. Darling, I want milk tea, Fang Ningning said, tugging at Chen Yang's sleeve with a playful pout. Chen Yang glanced at the milk tea shop. only to find it swarmed by a crowd. Very well, I shall go by it. You stay here and wait in line, he replied, resigned on him. Fong Ningning nodded, her adorable expression captivating the gaze of several boys nearby, who couldn't help but admire her exquisite features and slender legs, filled with envy towards Chen Yang. Chapter 29. The first kiss. With a few people ahead in line, Fong Ningning lowered her head to scroll through her phone as she waited. Suddenly, a voice called out beside her, "Hey, Fong Ningning, what are you doing here? Where's Chen Yang?" Fong Ningning looked up to find Yi Zhang, who had just finished buying his meal and was about to return to his dormitory. He had noticed a familiar figure in line and approached to greet her. "Aren't you with Chen Yang?" Yi Zhang asked. Fong Ningning tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "He went to buy me milk tea, Dado. I see to be by the way. Why did you come here for lunch?" Chen Yang suggested it, but now I really regret it. There are so many people, and it's too hot without air conditioning. She complained. Well, that's indeed Chen Yang's fault. This place cannot compare to the first restaurant. You know, Chen Yang always used to go to the second window for his meals, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. For 7 yuan, he never splurged on drinks. Really? How was he so frugal? Fong Ningning asked in surprise. He was indeed frugal. The phone he used was quite awful. I truly have no idea how he managed to show it off. That's not an exaggeration, is it? Huh? You've never seen the phone he used? Never mind, but he's a genuinely honest person. Tio have a girlfriend like you. He must have accumulated a lot of good karma over several lifetimes. Yi Zhang remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. Fong Ningning felt a twinge of discomfort at his words, as if Yi Zhang were belittling Chen Yang. It was she who had been fortunate enough to be with him. Why did it seem as if he were suggesting Chen Yang had ascended to her level? What do you mean by that? Isn't it true that since he started dating you, he has stopped eating at the second restaurant and now goes to the first every day? Who can afford that? Now he has a new phone and a new computer. He certainly seems much better off. Since he started dating me. Fong Ningning placed her hand over her heart, speaking each word deliberately as she looked at Yi Zhang. Yes, he replied, puzzled by her confused expression. Why did it seem like Fong Ningning found it difficult to understand what he was saying? Was there something wrong with his expression? Fong Ningning indeed struggled to grasp Yi Zhang's implication. According to his words, Chen Yang had been impoverished before meeting her. However, in her understanding, Chen Yang hailed from a wealthy family. Just as she was about to inquire further, Fong Ningning spotted Chen Yang approaching with a cup of milk tea. Yi Zhang followed her gaze and, seeing Chen Yang, smiled and approached. Haven't been here in a while. What, are you reminiscing? Chen Yang smiled back. Eating here is the same anywhere. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Yi Zhang bid farewell, saying, Shall I wait for you for a bit and walk together? Chen Yang shook his head. I shall eat here. Oh, very well then. I'll take my leave. Yi Zhang turned and walked away. When Chen Yang reached Fong Ningning, she was just about to receive her roast duck rice. After a mere 10 seconds, 2 plates of roast duck rice were served. Fong Ningning took her plate and, with a grimace, said to Chen Yang, I forgot to ask for it to go. Chen Yang chuckled. What, do you want to take it back to the dorm? But it's so hot here, and there are too many people. Although it's crowded, most people are taking their meals to go. There are still empty seats. Chen Yang, I want to eat in a private room. Well, where are we going to find you a private room here? There are seats available. Just sit down. Chen Yang and Fong Ningning sat side by side. He handed her the milk tea, saying, Here, drink this. It's your only cup for the day. How unfair. Fong Ningning received the milk tea and took a small sip, only to grimace as she spat it back out. Oh dear. This milk tea is dreadful. It's sickeningly sweet, and the milk and tea flavors are so faint. It's as if it was diluted with too much water. Chen Yang rolled his eyes at her, exasperated. You've been spoiled. Who could have anticipated it would taste this bad? From now on, I'll only drink milk tea from the first restaurant. I shall never touch the second again. Fong Ningning declared, turning her head away, disregarding Chen Yang's opinion. Chen Yang, feeling helpless, held the milk tea and asked, What shall we do with this cup then? Tossing it would be such a waste. You drink it? Fong Ningning replied nonchalantly. You just spat it out. Chen Yang retorted. Fong Ningning, upon hearing this, became angry, glaring at Chen Yang. You're disgusted by me. Chen Yang curled his lip, a look of disgust crossing his face as he gazed at the milk tea and remarked, It's not about disliking or not. It's about hygiene. Before Chen Yang could finish his sentence, Fong Ningning suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the lips, leaving Chen Yang utterly stunned. After planting the kiss, Fong Ningning spat a few times at the food in front of Chen Yang and then drove her chopsticks into his rice like a fierce sword, her commanding presence declaring, "You must eat." Startled by her words, Chen Yang quickly picked up his chopsticks and began to shovel the rice into his mouth. With his head bowed in despair, he felt like crying. He never imagined his first kiss would vanish so abruptly. Fong Ningning nodded in satisfaction before picking up her own chopsticks to start eating. She grabbed a piece of duck meat but frowned after just a few bites. Although the duck appeared plentiful, the meat was actually scarce, riddled with bones and lacking the rich, juicy quality of the large, fatty ducks from Building 1. Moreover, the texture was rather dry, its flavor lost to the roasting process. After a few mouthfuls of rice and a few bites of meat, Fong Ningning set her chopsticks down and took a sip of the complimentary soup. She felt deeply regretful for choosing to dine in Building 2. In comparison to Building 1, it was truly a night and day difference. "Babe," Fong Ningning said gently to Chen Yang, "let's stick to eating in Building 1 from now on." Chen Yang, who was relishing the duck bones, replied, "Aren't you trying to lose weight? Look, you've only eaten a little, and now you don't want any more." "Which means it's working." Fong Ningning shook her head, responding with a soft "The food here is really unappetizing. I don't want to eat it all." "Well, not wanting to eat is good for losing weight." No. If you say that, I might develop anorexia, babe." "You wouldn't want that for me, would you?" Definitely not." "Then we'll go to the first cafeteria." "What about your diet? Will you supervise me to eat less? That might be a bit difficult." Chen Yang said, feeling troubled. Babe, good babe." Overcome by Fong Ningning's charm, Chen Yang quickly nodded in agreement, and they made a pact that he wouldn't get angry or throw a tantrum later. After finishing their meal, Chen Yang walked Fong Ningning back to the dormitory, and then the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved the kiss accomplishment, resulting in a slight increase in charm and a 1 in kissing skills." "Damn, system, that was my first kiss, and all I get is this pathetic achievement and effect." Chen Yang grumbled, feeling that his first kiss held significant meaning. This was not your first kiss. The initial kiss achievement has not been triggered and will not be in the future." The system explained. Chen Yang stared at the system in disbelief. "Not my first kiss? How is that possible? System, are you mistaken?" He was highly skeptical of this flawed system, which he had come to realize was far from perfect. Otherwise, why would fundamental features like intimacy still require updates? Please do not question the accuracy of the system. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, muttering, "What accuracy?" But then he pondered, if the system wasn't he mistaken? Who had stolen his first kiss? As August drew to a close, Chen Yang found himself with an additional 20,000 yuan at his disposal. System, is this a monthly allowance? The allowance will be distributed on the 1st of each month. So, will the unspent amount from last month disappear? It will not disappear. The system will replenish it to 100,000 yuan. Oh, so no matter how much I spend this month, you'll just top it up next month. The system remained silent. Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement, contemplating how to lavishly spend this newfound sum. Just as he was daydreaming about indulging, the system's voice interrupted once more. "Attention, host. You currently have 20,000 yuan in compensatory funds. Any expenditure will be subject to a certain scope of use and must be approved by the system." "Damn it, system, are you messing with me?" Chen Yang glared at the empty air, his heart filled with a desire to rip the system apart. The system offered no response. "What are the restrictions?" Chen Yang gritted his teeth, convinced that the system had added these conditions to hinder his spending spree. The purpose of granting the host access to the allowance is to provide greater freedom to achieve the ultimate task, not to allow the host to indulge in leisure. Therefore, expenditures must be aimed at pursuing and rescuing task objectives. Chen Yang felt as if he had been punctured like a balloon, all his enthusiasm deflating. He had hoped for a chance to splurge, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Just as he was wallowing in disappointment, a thought struck him as peculiar. "System," Chen Yang inquired, "can I use this money to treat everyone in the dormitory to a meal? Please state your reason. I need help, and I should build good relationships with my roommates." "Reason approved. Please state the requested amount. 20,000. Chen Yang smiled slightly. "Amount excessive. Not approved. 100. Amount reasonable. Approved." Chen Yang snapped his fingers. Realizing how to spend this money, it was merely about finding a reason to treat himself. A simple task, especially since he could easily manipulate the system's naive logic. "System, I want to take Fong Ningning out for a fun day." "No need to explain the reason. Please state the requested amount. 20,000. Amount excessive. Not approved. 19,000. amount unreasonable. What's unreasonable about it? Do you know how expensive it is to go out for a day? We're not just taking a casual stroll. We plan to visit the mall, the park, the amusement park, and the art gallery. Chen Yang rambled on, while the system seemed to be growing weary of his chatter. Before long, a series of dots appeared on his screen, followed by a line of text. System reevaluating. Evaluation reasonable. Approved. Chen Yang displayed a broad smile, giving himself a thumbs up. He hurriedly shared the good news with Fang Ningning, unaware that she was currently engaged in an animated conversation with Chu Yuma. Yuma, do you really have a good method for losing weight? I really do. Quick, tell me. Just kiss, preferably with tongue. Fang Ningning chuckled, sending several pervert and bad guy emojis. Stop joking, let us talk seriously. Seriously, kissing can burn body fat, and you'll slim down in no time. Note, this is not actually true. I don't believe it. Really, personal experience, it works. Personal experience? With whom? You don't need to worry about that. Just try it with your boyfriend, I don't want to. Why not? Just then, Chun Yang's message arrived, but Fang Ningning, not paying close attention, ignored it. He's just a dullard, lacking charm, and definitely not as handsome as you. Haha, is that so? Then why are you still interested in him? He treats me pretty well. Isn't it a man's duty to treat women well? I can be quite attentive too. I believe you. I almost confessed to you, but your relationship came so suddenly. Don't be sad, there's still a chance for you. After finishing her conversation with Chu Yuma, Fang Ningning finally opened Chen Yang's chat. Upon discovering his invitation to go out, she joyfully accepted. Sisters, I'm taking a break this week and going out to play, Fang Ningning announced excitedly, relishing the need to flaunt her outings to satisfy her inner desire. Are you coming back tonight? Su Yin, who had been engrossed in her exam papers, looked up and asked. My boyfriend said we're going to the city for a couple of days, of course. We staying in a hotel? Fang Ningning's face beamed with pride. An Shirhan couldn't help but silently curse, so shameless, as she observed Fang Ningning revel in her joy every time she spent the night out with a man. Hey, Ningning, are you going this week? Lin Shi stood up and inquired. Yes, indeed. I just made plans with my boyfriend yesterday to go out this week, so we can go together. Oh, that's fantastic. Where are you planning to go? Fang Ningning asked eagerly. We're just planning to wander around. Nothing set in stone. Have you booked a room? No, I'm not planning on staying overnight. Oh, come on. What's wrong with staying overnight with your boyfriend? I can have mine help you book a room. It won't be expensive, Fang Ningning said generously. No, really, that's not necessary. Lin Shi was taken aback by Fang Ningning's enthusiasm and waved her hands in refusal. However, Fang Ningning was not easily dissuaded. She pulled Lin Shi close and whispered to her, let us go play together. It'll be fun. If you don't want to spend the night with your boyfriend, we can share a room. The two guys can share one too. The more, the merrier. Lin Shi was somewhat swayed but still hesitated. Fang Ningning continued, think about it. If you don't stay overnight, you'll have to leave on Saturday, wasting half the day on travel, and you won't have much time to enjoy. But if you stay overnight, we can leave right after school on Friday and enjoy 2 full days with our boyfriends. How wonderful is that? I'm asking you to accompany me, and you won't have to pay for the room. Under the incessant persuasion of Fang Ningning, Lin Shi finally gave a gentle nod in agreement. Then it's settled. I'll have my boyfriend book a room for you as well, Fang Ningning declared, promptly opening her phone to message Chen Yang. Meanwhile, a sense of pride swelled within Fang Ningning. She was aware of her slight dissonance with the others in the dormitory. Although Lin Shi also had a boyfriend, she was the only one who was not a virgin, frequently switching partners. Fang Ningning often felt that the others spoke ill of her behind her back. In truth, she harbored a strong disdain for them. Su Yin often walked with her, and their relationship was fairly amicable. Yet Fang Ningning found Su Yin's rural background bothersome, perceiving her awe at every little thing as a sign of ignorance. And Shirhan, with whom she was less acquainted, struck Fang Ningning as pretentious, wondering why she felt the need to act so aloof. The one she found most insufferable was Lin Shi, who presented herself as a pure, innocent flower while secretly harboring sordid thoughts. Now, Fang Ningning yearned to unveil Lin Shi's facade, ensuring she could no longer speak ill of her behind her back, tarnishing her image of purity. She simply could not comprehend why there was such stigma around sleeping with men. What was so dreadful about it? It wasn't as though one would lose a piece of oneself. Why pretend to be so virtuous? She also failed to understand why frequently changing boyfriends was frowned upon. Wasn't it akin to trying on different outfits? One must try on several to discover what truly suits them. Fang Ningning was genuinely perplexed as to why everyone held such strong opinions about her. Chapter 31. Only for you. Upon receiving the message from Fang Ningning, Chunyang felt indifferent. Was it not merely a matter of spending a bit more money? After all, his current objective was to spend lavishly. So he replied to Fang Ningning, assuring her it was no problem. Meanwhile, Fang Ningning was messaging Lin Shi's boyfriend, Zhou Hui. You really ought to thank me, she said. Moments later, Zhou Hui replied, What do you mean? Aren't you supposed to be going out with Lin Shi? Yes, Lin Shi and I have agreed to be companions, and my boyfriend will join us as well. That sounds great, but what do you mean by thanking you? I convinced Lin Shi to stay over tonight, so we can all share a hotel room. After a brief silence, he sent a surprised emoji. Ningning, are you serious? Of course. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? I certainly must. I've been trying to persuade Shishi to stay over for ages, and she wouldn't agree. You're truly resourceful. So how will you thank me? Perhaps treat you to a meal? No, I need something more sincere. Shortly after, a transfer notification of 200 yuan arrived. While Fang Ningning felt somewhat disdainful of this small sum, she reminded herself that even the smallest of gains are worth having, and joyfully accepted it. Remembering Zhou Hui's humble demeanor before Lin Shi, she couldn't help but scoff. You've been dating Lin Shi for 4 years and still haven't won her over. That's quite pathetic. I can't help it. Lin Shi's family is conservative, and so is she. She insists on marriage before fully committing to me. If only she were as understanding as you, Ningning. Humph, you must seize the opportunity. After one night, she'll surely be completely obedient. He understood. Zhou Hui ended the chat on a cheerful note, excitedly shouting to his roommates, I'm finally going to score tonight. Oh yes, I'm about to relish the pleasures of being a man. 4 years, 4 years. His gaming roommates looked at the bouncing Zhou Hui in utter confusion. What's up? Did you win the lottery? What do you know? I'm not coming back tonight. Not coming back. Where are you going? Of course. To stay at a hotel with my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, his roommates expressed a mix of disdain and envy. You're going to need to take some precautions, Zhou Hui thought with excitement, hastily pulling out his phone to search for relevant information. 3 days later, on Friday afternoon after classes, Chen Yang arrived with a small bag to find Fang Ningning laughing and chatting with Lin Shi. Spotting Chen Yang, Fang Ningning embraced him and planted a kiss on his cheek. Softly saying, Baby, I want to buy a beautiful dress. Chen Yang found himself utterly captivated by Fang Ningning, unable to refuse her request. You two are really something, Lin Shi exclaimed, covering her eyes. Since Chen Yang had been introduced to Fang Ningning's roommates, no further introductions were necessary. When is your boyfriend arriving, Lin Shi? Fang Ningning inquired. He left something in the dormitory, so he should be here soon, Lin Shi replied, checking the time on her phone in a rush. It's all good. Soon, Zhou Hui jogged over, apologetically saying, Sorry, I'm late. What took you so long? Lin Shi giggled as she ran to embrace his arm, seemingly flaunting the fact that her boyfriend had arrived too. After a brief introduction between Chen Yang and Zhou Hui, the four of them left the school gates together. Since the city was quite far, and there was a bus stop right outside the school, they decided to take the bus. Fang Ningning initially wanted to take a taxi, but Chen Yang disagreed, stating that while they could take a taxi if it were just the two of them, it wasn't feasible with Lin Shi and Zhou Hui present. Not everyone had the luxury of a system like he did. They didn't wait long for the bus to arrive, and there were many empty seats. Being early, there weren't many students boarding, but if they waited any longer or tried again tomorrow, it would be challenging to get on the bus. Chen Yang and Fang Ningning found a seat towards the back, with Chen Yang sitting by the window. The sun was shining brightly, and feeling a bit warm, he pulled the curtain down. Not long after boarding, Fang Ningning began to feel drowsy, resting her head on Chen Yang's shoulder for comfort, then took out her phone to scroll through videos. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. The scene felt oddly familiar, and for a fleeting instant, he envisioned not Fang Ningning, but Yin Yun resting against him. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, he took out his phone to watch videos. The first few videos he encountered featured beautiful women singing and dancing, which he found uninteresting. Yet, as he continued scrolling, he became engrossed, his eyes entranced by the mesmerizing screen. However, when he turned to look, he was startled to see Fang Ningning's face resting on his shoulder, her eyes fixated on his phone, while her own phone lay in her hand. Darkened, Chen Yang hurriedly closed the video featuring a woman in a very short skirt dancing, sitting up straight. Baby, do you really enjoy watching beautiful women? Fang Ningning smiled, placing her hand on Chen Yang's thigh. A chill ran down his spine. Am I really that unappealing? She teased, suddenly pinching his thigh. Chen Yang winced, waving his hands in protest. No, no. Fang Ningning leaned closer, whispering into his ear, actually, I could wear sheer stockings and a short skirt to dance for you. No, that's not necessary, Chen Yang stammered, swallowing hard in nervousness. You're so contradictory. Fang Ningning opened her Douyin app, where she had been posting her own dance videos, though they hadn't gained much popularity. She held the phone in front of Chen Yang. Don't you like watching beautiful women? Why not check out my private videos? Chen Yang hesitated as he took the phone. Noticing his reluctance, Fang Ningning reached out and opened the private section. The screen revealed her legs glistening with water droplets. Before panning up to show her in a swimsuit, lying provocatively in a bathtub, gazing seductively at the camera. Chen Yang felt his face flush and quickly closed the video. Why did you stop watching? Keep going, Fang Ningning giggled, covering her mouth. Chen Yang felt rather embarrassed. Fang Ningning was being far too bold. I have many more videos saved, baby. You should see them. I filmed them myself. As she spoke, she opened her phone again, starting another video. This one featured her dancing in black stockings, wearing a snug, short top. Fang Ningning showcased video after video, each more stunning and alluring than the last, igniting a warmth within him. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Yang felt a pang of sadness. Looking at Fang Ningning, he awkwardly asked, You haven't shown these to anyone else, have you? Fang Ningning paused, then chuckled softly. Of course not. Why would I share such videos with anyone else? Haven't you noticed they are all in the private section? You're the only one allowed to see them. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, though an uncomfortable feeling lingered. Chapter 32. Twin beds. Fang Ningning took Chen Yang's hand and placed it on her thigh, allowing him to feel a soft and enchanting sensation, which he couldn't resist squeezing. Baby, am I not more beautiful than those women you watch? Indeed. You're more beautiful. Regardless of the truth, Chen Yang felt compelled to affirm her. Fang Ningning beamed, planting a kiss on his cheek and whispering, Baby, I heard that kissing can help with weight loss. Shall we give it a try tonight? Fang Ningning was taken aback when Chen Yang shook his head and earnestly remarked, That is incorrect. There is no scientific evidence to support the notion that kissing can aid in weight loss. Before Chen Yang could finish his sentence, Fang Ningning pinched him and, feeling a bit frustrated, turned away, unable to suppress a muttered fool. In front of them sat Lin Shi and Zhou Hui. Lin Shi was engrossed in a drama on her phone, while Zhou Hui sat beside her, offering snacks for her enjoyment. However, whenever Zhou Hui attempted to make a playful move, such as trying to wrap his arm around her waist or hold her hand, Lin Shi would glare at him, causing him to sulk. The journey lasted about an hour before they finally arrived at their destination, and everyone felt a bit weary from sitting. Chen Yang glanced at the time, noting it was just past 5 o'clock, and inquired, Shall we rest or take a stroll? Let's return to the room to rest for a bit, then have something to eat. We can explore tomorrow, Lin Shi suggested. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, and after some contemplation, Fang Ningning also concurred. Thus, they hailed a cab to the room Chen Yang had booked. It was not a cheap accommodation, costing over 500 for the night. After confirming their reservation at the front desk, they prepared to head upstairs. On the way, Lin Shi tugged at Fang Ningning and whispered, Ningning, are we sharing a bed tonight? Fang Ningning stifled a laugh, pulling Lin Shi closer and assuring her, Of course. Don't worry. Zhou Hui wouldn't dare do anything to you. However, upon reaching the door, Fang Ningning momentarily abandoned Lin Shi, who stood there in a daze, as she happily linked arms with Chen Yang and entered the room, eagerly anticipating an adventurous night with him. After all, it was Chen Yang's first time. She had never been with a virgin before, and the experience promised to be unique. Once inside, the room's ambience was quite pleasant. Equipped with all the essentials, and a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Yet, to Fang Ningning's surprise, there were 2 beds in the bedroom. Did you book a twin room? She asked, frowning at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, already sprawled on the soft, comfortable bed, turned to her and said, Of course. How else would we sleep? Fang Ningning couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, wondering how someone could be so oblivious. She tossed her bag at Chen Yang, who narrowly dodged it. Irritated, he glared at her and asked, What was that for? Did you also book a twin room for Lin Shi? Yes, what's wrong with that? Chen Yang replied, baffled. You big fool. Fang Ningning was taken aback, clutching her chest as she sat down, staring at Chen Yang in disbelief. She genuinely couldn't tell if he was pretending to be clueless or if he was truly unaware. After all, she had agreed to share a room with him. Didn't he want to do anything? Was he even a man? Chen Yang, however, paid little mind to her frustrations. He was quite satisfied with the room he had booked, as the bed was incredibly soft and inviting. Lin Shi, seeing Fang Ningning follow Chen Yang into the room without a second thought for her, felt a pang of anxiety. When Zhou Hui opened the door, she was torn between entering and staying outside. If she went in, she feared Zhou Hui might attempt something inappropriate, but if she stayed out, it felt wrong to abandon both Fang Ningning and Zhou Hui after coming this far. Ultimately, under Zhou Hui's encouragement, Lin Shi steeled herself and stepped into the room, hoping to trust Zhou Hui's character. Upon seeing the two beds, Lin Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had known Fang Ningning wouldn't let her down. Although there were no partitions, she felt confident that as long as they weren't sharing a bed, she could manage to keep Zhou Hui's advances at bay. Meanwhile, Fang Ningning convinced herself that having two beds was just fine. After all, they were all in the same room. She refused to believe that Chen Yang would do anything inappropriate with her, a striking beauty in her mind. She thought Chen Yang was merely pretending to be a gentleman to enhance his image. Such a little trick. I see right through it. He just wants me to take the initiative, she mused. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Chen Yang opened it to find Lin Shi and Zhou Hui, who had come to ask if they wanted to join them for dinner. Chen Yang nodded enthusiastically. There were numerous restaurants downstairs, and the group chose a clean and appealing one to dine in. Shortly after, Fang Ningning received a message from Zhou Hui. Ningning, what's going on? Why are there two beds? Sigh, it was my boyfriend who booked it. Who knew he would be so unreliable? What am I supposed to do now? Well, you both are in the same room, so just figure it out and away. If we end up sleeping together, I think she would reluctantly agree, but if I get too close to her tonight, she'll definitely get angry, and I won't dare approach her then. Look at you, so spineless. Just sweet-talk her a bit. Women's ears are soft. If you act humble and gentle and keep persuading her, she'll agree, especially since you're already a couple. Once the food arrived, Fang Ningning and Zhou Hui ceased their messaging. Zhou Hui ate his meal with a hint of disappointment, resigned to the situation. After finishing dinner and leaving the restaurant, Zhou Hui received another message from Fang Ningning. Tonight, don't make any moves on Lin Shi. We can talk about it tomorrow. She'll be too vigilant on the first night to agree. Zhou Hui pondered this for a moment and found it reasonable. Thus, he decided to hold back for the night. With his hopes dashed, Zhou Hui's mood soured considerably. After returning to the room, Fang Ningning and Chen Yang played a few rounds of games together, after which she urged Chen Yang to take a shower. Chen Yang was quite reluctant, feeling fatigued and having just showered the day before. He truly did not want to wash again. However, Fang Ningning was unyielding, stating, "It's been a whole day. With this heat, you must be sweating profusely. You smell awful. Go and refresh yourself. Since we'll be sharing a room from now on, you must shower at least once a day." With no other choice, Chen Yang complied and went a wash. After a quick rinse, he returned, but Fang Ningning frowned and pushed him back into the bathroom. "How long did you wash for? Do you think 5 or 6 minutes is enough to get clean? Hurry up and wash properly." Feeling overwhelmed, Chen Yang thought a quick rinse should suffice, but what more could he do to be truly clean? This time, he spent about 10 minutes in the shower, using body wash to ensure he smelled pleasant before emerging. Fang Ningning nodded in approval, barely acceptable. "Now it's my turn to shower. You aren't allowed to peek." Chen Yang scoffed at the idea of peeking. That was not his style. However, after his shower, he did feel invigorated, and lying on the bed was even more comfortable. Chapter 33. The wrong thing. While Fang Ningning was in the shower, Chen Yang, feeling bored, lay on the bed and opened a video streaming site to watch an anime series. Recently, many high-quality domestic animations had emerged, and although he had previously hesitated to pay for a subscription, he decided to indulge himself with an annual membership now that he had the means. After enjoying 2 episodes, he heard the bathroom door open, and Fang Ningning finally emerged. Chen Yang glanced up and then widened his eyes in shock, a warm rush flooding his abdomen. Fang Ningning stood before him clad only in her undergarments, which were sheer and translucent, as if a delicate mist barely covered her exquisite form. Her smooth skin was entirely exposed to Chen Yang's gaze, like the finest white jade, radiating an alluring sheen. Her slender waist resembled a willow branch that had just sprouted in spring, soft and delicate, seemingly fragile enough to snap with the slightest grip. This slender waist contrasted beautifully with her voluptuous hips and ample bosom, creating a perfect curve that left one utterly captivated. Chen Yang had never encountered such a scene before. Overwhelmed, he quickly turned away, covering his face with the blanket, tightly shutting his eyes and muttering to himself, "Illusion, illusion, it's all an illusion. Focus, focus." Suddenly, he felt a hand slap his backside, followed by a weight pressing down on him. Fang Ningning pulled back a corner of the blanket, revealing Chen Yang's head. Embarrassed, Chen Yang looked at Fang Ningning, who leaned in closer, asking, "What are you doing? Aren't you cold in such little clothing?" "Actually, I am a bit chilly. Why don't you let me snuggle under the covers to warm up?" Fang Ningning said, moving to get into Chen Yang's blanket. In a panic, Chen Yang rolled off the bed from the other side and wrapped the blanket around Fang Ningning, pinning her down. "Ningning, although we are boyfriend and girlfriend, we haven't reached that level yet. Should we be more mindful? I'm afraid I might lose control." Fang Ningning, perplexed, replied, "Huh? You booked the room. Didn't you want to do something with me?" Chen Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was this truly how she perceived the situation? How could he explain? As Fang Ningning lay beneath him, she spoke softly, "Baby, you're pressing down on me a bit too hard. Could you loosen your grip?" Seeing Chen Yang's conflicted expression, she wondered if he was feeling intimidated. Chen Yang indeed felt apprehensive. He struggled with whether he was honoring Fang Ningning's feelings. His internal conflict was intense, yet his desires surged within him, akin to a ferocious beast clawing at his very being, urging him toward the unknown yet tantalizing realm of temptation. Ultimately, he found himself unable to resist the primal call of his desires. Slowly, he eased his grip, and Fang Ningning wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him into her embrace. In that moment, Chen Yang felt like a child enveloped in her warmth and affection. The beast within him roared with excitement, yearning to break free from its confines. Chen Yang gradually yielded to Fang Ningning's kiss and affection. Just as he placed his hand upon Fang Ningning's inner garment, a voice resonated in his mind like the deep toll of a temple bell. Reverberating through his thoughts, "Warning, warning, detection of insufficient intimacy between host and target. A marriage bond has not been established. Please consider this action with caution." Chen Yang's eyes widened, his pupils constricting inward, like a lion breaking free from its constraints. He staggered to the side, suddenly slapping himself, the sharp sound startling Fang Ningning. The echo of that slap lingered in his ears, calming the tempest of emotions within him, extinguishing the raging fire, leaving him with a profound chill. Taking a deep breath, he covered his head and walked towards the door, softly murmuring to Fang Ningning, "I need to step out and collect my thoughts." The sound of the door closing followed, and Fang Ningning, clutching the blanket to her chest, sat up, breathing slightly heavier as she gazed in the direction of Chen Yang's departure, her heart flooded with an inexplicable emotion. Upon exiting the room, Chen Yang felt adrift, uncertain of where to go. Finally, with a sigh, he decided to wander aimlessly on the well-lit street. He walked against the cold wind, eventually sitting on an unoccupied step, his hands pressed against his forehead. Reflecting on his inability to control his desires from earlier, he felt a wave of regret and loathing towards himself. Although he and Fang Ningning were in a romantic relationship, his intentions were not entirely pure. If he were to engage with her that night, he would undoubtedly regret it afterward. Perhaps this was the first step in unleashing the inner demon. In the days to come, he would inevitably seek various justifications to console himself, leading to a weakening of his conscience, making it increasingly difficult to resist temptation and becoming ensnared. Thus, he would fully unleash the devil within. Indeed, a seemingly trivial misstep could trigger a cascade of subsequent errors. For such is human nature. "Thank you, system," Chen Yang murmured softly, followed by a bitter smile. The system's timely reminder had indeed pulled him back from the brink, preventing him from committing a grievous error. Perhaps the system, aware of his vulnerability to temptation, had issued the warning deliberately, thus he felt compelled to express his gratitude. After achieving a state of inner tranquility, he glanced at the time. It was late, and he needed to return. As he walked along the path, he spotted a vendor selling snacks and decided to enter. Inside the room, Fang Ningning had already dressed and was lost in thought by the window. The moment she recalled Chen Yang's self-inflicted slap, it felt as if he had struck her heart, causing it to tremble involuntarily. The sound of the door creaking open interrupted her thoughts. Fang Ningning quickly stood and looked towards the entrance. where she saw Chen Yang entering with a large bag of goods. After a brief pause, Chen Yang smiled and said, "I went out to buy some snacks, and then I came across a roast duck vendor. I couldn't resist, so I brought one back. Would you like some?" Fang Ningning chuckled. "How long has it been since we finished dinner? Can you really eat more?" "Hee hee, I was just craving something," he replied. Chen Yang placed the items on the table, set the snacks before Fang Ningning, and opened the roast duck, releasing a savory aroma. "Wow, it smells amazing," Fang Ningning said, unable to suppress her saliva. "Did you not buy any alcohol?" she inquired. "Alcohol? I got 2 bottles of soda. Would you like some?" Chen Yang responded, retrieving the drinks from the bag. "Oh, and I also bought a candied hawthorn," he added, producing it for Fang Ningning. "Wasn't sure if you'd like it." Fang Ningning nodded excitedly. "Of course I love it. I haven't had it in ages." "Hee, then that's settled." Chen Yang stood up, saying, "They should have beer here. I'll go ask them to bring some." Fang Ningning's eyes sparkled with joy as she cheerfully replied, "Sounds good." In Chapter 34, Drinking, Chen Yang returned with 4 cans of beer. As they sat together, Fang Ningning was the first to open a can. Then she opened one for Chen Yang, raising her beer to him. "Cheers!" Their cans clinked, and they both took a sip. The roast duck had been sliced, and Chen Yang placed some on a pancake with various garnishes before devouring it with great satisfaction. Fang Ningning, on the other hand, ate delicately, taking small bites and sipping her beer gently. "Ah, this is delightful," she exclaimed contentedly. "Should we turn on the television?" Chen Yang suggested. Yes, in the room, there was a large TV. Chen Yang approached, logged into his account, and selected a newly released movie to watch. They enjoyed the roast duck while chatting and watching TV, feeling utterly at ease. Fang Ningning quickly finished 1 can, while Chen Yang had barely sipped half of his. Aware of Chen Yang's low alcohol tolerance, Fang Ningning refrained from urging him to drink more. "Baby, I heard you were quite frugal before we started dating," she asked after finishing another bite of duck. Chen Yang paused, his heart tightening as he queried, "Who told you that?" "A friend of mine," Fang Ningning replied, taking a sip of her beer. Chen Yang sighed internally. Given the stark contrast in his lifestyle before and after their relationship, it was only natural for questions to arise. He pondered how to explain it to Fang Ningning and finally said, "What they said is true. I was indeed quite frugal before I met you." "Why's that, baby?" "To keep a low profile," Chen Yang said matter-of-factly. "Wealth should not be flaunted. It's wisdom passed down from our ancestors." Fang Ningning chuckled, leaning closer to Chen Yang. "Then why are you showing it to me?" Chen Yang looked up thoughtfully and replied, "Because I like you. There's no need to hide it. I want to give you the best." "Humph, you charmer. Always saying sweet things." Fang Ningning quickly finished another can. Her cheeks slightly flushed, making her even more attractive. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed at Chen Yang and asked, "Baby, do you find me particularly distasteful?" "Not at all." "Then, will you kiss me?" Fang Ningning said. Slowly closing her eyes, enveloped in darkness, her heart raced with anticipation and fear, an experience unlike any she had encountered in previous relationships. Mere seconds passed, yet it felt like an eternity. She fluttered her eyelids, yearning to open her eyes but resisting, hoping that Chen Yang would take action. Chen Yang, momentarily stunned by her unexpected request, slowly leaned in and kissed Fang Ningning. The sensation of her soft lips enveloped him, and in that instant, the world around them dissolved into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors emanating from their connection. Fang Ningning abruptly wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck, feeling a magnetic pull, and her tongue ventured into his mouth. The taste of alcohol surged into Chen Yang's mouth, making it difficult for him to breathe, and the effects of his inebriation intensified. It was evident that he was at a disadvantage during this kiss. After what felt like an eternity, Fang Ningning finally retracted her tongue and released Chen Yang. As their lips parted, he gasped for air. His face flushed a deep crimson. Fang Ningning, still longing for more, cast a playful glance at Chen Yang before breaking into a quiet laugh. Chen Yang, flustered, downed the last of his beer and stood up, waving his hand. "I'm tired, really tired. Time for bed." "Hey, we haven't finished the roast duck." "Not eating anymore," Chen Yang exclaimed, fleeing as if escaping. Observing Chen Yang's hasty retreat, Fang Ningning couldn't help but burst into laughter. The next day, the bright sunlight illuminated the entire room. Chen Yang awoke according to his biological clock, feeling particularly refreshed after a good night's sleep. Sitting up, he glanced over at Fang Ningning, who was still peacefully slumbering. Recalling the events of the previous night, a smile crept across his face. It dawned on him that he might genuinely be developing feelings for Fang Ningning. Rising from bed, Qianyang dressed and, noticing the time was still early, stepped out to fetch breakfast. Upon his return, Fang Ningning was still asleep. He approached her bedside and gently shook her, but she groaned unwillingly. Then opened her eyes to see it was Qianyang, promptly closing them again. Time to get up for breakfast, Otto. What time is it? Fang Ningning asked, pulling the blanket over her head. It's almost 8. So early, let me sleep a bit more. Still sleeping. Qianyang sighed and decided to have breakfast alone. After finishing his meal, he noticed that Fang Ningning remained asleep. Reluctantly, he forced her awake, and she opened her eyes with evident reluctance, playfully swatting at him. After they both had breakfast, they called Lin Shi and Zhou Hui. Lin Shi was in high spirits, while Zhou Hui seemed somewhat lackluster. In the morning, the group decided to visit a nearby park for photos and leisure. Then went shopping at a mall, where they parted ways with Lin Shi and Zhou Hui. Fang Ningning wanted to shop for clothes. Knowing that Qianyang dreaded accompanying girls on such errands, he allowed her to select items on her own and asked her to call him when she was ready, while he wandered off to explore other areas. Qianyang found himself in a bookstore, lingering in the history section, searching for books. Recently, he had learned a great deal about editing techniques and felt it was time to embark on creating his first video. He chose the historical theme, as he was a history major and had a keen interest in it. The accumulation of professional knowledge is indispensable. Qianyang had his eye on several thick volumes, resembling bricks. While the financial aspect was manageable, the challenge lay in transporting them. System, could you possibly provide a backpack function? He inquired. This feature is not available, came the response. Why not develop one? He suggested. Such a service is currently unavailable, aware of his own carrying capacity. Qianyang reluctantly opted to purchase only 2 of the books, spending a sum of 20,000 yuan that he could manage. As a student, he found physical books cumbersome to carry and contemplated the merits of electronic books instead. Recently, he had become interested in a product known as an e-ink e-reader, which significantly differed from reading on traditional mobile devices or computers. Unlike screens that emit light, the e-ink display reflects natural light, providing an experience akin to reading on paper. While passing a lottery shop, an idea suddenly struck him. Why not use the system's funds to buy a lottery ticket? If he lost, it wouldn't hurt too much. But if he won, the reward would be entirely his, especially since the month was drawing to a close. Just as he approached to purchase a ticket, a notification from the system rang out. Attention! The host is prohibited from using discretionary funds for gambling-related purchases. Faced with this, Qianyang had no choice but to withdraw his hand. That moment, his phone chimed with a voice message from Fang Ningning. Baby, I've made the purchase. Come help me with the payment. Chapter 35. Shopping conflict. When Qianyang arrived at the clothing store, he was taken aback. Fang Ningning was visibly angry, arms crossed, vocally confronting a sales clerk, while the clerk, seemingly agitated, appeared ready to approach Fang Ningning. Fortunately, other staff members intervened. Otherwise, a physical altercation may have ensued. Qianyang hurried over, and upon seeing him, Fang Ningning's confidence surged. With a beaming smile, she embraced him and exclaimed, "Baby, she was rude to me and insulted me. You must avenge me." Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Qianyang inquired about the situation. The clerk, now glaring at him, had calmed down slightly. "What is going on?" Qianyang asked as he pulled Fang Ningning closer. She responded angrily, "I had just finished purchasing clothes and was waiting for you to pay when she looked down on us, suggesting we couldn't afford them." The clerk, overhearing this, became incensed. She turned to Fang Ningning and shouted, "Who looked down on you? I merely pointed out that as a student, you might not have the means to afford these clothes, which total 20,000 yuan. After catching her breath, she continued, "I shouldn't have said anything. Do you think it's easy for your family to earn money? Is this how you choose to squander it? That's preposterous." Fang Ningning retorted defiantly, "Stop making excuses. Your words imply disdain. What's wrong with being a student? Can't I spend money? It's not your money I'm spending. I'll slap you," the clerk threatened, raising her hand. Qianyang and the other staff quickly intervened, while Fang Ningning, undeterred, stepped forward defiantly, saying, "Come on, hit me. I'll make you pay for this. You'll lose your job." Qianyang swiftly turned to Fang Ningning, urging her to remain silent. He worked to calm the clerk's temper before addressing the other staff members. "May I review the surveillance footage?" "Of course," they replied, leading him to the monitor. Chen Yang kept Fang Ningning close to avoid any further provocation. The footage revealed Fang Ningning waiting with her clothes when the clerk approached her. They exchanged a few words, after which Fang Ningning became agitated, pointing at the clerk, who seemed to endure her provocations. However, Fang Ningning's escalating comments eventually prompted the clerk to retaliate verbally. Chen Yang noted that the clerk had maintained a relatively gentle demeanor, indicating that her unfortunate choice of words had incited Fang Ningning's ire. With the situation becoming clearer, Chen Yang pulled Fang Ningning aside and quietly asked, "What exactly did the clerk say?" Fang Ningning, her chest heaving with emotion, began to speak, but Chen Yang quickly reminded her, "Do not embellish the story." Stifled, she pouted before recounting the events. Chen Yang learned that the clerk, assuming Fang Ningning was a student, had expressed concern about her understanding of the prices and had advised her to focus on her studies, suggesting that her parents worked hard for their money and she shouldn't waste it. Mentioning her parents had upset Fang Ningning, who felt her spending was none of the clerk's concern, leading her to respond with harsh words. With the misunderstanding clarified, Chen Yang asked Fang Ningning to wait outside and approached the clerk to apologize. Though still harboring some resentment, the clerk acknowledged her own fault as well, allowing Chen Yang to diffuse the tension. After resolving the conflict, he proceeded to pay for the clothes, as he was leaving with the garments. The clerk called out to him, "Handsome, I advise you to find a new girlfriend soon. A woman like her is only interested in spending your money, not in building a future with you." Chen Yang chuckled softly at her words and nodded as he exited the store. Outside, he spotted Fang Ningning still sulking, her head down as she paced, occasionally kicking the ground with her heel. Approaching her, he embraced her and handed her the clothes, saying, "What is there to be sad about? I bought you the outfit, yet you still seem unhappy." Burying her face in his chest, Fang Ningning whispered, "Is 2,000 yuan too expensive?" "Not at all. Why should I care about the price when it's for you?" Chen Yang replied without a hint of regret, since he was directly purchasing for Fang Ningning. It didn't come from his discretionary funds. "Is there anything else you wish to buy?" he asked, stroking her head. Fang Ningning shook her head. "I'm not in the mood. I just want to go home." "What about your manicure? I recall you mentioning wanting a haircut too." Chen Yang teased. Fang Ningning suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, you're right." She looked at him expectantly, asking, "Are you still willing to spend money on me?" "Of course, let us go," he affirmed. "Okay." Fang Ningning cheerfully took his hand as they walked. She first went for her manicure, and afterward, since they were near the hotel, they dropped off their things in the room. After a light meal, they took a brief nap. By 1 in the afternoon, they set off for the hair salon. Fang Ningning was familiar with one nearby, so they didn't take long to get there. She planned to dye her hair partially, while Chen Yang seized the opportunity to get a haircut as well. However, once seated, the stylist began to promote various hairstyles, insisting that a new look would enhance his appearance. Although Chen Yang intended to keep it simple and just trim his hair, with Fang Ningning's encouragement and the stylist's persuasive words, he found himself inadvertently opting for a new hairstyle. While the expenditure felt a bit arbitrary, the outcome was quite pleasing, elevating his attractiveness. As Fang Ningning took longer with her hair, Chen Yang sat nearby and waited. During this time, Lin Shi and Zhou Hui messaged them, and after Fang Ningning shared their location, the two joined Chen Yang and Fang Ningning at the salon. Having not purchased much, Lin Shi and Zhou Hui had spent their time exploring an art exhibition and a museum before grabbing a bite at the mall. The group deliberated on their next destination, and after the staff's recommendation, they decided to visit the newly opened zoo. Once Fang Ningning finished her hair, they headed out, but after touring the zoo, the two women expressed a unanimous desire to shop at a nearby large mall. Their enthusiasm for shopping intensified, prolonging their selection process. Chen Yang sought an escape, but this time, Fang Ningning was determined not to let him off the hook, insisting he accompany her, as Chen Yang began to feel overwhelmed. His phone rang. Yuan Yun was video calling. Chapter 36, Stinky Chen Yang. "I'm done with you?" Chen Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to answer. After about a minute, the call ended, just as he breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Yun called again. "Oh well, I might as well pick up." He answered the call on screen. Yuan Yun looked distressed, her face drawn. "What's wrong? Why the long face?" "Ugh, I'm having the worst day. I almost fell down the stairs earlier. And then someone snatched my drink. Look, I still have water in my nostrils," she said, pinching one nostril and forcefully holding her breath, causing a stream of water to shoot out of the other nostril. "Yuck, that's disgusting." Qin Yang recoiled, holding the phone at arm's length. Yuan Yun wiped her nose with a piece of tissue and, noticing Qin Yang was not in his dorm, asked, "Where are you?" "I'm out enjoying the city," he replied. "What? You secretly went out to play without me?" Yuan Yun sounded furious, then suddenly remembered something. "You're definitely not alone. You're too lazy to venture out by yourself. Baby, who are you talking to?" Fong Ningning had long noticed Qin Yang engaged in a video call and discerned a feminine voice emanating from the device. A surge of irritation and anxiety coursed through her, prompting her to hastily approach. "Friend? What friend?" she inquired. Leaning closer to Qin Yang, she caught a glimpse of a strikingly beautiful girl on his phone, and her gaze immediately turned into a fierce glare directed at him. Fearing the misunderstanding, Qin Yang quickly clarified, "That's my sister. Don't get the wrong idea." "Sister?" Fong Ningning raised an eyebrow, her eyes brimming with skepticism as she scrutinized Qin Yang. Yin Yun, upon noticing the unexpected female presence on Qin Yang's screen, was momentarily taken aback. The girl appeared impeccably stylish, her exquisite makeup harmonizing perfectly with her fashionable attire. As she overheard the exchange between Qin Yang and Fong Ningning, sensing the intimacy in their words. A heavy weight settled in Yin Yun's heart. "Qin Yang, who is she?" Yin Yun inquired, her tone forcefully cheerful. "She is." Before Qin Yang could finish, Fong Ningning placed her hand on his shoulder and, smiling warmly at Yin Yun, declared, "I am Qin Yang's girlfriend. My name is Fong Ningning." With that, she planted a quick kiss on Qin Yang's cheek. Yin Yun's eyes widened, fixated on the two on the screen, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. Her nails digging deeply into her palms, oblivious to the pain he felt as though something she cherished most had been snatched away, leaving her heart hollow. "Yin Yun, I'll call you back in a bit." Qin Yang thought Fong Ningning was deliberately provoking Yin Yun by being so affectionate in her presence, which stirred a wave of embarrassment within him. After ending the video call, Fong Ningning, fuming, confronted Qin Yang. "You said she was your sister, yet your surname is Qin, and hers is Yin. How does that work? What about my neighbor's sister?" Qin Yang retorted, irritated. "Neighbor's sister? Childhood sweethearts, perhaps? Is she your ex-girlfriend?" A tempest of emotions surged within Fong Ningning, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Qin Yang gently tapped her head, saying, "Ex-girlfriend? I wouldn't have one if I hadn't broken up with you." Realization dawned on Fong Ningning. After all, she was Qin Yang's first love. "So, you have no relationship with her at all?" she asked, puzzled. "Aside from being siblings, nothing else," Qin Yang replied, playfully pinching the nape of Fong Ningning's neck, akin to handling a cherished toy. "Why are you so jealous?" he added, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Oh, it's just that I'm worried," Fong Ningning whimpered, her eyes resembling those of a wounded fawn as she implored Qin Yang with her gaze. "Go buy your things and stop causing a ruckus," Qin Yang said, releasing his grip as if swatting away a fly. Fong Ningning, rubbing her neck and pouting like a wronged child, slowly walked away. Qin Yang initiated a video call with Yin Yun, who promptly answered, her voice laced with anger. "Qin Yang, when did you start dating?" Startled, Qin Yang lowered his volume, exclaiming, "You scared me half to death. I ask you, when did you start dating?" "About half a month ago." "What? You scoundrel! You've been dating for half a month and didn't tell me. Why should I inform you about my relationship?" "Humph." Yin Yun's face flushed with indignation as she demanded, "Do your parents know?" "No, why should they?" Qin Yang queried, bewildered. "I'll tell your parents. You're dating early." Unable to contain his laughter, Qin Yang replied, "Xiao Yun Yun, it's college now. When I visited home recently, my mom was urging me to find someone. If you tell them, they'll be thrilled." "You rotten Qin Yang. I won't speak to you again," Yin Yun retorted angrily before abruptly ending the call. Qin Yang, perplexed by her outburst, wondered why she was so furious. Before he could return his phone to his pocket, Yin Yun called again, and he answered. Yin Yun, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, glared at Qin Yang. "What's wrong?" he asked curiously. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" She turned her head away, as if refusing to acknowledge anything he might say. "Nothing, I'm hanging up," Qin Yang chuckled. Alarmed, Yin Yun quickly turned back, exclaiming, "Wait, fine. I may have started dating before you, but that just proves I'm more exceptional. Don't worry, you'll find someone too, Yun Yun. Get lost. Who wants to date? You traitor." I remember you once said dating was exhausting compared to playing games or how delightful virtual wives are. Look at what you're doing now. Hypocrite. Ugh, you're disgusting. Chen Yang, overwhelmed by her barrage of insults, quickly interjected. All right, enough already. I'm also a victim of circumstances. Oh, so you're taking advantage of the situation? Was someone threatening you with a knife? Or did they poison you? Or do they have something on you? Left speechless, Chen Yang could only listen with wide eyes, as Yin Yun's words drowned him out. Eventually, after venting her emotions, she hung up, leaving a bewildered Chen Yang standing there. After ending the call, Yin Yun's chest heaved with emotion, and once the intensity of her feelings subsided, she was left with a profound sense of melancholy. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, which she gently wiped away before burying her face in her pillow, silent and withdrawn. Thankfully, her dormitory was empty, sparing her from unnecessary explanations, allowing her to better navigate her unexpressed emotions. Ultimately, sorrow and heartache coalesced into a single exclamation that escaped into the muffled confines of her bedding. Rotten Chen Yang. I will never speak to you again. Chapter 37. Weeping Chen Yang and his friends returned home late. Around 7 in the evening, Lin Shi entered the room, tossing her belongings aside before collapsing onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Ah, I'm exhausted. Lying down feels so good." Zhou Hui settled beside her, offering to massage her shoulders. Lin Shi emitted contented hums as Zhou Hui's gaze roamed over her graceful figure, swallowing hard. Oblivious to his thoughts, Lin Shi closed her eyes in enjoyment, saying, "Zhou Hui, I had such a great time today. But we have to head back to school tomorrow. Should we go out for a stroll or stay in the room?" "Why not stay in?" Zhou Hui pondered how to persuade her. "No way. That would be a waste. We can't squander our break. How about we catch a movie instead?" "Sounds good." Lin Shi stretched her arms, signaling Zhou Hui to stop the massage. "I'm going to take a shower and then sleep." After grabbing her change of clothes, she headed into the bathroom. Zhou Hui, outside, felt a mix of nervousness as he clasped his hands together. They had been in a relationship for 4 years, yet to this day, Lin Shi had barely satisfied even his desire for a kiss. Moreover, she prioritized her studies, leaving little time for him. Frustration had begun to brew within Zhou Hui. He had entertained thoughts of breaking up more than once. Still, Lin Shi's beauty and the effort he invested in winning her over made it hard to let go. He believed that if he could just endure until graduation and marry her, everything would fall into place, as Lin Shi would have no reason to refuse him then. However, Lin Shi intended to pursue further studies and marry after completing her master's degree, and Zhou Hui could no longer wait. Recently, their disagreements had escalated. Although they reached a compromise, Zhou Hui was fed up. He had been chatting with other girls, contemplating his options. Unexpectedly, this outing presented him with a grand opportunity. He was determined to win Lin Shi over tonight. As Zhou Hui mulled over his strategy, the bathroom door creaked open, and Lin Shi emerged, rubbing her hair dry. Clad in loose-fitting sleepwear, she moved to the mirror to blow-dry her hair. The sound of the hairdryer filled the room. Akin to the rustling trees in a dark forest, obscuring the beast of desire lurking within Zhou Hui's Lin, she hummed a simple tune. Finishing her hair, she had just set the dryer down when Zhou Hui suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. Startled, Lin Shi gasped as Zhou Hui rested his head on her shoulder, grinning, "Darling, you smell amazing. Why are you holding me so tightly? It's a bit uncomfortable." "Let me go," Lin Shi protested, feeling as if she were being constricted by a thick rope. Zhou Hui deliberated for a moment before releasing her, tugging gently at her sleeve, earnestly requesting, "Darling, may I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" Lin Shi asked, perplexed. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Zhou Hui gazed at her with anticipation. Lin Shi was taken aback. She hadn't expected such a request. In a way, she rejected without hesitation, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. "I've already told you, we're not getting a certificate, and you're not allowed to touch me." "Why not? Other girlfriends agree to such requests. Why is it different for me?" "Lin Shi, do you not love me?" Zhou Hui's emotions began to escalate. "No, Zhou Hui. I love you dearly, but could you please understand me? My education and my innermost feelings simply cannot accept such actions. Once we graduate and marry, I will definitely, don't even mention graduation." Zhou Hui grasped Lin Shi's shoulders, pleadingly gazing at her like a devoted follower, and said, She, at this point, I implore you to show me some mercy. I truly cannot endure this any longer." I have had enough. Zhou Hui, can you not clear your mind for a moment? Lin Shi shouted. Zhou Hui took a deep breath, then released his grip and said to Lin Shi, Shi, I apologize. I should not have acted that way. But could you allow me just one kiss? Lin Shi's expression was conflicted. She feared that Zhou Hui would take it too far, but under his earnest gaze, she felt a pang of sympathy and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Zhou Hui, overjoyed, eagerly embraced Lin Shi and pressed his lips against hers. Lin Shi's face contorted in pain, and her eyes widened in shock as Zhou Hui, like a wild beast, frantically caressed her back and attempted to tear her clothing. An overwhelming sense of fear surged within Lin Shi. It felt as though she were plummeting into an abyss. In a panic, she struck Zhou Hui, urging him to let go. Yet, it was as if he had lost all sensation. Completely disregarding her pleas, Zhou Hui had shed his gentle demeanor and transformed into a famished wolf. Human nature is perpetually vulnerable to testing. Even the slightest temptation can unleash a formidable demon. Let me go, Zhou Hui, wake up. Don't do this, Lin Shi cried out in anguish, struggling against Zhou Hui's iron grip, desperately trying to halt his advances. However, Zhou Hui's body was as unyielding as steel. His heated breath seared against Lin Shi, akin to a branding iron. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as the thought of her parents filled her with unbearable anguish. In the chaotic struggle, Lin Shi bit Zhou Hui's neck fiercely, causing him to recoil in pain, gripped by an instinctual fear that compelled him to release her. This provided Lin Shi with the precious opportunity and time to escape, and she dashed toward the door. As Zhou Hui felt the pain in his neck, his desires faded, and clarity returned to his mind. Realizing the gravity of his actions, a wave of regret washed over him. When he saw Lin Shi attempting to flee, he had no time to ponder his remorse and hurried after her, calling out, Shi, I was wrong. Seeing Zhou Hui pursuing her only intensified Lin Shi's fear, and she ran even faster. Lin Shi quickly flung open the door, slammed it shut, and rushed to Chen Yang's room, pounding on the door while shouting, Chen Yang, Ning, open the door, hurry. Zhou Hui followed closely, grabbing Lin Shi's arm in an attempt to pull her back, remorsefully exclaiming, Shi, I was truly wrong. I'm a jerk. Shi, please don't shout so loudly. Let's not give outsiders a spectacle, all right? I swear I'll never act this way again. Lin Shi absorbed none of Zhou Hui's frantic apologies. She only felt the terror he inflicted upon her. Inside the room, Chen Yang heard Lin Shi's voice and immediately stood up to investigate. However, Fang Ning abruptly stopped him, saying, What are you doing? Didn't you hear Lin Shi knocking? Come on, don't interfere. This is a matter between them. Fang Ning replied nonchalantly. Chen Yang frowned, pointing toward the door. No, Lin Shi is knocking so violently. She must be in some sort of trouble. She has a boyfriend. Why is it any of your concern? Fang Ning retorted indifferently. Chen Yang hesitated, but upon hearing Lin Shi's desperate knocks and near-sobbing voice, his concern propelled him to the door. Fang Ning, seeing Chen Yang go, frowned and hurriedly put on her slippers to follow. Chen Yang reached the door and flung it open, only to find Zhou Hui hastily covering Lin Shi's mouth while attempting to drag her back into the room. Lin Shi was struggling fiercely, her hands flailing in a desperate attempt to knock on the door. Although he was unaware of the full situation, the sight ignited a surge of anger within Chen Yang. What are you doing? He shouted. Zhou Hui, startled by the outburst, trembled, his face pale as he stammered, Chen Yang, it's nothing. I was just playing with Shi. How is this any kind of game? Chen Yang, like a furious lion, stepped forward, gripping Zhou Hui's arm tightly, glaring at him with fierce intensity, and commanded, Let go. Realizing the ferocity in Chen Yang's demeanor, Zhou Hui understood that if he did not release Lin Shi, a confrontation would ensue. Fearing for his own reputation, he reluctantly let go. Lin Shi hurriedly sought refuge behind Chen Yang. Zhou Hui opened his mouth as if to explain, but Chen Yang raised a fist, threatening, Get out now, or I'll call the police. Zhou Hui, taken aback, understood that if the authorities were involved, his life would be irrevocably altered. Worrying for Lin Shi, he wished to catch one last glimpse of her, but she remained firmly hidden behind Chen Yang. With others beginning to open their doors to ascertain the commotion, Zhou Hui, fearing further trouble, could only depart with his head hung low. Once Zhou Hui left, Chen Yang relaxed his fist and guided Lin Shi back into the room, shutting the door behind them. Lin Shi, feeling utterly helpless, crouched down and hugged herself, weeping quietly. Chen Yang, observing her distress, felt a pang of compassion and crouched beside her. Unsure of how to offer comfort, he reached out, gently patting her back. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi clung to Chen Yang, slamming him against the door. The impact caused pain to shoot through his back, but he bit his tongue to suppress any sound. Shaking his head at Fong Ningning, who was approaching to check on them, it was best to let Lin Shi release her emotions alone for now. Watching Lin Shi, who was sobbing pitifully against him, Fong Ningning felt an unsettling anxiety settle within her. She had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. They were supposed to be a couple, so why did Lin Shi seem as though she had narrowly escaped a violent encounter? Fong Ningning struggled to comprehend the situation. She was unaware that for some, the significance of such a moment could be paramount, so much so that they wished to reserve it for their most cherished partner after marriage. Moreover, she did not grasp the terrifying transformation that desire could inflict upon human nature, obliterating qualities such as understanding, kindness, reason, wisdom, and virtue. Indeed, it could destroy them. Even if reason were to return after the fact, a wound would forever remain, a chasm difficult to mend, with the demon lurking, waiting for the opportunity to resurface. Lin Shi was uncertain how long she had been crying. Chen Yang remained still against the door. Feeling her tears soaking his shirt, her trembling body pierced his heart like needles. Lin Shi's cries faded into mere whimpers. Chen Yang, seeing that she was somewhat calmer, gently lifted her, continuously reassuring her to cease her tears. Lin Shi, head bowed, covered her face, repeatedly apologizing. Chapter 38. Lin Shi's breakup. Fong Ningning offered a tissue to Lin Shi, who slowly wiped away the tear stains from her face. Chen Yang had come to understand what had transpired with Lin Shi, and he was appalled that such an event could occur in his vicinity. He seethed with hatred for Zhou Hui's actions. He suddenly recalled that if it weren't for the system, he too might have committed a similar error yesterday. In that moment, he fell silent, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. With her eyes red-rimmed, Lin Shi turned to Fong Ningning and Chen Yang, saying, "Ningning, Chen Yang, may I stay with you tonight? I am too afraid to go back. Don't worry, you can sleep with Ningning tonight. Just wait here. I will go find Zhou Hui," Chen Yang replied before rising. However, Lin Shi, filled with trepidation, grasped Chen Yang's arm, pleading, "Please, do not confront him. Rest assured, I only wish to have a word with him," Chen Yang assured her as he pushed the door open and stepped outside. After Chen Yang left, Fong Ningning sat closer to Lin Shi, unable to restrain her criticism. Shi, I believe you are in the wrong." Lin Shi looked at Fong Ningning in confusion. "Consider this. After today, how will you two continue to interact?" Lin Shi lowered her head, realizing the gravity of the situation. How could they possibly face each other again after this? Zhou Hui was her boyfriend, and they had been together for 4 years. You have caused this unpleasantness over what seems to be a trivial matter. Even if you reconcile, there will always be a rift between you. Was it worth it? Lin Shi felt a swell of grievance, like a wounded fawn, shaking her head as she clutched Fong Ningning's hand, desperately explaining, "Ningning, this is not a trivial matter." Fong Ningning dismissed Lin Shi's protests, callously stating, "Even if you slept with him today, what difference would it make? You wouldn't lose anything. I cannot overcome that mental barrier. I would regret it. I truly do not comprehend your conservative mindset. It is exceedingly outdated. Do you believe that by preserving your purity, you will be deemed virtuous? Who still honors such notions today? How many girls are still virgins by the time they marry? We are in college now. Do not be so traditional." Fong Ningning's unrelenting criticisms deepened Lin Shi's sadness and frustration. She felt neither the strength nor the desire to contest Fong Ningning's assertions. Had the world's views truly shifted so dramatically? Why did no one understand her? Was she truly in the wrong? The sound of the door echoed as Chen Yang returned. He scratched his head and plopped down onto the sofa, saying, "Zhou Hui seems to have left. His clothes are gone. He left?" Lin Shi's gaze turned somewhat desolate. "See, I told you, Zhou Hui must have some grievances in his heart. You two will have to figure out how to interact moving forward." Fong Ningning chimed in, pleased with her own prediction. "What's wrong?" Chen Yang asked in confusion, noticing that Lin Shi's expression had grown even more somber upon his entrance. Fong Ningning reclined on the sofa and remarked, "I advised Shi not to be so stubborn. Well, Lin Shi, don't be too heartbroken. Even though he is your boyfriend, you shouldn't be overly attached. The fact that he could act this way today proves that his character is not commendable. You'd be better off breaking up with him. Chunyang spoke bluntly. Fang Ningning, alarmed, quickly smacked Chunyang on the chest, saying angrily, "What are you talking about? We should be encouraging reconciliation, not separation. Do you know how long they've been together? 4 years. Chunyang, somewhat irritated, retorted, "So what if it's 4 years? Does what he did today justify his actions towards Lin Shi? His behavior is even criminal. I could report him to the police right now. If he had any decency, he should have suggested breaking up himself." You? Fang Ningning was rendered speechless by Chen Yang's words and turned away in frustration. Enough. You two should rest early. I'll go to another room and see if I can wait for Zhou Hui to return. Chunyang, feeling a headache coming on, got up. Chunyang, Lin Shi called out, stopping him, "If Zhou Hui comes back, please wake me." Chunyang sighed softly, replying understood. He entered the adjacent room, tidied up his belongings briefly, then lay on the bed, lost in thought. Time passed slowly as he stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind a haze until, enveloped by drowsiness, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Chunyang rose early to buy breakfast and messaged Fang Ningning to ask if he could come in. To his surprise, she replied, "Lin Shi is crying again." Chunyang hurriedly opened the door, finding Fang Ningning clearly still half asleep, her brows furrowed with irritation. Yet, she made a concerted effort to suppress her annoyance as she crouched beside Lin Shi's bed, asking with concern what was wrong. Lin Shi's eyes were red, her nose swollen from crying, her face streaked with tears. Fang Ningning tore off several pieces of tissue to help Lin Shi wipe her nose and face. Sniffling, Lin Shi shakily unlocked her phone screen and choked out, "Zhou Hui said he wants to break up with me." "A breakup?" Fang Ningning gasped in shock, standing up abruptly. Seeing Chunyang nearby, she punched his chest in frustration, exclaiming, "It's all your fault for suggesting a breakup yesterday. Now your ill-fated words have come true. Just look at the mess you've caused." Chunyang stood frozen, at a loss while witnessing Lin Shi's tear-streaked face. If it's meant to be, then let it be. That kind of man is not worth forgiving. Lin Shi, he doesn't deserve your tears. Woo-woo. Lin Shi suddenly sobbed louder, her cries tearing at the heart. Oh dear. Fang Ningning shot Chunyang a fierce glare before hastily handing Lin Shi tissues to wipe her tears. As Chunyang moved to approach, Fang Ningning kicked him away. "Just stay quiet if you don't understand anything." Chunyang retreated, feeling disgruntled. After Lin Shi had sufficiently vented her overwhelming sorrow over the breakup, she was left nearly exhausted, her breathing quickening as if she might suffocate at any moment. She gasped for air, trembling as she reached for a tissue to dab at her tear-soaked face. Overcome with emotion, her eyes were swollen and red, resembling 2 ripe peaches, while her hair lay in disarray, making her look utterly disheveled. Shaking her head vigorously, she let out a soft whimper before speaking to Fang Ningning in a voice thick with nasal tones and tears. "Chunyang is right. If breaking up is what's needed, then so be it. I don't care. I'd rather be rid of him sooner." Despite her words, the quiver in her voice betrayed her true feelings. After all, this was a relationship that had spanned 4 long years, during which Lin Shi had poured her heart and soul into it. How could she not harbor feelings for Zhou Hui, with whom she had shared countless storms, laughter, and tears? Yet, at this moment, all her reluctance and affection could only be buried deep within, transforming into boundless pain and sorrow. "All right, that's enough," Fang Ningning said gently, embracing Lin Shi with tenderness. "Since things have come to this, let us try to be brave. That a breakup is the end of the world. It's not a big deal. Take me, for instance. I've been through so many relationships. Each time I broke up, I didn't feel sad at all. In fact, I was quite happy, because each time, I was the one to initiate the breakup, without any lingering attachments." Hearing this, Chunyang couldn't help but blink in surprise, leaning in with curiosity. Fang Ningning caught his gaze and playfully scolded, "Hey, don't eavesdrop on our girl talk." Chunyang stuck out his tongue and stepped out of the room, not wanting to intrude on their conversation. Lin Shi almost laughed at Chunyang's antics, but at that moment, she felt a pang of jealousy towards Fang Ningning. It's worth noting that deep down, Lin Shi had always harbored some disdain for Fang Ningning. In her eyes, Fang Ningning's approach to love was frivolous, casual, as if treating it like a mere plaything to be discarded at will. Furthermore, Fang Ningning's demeanor often came off as wild and carefree, frequently bantering and flirting with various boys. Lin Shi found it hard to condone such behavior, feeling genuine revulsion. What was even more unbearable for Lin Shi was Fang Ningning's tendency to toy with the affections of those who sought her approval, gracefully accepting their attentions while exploiting them for her own benefit. Yet, once her objectives were met, or the novelty faded, she would unceremoniously cast them aside as if they were worthless rags. Thus, Lin Shi had long concluded in her heart, this woman is undoubtedly a heartbreaker. One should not befriend her deeply. When Fang Ningning first began dating Chen Yang, Lin Shi felt a twinge of envy at Fang Ningning's expensive phone and lipstick, but not jealousy. She believed that Fang Ningning could not continue such a lifestyle indefinitely and would eventually pay the price for her actions, facing the consequences of her own misdeeds. Lin Shi thought Chen Yang's willingness to spend on Fang Ningning was merely a fleeting whim. She even anticipated seeing the drama unfold. However, after getting to know Chen Yang better, especially when he shielded her the previous day, Lin Shi felt he was a man of principle, providing her with a sense of security. Through her observations of Chen Yang's behavior, Lin Shi realized that he was not merely playing with Fang Ningning's feelings. On the contrary, he seemed genuinely invested in their relationship. Moreover, he exhibited remarkable patience and understanding towards Fang Ningning, effortlessly diffusing any tensions that arose, even in the face of her occasional whims. When Fang Ningning claimed Chen Yang was her first love, Lin Shi had doubted it, thinking he was merely fabricating a story. Now, however, she believed him, recognizing that he was not one to speak such untruths. A complex mix of emotions began to stir within Lin Shi, as she felt Chen Yang deserved better, believing Fang Ningning was unworthy of his affection. Chapter 39. A message from Lin Shi. Due to the events of the previous day, the group had lost interest in continuing their outing and took the bus home in the morning. Chen Yang suggested that Fang Ningning sit with Lin Shi to help comfort her. Upon arriving at school, Chen Yang's system sent him a message detailing the expenses incurred during their outing, which he promptly ignored. About 2 weeks later, Lin Shi gradually emerged from her heartbreak, regaining her usual vibrancy. Her relationship with Fang Ningning grew much closer, and they often walked together during this time. When Chen Yang visited the classroom to see Fang Ningning, Lin Shi found herself engaging more with him. One day, after Chen Yang and Fang Ningning returned to their dorms, Lin Shi took the initiative to send Chen Yang a message. Chen Yang, there's something I'm unsure whether I should tell you. Chen Yang felt a mix of curiosity and confusion as he read Lin Shi's message. He had added her as a friend long ago. Yet this was her first message to him. Oh, you think this is something I should know? I believe you should. Then just say it. But that I'm afraid it might damage your relationship with Ningning. Is it about Ningning? Lin Shi remained silent for a long while, seemingly contemplating her words. Chen Yang felt a twinge of impatience but refrained from urging her. Finally, his phone vibrated, and Lin Shi sent another message that left him utterly stunned. Chen Yang, I don't want to jeopardize your relationship, but I feel you should know that Ningning is still maintaining somewhat inappropriate contact with other men. Upon reading this message, Chen Yang felt a sharp pang in his heart, struggling to accept the revelation. However, he quickly regained his composure, aware of Fang Ningning's character all along. Wasn't he? Isn't this road the one he chose? Chen Yang offered a faint, bitter smile, realizing that he had become somewhat earnest in this love affair with a system that offered free indulgence. Thank you, Lin Shi. You need not thank me. I doubt I will try to persuade Ningning. No need, we can handle our matters ourselves. Your involvement might complicate things. Well, Chen Yang, try not to overthink it. I believe Ningning still loves you. It's just her nature. Enough, there's no need to convince me. I have long understood Ningning's character, and I anticipated this situation. Lin Shi, seated across from him, found herself at a loss for words, gradually lowering her phone. Lin Shi had inadvertently reminded him. Otherwise, he might have truly fallen into the depths of this predicament. A twinge of discomfort lingered in Chen Yang's heart as he took a deep breath and closed his eyes to recalibrate his emotions. This recalibration lasted the entire night. Recently, Chen Yang had been plagued with headaches, his mind consumed by thoughts of what Fang Ningning might be doing behind his back, while she continued to appear carefree and joyful, living each day without a care in the world. Her laughter pierced his heart like a dagger, each echo a painful reminder of his emotional turmoil. In class, Chen Yang stared blankly at the blackboard, his mind wrestling with a singular question. Should he continue? Would persistence merely mean maintaining the status quo? The advantage of remaining as they were was the continued free indulgence of the system. Yet, he seemed unable to overcome that internal barrier, one he had previously dismissed as inconsequential. When did Fang Ningning's significance in his heart grow so paramount? Chen Yang could not fathom. Tio abandoned the status quo. That would mean breaking up, which would allow him to escape this quagmire he had unwittingly fallen into. Though the process would undoubtedly be painful, a reluctance to part ways stirred within him. The mere thought of separation filled Chen Yang with a profound sense of loss. He could not bear to part with the sweetness of Fang Ningning calling him baby every day. The joy of sharing meals together, the tranquility of walking side by side, and the warmth of her embrace. The prospect of forsaking these moments felt akin to a blade cutting through his heart. At that moment, he understood the depths of his loneliness and his reliance on another's warmth. How astonishing it was that love could evoke such a sense of yearning. A troubling thought crossed Chen Yang's mind. What if Lin Shi was lying to him? Or perhaps this was a scheme orchestrated by Fang Ningning and Lin Shi to toy with him? Chen Yang felt a swell of anxiety, wishing to inquire of Lin Shi, yet he was also filled with trepidation. He picked up his phone only to set it down again, repeatedly opening and closing the screen, his forehead resting in contemplation. Then, with a firm resolve, he grasped the phone once more, ready to send a message, only to hesitate and turn off the screen again. After much internal conflict, he finally sent the message. Lin Shi, are you deceiving me? Lin Shi quickly replied, no, Chen Yang, I believe this is unfair to you. Ning Ning has been in contact with Chu Yuemo, and sometimes he takes her to bars, where she often returns intoxicated in the early hours. I genuinely feel this is unjust to you. Lin Shi harbored a thought unspoken. It's unfair to me as well. Upon reading Lin Shi's message, Chen Yang felt an immediate sense of despair. Chu Yuemo, this name solidified Lin Shi's claims in his mind. He had encountered Chu Yuemo before. Such charisma was undeniable, and Chen Yang could hardly believe that Fang Ningning, with her character, would remain indifferent to him. Chen Yang's complexion paled. Beside him, Xie Zhongfan noticed his altered demeanor and quickly inquired, what's wrong? Chen Yang waved his hand slightly, signaling that he was fine. After class, instead of seeking out Fang Ningning, he decided to let her come to him. Previously, he had always taken the initiative. Now he sought to discern whether Fang Ningning would be willing to seek him out. As classmates filtered out, rushing eagerly to the cafeteria, Chen Yang remained motionless in his seat, ultimately left alone in the vast classroom. The clamor outside gradually faded into silence. Chen Yang fidgeted with his fingers, awaiting Fang Ningning's arrival. Suddenly, a resounding series of footsteps echoed in the hallway, prompting Chen Yang to look towards the door. The sound grew closer, only to recede, leaving him feeling disheartened. Oh, is that you? Fang Ningning's voice came from behind, and Chen Yang quickly turned to see her playfully peeking through the back door. Her face adorned with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with life. Chen Yang could not help but smile back, asking, how did you come from that direction? Fang Ningning, slightly irritated, replied, well, who knew your classroom was so hard to find? I initially went to the wrong place, wandered around B-Zone, and when I found everyone gone, I hurried back and spotted you through the back door. Chen Yang shook his head in exasperation. What a silly girl. Why did you call for me? Fang Ningning frowned, clearly displeased. Nothing, just for a meal, Chen Yang said, taking her hand. On their way, Chen Yang received a message from Yin Yun. Stinky Chen Yang. Big jerk. Are you coming home for the Mid-Autumn Festival or not? Chapter 40. High-speed train tickets are too expensive. Perhaps I should just go home. Chen Yang came to a decision. He had been troubled lately, perpetually vacillating over whether to break up, consuming far too much of his attention and affecting his life. Returning home for a brief respite seemed the most prudent course. He could address the remaining matters upon his return. With a smile, Chen Yang gently tousled Fang Ningning's silky hair with his right hand. However, Fang Ningning abruptly raised her small hand and forcefully swatted his away. She frowned, clearly annoyed, and complained, what are you doing? You've messed up my hair. With that, she smoothed down her somewhat disheveled locks while casting Chen Yang a fierce glare. Chen Yang chuckled, shaking his hand in the air. Weren't you wanting to go out for the Mid-Autumn Festival? What's wrong with that? I can't accompany you. I need to go home. Fang Ningning appeared somewhat disheartened. It's all right. I'll transfer you 20,000 yuan later. Go have fun. Fang Ningning's spirits lifted instantly. her eyes sparkling as she embraced Chun Yang and planted a kiss on his cheek, cheerfully exclaiming, "Thank you, baby." Clinging to Chun Yang's arm like a little kitten, she nuzzled her head against his arm and face. Chun Yang felt an inexplicable sense of ease and happiness in her affectionate embrace. "So, baby, why are you going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? My parents miss me." "Oh." Fang Ningning said no more, happily walking alongside Chun Yang under the envious gazes of passers-by. Chun Yang's phone vibrated, and upon checking, he saw it was a message from Yin Yun. "Stinky Chun Yang, where have you been? If you don't reply soon, don't ever talk to me again." Through the text, Chun Yang could feel Yin Yun's fury, prompting him to type nervously, unsure why her tone was so severe. "I'll come back and pick you up." "No. Oh, well, if you want, I can pick you up." Yin Yun widened her eyes, indignantly thinking how shameless it was for him to say it so nonchalantly. "I want to walk back by myself. You go your own way." "Fine, then I'll head straight to the high-speed train station." "High-speed train? Aren't you taking the bus?" "Not taking it. I have money now." Yin Yun panicked slightly. She merely wanted to express a little annoyance, yet Chun Yang seemed unfazed by her feelings, not inquiring why she was reluctant to walk together, simply continuing the conversation as if prepared to go alone. Yin Yun was still hesitant about walking alone. After all, she had always traveled to and from school with Chun Yang, and the prospect of returning home alone made her somewhat anxious, especially since she didn't even know how to buy a ticket. Yet, having said it, she couldn't take her words back, nor could she soften her stance with Chun Yang. A sense of grievance welled up within her. She pouted slightly, letting out a dissatisfied huff, and then, in a fit of pique, she activated the voice message on her phone, playfully declaring, "Then let me walk alone. Don't you ever care about me again? If I get abducted, it won't be your concern." Chun Yang had yet to listen to Yin Yun's voice message when Fang Ningning, curious, leaned over to look at Chun Yang's phone and asked, "Who are you chatting with so cheerfully?" "Yin Yun, my neighbor's sister." Chun Yang bowed his head to play the message, and upon hearing Yin Yun's slightly miffed tone, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Not even my real sister. Just the neighbors." Fang Ningning, observing Chun Yang's amused expression, felt a twinge of jealousy. Chun Yang's fingers flew over the keyboard as he typed a response. "All right, Yun Yun, I was just joking. I will definitely pick you up." Upon receiving this message, Yin Yun's feelings of grievance and anger remained unabated, and she replied, "Get lost. Who said I'd let you pick me up? I'll walk by myself." It seemed she was genuinely angry. Chun Yang sighed, realizing he had miscalculated. Yin Yun would not be easily appeased. He tucked his phone into his pocket, deciding that he wouldn't bother trying to placate her in the past when faced with such situations. Chun Yang had opted for a cold treatment, knowing that their relationship was strong enough that her mood would likely improve after a few hours. However, after walking a few steps, Chun Yang suddenly paused, sighed, and took out his phone to send Yin Yun a message, feeling an unease that he couldn't shake. "I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry with me, if you will, this time. I truly intend to purchase the high-speed train tickets, and I shall cover the cost, if that is acceptable." There has been no response from Yin Yun. Fang Ningning urged Chun Yang, saying, "Baby, I am hungry." Chun Yang hurriedly bought the train tickets while striding forward with great determination. He was wholly absorbed in the ticket purchasing process, completely oblivious to the jealous gaze beside him. After sending Yin Yun the photos of the two adjacent train tickets, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Chun Yang inhaled sharply, finally noticing Fang Ningning's displeased expression. "What's wrong, Ningning? How can you even ask? You and that so-called sister of yours, are you really not involved?" Fang Ningning's eyes were fixed on Chun Yang, as if she would strangle him the moment he showed any sign of weakness. "There is truly nothing between us. If you don't believe me, look at our chat. We must return home together. If Yin Yun goes home alone, her parents will worry, and I cannot explain to them either why parents would not spare me," Chun Yang explained, slowly scrolling through their chat history for Fang Ningning to see. As she observed the absence of anything suspicious, she finally averted her gaze, sparing Chun Yang this time. That moment, Yin Yun sent a message, and Chun Yang dared not look openly. He stole a glance instead. "Why are you so foolish? You bought the wrong tickets. We can return home on the 10th, so why did you purchase for the 11th? Upon reading this message, Chun Yang chuckled. He had intentionally bought the wrong ones. It is human nature to correct others, and he knew Yin Yun would inevitably remind him. This way, once Yin Yun spoke to him, he could easily appease her. He had learned this little trick from a book he read recently. Intending to use it on Fang Ningning, but it turned out to work on Yin Yun instead. Look how careless I am. Thank goodness you reminded me. Are the train tickets too expensive? Not at all. Our families are relatively close, so it's quite affordable. A classmate of mine spends $300 just to return home, not including the return trip. Moreover, the high-speed train is significantly faster than a regular train or bus. In the blink of an eye, you can arrive while finishing a meal. Is it really that quick? You won't know until you try.do you know how to ride it. I have looked into it. Do we still need to pick up paper tickets at the station? No, now you can just swipe your ID.is. There room for our luggage? Certainly, there will be space. You can search for images online. Besides, we need to bring large suitcases for this trip home. Chen Yang, engrossed in the conversation, lost track of time, while Fang Ningning, observing the exchange, found it harmless to let him be. However, she was surprised that someone as affluent as Chen Yang had never ridden a high-speed train before, he being overly frugal. Furthermore, Yin Yun questioned whether the train tickets were too pricey. As Chen Yang's neighbor, isn't her family wealth comparable to his? Even if their circumstances differ significantly, at the very least, Yin Yun should have some understanding of Chen Yang's family's wealth. He had offered to buy her a ticket. So why would she think the train tickets too costly? Fang Ningning found herself puzzled. Chapter 41. Fang Ningning's parents. That evening, as Fang Ningning joyfully scrolled through short videos, a message suddenly popped up, causing her brow to furrow. It was a voice message from her father. Lowering the volume, she held the phone close to her ear to listen. A woman's hoarse voice, marked by a distinct regional accent, emerged. Ningning, are you done with class? Are you tired? Fang Ningning, feeling a bit irked, clicked her tongue and replied while putting on her headphones. What's up, Mom? Can we video chat? Your father misses you. Fang Ningning's brow knitted tightly as she sighed, got off the bed, entered the bathroom, and closed the door before initiating the video call. The call connected shortly, though the image took a moment to stabilize before revealing a weathered, middle-aged man with numerous wrinkles on his face. He appeared somewhat gaunt, his hair mostly gray at the edges, with only a sprinkling of white in the center, slightly balding. Upon seeing Fang Ningning, he grinned widely and then turned the camera to reveal a pleasantly plump woman sitting under the light. Her face also lined with wrinkles. Upon seeing Fang Ningning, she beamed with joy. Near. Are you still on holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Of course, why even ask? Who doesn't get a break during mid-autumn? Fang Ningning replied somewhat impatiently. Are you coming home? I'm not going back. It's too expensive to return home. I might as well stay at school and use that money to buy some nice food. As she spoke, traces of her hometown accent slipped into her words. Fang Ningning's mother visibly looked disappointed but maintained a cheerful facade, saying, It doesn't matter. Even if you don't come home. Your father and I still worry about you being alone. That is true. What's the point of coming home when there's nothing here? Your mother and I both have to work. What would you do at home all alone? The voice of Fang Ningning's father resonated from the screen. Is your living allowance sufficient? He inquired further. Yes, I need your money for now. Oh, don't be stingy. Buy some good food. Don't deprive yourself, our little girl. We have the means. Fang Ningning's mother added. I know. Fang Ningning replied nonchalantly. Our daughter is so thrifty. Other kids spend over 1,000 a month, while ours only asks when she needs something, Fang Ningning's mother boasted, looking up at her husband. Fang Ningning's father nodded with a smile. Though the weariness in his expression was hard to conceal, Fang Ningning found this conversation tiresome and impatiently asked, Is there anything else? No, just wanted to know if you were coming home. Her mother waved off. I'm not going back. We can discuss it when winter break comes. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Take care, her mother replied with a smile. As Fang Ningning was about to end the call, she felt a twinge of reluctance and wanted to say a few more words. Have you finished your meals? We've already eaten. Long since finished. Fang Ningning's mother chuckled in response. Then make sure Dad buys some meat. No, there's no one to eat it. I don't like meat, and your father has dietary restrictions, her mother explained. Then buy some eggs instead. Of course, we're eating 1 egg each day. They quite cheap now. After chatting for a while, Fang Ningning felt the conversation had run its course, and she said, All right then, let us end it here. Take care, her mother repeated. As she raised the phone to call her husband, Fang Ningning sighed softly before taking matters into her own hands and ending the video call. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she emerged from the bathroom and climbed into bed. The Mid-Autumn Festival only offered a brief 3-day holiday, which seemed unnecessary for her to return home, and she truly did not wish to return to that so-called home. Fang Ningning's family resided in a village, the environment not particularly bad, and conditions had improved significantly over the years. However, in her eyes, the countryside was not where she belonged. Were it not for her parents still living there, she would not even want to return for the new year. The dormitory was far more comfortable, at least it had air conditioning. Their home had never installed air conditioning. It wasn't due to a lack of funds, as her family was not poor, but not particularly well off either. Her parents deemed it an unnecessary expense, so in the summer, Fang Ningning had to endure sleepless nights under the meager breeze of a small fan, and in the winter, they relied on a stove for warmth. Indeed, many people believed that stoves were a relic of the past, yet many places still depended on them for heat during winter. This was precisely why Fang Ningning was particularly sensitive to any mention of her home life. Her sole purpose in pursuing education was to escape her hometown. She had no desire to return. Yet, on this arduous journey, she gradually discovered a rarely trodden yet easy shortcut. The thought of Chen Yang brought her a sense of peace and pride. With him by her side, escaping her not-so-ideal upbringing was a breeze. However, the thought of Chen Yang returning home with another woman made Fang Ningning feel slightly uneasy, though she could not voice her discomfort. Oh well, they have been together for so long without a romantic relationship, which means he must not be interested. Why should I worry? She mused, secretly feeling proud of her foresight. Just then, Chu Yuemo sent a message to Fang Ningning. Ningning, don't forget to have fun during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I've reserved tickets for you. Fang Ningning smiled and happily replied to Chu Yuemo, sure, but my boyfriend said he has something to do. So he won't be going. Oh, then you can come alone, and no worries. With your boyfriend out of the picture, I'll accompany you to explore. This event will be so much fun, is that so? Yes, there's a Mid-Autumn Festival exhibition nearby, and several popular influencers will be attending. Wow, really? Fang Ningning felt a surge of anticipation. Make sure to dress nicely, don't worry, I'm so pretty. I look good in anything. Hee hee, do you want me to buy you some cosplay outfits? Fang Ningning felt tempted at the suggestion. She had previously rented a few costumes and even film videos, including some that were rather risque, which she had kept private, and Chen Yang had seen them last time. Of course, I would love to. By the way, let me show you a few cosplay videos I filmed myself to see if they are appealing. Fang Ningning said this as she opened the video application, sending several private videos to Chu Yuemo. After a considerable amount of time, Chu Yuemo sent several messages of admiration and then replied, beautiful, truly exquisite. I can hardly believe this is you. Do you have any more? Chapter 42. You were actually cheated on. Time passed swiftly, and Chen Yang continued to fret over Fang Ningning's situation. During this period, he keenly observed her and discerned numerous details. It was evident that Fang Ningning was indeed maintaining connections with other boys. Chen Yang increasingly leaned towards the idea of breaking up. If he harbored no feelings for her, it would be easier, but since he had developed feelings, not breaking up would only lead to self-inflicted misery. Should he fall completely in love with Fang Ningning? One could imagine the daily torment he would endure, so why not earnestly complete tasks and fulfill the system's objectives? Although the system had not promised any grand rewards, the tasks provided a monthly allowance of 100,000. Upon accomplishing the task goals, the rewards should be substantial. Even without rewards, he could ultimately be with Fang Ningning. Chen Yang entertained such thoughts, yet ultimately abandoned them. He was self-aware and recognized his limitations. Altering a person is no simple feat, and after this period of interaction, Chen Yang understood clearly that Fang Ningning's apparent affection and concern for him were merely transactional, reliant on his financial support. Without money, she would swiftly regard him with indifference. Fang Ningning was indeed a heartbreaker, possessing a far greater skill in manipulating emotions than he did. When he first acquired the system, he felt confident, believing that his inherent disdain for heartless individuals would prevent him from ever liking one. Yet, as he spent time with her, he realized he had fallen into her trap. These heartless women were adept at making men fall for them. Chen Yang, a naive and earnest young man, could hardly resist the allure of a heartbreaker's gentleness. What did it matter if she was a heartbreaker? Immersed in the experience, he found it difficult to harbor any hatred towards her. In fact, he enjoyed it immensely. Had it not been for Lin Shi's reminder, he might not have even realized it. Thus, from that point on, Chen Yang recognized his own limitations. There was no use in persisting. He simply couldn't do it. He even contemplated proposing a breakup during the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. However, when the day arrived, he found himself reluctant to part ways, gazing at Fang Ningning, whose eyes were filled with longing as he prepared to leave. Chen Yang swallowed his heartache, unable to voice his feelings. Ultimately, he boarded a taxi with a small bag slung over his shoulder. He had called Yin Yun in advance to ask her to wait at the entrance. Upon arriving at Yin Yun's school gate, he found her waiting with a lollipop in her mouth, accompanied by a striking girl. Chen Yang exited the car and addressed Yin Yun. "Let's go." Yin Yun bounced forward, tossing her bag to Chen Yang and introducing the beautiful girl beside her. "This is my friend, Yu Ming." "Hello, you must be Chen Yang, right? I've heard about you from Yin Yun." Yu Ming nodded at Chen Yang. With a short haircut and exquisite features, her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a delightful songbird. Chen Yang nodded amicably in greeting. Yu Ming was also heading to the high-speed train station, and their departure times were similar, though regrettably, they were not on the same train. Yin Yun explained to Chen Yang, "I see. Then you two can sit in the back, and I'll sit up front." Chen Yang remarked as he prepared to open the front door. Yin Yun, while holding the door, retorted, "If you don't sit up front, why should I?" Chen Yang habitually replied, "All right then." Yin Yun shot him an exasperated glance, wrinkling her nose, which elicited a faint smile from Chen Yang, making him appear rather endearing. Yin Yun settled into the car and beckoned Yu Ming to join. Once inside, Yu Ming asked, "How much is it?" "I'll transfer you." Yin Yun waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. Chen Yang is rich. This amount is nothing." Chen Yang, seated in the front, couldn't help but smile faintly upon hearing this, realizing that Yin Yun was still upset. Shaking his head, he sensed a change in Yin Yun. She seemed more irritable than usual. Could it be that she was experiencing her period? No, that couldn't be. Perhaps she was just having a premenopausal episode? That seemed far too early. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, Yin Yun was oblivious to his wild thoughts, happily engaging in conversation with Yu Ming about the latest TV series. The lonely Chen Yang had no choice but to lean back against the seat and close his eyes to rest. Soon, they arrived at the high-speed train station. Chen Yang led the way, with Yin Yun following behind, conversing with Yu Ming. "Yu Ming, is it true that you can enter just with your ID card?" Yu Ming nodded, replying, "Exactly. When you first enter, you'll pass through a corridor with security checks. After that, just look at the big signs for the train information and wait at the designated ticket counter." "Oh, that's good to know. Which ticket counter do you have?" "We're not at the same place. I'm on the first floor, and you two need to go to the second floor." "Ah, that's a pity. Why can't we wait for the train in the same area? I'll be all alone." "Don't you have company?" Yu Ming teased, stealing a glance at Chen Yang. Yin Yun scoffed, "I don't feel like talking to him." Noticing this, Yu Ming sensed there was a story behind it and her curiosity piqued. Leaning in closer to Yin Yun, she whispered, "Are you two having a disagreement?" Yin Yun pouted and shook her head. "Impossible. P.S. Not even my boyfriend." Yin Yun's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly shook her head, hastily clarifying, "Not at all. He already has a girlfriend." "Oh, I see that I misunderstood." Realizing Yin Yun was serious, Yu Ming ceased her teasing. After they passed through security, Yu Ming and Yin Yun parted ways, leaving Yin Yun to walk silently behind Chen Yang, her arms crossed. Chen Yang found Yin Yun's behavior puzzling. After descending the escalator, he located 2 vacant seats and took one, while Yin Yun sat down with a sulky expression. That moment, Chen Yang finally addressed Yin Yun. "What's wrong? You seem upset." Yin Yun remained silent, clearly reluctant to engage with Chen Yang. When he poked her gently, she shifted her body away, resisting his touch. "What's with the attitude, young lady? What have I done to provoke you?" Yin Yun shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. You haven't upset me. I just don't feel like talking right now. But I see you chatting quite happily with your classmate," with a huff. Yin Yun turned away and replied, "You're not like her." Chen Yang felt disheartened. Her cold demeanor left him feeling somewhat hurt. He glanced away, his expression tinged with sadness. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Yin Yun suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Unable to bear it, she struggled internally for a few seconds before speaking up. "Hey, how does it feel to have a girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yang turned to Yin Yun. Causing her to blush, he nodded and replied, "It's quite nice. Is very beautiful and gentle, often acting cute with me." "All right, no need to say more, thank you," Yin Yun quickly interrupted, raising her hand to stop him. Chen Yang forced a wry smile, shifting his posture as he shook his head. "However, we might break up soon." Yin Yun slowly turned to face Chen Yang, her lips inexplicably curling into a smile. She quickly suppressed her amusement, trying to maintain a serious demeanor as she inquired, "What is going on? Why the sudden breakup?" Chen Yang looked up, his mood sour as he replied, "I've noticed she has been a bit too close with other guys." Before he could finish, a fit of laughter escaped Yin Yun, causing her to accidentally spray Chen Yang with saliva. Quickly covering her mouth, she fished a tissue from her clothing to wipe his face. Her head bowed as she stifled her laughter. "Go ahead and laugh," Chen Yang said, exasperated, as he took the tissue to clean himself. Yin Yun pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, fearing that a laugh might slip out. After a struggle, she managed to squeeze out a sentence through her laughter. "So, you were actually cheated on?" Her voice was somewhat loud, drawing the curious gazes of those nearby. Chapter 43. Chen Yang is sulking once Yin Yun managed to stifle her laughter. She glanced at Chen Yang with a hint of embarrassment. However, she couldn't help but imagine Chen Yang wearing a bright green hat. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter again. Chen Yang, who had already retreated to a corner with Yin Yun, regretted sharing this news with her. Through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "Hey, enough. Even if we're close, there should be some limits." Yin Yun recognized she had gone too far. Chen Yang had been deceived by a heartless woman, and he must be hurting. Her lack of sympathy for his plight felt like reopening his wounds. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Her laughter fading away. "I'm sorry, Chen Yang. I was wrong." She expressed genuine concern for him, her tone low and sorrowful. The stark contrast in Yin Yun's demeanor caught Chen Yang off guard. What was happening? With sincere concern, she inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Chen Yang replied, no longer wanting to discuss the matter with her. "Really, I was genuinely wrong. Please don't be mad," Yin Yun pleaded, adopting a charming tone. Yet Chen Yang, now immune to her charms, paid her no mind. "I'm really worried about you." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. "Worried about me? Sister, are you sure it's concern and not schadenfreude?" Seeing that Chen Yang truly didn't want to elaborate, Yin Yun felt she couldn't press further. Choosing silence is an option, especially since Gao Lei and you attend the same school. He is surely aware of the situation. "Once I return home, I will inquire with him, and that should suffice." Yin Yun pondered to herself, unable to suppress her admiration for her own cleverness. "Very well, if we shall not speak of this sorrowful matter, then I shan't mention it." Yin Yun patted Chen Yang's shoulder and said, "Fear not, I shall introduce you to a new girlfriend, one who is guaranteed to be more beautiful than your previous one. What do you think of Yu Meng? Shall I set you up with her?" Chen Yang's lips twitched in exasperation as he rubbed his forehead, silently lamenting how his friend had a knack for getting him into trouble. Meanwhile, as Yu Meng watched videos on the first floor while waiting for the train, she suddenly felt a tickle in her nose and let out a mighty sneeze. She sniffled in confusion and looked up, wondering if perhaps the air conditioning near the waiting area was too strong. Chen Yang sternly warned Yin Yun that he had not been betrayed. Fang Ningning was merely too close to another man, and that he must never discuss his supposed betrayal in front of anyone. No, he had not been betrayed. It was merely a breakup. Yin Yun pursed her lips and nodded in understanding, vowing to keep Chen Yang's romantic affairs a secret from his parents. With some time still to spare, Chen Yang resorted to scrolling through short videos to pass the time. Observing the content on Chen Yang's screen, Yin Yun frowned and remarked, "You're watching another unhealthy video." "What do you mean by unhealthy video?" "I'm watching this for my health," Chen Yang retorted. "What do you mean?" Yin Yun inquired, perplexed. "Research indicates that watching videos of beautiful women can lower heart rate and blood pressure, thereby alleviating physical stress responses. If I watch enough, I might just live to 99, Yin Yun scoffed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" As she spoke, Yin Yun reached for Chen Yang's phone, only to realize that it felt different in her hands. It was then that she noticed his new phone. "Oh, you got a new phone?" Yin Yun exclaimed with curiosity as she removed the plain black case to explore. "I've had it for a month." "How did you just notice?" Chen Yang allowed Yin Yun to inspect the device, as he had no secrets to hide. "Not that it matters, since we don't attend the same school, you seem to keep everything from me." Yin Yun's frustration was palpable, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. Chen Yang poked at Yin Yun's puffed cheeks, causing her to release a startled puff of air. Her face flushed slightly as she shot him an irritated glare and delivered a light smack to his arm. Chen Yang winced, rubbing the spot as he moved aside. "This phone is quite nice. How much was it?" 2,000 yuan, he replied nonchalantly. "What? 2,000? Where did you get the money?" Yin Yun exclaimed, throwing the phone back to him in shock. "That's none of your concern." "None of my concern? Why shouldn't I care?" Yin Yun protested defiantly. You're not my mother. You have no right to question me. Yin Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, huffing indignantly before slapping him again. Why do you keep hitting me? Chen Yang grimaced in pain. Where did the money for the lipstick you bought me come from? Yin Yun scrutinized him like an interrogator. Chen Yang felt a headache coming on. Women could be so troublesome. Just then, the train was approaching and passengers began lining up at the ticket gate. Chen Yang hastily pulled Yin Yun along. Let us not worry about where the money came from. We need to queue up. As they joined the line, Chen Yang hoped Yin Yun would drop the subject, but she was relentless. With no other option, he fabricated a response. I borrowed it from my mom. Borrowed it? Chen Yang. Yin Yun frowned, displeased with his answer. She then reached into her bag, unzipped it, and pulled out a box, the very gift Chen Yang had given her. What are you doing? Chen Yang frowned in confusion. I don't want it. Take it back and give it to your mom. Consider it a gift for her. Chen Yang's irritation grew as he watched her actions. It's fine to spend 2,000 on a phone, but asking your mom for 500 to buy me lipstick is inappropriate. If I were to accept it, what would that make me? I haven't even used the lipstick. I merely opened the packaging to look. This gift is too extravagant. I can't accept it. As Yin Yun was about to retort, Chen Yang cut her off. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Just don't throw it away. I bought it for you with my own savings. Fine. If you don't want it, give it to someone else or toss it in the trash. It's hardly better than garbage, Chen Yang snapped, turning away to await the ticket check. Onlookers assumed the pair were just a couple having a spat and stole glances in their direction. Yin Yun felt a twinge of grievance, but upon reflection, she realized her behavior was indeed inappropriate. From her perspective, Chen Yang's action seemed questionable. However, from his viewpoint, he had chosen that gift specifically for her, and her dismissive attitude trivialized his feelings. In a hurry, Yin Yun tucked the gift back into her bag. Seeing Chen Yang sulking because of her, she reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Chen Yang, however, remained unresponsive. She pulled again, and in a sudden motion, he jerked his arm away. Yin Yun, feeling a bit pitiful, took a step closer and softly pleaded, "Please don't be angry." Chen Yang ignored her. I was wrong. Still, he ignored her. I like the gift you gave me. I didn't like it. I just thought it was too much. He continued to give her the cold shoulder. Realizing he was genuinely upset, Yin Yun began to feel anxious. Just then, the ticket check commenced. The process moved swiftly, and as they approached the front, Yin Yun clutched her ID, desperately trying to get Chen Yang to acknowledge her. Finally, they reached him, and after scanning his ID, he turned to wait for her. Assuming he had finally forgiven her, she joyfully trotted over, only for him to turn away and walk on, leaving her to hurriedly follow. Chapter 44. You didn't take out a loan? Did you? They boarded the train, and throughout the journey, Yin Yun remained by Chen Yang's side, apologizing profusely, but he was impervious to her pleas, treating her as if she were invisible. When they reached their seats, Chen Yang waited for Yin Yun to settle in before he plopped down next to her, placing his bag down and reclining against the seat. Eyes closed, desperate, Yin Yun shook his arm. Chen Yang, stop it, okay? I truly messed up. Please don't be angry. Chen Yang furrowed his brow and glanced at her. Yin Yun looked at him, her expression a mix of a pout and a plea, her face clearly displaying that she was on the verge of tears. Chen Yang, sensing the right moment, finally dropped his feigned indifference and smiled. All right, I was just teasing you. How could I be genuinely upset over something so trivial? Is that how you entertain yourself? Yin Yun felt a mix of relief and annoyance. Well, you ignored me first. Chen Yang straightened his posture, as if he were in the right. That is not the same. Yin Yun delivered a playful punch to his side. How is it not the same? Chen Yang caught her arm, reaching to tickle her. The unbearable tickling sensation broke through Yin Yun's defenses, causing her to burst into laughter. Fortunately, he released her before it became too much to bear. Yet, Yin Yun was not about to let it go. Fueled by her annoyance, she suddenly lunged at Chen Yang's arm, sinking her teeth into him. The pain made Chen Yang stiffen, and he restrained himself from yelping as he began to tickle her back. Yin Yun, unable to withstand it, laughed uncontrollably and let go. Chen Yang, seeing her unwillingness to relent, quickly raised his hand in a truce. It's my fault, all my fault. Let us not disturb the others. Humph. We'll see if you dare to bully me again in the future, Yin Yun declared triumphantly, lifting her chin like a victorious general. Chen Yang pulled out a tissue from her pocket, scrunching his face in distaste as he wiped the saliva from his arm. After cleaning up, he intended to return the tissue to her pocket, but she shot him a glare that made him retreat. Leaning back against the seat, Yin Yun felt a bit uncomfortable and asked Chen Yang, "How do I adjust this?" "Just press the button on the armrest." Chen Yang demonstrated. "Oh." Yin Yun mimicked his actions, and the seat reclined backward quickly. "How come you know all this?" she asked, her expression brightening. "I learned it," Chen Yang replied, beginning to feel drowsy. "What time do we get home?" "In about 40 minutes. That's so fast?" "I told you it would be quick." Chen Yang yawned, closing his eyes. "You can entertain yourself. Just don't bother me." Yin Yun puffed her cheeks, watching him as he genuinely rested his eyes. With a sigh, she turned away and took out her phone to message Gao Lei. "Gao Lei, did you know Chen Yang is dating now?" Meanwhile, Gao Lei, who was staying on campus, was shirtless in his dorm, engrossed in a video game. When his phone lit up, he glanced to see it was from Yin Yun, and his heart skipped a beat. How did Yin Yun find out that Chen Yang was dating? Wait, they were supposed to come home together today. Did Chen Yang tell her? Gao Lei, caught off guard, quickly picked up his phone and replied, "Understood." "You truly are aware," Yin Yun thought with a hint of irritation. And she sent back, "Then why didn't you inform me?" This. Gao Lei momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Never mind, let's not dwell on that. Are you aware that Chen Yang has been cheated on?" "What? Chen Yang has been cheated on?" Gao Lei exclaimed in shock, rapidly typing. "When did this happen? You didn't know?" "I'm not entirely clear either." Sigh. "I knew this would be the outcome. I should have done everything in my power to stop Chen Yang back then." "What do you mean?" Yin Yun inquired, puzzled. Gao Lei, now devoid of any desire to continue playing games, removed his headphones and sent, "That Fang Ningning is nothing but a heartbreaker. Several men have fallen victim to her deceit. She engages in relationships solely for financial gain." What? The revelation took Yin Yun by surprise. She had not anticipated that Chen Yang's romantic interest would be a scoundrel. She pressed on, "Please elaborate on what transpired." "The specifics are unclear to me. Fang Ningning merely exploits romantic connections to swindle men into spending on her. Chen Yang began dating her just a few days ago. If Fang Ningning weren't intent on manipulating him, how could things have progressed so swiftly? Since then, Chen Yang has consistently avoided me, and I worry something undesirable has transpired. By the way, I've heard rumors recently that Fang Ningning is doing quite well. Her boyfriend has been splurging on her, and she's adorned in expensive, fashionable clothing. She even upgraded her phone to a new model worth 5,000 yuan. I'm not certain whether this boyfriend is Chen Yang or someone else." Yin Yun frowned. A 5,000 yuan phone. Chen Yang had bought himself a new phone and even gifted her lipstick. Even if he were to ask his mother for money, she likely wouldn't part with such a sum. So this phone must not have been purchased by Chen Yang at IT, must be from another boyfriend then. Yin Yun's anger surged. That Fang Ningning was infuriating, playing both sides. What a wicked woman. Just as Yin Yun was fuming, an unlikely thought crossed her mind. Could Chen Yang have been deceived into taking out a loan to buy things for Fang Ningning? Once this notion took root, it became inescapable, gradually occupying her thoughts. If Chen Yang truly took out a loan, it would explain why he seemed to have so much money. But if he did take a loan, how could he possibly repay it? Yin Yun felt anxious. Frustrated with Chen Yang for his apparent foolishness, in a fit of anger, she swung her fist at Chen Yang, who was on the verge of falling asleep. Her small fist struck his arm, causing him to yelp and spring up in alarm. "What are you doing?" Chen Yang, disturbed from his slumber, glared at Yin Yun, only to find her equally irate as she interrogated him. "Did you take out a loan?" Chen Yang was taken aback, confused by her sudden inquiry. He instinctively shook his head and replied, "No, really not." From Chen Yang's expression, Yin Yun's suspicions began to dissipate, but she still cautioned, "Don't lie to me. If there is something, it's better to tell me early. You know the serious consequences of loans." Chen Yang found Yin Yun's concerns rather bewildering and impatiently retorted, "Are you out of your mind? I have money. Why would I take out a loan?" "You'd better not." Yin Yun was convinced that Chen Yang had not taken out a loan. She picked up her phone and began scrolling aimlessly. Filled with disdain for Fang Ningning, if it wasn't Chen Yang, then it must be other men whom Fang Ningning had deceived. Fortunately, Chen Yang was on the verge of breaking up with her. "I must ensure that Chen Yang ends things quickly." "Hey, hurry up and break up with her," Yin Yun instructed Chen Yang, keeping her head down. How absurd. Chen Yang closed his eyes, ready to rest once more. Fang Ningning is a wicked woman. Her transgressions go beyond mere infidelity, Yin Yun muttered. Chun Yang slowly opened his eyes to glance at Yin Yun. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Did you contact Gao Lei?" "Don't mind that. Fang Ningning is a bad woman. Break up with her quickly." "All right, I got it." Chun Yang waved dismissively, feeling that returning home was never a moment of peace. Had it not been for the inconvenience of being on a high-speed train, Yin Yun would have even suggested that Chun Yang call Fang Ningning right away to end things. If Chun Yang hesitated, she would gladly assist him. Such a wicked woman should be dealt with swiftly. Chapter 45. Fang Ningning's intoxication. The train arrived at the station promptly, and Chen Yang and Yin Yun disembarked together. Following the crowd towards the exit. They stepped out of the station. Chen Yang felt an inexplicable sense of relief and happiness. This what it feels like to be home. How are we getting home? Yin Yun inquired. I've already hailed a cab. It's close to home. So it won't cost much, Chen Yang replied. Did you bring the keys to your house? No, my mom is home. Fine then. Your parents aren't home. Do you want to come over to my place? Chen Yang suggested. Yin Yun shook her head. No, it's getting late. By the time I get back, my parents should be arriving soon. Chen Yang's phone rang, and after a brief conversation, he informed Yin Yun, the car is here. Let's go. They got into the car, heading towards the Dongxing Road community. This community serves as a resettlement area, and Chen Yang and Yin Yun's families had moved there just over a year ago. A little over a year ago, they had been living in a rented house in the countryside, as their own home had been demolished to make way for the high-speed train construction. The Dongxing Road resettlement houses were allocated to individuals like Chen Yang and Yin Yun, whose homes had been taken. Chen Yang's family received 2 apartments, each measuring 120 square meters, while Yin Yun's family received 3, 2 over 100 square meters and 1 over 80 square meters. Coincidentally, without prior discussion, Chen Yang and Yin Yun's families chose to live in the same building, with Chen Yang on the 6th floor and Yin Yun on the 7th. Previously, they had been neighbors in the village, and now they were living in close proximity once more. Due to the community's proximity to the high-speed train station, they arrived in just a few minutes. Chen Yang and Yin Yun got out of the car and entered the community gates, greeting several familiar faces along the way, all from their former village. Together, they entered the elevator, with Chen Yang pressing the buttons for the 6th and 7th floors. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they waved goodbye. And Chen Yang approached his door, knocking forcefully and calling out for his mother to open up. However, no one responded from within, leaving Chen Yang puzzled as he took out his phone to call. The call connected quickly and his mother's voice came through. Hello, Chen Yang. Are you back? Yes, Mom. Where are you? I'm on my way back. Why did you return so early? But Mom, didn't I tell you I was taking the high-speed train back? I would arrive around 6 o'clock, Chen Yang lamented, feeling a headache coming on. I was too caught up in conversation and forgot. No worries, just wait a moment. Chen Yang hung up, resigned to sit by the door and wait. Fortunately, Yin Yun had declined to come over, or it would have been quite embarrassing. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and Chen Yang looked up to see a middle-aged woman approaching with keys in hand. He quickly stood up, joyfully embracing her. Mom, you finally made it. Chen Yang's mother smiled as she opened the door, flooding the room with light. Chen Yang tossed his bag aside and flopped onto the sofa. Where's Yin Yun? His mother asked. She went home. Why didn't you invite her over? You weren't here. How could I have her sit on the floor? Chen Yang replied, slightly annoyed. Look at you, getting upset as soon as you return. His mother said, playfully swatting his backside. I'm hungry. Hurry up and make dinner. Chen Yang rolled around on the sofa, demanding, have Dad pick up some food on the way? Sure. Chen Yang immediately agreed, knowing full well that his mother's cooking left much to be desired. Meanwhile, at school, Fang Ningning had already dressed herself up beautifully. Lin Shi and Enshir Han had gone home, leaving only Su Yin and Fang Ningning in the dormitory. Noticing Fang Ningning's glamorous appearance, Su Yin curiously asked, Ningning, are you going out with your boyfriend so late? Yes, and Chu Yuma will be joining us, Fang Ningning replied, applying lipstick with care. Do they know each other? Yes. After admiring her reflection in the mirror and feeling satisfied, she tidied her hair and added, tomorrow, we'll be heading to the city for some fun. Su Yin, would you like to join us? Me? No, thanks. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yin cautioned, Ningning, don't you think this is inappropriate? What do you mean? Fang Ningning replied dismissively, I feel like you're getting too close to Chu Yuma. Fang Ningning shrugged off the concern. What's wrong with that? He's quite handsome. But Chen Yang might get jealous. Su Yin pointed out. But Chu Yuma is really good-looking, Fang Ningning said with a hint of pride. Su Yin felt that Fang Ningning's actions were morally questionable. yet found herself at a loss for words. "Oh, I know you're just jealous. Fine. I'll introduce you to Chu Yuma. He's surrounded by handsome guys. Maybe one of them will take a liking to you," Fong Ningning teased. Su Yin's face flushed, and she lowered her gaze, choosing not to respond further. "All right, I have to get going," Fong Ningning said, packing a few items into a small bag before standing up to leave. Chu Yuma waited downstairs for Fong Ningning, and as she descended, he greeted her with a smile. Chu Yuma stood beside Fong Ningning, one hand resting on her waist. Fong Ningning shifted slightly but did not utter a word. "Do you have any good places to recommend for dinner this time?" Chu Yuma asked with a smile. Fong Ningning shook her head and replied, "How many people?" "3 men, not counting you, and 4 women," she responded. "So many?" Fong Ningning furrowed her brows and inquired. "Hey, the more, the merrier," Chu Yuma retorted. "Why are there more women than men?" Fong Ningning said with a hint of jealousy. Chu Yuma shrugged. "It's my friends who invited them. I have no idea." Fong Ningning nodded lightly and said nothing further. "Let us go. They should be waiting at the entrance," she agreed. During the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, many people had left, leaving the campus somewhat desolate. Under the dim light, the two gradually faded into the shadows. As night deepened, Su Yin, in her dormitory, felt weary from reading. Glancing at the clock, she noticed it was already 10 o'clock, yet Fong Ningning had not returned. Su Yin got up to use the restroom, then turned off the light and climbed into bed. Slowly, she slipped into a sweet slumber, in the thick darkness of the night. The clock struck past midnight. Suddenly, the dormitory door rattled, with a loud bang. The door was flung open violently. Su Yin was jolted awake from her dreams, rubbing her sleepy eyes, illuminated by the light from outside. She saw a figure slowly entering. Su Yin gasped in surprise as the figure fumbled to turn on the light. The dormitory was instantly flooded with brightness, causing Su Yin's eyes to sting. Squinting, she realized it was none other than Fong Ningning returning. Fong Ningning's once fair and delicate face now resembled a ripe apple. Flushed and radiating heat, even her ears and neck were adorned with a vibrant hue. She staggered as she walked, her body swaying with each step, as if she might collapse at any moment. From a distance, she appeared like a small boat caught in a tempest, rocking precariously. It was evident that her level of intoxication was severe, likely to the point where she couldn't discern directions. A strange woman approached from outside, her face equally flushed, though she seemed much more composed than Fong Ningning. Upon seeing Su Yin on the bed, she yawned and asked, "Are you her roommate?" Su Yin nodded vigorously. "Then please take care of her. I'll head back to my dorm now." With that, the woman turned and left. Su Yin hurriedly got off the bed to assist Fong Ningning. Although Fong Ningning had been eating well lately and had gained some weight, she was still manageable, yet Su Yin, being naturally petite, struggled to support her inebriated state. With great effort, Su Yin helped the swaying Fong Ningning to a seat, carefully guiding her down. Wiping the oil stains from Fong Ningning's neck, she reproached gently, "Ningning, how could you drink so much?" Fong Ningning, hearing this, shook her head slowly and slurred, "I didn't drink that much. I can still handle it." Su Yin, slightly irritated, observed Fong Ningning's disheveled attire. Although it was somewhat messy, there were no signs of tearing, which relieved Su Yin. With curiosity, she asked, "Ningning, wasn't the dormitory door locked? How did you get in?" Fong Ningning smiled at Su Yin and replied, "You didn't know? There's a small door for entry." Just as she was speaking, she suddenly retched. The contents of her stomach surged forth, spilling onto the floor, some even splattering onto Su Yin's feet. Fong Ningning was clearly in distress, bent over as she heaved painfully a few more times. Su Yin quickly backed away, feeling no real blame towards Fong Ningning, but her anger towards Qianyang flared. How could he allow Fong Ningning to drink so excessively? The usually calm and reserved Su Yin was genuinely furious at this moment. She pulled out her phone and angrily sent a voice message to Qianyang. "Qianyang, you've gone too far. Ningning is your girlfriend. Why did you let her drink so much? Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Do you realize the harm this could do to her health?" Chapter 46. Cleaning up the mess. Qianyang, who was still awake at midnight searching for video material, had just wrapped up his quest. He had previously uploaded a video, but the response was dismal, garnering only a few hundred views. Recently, he had written another script, but sourcing the footage was proving difficult. After searching from 9 until midnight, he decided to call it a night and sort through the materials the next day. Thinking to watch a few episodes of a domestic cartoon before sleeping, He had barely started when an unfamiliar message popped up. Suyin? Oh, she's Ningning's roommate. Why is she messaging me this late? Qinyang wondered as he opened the message. Upon hearing Suyin's voice, he was left bewildered. What's going on? Fang Ningning is drunk. Why is Suyin scolding me? Qinyang quickly sent Suyin a video call invitation. Inside the dormitory, Suyin was distressed about how to manage the chaos that Fang Ningning had caused when Qinyang's video call unexpectedly came through. Thinking he was calling to reprimand her, Suyin hesitated before finally answering. If he dared to blame her, she would retaliate on Ningning's behalf. Once the video connected, Qinyang asked with confusion, Suyin, did Ningning drink tonight? You let Ningning drink so much? Are you not aware? Suyin snapped back, I didn't let her do anything. I've been at home. Qinyang retorted, briefly showing his room on camera. He felt a surge of irritation. To be told at midnight that his girlfriend was drunk and it was supposedly his fault was infuriating. Now it was Suyin's turn to be shocked. She hadn't expected Fang Ningning to deceive her, meaning she had unjustly scolded Qinyang. Understanding that Qinyang was unaware of the situation and was simply concerned for Fang Ningning, he didn't hold it against her. However, he needed to ascertain how severely Fang Ningning had indulged tonight to provoke such anger in Suyin. How is Ningning now? He asked. Suyin quickly turned the camera towards Fang Ningning, who appeared disheveled and out of sorts on the screen. Seeing the mess and the unconscious Fang Ningning, Qinyang inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions. Despite everything, she was still his girlfriend. Witnessing her in such a state filled him with both concern and anger, leaving him in a whirlwind of conflicting feelings and unsure of how to respond. In that emotional turmoil, a thought crossed his mind. If Fang Ningning had been out drinking until now, who had she been with? Qinyang struggled to maintain his composure, asking, why did Ningning drink so much? Who was she with? And why did you say it was me who took her out? At the same time, he hoped Suyin would reassure him that Ningning had merely been out with friends. Suyin hesitated before revealing the harsh truth to Qinyang. She was with Chu Yuma. Ningning said you were with him too. Qinyang, Ningning definitely didn't do anything wrong. You have to trust her. As she spoke, Suyin's voice dwindled, almost like a timid rabbit losing its confidence. Hearing the name Chu Yuma made Qinyang's heart momentarily stop. He hadn't been mistaken. It was indeed Fang Ningning. The realization struck him like a blade, causing a deep, piercing pain in his heart. His expression darkened as Suyin fell silent, the atmosphere becoming awkward. At that moment, Fang Ningning murmured, I'm not drunk yet, Yuma. Qinyang took a deep breath, wiping the corners of his eyes, and tried to soften his tone, saying, Suyin, please take good care of Ningning tonight. Once we're back on campus, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Suyin hurriedly waved her hands. It's nothing, really. Ningning is my friend. I should take care of her. Thank you, Qinyang replied, and with that, the video call ended. Qinyang buried his fingers in his hair, finally lifting his head after a long moment, murmuring, there's no reason to hesitate any longer. Suyin set her phone down, exhaling a breath, feeling a gnawing discomfort inside. Ningning, what you're doing to Qinyang is really unfair. Unable to hold back, she addressed Fang Ningning. Noticing that Fang Ningning might still need to vomit, Suyin assisted her to the restroom, allowing her to relieve herself, then stepped outside to tear some paper towels to place over the vomit on the floor. The dormitory was filled with a nauseating odor, and Suyin found herself feeling queasy, quickly opening a window. She meticulously cleaned up, and once the mess was cleared, she fetched a glass of water and returned to offer it to Fang Ningning. After throwing up twice in the toilet, Fang Ningning thankfully managed to keep it contained, making cleanup easier. Once she drank the water, her complexion improved significantly. Suyin prepared to help her back to bed, relieved that Fang Ningning was still conscious and not completely passed out. With Suyin's assistance, Fang Ningning slowly climbed into bed. Otherwise, Suyin wouldn't have been able to get her up alone. After everything was tidied up, Suyin was exhausted and panting, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. She turned off the light and prepared to sleep. In the dark, Fang Ningning turned over, startling Suyin, who thought she might be about to vomit again. Instead, Fang Ningning shifted and pulled the blanket over herself, mumbling softly. Suyin listened carefully, barely able to make out Fang Ningning's words. Baby? Hug me, I'm so cold. Suyin was uncertain about whom Fang Ningning was referring to when she mentioned the baby. She let out a faint sigh, feeling quite fatigued, and soon after lying down, she drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, In the latter half of the night, Fang Ningning murmured a few times, and upon closer listening, it was clear that she was calling out for Chen Yang. The following morning, Su Yin was roused from her slumber by a series of noises. She opened her eyes to check the time and realized it was already past 8 o'clock. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and glanced around, only to find that Fang Ningning was already awake and washing up in the bathroom. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Fang Ningning emerged and sat at the table, busy applying her makeup. "Ningning, why did you drink so much last night?" Su Yin inquired softly, expressing her concern. "I was just having fun, and I lost track of how much I was drinking," Fang Ningning replied casually. "Ningning, you really shouldn't drink anymore." "Why do you care so much?" Fang Ningning retorted, somewhat irked. "You threw up everywhere last night. Look at the stains on your clothes. Have you forgotten how terrible you felt?" Su Yin kindly admonished. Fang Ningning continued her makeup without pausing, dismissively saying, all right, I got it. Thanks for last night. What are you planning to do now? Did I not mention? Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so of course, I'm going out to have fun. It's all Chu Yuma's fault for making me drink so much last night. I woke up late, and he owes me a proper compensation," Fang Ningning replied, her excitement palpable. Su Yin contemplated advising Fang Ningning against going out, but she felt it would be futile, and she lacked the authority to do so. Regarding the video call with Chen Yang from the previous night, Su Yin decided against telling Fang Ningning, fearing she would be reprimanded for meddling. Once Fang Ningning finished her makeup, she hurriedly left, leaving Su Yin alone in the empty dormitory. Around 9 o'clock, Chen Yang messaged Su Yin, inquiring if Fang Ningning was awake, as he needed to speak with her and take the opportunity to break up. Su Yin informed Chen Yang of the situation. Upon learning that Fang Ningning had gone out with Chu Yuma, Chen Yang flung his phone aside, abandoning any thoughts of calling her. Disappointment engulfed him. He no longer wished to communicate with Fang Ningning and resolved to end the relationship the moment he returned to school. Eager to escape this quagmire, "It's all this wretched system's fault. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have jumped into this pit," Chen Yang shouted angrily at the system, yet it remained unresponsive. A knock at the door interrupted him. Assuming it was his mother returning, he approached to open it, only to find Yin Yun standing there. "What brings you here?" Chen Yang's expression darkened again. "What? Can't I come?" Yin Yun retorted, entering and plopping down on the sofa. "There's no one at home, so I came to hang out. What's wrong? You seem down." Chapter 47. Chen Yang and Yin Yun. Chen Yang recounted the events of Fang Ningning's drunken escapade to Yin Yun. She scoffed, striking her fist against the cushion in frustration, and chastised him. "You really brought this upon yourself. Why would you choose such a troublesome woman? She's pretty, though." Chen Yang shrugged, attempting to downplay the situation. Yin Yun's annoyance only grew at his response. She kicked off her slippers and directed a kick at Chen Yang. "Pretty doesn't pay the bills. Tell me, how much have you spent on her?" Chen Yang dismissively brushed off her inquiry. "Not much, don't lie. She agreed to be your girlfriend." "There's no way you haven't spent anything," Yin Yun exclaimed, tossing the cushion at him. Chen Yang hugged the cushion to himself and sighed. "A few hundred, I suppose." "Impossible," Yin Yun protested. Chen Yang scratched his ear, insisting, "I really haven't spent much." Seeing that Chen Yang was unwilling to divulge more, Yin Yun decided to drop the subject. "So, have you two done anything?" she asked, her gaze fixed on him, her fingers nervously fidgeting with her clothes. "What do you mean by done anything?" Chen Yang inquired, puzzled. "Oh, you know, have you guys kissed?" Yin Yun's tone was anxious. "Well, we did kiss," Chen Yang started, only to be interrupted by Yin Yun's astonished exclamation. "You kissed?" she gasped, feeling a pang in her chest. This meant Chen Yang had lost both his first love and first kiss. What a scoundrel! How could he not be more careful? "Well, what could I do? It happened." Chen Yang shrugged. "Wait a minute." Yin Yun suddenly stood up, her eyes locked onto Chen Yang. "I remember you two went out together. Did anything else happen?" "No, we only kissed, nothing more," Chen Yang replied, his face serious. Yin Yun frowned, muttering under her breath before standing up and dragging Chen Yang toward the bathroom. "What are you doing?" "Of course, I'm going to wash your mouth out. Who knows how many germs that bad woman has passed on to you?" Yin Yun fumed. Chen Yang quickly pulled her back, urging her to sit down. "Why, dear sister, please, no more antics. My girlfriend is about to run off with someone else, and I really don't have the energy for this." Understanding Chen Yang's mood, Yin Yun relented, pouting, "Then just break up with her quickly. Let's wait until we get back to school." "Back to school?" Yin Yun exclaimed, jumping up. "You should call her right now and break up." Qinyang pondered her suggestion but decided first to summon the system. System, if I break up, does that mean the mission has failed? Yes. There won't be any punishment, right? No, then that's fine. Are you sure you want to break up? This will indicate mission failure. Yes, I'm sure. A stream of text appeared on the system interface after a brief pause. Please delay your breakup with the mission target. The system will undergo significant upgrades based on your situation. Qinyang furrowed his brow. The system was upgrading just as he was about to break up? Was it analyzing past failures? This system was certainly diligent, but he no longer needed it. He had come to terms with the fact that he could not handle a troublesome woman. System, there's really no need for an upgrade. I don't want to date a troublesome girl anymore, Qinyang said. The system responded, please delay your breakup with the mission target. The system will undergo significant upgrades based on your situation. Qinyang sighed, deciding to let the system follow its programmed procedures. After all, it had been with him for so long, and he had taken advantage of its offerings. As he pondered, he recalled that he still had several thousand yuan left. Perhaps he should take the opportunity to spend some. However, he couldn't splurge too much. Considering his parents and Yin Yun would be watching if they asked, it would be difficult to explain. But he could indulge in gaming. The only condition was that he needed to create a new account without Yin Yun as a friend, or she'd start asking questions. Hey, I'm still thinking, Qinyang said, looking up at Yin Yun. Let's talk about it when we get back to school. Why? Are you reluctant? Yin Yun asked, exasperated. Not at all, that's just forget it. I can't explain it to you. Qinyang stretched and then suggested, how about we go out and buy something? Yin Yun shook her head. No, I'm tired. I want to lie down at home. Oh, come on. A homebody, finally want to go out for a stroll, and you're just going to refuse? Do you have money? Yes, my mom just gave me some. Yin Yun shot him a disdainful look. Don't keep wasting Annie's money. Wasting? I'm currently editing videos. Who knows? I might become famous. Plus, I'm planning to learn programming. You edit videos? Yin Yun asked. Puzzled. Yeah, Qinyang replied, showing her the videos he had made. Yin Yun looked at him with surprise. I didn't know you were doing something worthwhile. What are you saying? Hurry up, put on your shoes, and let's go for a walk. Qinyang urged, pulling Yin Yun to her feet. With an impatient expression, she stood up and went home to change clothes. Once inside her house, her demeanor shifted. How could she possibly not want to go out? Now she was positively radiant, gazing out the window at the bright, sunny day. Perfect weather for an outing. Humming a cheerful tune, Yin Yun returned to her room to search for beautiful clothes. After trying on several outfits and feeling dissatisfied, she was interrupted by Qinyang knocking on the door outside. Yin Yun, are you ready? Not yet. What's the rush? She replied, finding Qinyang quite annoying for hurrying her. 20 minutes later, Qinyang was still waiting outside. Squatting on the ground with a dazed expression, he regretted asking Yin Yun to go out. Did it really take girls this long to change? All right, I'm ready. Yin Yun's voice finally called out, and Qinyang felt revitalized. As if a withered tree had suddenly found spring, Yin Yun opened the door and twirled in front of Qinyang, asking excitedly, how do I look? Qinyang nodded vigorously. Even if she wore rags, he would still say she looked beautiful. Let's hurry. Qinyang started, but before he could finish, Yin Yun spun around and dashed back inside, exclaiming, I haven't put on my makeup yet. Qinyang felt as if struck by lightning. His patience fraying. Yin Yun, how about we just not go? You dare. I've already changed my clothes. Yin Yun glared at him, and if he dared to suggest otherwise, she would march into the kitchen for a knife. Sighing, Qinyang resigned himself to waiting. Wait a moment. Qinyang suddenly recalled a disconcerting thought. Yin Yun would undoubtedly insist on purchasing clothing and shoes. In an instant, Qinyang felt utterly drained, the vigor vacating his spirit as he lethargically entered Yin Yun's room and collapsed onto her bed. What was he thinking, prompting Yin Yun to go out shopping for no reason? Observing Qinyang's sullen expression, Yin Yun mistakenly assumed he was still brooding over their breakup and resolved to ensure that this outing would lift his spirits. With a bit of money to spare, she planned to treat him to some delectable treats and acquire a lovely outfit for herself. After all, she was quite beautiful, and with her by Qinyang's side, he would surely forget that wretched woman in no time. Humph, I am far more attractive than that vile woman. Chapter 48. The breakup. During the 2-day Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, Chu Yuma devoted himself to attending to Fang Ningning with utmost care, leading to a significant increase in her affection for him, and their bond grew increasingly intimate. In the evening, Fang Ningning accepted Chu Yuma's invitation to sing and drink at KTV, where he also invited two friends. One male and one female. In the private room, Fang Ningning showcased her vocal talents, prompting applause from the three of them, which filled her with pride as she downed 3 glasses of alcohol in quick succession. Chu Yuma joined her in song, displaying impressive singing skills that complemented hers beautifully. Under the influence of the music and alcohol, Fang Ningning's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and her gaze towards Chu Yuma became increasingly enchanting. After finishing a duet, Chu Yuma urged Fang Ningning to take a seat and rest while he encouraged the other two friends to continue singing. The two friends, while performing, would occasionally share kisses, creating a wonderfully peculiar atmosphere. Chu Yuma chuckled, urging them to enjoy their singing. Fang Ningning couldn't help but cover her mouth in laughter. At that moment, they were seated closely together, and whether intentional or not, Chu Yuma placed his hand atop Fang Ningning's. She looked up at him, and as their eyes met, her breath quickened slightly under the intoxicating influence. "Ningning, you are exceptionally charming today," Chu Yuma whispered close to her ear. Fang Ningning smiled shyly, her lips curving slightly. Chu Yuma took her hand in his and wrapped an arm around her waist, enveloping her in his embrace like a delicate little rabbit, although she initially hesitated to resist. Memories of Chen Yang suddenly flooded her mind, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over her, and she instinctively struggled a bit. Noticing her mild resistance, Chu Yuma remained undeterred, gazing at her with affection as he said, "Ningning, I wish to pursue you. I wonder if you would consent." Fang Ningning was well aware of Chu Yuma's intentions, yet she hadn't anticipated such a swift confession. At that moment, she had no desire to break up with Chen Yang. Her flirtation with Chu Yuma was merely a strategy to keep him as a backup. "But I already have a boyfriend," she replied, lowering her gaze. "Ningning, that Chen Yang is utterly unworthy of you. What does he possess that I lack? He treats me well and is willing to buy me anything." Chu Yuma scoffed lightly, retorting, "Ningning, don't be deceived. I've inquired among his classmates, and Chen Yang's family is quite ordinary. My family runs a business. And I assure you I can treat you far better than he can." "That's impossible. His family gives him a monthly allowance of 100,000. He was just being low-key before." "And what does his family do?" I'm not quite sure. See, perhaps that's part of his deception. I, too, can easily provide 100,000. For my family, that's just a drop in the ocean. But for his family, that might be all they have." "Impossible." Fang Ningning felt that Chu Yuma was merely jesting. Chu Yuma tightened his grip on her hand, saying earnestly, "Ningning, I truly like you. You need not rush to respond. I only hope that if you do split up, you might consider me." Fang Ningning stared at the ground, lost in thought. Under Chu Yuma's eager gaze, she nodded slightly. Chu Yuma smiled, leaning in to kiss her cheek, but she instinctively pushed him away. He didn't take offense, merely smiling gently before rising to join the male friend on stage. The female friend seated beside Fang Ningning took a sip of her drink, munched on some fruit, and remarked with a smile, "Is Yuma trying to pursue you?" Fang Ningning's expression was conflicted as she pondered the question, eventually nodding in response. "Why not agree? I already have a boyfriend. Is he as handsome as Yuma?" "No." Fang Ningning shook her head gently. "Is he wealthier than Yuma?" Fang Ningning hesitated, seemingly weighing her options, before sighing and shaking her head lightly. "It seems not." "Then what are you hesitating for?" The girl bit into a piece of watermelon. Continuing, "Countless girls chase after Yuma, yet he hasn't accepted any. He is pursuing you, and you're hesitating. I truly don't understand your thought process." Seize the opportunity. After finishing her drink, the girl returned to the stage to sing. Amidst the harmonious sounds of their singing, Fang Ningning found herself increasingly conflicted, unsure of what exactly was causing her turmoil. The girl's words rang true. When considering all aspects, Chen Yang seemed far less appealing than Chu Yuma. Yet, she was reluctant to leave Chen Yang, as being with him had always felt effortless. Previously, her relationships had been transactional, including her connection with Chen Yang. However, over time, she had begun to relish the enchanting experience of being in love. Perhaps it was Chen Yang's genuine sincerity, devoid of ulterior motives, that allowed her to gradually shed her complex feelings. Nevertheless, as Fang Ningning wrestled with her thoughts, her past doubts about Chen Yang resurfaced. What indeed was Chen Yang's family situation? He had concealed it from her all along. Why did his roommate mention that Chen Yang had lived frugally before dating her? Why did a neighbor express that Chen Yang found train tickets too expensive? Had he truly deceived her? Unable to quell her curiosity, Fang Ningning picked up her phone, determined to call Chen Yang for clarity. As she located his number, she stepped into the restroom. Moments later, the call connected. Hello? Ningning, baby. Upon hearing Fang Ningning's voice, Chen Yang's face was filled with confusion and concern. Why was she calling him so late? Had something happened? What's wrong? Where are you? No worries, baby, I just wanted to ask. What exactly does your family do? My family? Chen Yang pondered for a moment, deciding it was unnecessary to keep secrets any longer, and replied, We are an ordinary family. Ordinary family? Fang Ningning's voice rose in pitch as she anxiously inquired. How could you have so much money? Chen Yang contemplated his response, and suddenly a word popped into his mind, prompting him to blurt out, loan. What? You took a loan? Fang Ningning felt her heart shatter in an instant. Chen Yang had been deceiving her all along. Chen Yang, is this true? You're not joking, are you? No, Ningning. I'm sorry for deceiving you for so long, Chen Yang admitted, a tinge of guilt in his voice. I like you, but I don't have money, so I resorted to this. Fang Ningning was infuriated to the point of laughter, her earlier doubts now clarified. A strong sense of loathing for Chen Yang surged within her. How could he stoop to such deceit? She had been duped for so long, having been intimate with someone of such ordinary means, even affectionately calling him baby. It was utterly revolting. You scoundrel! You've been lying to me all along. You re nothing but a poor fool, Fang Ningning exclaimed. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware that the nearly 6,000 yuan smartphone she held was the very first gift given to her by this so-called poor fool. I am truly at a loss for words. The thought of having kissed you makes me feel sick. You've been deceiving me all this time, you scoundrel. You deserve to be single for life. If you can't afford to date, then don't. Taking loans to pursue a relationship, who do you think you're fooling? How did your parents raise you? It's not that poor. Chen Yang, taken aback by Fang Ningning's reaction, held the phone away from his ear, listening as her words became increasingly harsh. With a resigned tone, he said, Then Ningning, let us break up. Fine, let us break up. I'll be honest with you. I called to break up that I'm currently with Chu Yuma, and he doesn't need to take out loans to date. He just confessed to me, and we even kissed. Did you really think I could ever fancy a poor fool like you? Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Yang abruptly hung up. Outside, his mother knocked on the door, inquiring, Yang, what is this about a breakup? Ah, it's nothing. Mom, I was just watching TV. The male lead broke up, and I was learning from it. Chen Yang's mother, unconvinced, urged him, Yang, you should find a girlfriend soon. Your cousin, who is the same age as you, is getting married this year. The moment he heard his mother's nagging, Chen Yang felt overwhelmed and responded hastily, All right, Mom, I'm watching TV. Please don't disturb me. Chen Yang, feeling somewhat irritated, set down his phone, the harsh words of Fang Ningning echoing in his mind, prompting a bitter smile. He had intended to wait until returning to school to break up, but unexpectedly, the night before his return, it had already happened. Perhaps this was for the best. Reflecting on his past reluctance to part with Fang Ningning, he felt a pang of heartbreak, as if he were but a jest. She had never truly cared for him, and yet he had nearly fallen for her. What a fool he was, however. If love were akin to taking out a loan, then he would indeed be the true jester. Chapter 49. Back to school. Strangely, there was no notification from the system despite the breakup. Chen Yang pondered, stroking his chin. Could it be due to an upgrade? Summoning the system, he was met with a basic information interface. Fang Ningning's affection level was no longer viewable, but the monetary amount still stood at 60,000. Am I still able to spend this money? The system remained silent. It seemed the upgrade truly was the cause. Chen Yang decided not to dwell on it further. Having failed his task, he had no intention of pursuing a relationship with a heartless woman any longer. He resolved to return to his true self. After Chen Yang ended the call, Fang Ningning was still seething with anger, realizing that everything about him was a fade. Even the money he flaunted was obtained through loans. How could such a shameless person exist in this world? She felt utterly deceived. Fortunately, she had uncovered the truth in time. Had she stayed with Chen Yang, she might have had to shoulder part of his debts. Would Chen Yang come after her because of his financial troubles? A wave of worry washed over Fang Ningning, but she quickly reassured herself. After all, it was Chen Yang's fault. If he were to confront her, she still had Chu Yuma to rely on. Upon returning to the private room, she found Chu Yuma laughing and joking with another girl. Seeing Fang Ningning enter, he swiftly withdrew his arm from around the girl and approached her with a smile. Ningning, where have you been for so long? Fang Ningning, sensing something amiss, felt a tightening in her chest, but with her emotions still running high from the breakup with Chen Yang, she dismissed her suspicions and rushed forward to hug Chu Yuma tightly. Her voice tinged with grievance. Yuma, I broke up for you. You must treat me well, huh? You really broke up? Chu Yuma feigned surprise but quickly regained his composure, embracing her reassuringly. It's all right, darling, don't worry. I will treat you well. With a knowing glance exchanged with the girl and a boy nearby, they excused themselves and left. Chu Yuma pulled Fang Ningning down to sit, gently stroking her smooth thigh. Baby, don't cry. Let us sing and have fun tonight, all right? Fang Ningning rubbed her eyes and nodded gently. However, Chu Yuma's hand suddenly slipped beneath her clothing, causing her to gasp. In that instant, a sharp slap landed on her thigh, leaving a vivid red mark. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. You startled me when you cried out, Chu Yuma said, feigning concern. Fang Ningning felt a flicker of anger but suppressed it, gazing up at Chu Yuma with pitiful eyes. He grabbed the microphone and began to sing, a smirk playing on his lips, knowing that regardless of his actions that night, Fang Ningning wouldn't dare resist. Disclaimer: no betrayal occurs. Please pay attention to the unfolding plot. Fang Ningning does not cheat on the protagonist. The Mid-Autumn Festival break was fleeting. After merely 2 days at home, it was time to return to school. Chen Yang and Yin Yun took the high-speed train back, and upon learning of Chen Yang's breakup, Yin Yun was in high spirits, humming cheerful tunes throughout the journey. In contrast, Chen Yang felt rather despondent. After the breakup, a sense of emptiness enveloped him, compounded by the loss of his monthly allowance of 100,000. He was destined to revert to his previous, more arduous life, prompting yet another sigh. Noticing Chen Yang's demeanor, Yin Yun chided him lightly. Come on, stop sighing. If you really want a date, I thought I could introduce someone to you. Yin Yun had intended to say I could date you, but the words failed to escape her lips due to embarrassment. Chen Yang sighed again. I'm not upset about love. Then what is it for? It's about money, Chen Yang lamented inwardly. Fortunately, the system upgrade had left him with 60,000, allowing him to lead a somewhat carefree life for a while. He thought that since he would likely have to return this money after the system upgrade, he might as well spend it while he could. After disembarking the train and dropping Yin Yun off at school, Chen Yang was the first to arrive at the dormitory. He felt fatigued and lay on his bed, his thoughts in disarray. What was happening? Could it be that I still can't let go of Fang Ningning? After all the harsh words she hurled at me last night, how could I still be hung up on her? Chen Yang began to question whether he had a penchant for self-pity. After some contemplation, he pulled out his phone and messaged Su Yin to inquire if Fang Ningning had returned. Su Yin quickly replied that she had not and would inform Fang Ningning to message Chen Yang upon her return. No need. We've broken up, Chen Yang typed. What? What happened? Su Yin was taken aback. She hastily began typing a message of consolation. Chen Yang, don't act impulsively, even though Ningning is with someone else. You must believe. Suddenly, Su Yin hesitated, staring at the message she had typed, ultimately deleting it word by word. With a sigh, she ran her fingers through her hair, feeling troubled. Chen Yang lay quietly in his dorm, not wishing to engage in any activities. As his roommates returned one by one, he barely managed to respond to their greetings. Xie Zhongfan noticed Chen Yang's gloomy mood and inquired with concern. But Chen Yang simply shook his head, saying he needed a moment to himself. Yi Zheng was the last to return. Bursting through the door, he exclaimed, Brothers, I feel like I'm about to succeed. What is going on? I bought Ming Yin a mid-autumn gift, and she loved it. We went out together, and she held my hand the entire time. Ha ha ha, doesn't that mean I'm about to succeed? Xie Zhongfan and Li Zhuo exchanged glances and chorused their congratulations. Spotting Chen Yang lying on the bed, lifeless, Yi Zheng couldn't help but comment, Chen Yang, your girlfriend's name is Fang Ningning. Right? Huh. What's wrong? Chen Yang turned to look at Yi Zheng. Don't take it the wrong way, but I heard from Yin Yin that Fang Ningning seems to have a questionable reputation. Yi Zheng quickly waved his hands. I am telling you this for your own good, just to make sure you're not being fooled. Go on. I'm listening. I heard that Fang Ningning has been in several relationships and even went out with others. Hey, Yi Zheng, what are you talking about? Li Zhuo interjected, attempting to halt Yi Zheng's words, noticing that Chen Yang was already in a bad mood. Interrupted, Yi Zheng shot a disgruntled look at Li Zua. Qinyang, I mean no harm. I just want to make sure you're not being taken advantage of. It's fine. Qinyang slowly sat up, rubbing his head. I've already broken up with Fang Ningning. What? You've broken up? The dormitory erupted in surprise. Xie Zhongfan regarded Chen Yang with concern, realizing the reason behind his gloomy demeanor. Yi Zheng, however, was somewhat excited by the confirmation of his earlier claims. Right, Chen Yang, have you heard these rumors? Chen Yang smiled at Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng, in the future, try not to listen to rumors, and please refrain from spreading unverified information about Fang Ningning. All right, focus on yourself. Hey, what's wrong with me? Yi Zheng felt a flicker of anger at Chen Yang's reprimand, questioning why Chen Yang felt entitled to lecture him. Elizwa intervened, pulling Yi Zheng aside. All right, Chan just broke up. Let us not push it. With both Xie Zhongfan and Li Zua signaling for him to be quiet, Yi Zheng reluctantly suppressed his irritation. However, he couldn't help but feel triumphant about Chen Yang's breakup. Previously, he had been envious of Chen Yang's relationship with such a beautiful girlfriend, and now, it seemed that she was not a decent person after all. Yi Zheng had long believed that any of Chen Yang's actions relating to his girlfriend were merely attempts to show off. Now that Chen Yang had split up, Yi Zheng felt a long-awaited release of pent-up frustration. Unbeknownst to Yi Zheng, his behavior had stirred discontent among his roommates, all of whom began to see through his character. In the future, they would maintain some distance from him, ensuring that their dealings with him would be cautious and measured. Chapter 50. Refusing to undervalue oneself as dusk descended, Su Yin gazed at the sinking sun. Her heart growing heavy with concern for Fang Ningning. It was already late, and Fang Ningning had yet to return. What if something had happened to her? Unsure, Han was reviewing vocabulary on her bed. While she was scribbling in a small notebook. Suddenly, the dormitory door creaked open, and a few people turned to see Fang Ningning silently walking in from outside. Su Yin's expression changed, and she anxiously inquired. Ningning. Ignoring Su Yin, Fang Ningning proceeded to the bathroom to wash her face. Upon emerging, Su Yin asked with concern, Ningning, what's wrong? I'm fine, just a bit tired, Fang Ningning replied. Su Yin bit her lip. Worry etched on her face as she observed Fang Ningning, sensing something was amiss. Back on her bed, Fang Ningning recalled the events of the previous night, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. Last night, Chu Yuma had been excessively forward, and she had endured his advances, ultimately complying to at 1 point. Chu Yuma even attempted to, initially, Fang Ningning thought little of it. After all, she had broken up with Chen Yang and would need to rely on Chu Yuma. However, as Chu Yuma harassed her, memories of that night spent in a hotel with Chen Yang flooded her mind. The stinging slap Chen Yang had delivered reverberated in her heart. A profound sense of revulsion surged within Fang Ningning. At that moment, she felt utterly repulsed, realizing that for the sake of money, she had compromised her most precious possession to such an extent. What difference was there between her and a prostitute? Especially in comparison to Lin Shi from that night, she felt even more ashamed. In that moment, Fang Ningning began to understand why Lin Shi was reluctant to submit to Zhou Hus. Chu Yuma incessantly showered her with sweet nothings and empty promises while advancing on her. An overwhelming sense of disgust and moral conflict arose within her. She did not like Chu Yuma at all. She despised this man who cared not for her well-being, but only sought to intoxicate her for his own pleasure. She resented him for making advances while she was still in a relationship, for being a man who toyed with women, and for his eagerness to sleep with her right after her breakup. As Chu Yuma's hand reached towards her clothing, on the verge of lifting it, something compelled Fang Ningning to deliver a sharp slap across his face. That slap expelled her panic and ignited a sense of pride. It halted Chu Yuma's subsequent actions. He was taken aback, never having expected Fang Ningning to strike him. He merely asked if she was willing, to which a confused Fang Ningning shook her head. With a cold smirk, he gathered his clothes, muttering a derogatory remark before departing. In this age of legal governance, Chu Yuma dared not force her. Should Fang Ningning report him, it would be a time-consuming and arduous ordeal for him. Besides, he had no shortage of women in his life. He merely wished to toy with Fang Ningning, so why risk everything for a woman who seemed so restless? Afterward, Fang Ningning felt a sense of relief that Chu Yuma had left. In truth, had he chosen to stay, she would have been too intimidated to act. She had neither money nor power to report him. If he had forced himself upon her, she would likely have succumbed for the sake of her future. As she had done for so long, However, unlike before, Fong Ningning had slapped Chu Yuma, signaling her rejection, and he, fearing trouble, had not pressed the matter. This was the first time Fong Ningning felt revulsion towards her past actions and present circumstances. The first time she had not degraded herself by selling her body. Yet, after taking such a stand, she found herself lost and uncertain of her next steps. She felt pride in her decision and recognized her previous degradation. But having grown accustomed to such a lowly existence, how could she maintain her pride? She lacked direction. Having only pursued pleasure in the past, looking back now revealed an emptiness. Fong Ningning found herself yearning for home, desiring to return to her parents. After all the experiences and numerous relationships, it dawned on her that her parents remained her only true support. Her eyes grew misty, and she discreetly wiped away the corners of her eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Fong Ningning donned her headphones, descended from her bed, and entered the bathroom to contact her father through a video call. The video rang for only a short while before being answered, revealing a pristine white ceiling and dazzling energy-saving lights. The image then shook, and Fong Ningning's mother appeared on screen with a beaming smile. As Fong Ningning took in the window behind her mother. Adorned with blue curtains and an unmade white bed, everything felt so alien, signaling to her that this was not her home, but a hospital. "Mom, where are you? What happened at home?" Fong Ningning asked urgently. Her mother's smile faltered momentarily as her father's voice resonated in the background. "Hey, just tell the child. She is our own." With a sigh, her mother replied, "Your father hurt his leg. The doctor said it's a fracture, and it's quite serious." "How did this happen?" Fong Ningning exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. Suyin, who had been near the window, overheard and discreetly peered out, noticing Fong Ningning's anxious demeanor as she paced back and forth. "Not long after your last video call, I was a bit tired and distracted on my way home, and then I got hit by a car. My leg was pinned," her father explained. "Did you call the police?" Fong Ningning asked, her brows furrowed with concern. "It's useless. It happened at the intersection. Your father wasn't paying attention. It's nobody's fault, and no matter whose responsibility it is, you need to report it." "Never mind. I'll take leave tomorrow to see you. No, Ningning, focus on your studies," her father insisted. "No, I must come back. You mustn't. A child should be filial," her mother interjected. Hearing the word filial, Fong Ningning recalled her actions from the previous day. Her nose tinged with bitterness. She quickly covered her eyes to stifle her urge to cry, asking, "Is there enough money at home? They say he needs surgery. The medical expenses will be quite high. We have some savings, but it's not readily accessible. Tomorrow, I'll find someone to help your mother arrange it. You don't need to worry about the money. We've saved a bit over the years." Her father reassured her, his smile appearing so resolute to Fong Ningning. Yet, for the sake of money, she had disregarded her own body, and an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her as she contemplated the sacrifices her parents had made for her over the years. Suppressing her emotions, Fong Ningning yearned to engage in more conversation with her parents. Suyin observed Fong Ningning in the bathroom, forcing a smile at her phone, nodding repeatedly as she spoke. Gradually, Fong Ningning ended the call. Covering her eyes and taking a deep breath before stepping out, Suyin noticed that Fong Ningning's eyes were slightly red and her lashes damp. Climbing back into bed, Fong Ningning lay silently beneath the covers, leaving Suyin hesitant to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Suyin retrieved her phone and began messaging Qinyang. "Qinyang, it seems something has happened at Fong Ningning's home." "What happened?" "I'm not quite sure." But Ningning was crying. "I saw through the window that it seems her father is hospitalized." "Hospitalized? Is it serious?" I'm not entirely sure." "All right, I understand. I in the dormitory." Qinyang switched off his phone, deep in thought. Fong Ningning's father was hospitalized? Fong Ningning had cried. This indicated a serious situation. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the system interface, his fingers brushing against the screen, his gaze becoming contemplative. Finally, he exhaled sharply, donned his clothes, and hurried out. Moments later, Fong Ningning, who had been silently shedding tears beneath her covers, felt her phone vibrate. Wiping her tears, she glanced at the screen to find it was Chan Yong. Without hesitation, she hung up. However, before she could place her phone down, it rang again. This time, she hesitated, staring at the interface before finally wiping her face and taking several deep breaths before answering. "Hello, we've broken up. What do you want?" Chapter 51. This money was yours all along. Hello. We broken up. What do you want? Chen Yang immediately detected the quiver in Fang Ningning's voice, realizing her family must be facing a significant issue. Come outside for a moment. I have something for you. What, a bill? Fang Ningning replied sarcastically, her voice subdued. No, just come down. Chen Yang spoke patiently. What if I don't come down? I genuinely have something for you. It rightfully belongs to you. What? Just come down. Fang Ningning hesitated, unsure of Chen Yang's intentions, contemplating whether to descend. Where are you? Right outside your dormitory. After a pause of about 10 seconds, Fang Ningning responded, all right, wait for me. She hung up, checked her reflection in a small mirror to ensure there were no traces of tears, and then stepped out of her room, making her way downstairs. With hesitant steps, she descended, speculating on Chen Yang's motives for summoning her. She imagined he might be trying to cling to her, asking for repayment, or perhaps even seeking to confront her physically. However, upon reaching the bottom and seeing Chen Yang, all her suspicions evaporated. The Chen Yang before her was still the same, gazing at her with kindness. Fang Ningning stepped outside, turning her head away in impatience as she asked, what is it? What's your bank card number? Fang Ningning turned to Chen Yang, chuckling in exasperation, and said, what? Do you expect me to take out a loan to repay the money you lent me? Chen Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fang Ningning and replied, what nonsense is that? Just give it to me. I have a use for it. Not a chance. Fang Ningning's voice grew increasingly intense. Chen Yang recognized the underlying tension in her heart and took a step back, saying, I'm not asking you to take a loan. It's not that simple. Just send it to me. I assure you, it won't harm you. Initially resistant, Fang Ningning found herself calmed by Chen Yang's earnest expression and his deep, soothing tone. This sense of tranquility was something she desperately craved and relied upon at that moment. She began to trust Chen Yang's words, crossing her arms and tapping her foot on the tiles as she said, I don't remember. Who keeps track of their bank card number? Do you have that banking app? I do. Then it's all there. After casting a puzzled glance at Chen Yang, Fang Ningning impatiently pulled out her phone, opened the banking app, and after glancing at Chen Yang again, she frowned and handed the phone to him. You can find it yourself. Chen Yang took the phone, located the bank card number, and pulled out his own phone to transfer the entire sum of 60,000 from the system to Fang Ningning. After completing the transaction, he returned her phone. Fang Ningning, perplexed, received the phone and looked down, only to discover an additional 60,000 in her account. Her anger flared, and she struggled to suppress the urge to confront Chen Yang, exclaiming, You really did lend me money? Hearing this, Chen Yang let out a bitter laugh, realizing the weight of his offhand comment about lending had unintentionally impacted Fang Ningning so profoundly that no, this is all I have left, 60,000. Chen Yang explained helplessly, check it out. I wouldn't lend you money if I didn't have it myself. Look at the transfer details. Fang Ningning opened the transaction details and saw that it was indeed Chen Yang who had sent her the money, leaving her at a loss for words. What are you doing? I heard your father is ill. Fang Ningning was taken aback. She had only just learned this information. How did Chen Yang know? Sensing her shock, Chen Yang quickly clarified, Su Yin told me. Her? Fang Ningning felt a surge of irritation. Why was Su Yin always meddling? Don't blame her. Su Yin is genuinely a good friend, someone worth keeping in your life. Look how concerned she is for you. She was the one who helped you when you were drunk last time. Ningning, let me give you one last piece of advice. Don't underestimate Su Yin. She is truly wonderful, and it's a blessing to have a friend like her. Fang Ningning lowered her head, guilt washing over her. It seemed Chen Yang's words had struck a chord. All right, our friendship ends here. Before Chen Yang could finish, Fang Ningning abruptly looked up and asked, Why did you give me money? It was always yours. What do you mean? Nothing much, just returning what belongs to you. Fang Ningning still couldn't grasp Chen Yang's words. But she reached out and grabbed his arm, saying, How will you repay your loan? I can help you with that. Chen Yang felt utterly helpless. Why couldn't Fang Ningning let go of the idea of a loan? He regretted using that as an excuse and no need. I was actually lying to you. There's no loan at all. Then you said you were just an ordinary. We truly are an ordinary family. As for the money, it's what my mother saved for my wedding. You almost became her daughter-in-law, so it's only fitting it's used for you. Chen Yang concluded with a teasing tone. Fang Ningning chuckled and then rubbed her eyes, saying, I will pay you back. No need. Really? This money was always yours. Chen Yang insisted, his tone firm. Fang Ningning gazed into Chen Yang's eyes, which sparkled like stars in the night sky. Listening to his words, she recalled similar sentiments he had expressed in the past. I told you, not using this money would be a waste. Shouldn't I save it for you to spend? This money is all yours. Did he really just give her his wedding savings? Just yesterday, she had scolded him and ended their relationship, clearly stating she was with Chu Yuma. After everything, he should have despised her by now. Why would he still forgive her? Yet, just when she felt utterly lost, Chunyang had given her his last 60,000. That sum was no trivial amount, especially for someone in dire need like her. Tears welled up in Fong Ningning's eyes, and she could no longer hold them back, cascading down her cheeks like a broken dam. She yearned to embrace Chunyang and cry it all out, but he stepped back, raising his hands in mock fear, saying, I haven't done anything. Please don't cry. If you keep crying, I might get taken away. Fong Ningning laughed through her tears, wiping her eyes and telling Chunyang, regardless of whether it's a loan or a wedding fund, I will repay you. Do as you wish, Chunyang replied, feeling exhausted. Whether you accept it or not is your business. However, whether I accept it is mine. All right, I have completed my tasks. I must take my leave. By the way, what happened to your father? After wiping her tears once more, Fong Ningning recounted her father's situation to Chunyang. Upon hearing her story, Chunyang expressed his deep regret, acknowledging that this money had come at a timely moment. It had become the most valuable expenditure he had made in recent times. Finally, after parting ways with Fong Ningning, Chunyang walked away, illuminated by the increasingly bright full moon overhead, while Fong Ningning gazed at his retreating figure, reluctant to turn away, tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Chapter 52. System Major Update. Fong Ningning took a leave of absence to return home. Chunyang's life reverted to its pre-relationship state, attending classes as usual, and walking with Xie Zhongfan after lessons. He found himself with significantly more free time, though he no longer had the funds to dine at Restaurant No. 1, settling instead for a meal at Restaurant No. 2. Nonetheless, there were subtle changes, such as his approach to spending. No longer overly frugal, he allowed himself to spend where necessary. On the third day following Fong Ningning's departure, while Chunyang attentively took notes in class, his pen glided swiftly across the pages. Just as he finished a segment and lifted his gaze, he caught a glimpse of a line of text in his peripheral vision. System update completed. Can be activated at any time. Detected that the host is currently engaged in an activity, activation will be delayed. Chunyang paused momentarily before continuing to write, as if nothing had happened. After class ended, during the break, he yawned and summoned the system. A message appeared before him. System update completed. Preparing for activation, a progress bar appeared, swiftly filling up, followed by a flicker of the screen, indicating successful system activation. Detected that the host has completed the task objective. Score. C.him. The task was completed. Chunyang was taken aback. He had not felt that he had completed the task at all and momentarily wondered if the system was malfunctioning. Just as he pondered this, the system's voice continued, leaving him in disbelief. Although the host completed the task, due to the host being in a breakup state, the task score has been downgraded to D level. Reward obtained, 200,000.200,000. Chunyang inhaled deeply, trying to suppress his excitement. Was this 200,000 truly his? Regardless of how the system determined the task was completed, receiving 200,000 all at once was astonishing. This system was reliable. System, what are the rewards for the other scores? C level, 100,000 per month for 6 months. B level, 100,000 per month for 5 years. A level, 100,000 per month indefinitely. As he examined the various rewards outlined by the system, the smile on Chunyang's face stiffened and gradually faded, making the 200,000 feel less appealing. Damn it! Chunyang lamented, feeling utterly frustrated by the absurdity of the system. System, you gave me a C score. How can you change it arbitrarily? He protested. The task should have been deemed a failure, but considering the host achieved the objective post-breakup, it was rated as D level. In a way, I want my C level. Chunyang insisted, feeling indignant. System, I refuse to accept this. The system fell silent. System, change it back immediately, otherwise, I'll bother you every day. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Perhaps genuinely fearing Chunyang's incessant complaints, the system's voice re-emerged, re-evaluating the score. Chunyang nodded in satisfaction, feeling that the system had become more user-friendly after this update. Soon, the system delivered its verdict. The evaluation result remains unchanged. Damn it! Chunyang cursed. barely holding back his frustration. The system's voice chimed in again. Given the significant disparity in reward levels, it is deemed unfair to the host. Compensation will be provided. Compensation? What kind of compensation? Congratulations, host. You have received a one-time task assistant automatically activated. Duh. Task assistant? What is that? How does it help me? It will assist the host in completing tasks more easily. Isn't that useless? Chen Yang mused, considering the system to be quite inept. What use is it to me if I don't wish to undertake any tasks? Just as he was about to continue his protest against the system, the display abruptly transformed, revealing 5 boxes, each adorned with a question mark, accompanied by 3 additional small question marks below. System has exited free mode and activated X mode. In this mode, the system will automatically bind task objectives for the host. Automatic task target locking? Automatic binding. Task? Is the system forcing him to accept the mission and continue dating that insipid girl? He no longer wishes to pursue the task. Yet the system insists on him proceeding, does it? No. Please, no. Chen Yang internally lamented. A resounding melody erupted. It was the class bell. Accompanied by the ringing, students gradually returned to their seats, creating a cacophony of sounds mingled with the bell's clamor. The teacher entered the classroom as the bell began to fade, and silence enveloped the room. Once the classroom settled, the teacher resumed discussing the previous lesson. However, at that moment, Chen Yang found himself utterly disinterested. Before him, the black question mark in the first box slowly vanished, revealing the avatar of a beautiful girl alongside a name. Li Lingxiu. Then, a prompt appeared. Please confirm, will auto-confirm in 10 minutes. Duh. System. This is not what you initially stated. Chen Yang seethed inwardly, wishing he could voice his frustration were it not for the ongoing class. He truly felt trapped, having fallen for the system's trickery. Due to the inadequacies of the free mode, the last task had revealed the host's negative attitude, which influenced his psyche and caused resistance to the system's mission. Thus, the system had specially developed the X mode, an improved version of the free mode, aimed at assisting the host in successfully completing tasks. Why did you take such liberties? Chen Yang felt utterly despondent. He genuinely wished to abandon the task, for he simply could not handle that insipid girl. With a glimmer of hope, he queried the system. Can you disable this mode? I wish to revert to the free mode. The system provides 5 opportunities for automatic task target unbinding, after which, the system will relock the task target until all 5 chances are exhausted, at which point the X mode will automatically. Should the host achieve the task's objectives and not break up during this period, the X mode will temporarily conceal itself, replaced by the free mode until the host regains single status. If the host achieves an A-level rating, the X mode will be automatically. Chen Yang scrutinized the 3 conditions presented by the system. The first was the simplest. He merely had to unbind them one by one. The second was not only tedious, but also did not guarantee complete. If he successfully achieved the task's objectives, dating and marrying, only to find himself divorced in middle age, he would still be compelled to continue the task. After exhausting all 5 opportunities, he thought, no, that won't do. The third condition was the most troublesome. Achieving an A-level rating? How could that even be possible? Chen Yang was perplexed, unsure how the system had determined Fang Ningning had changed. Could it be that the 60,000 he gifted her had wrought the transformation? He found it hard to comprehend, especially since he had already broken up with Fang Ningning and likely would have no further dealings with her. Best to first disable this X mode. If he continued to date that insipid girl, who knew whether it would be he who changed her or she who transformed him? System. The binding with Li Lingxiu complete. The system will automatically bind the task target again. The avatar and name of the girl in the first box turned gray and were locked with chains. Then, the question mark in the second box began to fade, revealing another beautiful girl-s avatar. Chen Yang regarded this girl-s visage, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, and then glanced at the name. Enshirhan. Chapter 53. Congratulations on binding the love system. Enshirhan? She.isnt Xining's roommate? Chen Yang gazed in astonishment at Enshirhan's avatar. What a coincidence. No, wait. Chen Yang frowned. He had indeed met Enshirhan and heard Fang Ningning mention her. Enshirhan was typically quiet, emanating a sense of aloofness. Her academic performance was commendable, and she was quite diligent, ranking among the top students. Moreover, she still did not have a boyfriend, so she hardly seemed like an insipid girl. Could it be that the system had made a mistake? Chen Yang was deeply skeptical about the system's error. Please confirm, will auto-confirm in 10 minutes. Unbind. Chunyang disregarded whether the system had made a mistake. Unbinding was the right course of action. Cooling down, unable to unbind. The cooldown period is 3 months. Upon reading the system's notification, Chunyang was momentarily stunned. Great, it was waiting for him. Chunyang felt an overwhelming rage. Convinced that the system had led him astray, if only the system could be materialized, he would disassemble it piece by piece. System, you owe me an explanation. Why is there a cooldown? The system remained silent. Damn it. Chunyang, troubled, rubbed his head, drawing a curious glance from Xie Zhongfan, who asked, "What's wrong? Is the material the teacher discussed today that difficult?" Chunyang, lacking the inclination to engage with Xie Zhongfan, simply shook his head, muttering that he was fine. System, you must tell me if you intentionally bound me to ensure Han. Are you deliberately toying with me? Chunyang ground his teeth as he questioned the system, but it offered no response, merely allowing the countdown to continue. The system feigned ignorance, leaving Chunyang with no choice. It seemed he must accept this task. But why ensure Han? She was Fang Ningning's roommate. Had he just broken up with Fang Ningning and now had to date her roommate? Wasn't he that sheer foolishness? Wasn't he that simply inviting trouble? No way. Chunyang decisively chose not to pursue this. So what if it was for 3 months? He would bide his time. During this period, he would do nothing, for surely the system could not take control of his body. Humph, he would just wait it out. There was no loss here. Though, upon reflection, the loss seemed quite substantial, considering the system's generous rewards. Chunyang recalled the system's offer of 200,000, and a small temptation arose. Perhaps he could give it a shot? Just to exploit the system, without engaging in any romance? However, as he turned the thought over, he remembered that Ensure Han was Fang Ningning's roommate, and his conscience wouldn't let him proceed, leading him to shake his head. Even if the system's rewards were ample, he couldn't act so unscrupulously. Why couldn't it have been a stranger? Just as Chunyang was mired in indecision. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, confirmation complete. The scene before Chunyang shifted, revealing the task details. Task accepted successfully. Target, Ensure Han. Task difficulty detected. 4 stars. Task rewards. 1. After confirming a romantic relationship with Ensure Han, her intimacy level with the host will be locked at a minimum of 25. Can only increase. 2. After confirming a romantic relationship with Ensure Han, each instance of her jealousy will earn points, which can be exchanged for rewards. Chunyang absorbed the entirety of the content, descending into a state of shock and confusion. He was astonished that Ensure Han's task difficulty was rated 4 stars. With the highest difficulty being 5 stars, he found it incomprehensible why Ensure Han's difficulty was so elevated. Could it be due to her demeanor, which did not resemble that of an insipid girl? Chunyang was at a loss, but he was even more perplexed by the peculiar rewards the system had offered. Upon entering a relationship, Ensure Han's intimacy would instantly be set at 25, with no possibility of reduction. While Chunyang had swiftly elevated Fang Ningning's intimacy, her difficulty was merely 1.5 stars, and her affections were patently evident. She was fond of money, which made boosting her intimacy comparatively effortless. Yet, Ensure Han's difficulty was 4 stars. Externally, she appeared quite aloof, making it challenging to enhance her intimacy. Additionally, why did he earn points solely when Ensure Han felt jealous? There must be a rationale behind it. Overwhelmed by numerous uncertainties, Chunyang decided to cease pondering. He intended to slack off, believing the task to be utterly unattainable, primarily due to his lack of audacity. And the difficulty of the task left him feeling apprehensive. At that moment, the system's voice rang out once more. Achievement function. Upon meeting certain criteria, the host will receive an achievement, and the system will provide specific items. No achievements available yet. Relationship progress function. Once the relationship between the host and the task target reaches a certain condition, the system will reward the host, using intimacy as a standard point. 1. When intimacy reaches 100 and the couple status is established, the host will receive a daily reward of 1,000 points, and points gained from jealousy will double. 2. When intimacy reaches 95. If not yet a couple, the host will earn 1,000 points weekly. After becoming a couple, the weekly reward will be 5,000 points. 3. When intimacy reaches 90 and the kissing achievement is obtained, the host will earn 1,000 points monthly. 4. When intimacy reaches 80, completing daily tasks will yield extra points. 5. When intimacy reaches 70, the exchange function will be activated. A new daily task function will guide the host to achieve the task objectives more swiftly. Chen Yang found himself overwhelmed by the plethora of features before him, feeling utterly disoriented and devoid of interest. Upon noticing the newly added daily task function, he felt a flicker of curiosity and clicked to view it. Today's task: greet Ensure Han and say hello. Reward: 1 yuan. Chen Yang stifled an urge to laugh. This system was surely jesting. The task was absurdly simple, and the reward was pathetically meager. System: what happens if I choose not to complete this task? No impact. Chen Yang felt relieved. However, the task was so simple that it seemed harmless to attempt it. Chen Yang deemed it feasible. A yuan was still money. Since the system had already bound him, he would have to wait 3 months to unbind, so he might as well take the opportunity to exploit the system a bit. Of course, if the daily task changed to something like confessing love, no matter how much the system offered, he would resolutely refuse, at least for now. Chen Yang was steadfast in that conviction. However, he had forgotten one crucial detail. The system had given him a compensatory item, a one-time task assistive device, the specific function of which he was still unaware, at the same time. Ensure Han, who was attentively listening in class, suddenly felt a momentary blur in her vision. She hastily rubbed her eyes, and upon reopening them, the haze had vanished. Paying no heed to the incident, Ensure Han resumed her focus on the lecture. Just as she lowered her head to jot down notes, a mechanical female voice abruptly echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the love system. The pin in Ensure Han's hand paused, and she jerked her head up, her eyes betraying her astonishment. Chapter 54. Completing the task, Ensure Han could hardly conceal her elation. Her hands trembled slightly with excitement. She had only encountered such systems in novels, believing them to be mere fantasies, and yet here she was, unexpectedly bestowed with one, fearing it might be an illusion. She quietly called out to the system in her heart. Before her appeared a cartoonish girl with pink hair, her expression somewhat stiff yet undeniably adorable. Ensure Han pinched her arm to confirm her reality. Yes, it hurt. This was no dream. The system was indeed real. With her mind preoccupied with the system, Ensure Han lost interest in taking notes. Lin Shi and Su Yin, seated next to her, noticed her peculiar behavior. Lin Shi leaned closer and observed that Ensure Han had written nothing. Sure Han, what is wrong? Why aren't you writing? Ensure Han, as if roused from a daze, gasped and quickly grabbed her pen to start writing. Though her thoughts were elsewhere. System, did you just say you were the love system? The pink-haired girl reappeared before Ensure Han, nodding as she replied, Indeed. The host must complete the love tasks announced by the system to earn rewards. As she spoke, the girl waved her hand, and a line of text materialized beside her. Host name: Ensure Han, age: 19, task target: Chen Yang, current relationship: slightly better than stranger's daily task. Greet Chen Yang, reward: 9 yuan upon seeing Chen Yang's name. Ensure Han momentarily lost her train of thought, surprised. Chen Yang? Could it possibly be him? The little girl, sensing Ensure Han's thoughts, pointed at Chen Yang's name, which instantly enlarged, followed by the appearance of a profile picture before Ensure Han's eyes. It was Chen Yang, the ex-boyfriend of Fang Ningning. Ensure Han frowned and inquired, System, why is the target Chen Yang? Can it be changed? Deep down, Ensure Han harbored some disdain for Chen Yang, but more so for Fang Ningning. She had just learned from Su Yin that Fang Ningning and Chen Yang had broken up, and she assumed Chen Yang had been discarded after being played out by Fang Ningning. She had no desire to accept a boyfriend discarded by Fang Ningning, whom she viewed as tainted. Any boy who would date Fang Ningning must also be flawed. This selection by the system is unalterable. Should the host choose to forfeit, the system will be deactivated, the girl said, blinking innocently. Ensure Han was unwilling to abandon this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, quickly interjecting, No. I accept. Focusing on the task, Ensure Han noted its simplicity. She merely needed to greet Chen Yang. However, she found the reward somewhat peculiar. While the amount of 9 yuan was acceptable, why was it not a round number? Why not just 10 yuan? The oddity of 9 yuan struck her as strange. But she shrugged it off, realizing she had no control over how the system determined rewards. Now, another dilemma presented itself. She had no idea which class Chen Yang belonged to. Ensure Han had never paid attention to Fang Ningning's boyfriend, as she always found Fang Ningning irritating. She set her pen down, glancing at her notes, her face flushing with embarrassment at the chaotic scrawl compared to her neighbor's elegant handwriting. Ensure Han hastily flipped the page. considering borrowing Lin Shi's or Su Yin's notes after class. Suddenly, Shirhan recalled that Su Yin had often been with Fang Ningning and might know Chen Yang's whereabouts. However, with Lin Shi sitting between them, she hesitated to ask and decided to wait until class was over. After the bell rang, Lin Shi got up to use the restroom, providing Shirhan with the perfect opportunity. She leaned towards Su Yin and asked, "Su Yin, do you know which class Chen Yang is in?" Curious about Shirhan's sudden inquiry, Su Yin responded without questioning her motives and informed her of Chen Yang's class. Shirhan nodded, returning to her seat, pondering when to seek out Chen Yang. The break was sufficiently lengthy for her to make the trip and simply say hello. Yet, she hesitated, feeling apprehensive about approaching a boy. Nevertheless, recalling the system, Shirhan steeled herself. If she faltered over such a trivial matter, how could she achieve greater things in the future? Determined, she stood up and left the classroom, heading toward Chen Yang's class. Chen Yang, feeling drowsy after 2 classes, had his head resting on the desk, eyes closed. Behind him, Yi Zheng, who had slept through a class, immediately grabbed his phone to chat with Ming Yin. After sending a message, he noticed Ming Yin had not replied and chose to pass the time by scrolling through short videos, fingers flying across the screen. In that moment, Yi Zheng caught sight of a stranger standing by the door, her presence drawing his attention. The girl was striking, her features delicately sculpted, with porcelain skin radiating an enchanting glow. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently, adding to her elegance and grace. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Yi Zheng was instantly captivated. The allure of the short videos fading away, seemed the girl noticed his gaze and turned to look at him, her brows furrowing slightly in contemplation. After a brief pause, she hesitantly approached him. Could she be seeking my contact information? Yi Zheng's heart raced, and he quickly set aside his phone, sitting up straight as the girl drew nearer. Yi Zheng caught a whiff of her fragrance, his heart swelling with pride and joy. Just as he prepared to greet her, she stopped abruptly by Chen Yang's desk. Gently, she tapped the sleeping Chen Yang's shoulder. Chen Yang, sensing the touch, stirred from his slumber and, upon seeing the beautiful face before him, was taken aback. As he focused, he realized it was Shirhan, and his surprise deepened. Shirhan opened her mouth to greet Chen Yang. But he spoke first, Shirhan, hello. Chen Yang's words inadvertently made it easier for Shirhan to respond. She smiled back, replying, "Hello, Chen Yang." An awkward silence enveloped them for a moment. Chen Yang broke it, asking, "Did you come to find me for something? Or is it about Ning Ning?" "Oh, no. I merely wanted to ask how you and Ning Ning broke up." Shirhan hurriedly fabricated an excuse, her curiosity about their breakup genuine. Chen Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, while Yi Zheng, feeling envious that the girl was seeking Chen Yang, attempted to interject. Just as he opened his mouth, Shirhan laughed and shook her head, saying, "If you don't want to say, that's fine. Class is about to start. I'll take my leave." With that, Shirhan briskly exited the classroom, leaving Yi Zheng dumbfounded. Chen Yang found Shirhan's visit rather peculiar. Just as he began to ponder, the system notified him that he had completed his task, and 1 yuan was credited to his account. Behind him, Yi Zheng patted Chen Yang's shoulder and inquired, "Who was that girl looking for you?" "Fang Ningning's roommate." Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Yi Zheng nodded, taking his seat, jealousy creeping back into his heart at the thought of such an enchanting girl seeking out Chen Yang in front of the entire class, which certainly enhanced Chen Yang's reputation. However, judging by their brief interaction, it seemed they were not particularly close. She was merely concerned for her roommate, which eased Yi Zheng's envy somewhat. Chapter 55. Fang Ningning's conversation with her father in the hospital. Fang Ningning navigated the corridor with a tray of food, feeling a mix of happiness and fatigue. She was elated that her surgery had been successfully completed the day before and that, barring any unforeseen complications, she would be discharged after a week of observation. Yet, the fatigue stemmed from her hurried arrival to care for her father, leaving her little time to rest, compounded by her worry over his surgery, which had drained her emotionally. Pushing open the door, she found her father lounging in bed, engrossed in a video on his phone. Upon noticing her arrival, he quickly set his phone aside. Fang Ningning's mother had just left that morning in a rush, locking the door without much preparation. Now that her father was stable and with Fang Ningning there to care for him, she planned to return home to tidy up and gather some necessities for Fang Ningning. Fang Ningning placed the food on the table, then helped her father sit up, serving him the meat sauce noodles he had requested. Dad, here's the meat sauce noodles you wanted. Enjoy. Fang Ningning's father nodded with a grunt and then began to devour his noodles with great enthusiasm. Seeing her father enjoying his meal so heartily, Fang Ningning felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Currently lacking an appetite, she opted for a simple bowl of congee. How can you eat so much? Her father remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. I'm not hungry. You should eat up, Fang Ningning replied, licking the rice soup from her lips. Ningning, do not deprive yourself of this little expense. Our family is not in want. Her father insisted. No, Dad, I'm truly not hungry. Just look at me. I've probably gained weight from staying at school these past few days. Her father scrutinized her closely and noticed indeed that she had put on a bit of flesh. Well, it seems so. That's as it should be. You ought to eat well while at school. Understood, Dad. In the past, Fang Ningning would have found her father's incessant chatter tiresome, but after he had endured a significant ordeal, she felt a profound sense of happiness in his nagging. After taking another bite of noodles, Fang Ningning's father turned to her and inquired, by the way, Ningning, you mentioned that the several thousand yuan you brought back was borrowed from a classmate? Fang Ningning paused momentarily, then gently nodded in affirmation. Is it a male or female classmate? Though his tone was soft, it carried an undeniable tension. A male. Her father sighed lightly, his concern evident. I had a feeling. Ningning, what is your relationship with this male classmate? Taken aback, Fang Ningning hesitated for a moment before quietly responding. He is my ex-boyfriend. We just broke up not long ago. Ah. Her father was visibly taken aback, closing his mouth in surprise. After a brief silence, he looked at Fang Ningning and asked, what was the reason for the breakup? I don't want to talk about it. She shook her head. All right, we won't discuss it then. Her father replied with a forced smile, turning back to his noodles. However, just as he was about to take another bite, he set his chopsticks down again and asked, what is his family situation like? Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Fang Ningning pouted, playfully expressing her dissatisfaction. Her father affectionately ruffled her hair and responded with a hearty laugh. You've secretly started dating a boy. Isn't it reasonable for your father to want to understand the situation? It's not a bad thing to be open with me. Just tell me honestly, do you still have feelings for him? At this, Fang Ningning lowered her head, the image of Qinyang surfacing in her mind. I don't know, she murmured, shaking her head in confusion. You don't know? Her father's face suddenly broke into a gentle smile. Then that means you still have feelings for him. What? I said I don't know. She replied, sneaking a glance at her father. Oh, my dear, if you don't like him, just say so. Saying you don't know indicates that you still have feelings for him. You're simply embarrassed to face him after the breakup. Am I right? Fang Ningning remained silent, her hands fidgeting nervously. Her father, sensing her inner turmoil, understood that a father knows his child all too well. Talk to me. What is his family's situation like? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ningning said, I don't know much, but he mentioned his family is quite ordinary. However, he was quite generous while pursuing me, almost as if money were no object. Oh, an ordinary family, her father nodded slightly, feeling reassured. If he was generous while courting you, does that mean he has become less so after you started dating? Not really. He is still quite generous. Then doesn't that indicate he treats you well? Her father asked with a hint of confusion. Is that the reason you broke up with him? The question stirred unpleasant memories for Fang Ningning, and she replied somewhat unhappily, Oh, Dad, we've already broken up. Why are you asking so much? Oh, all right, her father complied, sensing her frustration, and lowered his head to continue eating. Fang Ningning, feeling a bit dejected, picked up her congee to sip quietly, and a moment of silence enveloped the table. After a few more bites of noodles, her father's thoughts continued to linger on Fang Ningning's boyfriend. With several thoughts unspoken, he stole a glance at her. Noticing she seemed less upset, he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Ningning. Fang Ningning looked up at her father. He adjusted himself, sitting up straighter. Ningning, I've spent half my life without achieving much, and I confess I'm not wise. However, there are a few things I wish to share with you. If I say something foolish, please forgive your father. I'm not articulate. From what I gather, that boy seems like a decent person. Upon hearing about our family's troubles, he promptly offered you 60,000 yuan. For an ordinary family, that's no small sum, especially when both he and you are still students. If you were to ask me for 60,000 yuan to lend to your ex, I would. Well, I truly wouldn't be able to part with it. It's not about being stingy. It's just that 60,000 is a significant amount. Who would lend it so easily, especially to an ex? If the villagers heard about it, they would surely call me a fool. I suspect he didn't even tell his family about your breakup. Otherwise, they would never have lent it to him. Even so, he must have had a serious argument with them to procure that amount. Ningning, for someone to go to such lengths for you, it shows he genuinely cares for you. I don't know the details of your breakup, but if you still have feelings for him and he hasn't committed any fundamental mistakes, I believe it would be best to forgive him if you were at fault. Fang Ningning's father trailed off. She had been listening quietly as he spoke, but upon his last statement, she lifted her gaze to meet his, making him hesitate, fearing he had upset her again. With a slight sting in her heart, Fang Ningning smiled and said, "Dad, it's fine. Please continue." Seeing that his daughter was not angry, her father felt encouraged to proceed. "I'm only saying that if it was indeed your fault, you should acknowledge it. Don't let your stubbornness cause you to miss out on someone who loves you. Most importantly, don't leave yourself with regrets. Be careful not to end up regretting it later." After a soft sigh, he added, "I'm merely expressing my thoughts. You are the one who knows best how to act. After all, you've grown up and can make your own decisions. We can't control you at home anymore. But rest assured, no matter what you decide, I will support you. We should repay that 60,000 as soon as possible, so as not to put him in a difficult position. 60,000 is truly a considerable amount." Fang Ningning nodded quietly, her gaze drifting downward, her long lashes fluttering gently, lost in thought. Just as Fang Ningning fell into contemplation, she suddenly heard her father's curious voice again. "By the way, do you have a photo of that young man?" Chapter 56. Displeased with Fang Ningning the day after accepting the new system task, a new daily task was issued. Daily task. Communicate with Ensure Han. No restrictions on the method. Reward, 1 yuan. Chen Yang woke up a bit late today. As he walked towards the cafeteria, he glanced at the task released by the system, finding it quite simple. With no restrictions, he could simply send a message through his phone. However, Chen Yang did not have Ensure Han's contact information. He had previously added Su Yin and Lin Shi, who were Fang Ningning's roommates, but he hadn't really interacted with Ensure Han. He felt there was no need to disturb her. After all, whether he completed the task or not made little difference. Just as he reached the cafeteria entrance, his phone buzzed, revealing a friend request from Ensure Han. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly accepted it. Ensure Han likely wanted to follow up on her questions from yesterday about him and Fang Ningning. He thought to himself that although Ensure Han appeared cold on the outside, she seemed genuinely concerned about Fang Ningning. "Chen Yang, hello? Hello, and are you looking to learn more about the reasons for our breakup?" Chen Yang inquired. After a brief pause, she replied, "Yes, the reason is quite simple. We just weren't compatible, and the breakup was amicable. Understood. Sorry for the intrusion. Chen Yang exited the chat interface, receiving a system notification confirming the task completion. "Congratulations, host. Task completed, reward of 9 yuan issued." Hearing the notification, Ensure Han let out a sigh of relief. "Sure Han, let us go to AT this moment." Su Yin and Lin Shi had also finished preparing and were ready to head out for breakfast. Ensure Han put away her phone and nodded, and the three of them set off downstairs. On the way, Lin Shi curiously asked, "Sure Han, why did you want Chen Yang's contact information?" Su Yin also looked at Ensure Han with curiosity, noting her sudden interest in Chen Yang after asking about his class yesterday and now seeking his contact information. Ensure Han felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, she explained, "I just felt a bit sorry for him." Ensure Han felt that the rationale put forth was somewhat contrived and unreasonable. In her view, Chen Yang's relentless pursuit of Fang Ningning was merely due to his physical attraction to her, suggesting that their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. The reasons for the breakup between Chen Yang and Fang Ningning were twofold. Either Fang Ningning had exhausted her utility of Chen Yang, or Chen Yang had grown weary of Fang Ningning. In any case, neither was deserving of pity. However, aside from this reasoning, she could not conjure up any other justifications. Her disdain for Fang Ningning was profound, rendering any semblance of sympathy impossible, especially as she was engaged in conversation with Chen Yang. Thus, she could only express pity for him. Ensure Han contemplated further explanations to rationalize her actions. She was unexpectedly met with agreement from Lin Shi and Su Yin. Lin Shi nodded and remarked, "I concur. Fang Ningning truly oversteps." Chen Yang appears honest and dependable, a commendable partner, yet she remains obstinate and unappreciative. It is truly lamentable for Chen Yang. I cannot fathom why he would pursue Fang Ningning. Indeed, Su Yin chimed in, last time. When Fang Ningning got drunk, I called Chen Yang. He was visibly distressed upon seeing her inebriated state, especially when he learned that she had been out drinking with someone else. What? She got drunk again during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin, she furrowed her brow. Su Yin had initially refrained from divulging this information, but in a moment of candor, coupled with her sympathy for Chen Yang, she recounted how Fang Ningning had gotten excessively drunk during the festival, leading to misunderstandings involving Chen Yang. Upon hearing this, Lin, she expressed her frustration, saying, Su Yin, really, just let her lie on the ground and sleep it off. She made this mess herself. Let her deal with it tomorrow. We are roommates. This is not right. Su Yin replied, pursing her lips, Hemph, you have no idea. The reason I broke up with my boyfriend is also tied to Fang Ningning, Lin, she said, her voice tinged with emotion. An Shirhan and Su Yin were taken aback and quickly urged Lin Shi to step aside. Noticing Lin Shi's eyes glistening with unshed tears, Su Yin hastily produced a tissue to offer her. Both Shirhan and Su Yin gazed at Lin Shi, a mixture of shock and curiosity, urging her to share her story. Lin Shi had harbored the pain of her breakup for quite some time and saw this as an opportunity to express her feelings. Did I not break up with my boyfriend during the Mid-Autumn Festival? That night, we reconnected, and he apologized, claiming that his actions were incited by Fang Ningning. He even showed me the messages from her. Fang Ningning was utterly outrageous. How could she act in such a manner? Lin Shi exclaimed, pulling out her phone to show Shirhan and Su Yin the manipulated images sent by Zhou Hui, which only displayed Fang Ningning's part. The three girls were inclined to believe it, as they could easily envision Fang Ningning engaging in such behavior. Shirhan embraced Lin Shi, patting her shoulder, and reassured her, it's all right. It's all in the past. Lin Shi wiped away her impending tears, stating, had it not been for Chen Yang, I would have nearly Fang Ningning even berated me. I truly do not understand how she could utter such words. Su Yin hesitated before speaking. Lin Shi, I believe your boyfriend is at fault as well. If he had good intentions and respected you, it wouldn't matter who incited him. Before Su Yin could finish her thought, Shirhan gestured for her to cease, saying, Su Yin, with Fang Ningning having done something so despicable, you need not defend her. I am not defending her, Su Yin thought to herself. I merely feel that recognizing a person's true nature is beneficial. Should Lin Shi eventually marry Zhou Hui, the repercussions would be far more significant. Lin Shi had already gained clarity from her heartbreak, but the discussion had unearthed painful memories, causing her distress. She dried her tears and remarked, fortunately, Fang Ningning has taken leave to return home. I can enjoy a few peaceful days. Upon her return, I have no intention of acknowledging her. Do not worry. We shall ignore her, letting her wallow in her own choices. Once we graduate, we can pursue our studies further, leaving her to regret her actions. Shirhan comforted her. Lin Shi resolutely nodded in agreement. Let us go have breakfast and then hurry to class, she suggested. As they made their way to the dining hall, they encountered a familiar figure, a freshly fed Chen Yang. Upon seeing them, Chen Yang felt a pang of awkwardness, hesitating whether to greet them. Ultimately, he decided against it, lowering his head to pass by quickly. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi called out to him, waving her hand. Chen Yang had no choice but to turn and smile awkwardly at them, exclaiming, what a coincidence! Having breakfast? Yes, Lin Shi and Su Yin replied, while Shirhan merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Yang without responding. You all go ahead. I just finished eating. I must be on my way, he said hastily before departing. Shirhan found his behavior curious. She had often heard Fang Ningning boast about how Chen Yang would take her to the first dining hall for meals. Yet today, he appeared to have exited from the second dining hall. Just as Shirhan pondered this, a small system girl materialized before her, blinking and saying, hidden task triggered. Please check if you accept. A message appeared before Shirhan. Encounter Chen Yang in the dining hall 10 times, 010, reward 100 yuan. Do you accept the task? Without hesitation, Shirhan chose to accept. This task seemed remarkably simple. It merely required chance encounters. Each encounter was worth 10 yuan, and such easy money was hard to come by. With 3 meals a day, there were effectively 3 opportunities for encounters. Hence, she could complete the task in no more than 4 days. This task felt exceedingly manageable. With this thought in mind, Shirhan entered the dining hall to purchase breakfast. After attending her morning classes, as noon approached, and Shirhan suddenly recalled an important detail. Chunyang's college had a different lunch schedule than theirs, with a 10-minute delay. Realizing this, her expression shifted, calculating whether she could still find Chunyang if she hurried. When the class bell rang, and Shirhan told Lin Shi and Su-in, "I have something to attend to. I'll head out first." With that, she quickly exited, leaving Lin Shi and Su-in puzzled. Shirhan jogged to the entrance of the first dining hall, slightly breathless, with strands of hair sticking to her forehead. She stood at the entrance, scanning the crowd in search of Chunyang. Rather than searching within the dining hall, she thought it wiser to wait outside, as Chunyang had exited the second dining hall that morning. However, given Fang Ningning's claims that he frequented the first dining hall, she felt it was more likely to spot him there. Leaning against the wall, she rested while keeping a lookout. The flow of patrons to the first dining hall was sparse, making it easier for Shirhan to search without feeling anxious. After 10 minutes passed, she began to feel a bit impatient. Where was Chunyang? Doubting he might have already left, she reassured herself that he might still be inside. After 20 minutes, the number of people exiting the dining hall dwindled, prompting Shirhan to furrow her brow. That moment, Lin Shi sent her a concerned message inquiring about her delay. Shirhan crafted a quick excuse to deflect. Remaining patient, she waited another 10 minutes. By then, the entrance was nearly deserted, with only a handful of individuals remaining inside the dining hall. It was at this point that Shirhan conceded defeat, realizing Chunyang was not there today. Yet, she remained somewhat hopeful and decided to take the elevator to the second floor. There, she found even fewer people and, after a cursory glance, she finally gave up. Feeling a pang of hunger, she resolved to buy a meal there, opting for a simple dish and rice. The food was freshly prepared, and Shirhan took a seat to wait, her mind racing with curiosity about Chunyang's absence. Was he not having lunch? Or had he left early without her noticing? As for the possibility of Chunyang dining at the second dining hall, she found it unlikely, given his financial means. The quality of the food there could not compare to that of the first dining hall. Yet recalling that he had indeed emerged from the second dining hall that morning, she began to reconsider. While lost in thought, her meal was ready, and Shirhan hurriedly paid. Seeing the 43 yuan deducted from her account, she felt a twinge of regret, but resolutely decided to wait at the second dining hall that evening. If she couldn't find him, she could at least dine there. Upon returning to the dormitory with her food, she found Lin Shi and Su-in already asleep. Shirhan slowed her movements, gently placing down her meal before quietly sitting down. She took a spoonful of her dish and rice, savoring the delicious flavors, yet her heart ached with a sense of injustice, even provoking tears. She had waited so long for a man, enduring hunger, only to be met with disappointment. Wiping her sore nose, she reminded herself that even in her distress, she could not see our wide eye in her heart. She believed men to be the most unreliable of beings. Holding no faith in love, she regarded it as mere sweet talk used by men to deceive women, devoid of any meaningful value. She may consider marriage in the future, but it will undoubtedly not be for love. Rather, it will be a strategic move for her successful career. Unlike Fang Ningning, who is willing to associate with any man of wealth, she values herself and recognizes the importance of leveraging her precious first experiences for her own benefit. If she cannot achieve this, she is prepared to remain single for life. In truth, Shirhan's attitude towards love is quite similar to that of Fang Ningning. Both hold disdain for romance, prioritizing only material gain. When it comes to men, they share the same perspective, viewing them merely as tools for their own advantage. However, Fang Ningning is more carefree, seeking the simplest means to secure a comfortable life and relying on others in a humble manner. In contrast, Shirhan has lofty standards. She has no interest in men who are beneath her in status, and even those slightly above her are deemed unworthy. Only men who are significantly her superiors in social standing pique her interest, as her sole aim in such relationships is to maximize her gains. Much like Shirhan's acquisition of a dating system, she harbors no affection for Chunyang and even looks down on him. Yet, she understands that the system can aid her success. Thus, despite her aversion, she willingly accepts the tasks it assigns. After taking a few bites of her meal, her feelings of grievance gradually dissipated. She then inquired of the system, "System, could you please provide me with Chunyang's location?" The system replied that it lacked this capability. Shirhan sighed softly, but quickly rallied her spirits, knowing that Chunyang was within the confines of the school and could not escape her. As long as she understood his daily routine, encountering him would be quite manageable. She finished her meal swiftly and utilized the remaining time to rest. As dinner approached, she arrived early at the cafeteria. Uncertain of when Chen Yang would eat and determined to wait for him, An Shirhan chose a seat on the first floor of the second cafeteria, reasoning that Chen Yang was more likely to come here than ascend to the second floor. The first floor offered a more convenient location, and although the meals were generally 2 or 3 yuan more expensive than those on the second floor, the variety and portion sizes were superior. Even if Chen Yang had business elsewhere, he would hardly skimp on a few yuan to dine upstairs. After approximately 10 minutes, An Shirhan spotted a figure through the entrance. It was Chen Yang. A wave of relief washed over her as she thought, "Finally, I found him." Just as she prepared to greet him upon his entry, she was taken aback to see him bypass the entrance and head towards the nearby staircase. Startled, she realized he intended to go to the second floor and quickly rose to follow him. Upon reaching the second floor, An Shirhan saw Chen Yang approaching the window to buy a meal. She hastened her steps, calling out, "Chen Yang." Upon hearing his name, Chen Yang turned, surprised to find An Shirhan there. An Shirhan? What a coincidence, he exclaimed. Chen Yang genuinely felt it was a stroke of luck to encounter her again after their meeting in the morning, although he noted the absence of Lin Shi and Su Yin. Consequently, he instinctively inquired about their absence. They'll come to eat later. I'm hungry, so I came first," and Shirhan replied with a smile, while the numbers in the taskbar at the side of her vision changed. Encountering Chen Yang in the cafeteria 10 times, 110, reward. 100 yuan. An Shirhan felt a surge of happiness within her and then voiced her curiosity. "Aren't you always dining at the first cafeteria? What brings you to the second?" Chen Yang shrugged and replied, "I'm out of money." "Out of money?" And Shirhan's brow furrowed in confusion. After all, the gifts Chen Yang had given to Fang Ningning were worth tens of thousands. How could he be broke? Suddenly, she realized the truth. It was no wonder Fang Ningning had broken up with Chen Yang. He had spent all his money trying to please her, and once he was broke, she had discarded him. "Isn't your family well off?" "No, my family is just ordinary," Chen Yang explained. Aware that Fang Ningning's actions had led to An Shirhan's misunderstanding, he felt no shame in this, but rather considered it unfortunate to be misjudged. "Oh," An Shirhan responded, taken aback. Not wanting to linger too long with Chen Yang, she bid him farewell and returned to the first floor. Reflecting on his words, she frowned slightly, feeling an increase in her disdain for Chen Yang. She had previously believed him to be well off, but now discovered that he was merely average. Had she not believed it before, seeing him forsake the first cafeteria for the second now rendered everything reasonable. If he truly came from a modest background, how could he afford to give Fang Ningning gifts worth tens of thousands? In An Shirhan's eyes, Chen Yang had squandered his parents' hard-earned money for mere personal gratification. For what purpose? Only to satisfy his own desires. Had he ever considered whether he could bear such a cost? Did he possess the capability? No, he did not. Such naivety rendered him unworthy. Did he truly think that a few tens of thousands could secure Fang Ningning's unwavering loyalty? That wretched woman desired not just his willingness to part with his entire savings, but rather his ability to casually spend such amounts. The end result for someone like Chen Yang was merely to be used and discarded like a dog. How could a person of such character earn An Shirhan's respect? She shook her head slightly and addressed the system. "System, can't I bind to someone else?" "No, the host may choose to cancel the system." "Absolutely not." And Shirhan clenched her fists, enduring for the sake of her future. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang returned to his dormitory and reviewed the video he had just completed, still feeling dissatisfied. Frustrated, he scratched his head. Creating videos was far more challenging than it appeared, especially when it came to producing historical knowledge content, which required extensive knowledge accumulation. Something he felt he currently lacked. He would need to read more and study diligently. Chen Yang thought helplessly, yet he couldn't spend all his time reading. He needed to find other endeavors. While he had previously relied on the system, he was now determined not to take the easy route. With the system no longer providing him with free benefits, he felt even less inclined to be idle. However, the system did grant him a sense of confidence. After all, he possessed a substantial sum of 200,000 yuan. This amount provided him with the assurance to focus on his endeavors. Besides making videos, what else could he do? Perhaps starting a business. He felt he lacked the acumen for that end. More importantly, the capital point 200,000 was his final safety net. He couldn't afford to invest it all at once. After pondering for a while, he considered another option that suited him. writing novels. The barriers to entry for novel writing were minimal, and the costs were low. All one needed was a phone to write. During his middle and high school years, he had a passion for reading online novels. But the pressure of college entrance exams had led him to abandon that interest in favor of published books. Now, he realized that pursuing this path might be quite promising, as a sophomore. He had ample free time and could simultaneously read to accumulate knowledge while practicing his writing skills. As for whether his work would be popular, he found himself indifferent. With this idea in mind, he was eager to act immediately. He quickly opened his favorite novel website, Moodian. After registering as an author, he hesitated at the page for creating a work. What genre should he write? Instinctively, he thought of writing an alternate history novel set in the Three Kingdoms. But after some reflection, he abandoned that idea. Although he had read historical online novels, he had not read as many as urban entertainment novels, which had a broader audience. More importantly, the systems in those urban novels were entirely fictional. Whereas he possessed a genuine system, a smile crept across his lips as he envisioned the reader's reactions upon discovering that the protagonist in his story truly had a system. Just the thought of this scenario amused him. However, whenever he considered the system, he felt a surge of indignation. Although he had a system, it was rather troublesome. He had no desire to engage with a deceitful woman, yet found himself compelled to activate a frustrating feature to assist him. The so-called redemption system sounded easy, but changing a manipulative woman was no simple feat. In his relationship with Fong Ningning, he had nearly lost everything. He had initially hoped to exploit the system without any emotional entanglement. Yet he found himself developing feelings for her. Reflecting on this, Chunyang concluded that it was likely due to his inexperience with relationships. His honest and earnest nature made him take feelings too seriously. If he were a natural scoundrel, such things would not pose an issue. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if I write about a scoundrel system? Based on his many years of reading online novels, he knew that while readers generally despise scoundrels, many secretly wish to become one themselves. Of course, there were still many virtuous people in the world. With this idea in mind, Chunyang felt energized and began organizing and refining his thoughts, leading to the following outline. The protagonist of his story, Li Yong, is a successful entrepreneur in his 40s who, one day, after a night of heavy drinking, finds himself transported back to high school. Li Yong has a crush on a girl named Lu Yu, with whom he shares a close relationship. They had originally planned to attend the same university and start dating, but unexpectedly, Lu Yu deceives him, claiming she will wait until her second year. Subsequently, Li Yong becomes a devoted admirer of Lu Yu, only to have her find another boyfriend within a few months. The time period to which Li Yong has returned is precisely the day after their high school graduation agreement. This time, Li Yong gained clarity regarding the girl and resolved to cease his sycophantic behavior towards Lu Yu, opting instead to pursue other young women. Lu Yu, on the other hand, felt quite disheartened by Li Yang's change in attitude and began to regret her decision to pursue him. Moreover, Li Yong acquired a system that would reward him generously whenever a girl expressed a favorable disposition towards him, and if he succeeded in establishing a romantic relationship, he would unlock even greater rewards. Thus, Li Yong embarked on a journey as a notorious playboy. Chunyang had initially intended to characterize this girl as the protagonist's childhood sweetheart. However, the mention of a childhood sweetheart brought to mind Yin Yun. Chunyang feared that if Yin Yun were to read this novel one day and inadvertently identify with it, thinking it was written about her, it would lead to complications. Hence, he altered the character's background to that of a close friend from high school. After finalizing the beginning and the fundamental character settings, Chunyang decided to title the work "The Scoundrel System Forces Me to Be a Scoundrel." Just as he felt satisfied with the title, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Please do not tarnish the system's reputation. Chunyang was taken aback and exclaimed in shock, You actually care about that? Please respect the system. It too possesses dignity. The scoundrel system is a disgrace to the system, and it certainly does not compel its host. After hearing the system's words, Chunyang couldn't help but roll his eyes and retorted, Stop spouting nonsense. You are currently coercing me. Besides, the system I am writing is entirely fictional. It does not imply that you are a scoundrel system. The system fell silent. Chunyang slightly shook his head, pondering that the system was still rather underdeveloped and lacked intelligence, bordering on ineptitude. Please do not insult the system. It also has dignity. Damn, why do you keep appearing out of nowhere? Chunyang was startled, realizing that the system could comprehend his thoughts, and it seemed that its communication abilities had enhanced following an upgrade. Hey, system, How do I block you? Chapter 59. New daily tasks. It was Monday, midday, and Chun Yang went to the cafeteria with Xie Zhongfan to purchase lunch. On the way, Qin Yang mused to himself, could it be that I will run into Ensure Han again today? Ever since their encounter in the cafeteria last Thursday evening, he had encountered her during all 3 meals on Friday, and even on Saturday and Sunday, apart from the morning when he wished to sleep in and had no desire to buy breakfast. He had seen her each time he visited the cafeteria. He even ran into her that morning. This led Qin Yang to wonder if it was truly a coincidence. Perhaps it was indeed a stroke of luck, considering that most students tend to dine at overlapping times in school. It was entirely possible that prior to his relationship with Fang Ningning, Qin Yang frequently crossed paths with Ensure Han, but they simply did not recognize each other and left no lasting impression. While Qin Yang was in line with Xie Zhongfan, he once again spotted Ensure Han. She greeted him briefly before proceeding to get her meal. Qin Yang found this arrangement quite convenient, as it facilitated the completion of his tasks. Recently, the system had assigned him daily tasks that required him to greet Ensure Han, and since he encountered her daily, completing these tasks was a breeze, albeit the reward remained consistently low at 1 yuan. After Ensure Han finished greeting Qin Yang, she excitedly checked her tasks. Having met Qin Yang in the cafeteria 10 times, 10, she was rewarded with 100 yuan, already issued. In the span of 4 days, Ensure Han had intentionally waited in the cafeteria to find Qin Yang, and she finally completed her task that midday. She felt a rush of excitement, not merely for the 100 yuan, but because this hidden task had to be completed before the next one could appear. And she eagerly anticipated what the next hidden task might entail. As for the daily tasks, they were frequently issued, allowing her to complete them while fulfilling her hidden task. Ensure Han felt quite pleased. After today, she would no longer have to wait in the cafeteria for a chance encounter with Qin Yang on Tuesday. After waking up on time, Ensure Han rubbed her eyes and immediately checked the system for her tasks. Upon seeing the new task, any remnants of sleepiness vanished instantly. Daily task. Walk with Qin Yang for over 10 minutes. Reward. 500 yuan. Effect. Charm 1. Ensure Han sat up quickly, feeling a surge of excitement. This reward was significantly more generous. Earning 500 yuan for just 10 minutes was incredibly worthwhile. Particularly, the effect of increasing her charm by 1 was the most delightful reward for Ensure Han. Who wouldn't he desire to become more charming? Previously, she had almost doubted that the system's rewards consisted solely of monetary benefits, but to her surprise, there were other rewards as well. However, to walk with Qin Yang, she would need a valid reason. As she pondered what kind of reason would be appropriate, Lin Shi awoke and, noticing the time, sat up to see Ensure Han lost in thought. Ensure Han, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Shi inquired with a smile, and Ensure Han snapped back to reality, hastily concealing her thoughts as she began to dress and wash up, since she no longer needed to rely on a chance encounter with Qin Yang. Ensure Han did not urge her roommate to hurry. After breakfast, as Qin Yang walked to class, he felt puzzled by the fact that he hadn't seen Ensure Han either last night or that morning. It seemed that their previous meetings were indeed coincidental. However, he glanced at his daily task. Today's task. Communicate with Ensure Han. Any method. Reward. 1 yuan. System. Can you not change things up a bit? This same task every day is getting monotonous. At least switch up a word or something. Just as Qin Yang finished speaking, he noticed that the word please had suddenly been added at the beginning of the task description, transforming it into please communicate with Ensure Han. Damn, you're quite polite. Qin Yang chuckled at the system's response. It appeared that the system had picked up on his reluctance to continue performing tasks and had adopted a more casual tone. Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the system. Initially, the system was designed to find a host who would diligently complete tasks, yet it had ended up with him, someone disinclined to cooperate. As a result, the system risked becoming superfluous and losing its value. If I may say, system, I believe you bear some responsibility for this. You should have chosen your host more carefully next time. The system remained silent. Qin Yang shrugged nonchalantly and continued toward his classroom. After 2 classes, as he was about to step out to fetch some water, he suddenly received a message from Ensure Han. Qin Yang, could you come to the playground after school today? I have something I want to discuss with you. What is it? It's something important. Can you make it this afternoon? Qin Yang pondered for a moment and decided he could spare some time after school. Replying to Ensure Han, sure. Meanwhile, Fang Ningning was at home packing her belongings, having already booked a high-speed train ticket and was set to depart in under 2 hours. Her mother, holding snacks, insisted that Fang Ningning take some with her. But Fong Ningning shook her head in refusal, claiming it was unnecessary and would only be a hassle. Her mother, unable to convince her otherwise, set the snacks aside and expressed her concern, "Be careful on the road. Make sure you get to school quickly. Will you be all right catching up on the classes you've missed?" "Ugh, Mom, can you not nag me?" Fong Ningning replied helplessly. All right, just don't run around recklessly. We have money at home. It's enough. Make sure to pay back that 60,000 yuan to your classmate. They have a good heart. Fong Ningning shrugged on her backpack, nodding dismissively. Her mother accompanied her to the train station, and as Fong Ningning waited in the waiting area, she pulled out her phone to review her chat history with Qin Yang. As she scrolled through their past conversations, a smile crept across her face. She had made up her mind. If possible, she wanted to reconcile with Qin Yang. Even if he truly was financially struggling and had taken out loans, she wished to be with him because he provided her with a sense of security. She realized how vulnerable she felt when her father was hospitalized. It was then that she understood fear. Fong Ningning came to the realization that her past relationships, which she had pursued for utilitarian purposes, had little value. She had been willful, frivolous, and deceitful, and in the end, the only thing she gained was a hollow joy. While she had lost so much more, now, looking back, she found herself utterly alone, with nothing left. Fong Ningning had finally come to terms with the futility of her previous actions. The boyfriends she had sought were not truly in love with her. They were merely using her, just as she had used them. Providing no real support in her mind, only one person remained who could offer her the shoulder she desperately needed: Qin Yang. She knew she owed him a great deal, and upon her return, she was determined to make amends sincerely. Chapter 60. Can we reconcile? After class that afternoon, Qin Yang made his way to the playground, contemplating what Shirhan wanted to discuss. Upon arriving, he noticed a few students strolling about, while others were running laps around the track. And outside the playground, small groups of boys had gathered to play basketball. Qin Yang scanned the area but did not see Shirhan, so he found a spot to sit and wait. He took out his phone to continue writing his novel. He had already completed 2 chapters, totaling over 4,000 words, and planned to write up to 20,000 words before publishing it. At which point he could apply for a contract. Just as Qin Yang was drafting an introduction, he noticed someone approaching. He looked up and indeed, it was Shirhan, dressed in a simple white short-sleeve shirt paired with black shorts. Shirhan exuded an air of youthful elegance, her presence enhanced by the gentle breeze that seemed to carry with it the essence of springtime. Shirhan approached Qin Yang, who also stood up. "Why are you here so early?" Shirhan said with a smile. "I just arrived a short while ago." Qin Yang replied, rubbing his nose. "What did you want to see me about? Let's walk and talk." Shirhan suggested, glancing at the track on the playground. "All right," Qin Yang agreed without hesitation. Their feet began to move, and Shirhan clasped her hands behind her back, walking briskly along the track. She tilted her face up towards Qin Yang and said, "Qin Yang, I have something on my mind that I want to share with you." "What is it?" Qin Yang asked, his expression a mix of curiosity and confusion about why Shirhan would want to confide in him. Actually, before Shirhan could finish her sentence, a ring from her phone interrupted. Qin Yang quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket. It was a video call. Upon seeing the name, his brow furrowed, and a strange look crossed his face. He apologetically said to Shirhan, "I need to take this call." As Qin Yang answered the video call, Fong Ningning's face appeared on the screen. She pursed her lips and, upon seeing Qin Yang had picked up, her face lit up with joy. "Qin Yang, where are you?" "Me? I'm at the playground," he replied, glancing at Shirhan but omitting her presence. "Oh, great. Can I come find you?" Fong Ningning asked nervously. "Find me? What for?" Qin Yang inquired after a moment of contemplation. "I want to talk to you in person." "All right." Qin Yang thought it unreasonable to refuse, considering he held no deep-seated resentment towards Fong Ningning. "I'll head over now," she concluded before hanging up. Qin Yang tucked his phone back into his pocket, and Shirhan, having deduced it was Fong Ningning, curiously asked, "Is Fong Ningning back? You didn't know? I thought I saw her in the dorm." He replied that Shirhan shook her head, saying, "I haven't returned to the dorm." Qin Yang nodded. "She must have just come back. I wonder what she wants from me. By the way, what were you going to say earlier?" Shirhan had intended to express her feelings for him, as her romantic system required her to pursue a relationship with Qin Yang. However, with Fong Ningning's return, her plans were thrown into disarray. If Fong Ningning discovered her intentions, and Shirhan feared she would be ridiculed as someone who picked up discarded scraps. This would be a great humiliation for her, and she was unwilling to endure Fang Ningning's scorn. Instead of responding to Chen Yang's question, she asked, "Didn't you break up with Fang Ningning? Why is she looking for you?" Chen Yang shook his head, indicating he was also unaware that An Shirhan began to contemplate. It was surely unusual for Fang Ningning to seek out Chen Yang after their breakup. She decided to observe the unfolding drama before making any further moves. "If Ningning is looking for you, we might as well head back together. We could run into her on the way. If she is in such a hurry to find you right after returning, it must be something important." Chen Yang noticed Shirhan had shifted the topic away from her unfinished thought and nodded in agreement. As they walked side by side, Chen Yang felt a tinge of awkwardness. He sought to alleviate the tension but hesitated, fearing he might say something inappropriate given his unfamiliarity with Shirhan. Therefore, he maintained the status quo. He found himself hoping Fang Ningning would arrive soon, as her familiarity with Shirhan would ease the awkwardness. The campus paths were lined with trees, and walking in the shade of the leaves, accompanied by a gentle breeze, made the heat less oppressive. Silently, they proceeded, with Shirhan focused on the countdown of her task, remaining oblivious to any awkwardness. Not far ahead, Fang Ningning approached with a smile, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she jogged towards the playground. Upon rounding a corner, she halted, initially delighted, but her expression quickly shifted to one of concern as she noticed Shirhan beside Chen Yang. Fang Ningning slowed her pace, apprehension creeping in as she approached. Chen Yang noticed Fang Ningning and greeted her with a smile and a wave. She returned a slight smile but shot a glance at Shirhan filled with a hint of hostility. Chen Yang jogged up to Fang Ningning and asked, "You came back and immediately looked for me. I guess there's something on your mind?" Fang Ningning lowered her head, biting her lip. After being apart for so long, being so close to Chen Yang again made her feel an unexpected mix of nervousness and excitement. She pulled out her phone and met Chen Yang's gaze, saying, "I want to return the money to you." "Oh, that matter," Chen Yang replied, slightly taken aback, expecting something more pressing. He then asked, "How is your uncle?" "He has been discharged and is resting at home," Fang Ningning said softly. As she spoke, she shifted her weight slightly forward, resembling a cute little rabbit, her big, watery eyes filled with hope and anxiety as she cautiously added, "Chen Yang, I really need to return this money. I realize I was wrong, and I promise I won't act that way again. Can you forgive me?" Chen Yang was momentarily stunned but then smiled gently, sensing that perhaps the system had not misjudged Fang Ningning. She genuinely seemed to have changed, albeit he was unsure of what prompted this transformation. Perhaps it was simply his support during her times of difficulty. "I've never held it against you," he said softly. "You can keep the money for now, as if you were safeguarding it for me." Hearing this, Fang Ningning nodded happily, feeling accepted. "Chen Yang, can we get back together?" she asked, her voice full of hope. "What?" Shirhan exclaimed, gazing at Fang Ningning in disbelief. Had she heard correctly? Fang Ningning wanted to reconcile. If Fang Ningning succeeded in rekindling her relationship with Chen Yang, what would happen to Shirhan's task? Before Chen Yang, equally astonished, could respond, Shirhan hastily interjected, "No, absolutely not." Fang Ningning glared at Shirhan in anger, having not yet questioned why Shirhan was with Chen Yang. Why was she interfering? What right do you have to say that? This has nothing to do with you. How can it not? I also like Chen Yang, Shirhan exclaimed, no longer able to hold back. How can it not? I also like Chen Yang. Hearing this, Chen Yang felt as if struck by lightning. Fang Ningning was just as shocked. After regaining her composure, Fang Ningning looked between Chen Yang and Shirhan, indignantly declaring, "Shirhan, how shameless can you be? Chen Yang is my boyfriend. Shameless?" Shirhan laughed in disbelief, crossing her arms. "How am I shameless? Remember, you two have already broken up. I called Chen Yang here today to confess my feelings. You can't possibly be serious about liking Chen Yang. You've only met a few times," Fang Ningning retorted. "After you left, Chen Yang and I saw each other every day, and how do you know I don't like him? Chen Yang is precisely my type. The moment I saw him, I was smitten. We're about to get back together," Fang Ningning stubbornly insisted, tears glistening in her eyes. "Stop dreaming. What are you? You broke up? Who would want you back?" Shirhan's words struck at Fang Ningning's pride, leaving her looking at Chen Yang with pleading eyes, seeking his support. Shirhan turned toward Chen Yang and said softly, "Chen Yang, I've never dated anyone before." "You?" Fong Ningning wiped away the tears threatening to spill from her eyes, her heart further pierced by Enshurhan's statement. Chen Yang felt overwhelmed, grateful that there was no one around. If word got out, it would surely be a spectacle. He quickly raised his hands, urging both of them to calm down. Looking incredulously at Enshurhan, Chen Yang asked, "Are you serious?" Enshurhan gently affirmed, leaving Fong Ningning glaring daggers at her. Chen Yang rubbed his temples, feeling confused. Logically, he should feel elated by Enshurhan's declaration, as it meant he could successfully fulfill the system's task. However, it was all too sudden. He was well aware of his own shortcomings. How could he possess such charm that Enshurhan would suddenly develop feelings for him? His mind instinctively drifted to the system. Yet there was no time to inquire further. He needed to resolve the current chaos first. Enshurhan, I think you might be acting impulsively due to some circumstance. We're not suited for each other, and honestly, I'm not looking to date right now, Chen Yang said delicately, but his meaning was clear. Enshurhan's brows furrowed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She hadn't anticipated that Chen Yang would refuse her. She had been rejected. In stark contrast to Enshurhan's shock and confusion, Fong Ningning appeared rather pleased. Chen Yang's refusal of Enshurhan meant he would presumably accept her instead. Fong Ningning smirked at Enshurhan, but Chen Yang's next words plunged her into despair. "Ningning, I really don't want to date anyone at the moment, so I'm sorry." A wave of sorrow surged within Fong Ningning as she grasped Chen Yang's arm tightly, tearfully pleading, "Chen Yang, do you still not forgive me? I truly know I was wrong, and I want to reconcile." Chen Yang quickly shook his head, saying, No, it's not that. I genuinely don't want to date anyone right now. Please give me some time to process this. Please, Chen Yang. Promise me, will you? Fong Ningning implored, enveloping Chen Yang in a tight embrace. Just as Chen Yang found himself at a loss, Enshurhan, with a cold smirk, interjected, "You truly are relentless. They've already declared they do not wish to rekindle things with you. Yet you lack any sense of shame." Upon hearing Enshurhan's voice, Fong Ningning puffed up like an agitated kitten, releasing Chen Yang and turning to Enshurhan with indignation. "How dare you?" Noticing the brewing conflict between the two, and aware that others nearby were already taking note of the situation, Chen Yang hastily covered Fong Ningning's mouth, pleading, "Please, can you both refrain from arguing for a moment? I've made myself quite clear. Regardless of your feelings at the moment, I genuinely do not wish to pursue a romantic relationship any longer. If you continue, you'll only draw more attention to us. Do you understand?" Tears welled in Fong Ningning's eyes as she nodded, feeling wronged. Enshurhan turned her face away, avoiding eye contact. Chen Yang slowly released his grip on Fong Ningning, yet she grasped his hand tightly, unwilling to let him go. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Yang said, "I have matters to attend to and must return." Reluctantly, Fong Ningning released her hold. "You both are roommates. Why must it be like this? Let's all take a moment to calm down, and I shall do the same." With that, Chen Yang swiftly turned and left, almost in flight. Fong Ningning, wanting to chase after him, was met with Enshurhan's taunting remark. "Why doesn't Chen Yang want a relationship? I believe it's because of you." Fong Ningning froze in place, unable to counter Enshurhan's jibe. Deep down, she recognized that Chen Yang's rejection stemmed from her own actions. Enshurhan scoffed and turned to walk in the opposite direction. However, after a few steps, a voice echoed in Enshurhan's mind. Hidden task activated. Successfully confessed to Chen Yang. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Unlock exchange mall. Can use love points to redeem items. Enshurhan's eyes glimmered with excitement as she eagerly queried the system. "System, what items are available in the exchange mall?" "Everything you could wish for." "Wonderful." Enshurhan's eyes burned with ambition. Meanwhile, Chen Yang found a quiet spot to sit and took a deep breath to calm his racing emotions. Reflecting on the earlier events, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. "System, come forth immediately," he called out, frustrated, sensing Enshurhan's sudden confession had some connection to the system. The system interface materialized before him. "System, confess honestly. Was Enshurhan's confession orchestrated by you? It is the choice of the task objective." Her choice? Chen Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. Could it be that Enshurhan genuinely harbored feelings for him? Such a notion felt absurd. The timing was too coincidental. His task objective was Enshurhan, and now she had confessed. Was this all too easy? Suddenly, it struck him that something was amiss. The process was far too smooth. "Wait, I understand now," he exclaimed, his body jolting. "System, What is the purpose of that device you provided me? Confidential. Of course, I suspected it was related to you. Stop withholding information and tell me. System access denied. Chunyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The system's evasiveness only heightened his suspicions. He opened the task details only to discover that the intimacy module had inexplicably turned gray. He hadn't checked it lately since he had not been focused on tasks. Attempting to investigate further, he found he couldn't access it. System, what's going on with this intimacy level? The intimacy module is undergoing an upgrade and is currently inaccessible. With a clap of his hands, Chunyang exclaimed, I see now. System, is that device of yours capable of significantly enhancing affection levels? Is it possible that Ensure Han truly likes me? The system emitted a sound, seemingly on the verge of explanation, but then fell silent, perhaps believing it better to remain unsaid. Yet, it was clear the system had intentionally locked the intimacy module because, despite Ensure Han's apparent affection, the actual intimacy level between her and Chunyang was quite low. To prevent Chunyang from becoming suspicious, the system decided to lock the intimacy level while simultaneously upgrading it. The system was truly working tirelessly for its host. Unaware of the unusual circumstances, Chunyang found the logic behind everything to be perfectly coherent. The system had evidently enhanced his impression in Ensure Han's mind, leading her to mistakenly believe she had developed feelings for him. No wonder they had encountered each other more frequently lately. A pang of guilt struck Chunyang. Although the situation was orchestrated by the system, he felt a sense of responsibility as well. Now that he was aware of Ensure Han's heightened feelings, what should he do next? Chapter 62. The quarrel of two women returning to the dormitory, Fang Ningning discovered Ensure Han already seated at the table. Engrossed in an English magazine on her tablet, Fang Ningning cast a cold glance at Ensure Han before silently taking her seat at her own desk. She aimlessly fiddled with her phone, tapping here and there, exiting and re-entering apps without purpose. Eventually, she exhaled a sigh, standing up, but her chair scraped back loudly, prompting Ensure Han to furrow her brow slightly. She remained fixated on her tablet, though she hadn't scrolled for quite some time. With a frosty expression, Fang Ningning approached Ensure Han, her tone quick and impatient. Can we talk? I don't wish to, Ensure Han replied without hesitation, turning away with her tablet. Fang Ningning felt rebuffed, her anger rising anew as she pulled up a chair beside Ensure Han. Lin Shi and Suyin, noticing the tension between the two, set aside their own activities to assess the situation. Ensure Han, could you refrain from pursuing Chunyang? Fang Ningning asked bluntly. The question left Lin Shi and Suyin in shock. Ensure Han pursuing Chunyang? How could that be? But what Ensure Han said next left them even more incredulous. Slowly turning her head, Ensure Han replied coolly, why shouldn't I pursue Chunyang? He is mine. Fang Ningning's emotions flared as she retorted, who says Chunyang belongs to you? Ensure Han tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, stating, he is a person, not an object. Fang Ningning inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize her emotions, and locked her gaze onto Ensure Han's. I know you don't truly like Chunyang. You're doing this out of jealousy. Ensure Han laughed mockingly. Oh, how you flatter yourself. Whether or not I like Chunyang is not for you to decide, I assure you. He fits my ideal type perfectly. I am determined to pursue him. I am Chunyang's ex-girlfriend. I have more claim than you. Ensure Han, upon hearing this, laughed even more heartily. Don't be foolish, Fang Ningning. You broke up with him. And let us not forget, didn't you sneak off to enjoy the Mid-Autumn Festival with someone else? You, how dare you say that? Who told you? Fang Ningning stammered, her words catching in her throat, unable to find the right ones. Did it even matter who told her? Given your character, I could easily guess. I know exactly who that person was. Did Chunyang discover what you did and choose to break up with you? Ensure Han locked her gaze onto Fang Ningning's eyes, observing as her expression shifted to one of discomfort. Confirming her suspicions, Fang Ningning's pleas for reconciliation likely came after Chunyang had initiated the breakup, which had coincidentally occurred around the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recently, Fang Ningning had been seen getting close to Chu Yuma, and given her character, it was easy to deduce the events that transpired. Did Fang Ningning betray Chunyang? Ensure Han's confidence surged, and her tone grew firmer as she taunted, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so provocative. Now you regret it. Ha, do you truly think Chunyang, as a man, would accept you back after such disgrace? Who are you calling disgraceful? Fang Ningning was thoroughly incensed, springing to her feet and pointing an accusing finger at Ensure Han. Not one to back down, stood her ground against Fong Ningning. Sensing the escalating tension, Su Yin and Lin Shi rushed to their sides, attempting to pull them apart and calm their tempers. Having not yet had her fill of taunting, and Han continued, Fong Ningning, I've been fed up with you for ages. You possess no self-awareness. You could do such things behind Chen Yang's back and still have the audacity to seek reconciliation. Tell me, what man could endure such humiliation? I have realized my mistakes. Chen Yang is different. He will forgive me, Fong Ningning protested, her voice tinged with tears. Oh, really? Then let us see how he forgives you. Wiping her eyes, Fong Ningning defiantly declared, we shall see. Chen Yang will undoubtedly choose me. Han offered another cold laugh before turning to her bed. Fong Ningning clenched her fists and followed suit. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Lin Shi exchanged puzzled glances, both filled with uncertainty. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, two women had just quarreled over him. He sat in his dormitory chair, feeling quite distressed. While he could comprehend Han's confession stemming from her increased affection, he wondered why Fong Ningning sought to reconcile with him. In all honesty, Chen Yang had no desire to rekindle things with Fong Ningning, despite her beauty and his slight fondness for her. However, that night, Fong Ningning unequivocally declared her relationship with Chu Yuma, and the fact that they had shared intimate moments was abundantly clear. She had strayed and betrayed him. No matter how good Chen Yang's nature may be, he could not accept betrayal. The heart-wrenching pain he felt upon discovering Fong Ningning's clandestine closeness with another man still haunted him. If he were to reconcile with her, what if she were to repeat such treachery? Human nature, when tested, reveals its true character, and one lesson is sufficient. No further chances should be afforded. This insight was gleaned from the annals of history. In ancient times, if a trusted subordinate betrayed you and then sought to return, professing repentance, and if you observed no further misdeeds, you might allow him to serve again, but never in a crucial role, especially one concerning your safety. The cost of such a gamble is too high. He had already betrayed once. When faced with temptation again, he might well yield to his old habits, although he could also choose loyalty. But is it wise to gamble one's life on such uncertain outcomes? The crux of the matter lies in the notion of cost, devoid of moral considerations. Thus, in the face of Fong Ningning, Chen Yang could accept being her friend, yet he firmly rejected the notion of being her romantic partner or husband. Meanwhile, the other three occupants of the dormitory were engrossed in a heated gaming battle. It had been a while since Chen Yang had indulged in such pastimes, as his focus was solely on financial endeavors. He shook his head, casting aside his worries, for his writing assignment remained unfinished. He opened his recently acquired notebook, accessed a novel website, and began to formulate his thoughts. Fong Ningning lay on her bed, feeling profoundly distressed. She held her phone, contemplating sending a message to Chen Yang, yet hesitating out of embarrassment. Han's words pierced her heart like arrows. She was acutely aware of the pain her actions had inflicted upon Chen Yang, who would not easily forgive her. When she arrived, she had resolved that if Chen Yang did not forgive her, she would not pursue him further. However, with Han suddenly inserting herself into the equation, Fong Ningning's competitive spirit was ignited. Now, regardless of the circumstances, she was determined not to allow Han to date Chen Yang. Setting her phone aside, she resolved to let Chen Yang be for the moment, intending to chat with him tomorrow. Not far away, Han, phone in hand, sent Chen Yang a message inquiring whether he would like to join her for dinner. Upon seeing Han's message, Chen Yang promptly declined without hesitation. How could he agree to such a thing? He was not yet prepared to confront Han with any particular attitude. Please complete your tasks diligently, the system urged. Be quiet, Chen Yang retorted, irritated by the system's incessant interruptions. After being rejected, Han felt a twinge of disappointment. She wondered if she lacked charm, given how swiftly he had turned her down. Yet, how could she be disheartened by such a minor setback, even though Chen Yang had refused to dine with her? What if she happened to encounter him at the restaurant? After all, their previous encounters had been numerous. With this thought in mind, Han estimated Chen Yang's dining schedule and, when the time was right, she rose from her bed to prepare. Lin Shi noticed and inquired, Han, where are you going? Fong Ningning's attention was piqued, and she listened intently. I'm going to eat. Han replied, why so early? Why not wait until 6:30 and go together? Lin Shi suggested, recalling that they had always dined together until recently when Han had begun leaving early and no need. I'm a bit hungry. I'm going ahead as she spoke. and Shirhan bent down to tie her shoelaces and picked up the neatly gathered trash to take with her. After Shirhan exited the dormitory, Fang Ningning sensed something amiss. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly 6 o'clock and quickly deduced Shirhan's intentions. Having been with Chen Yang for a month, she was well acquainted with his mealtime habits. Without further thought, she hastily changed her clothes, descended from her bed, and began to put on her shoes. Miss Yuan, noticing her urgency, asked curiously, "Ningning, are you going to eat too?" Fang Ningning replied softly, "Mm," and hurriedly grabbed her phone. Rushing out of the dormitory, Suyin and Lin she exchanged glances before Suyin tentatively suggested, "Shouldn't we follow them to see what's going on? I'm worried they might argue again." Lin she nodded in agreement, and they quickly gathered their things to pursue. Meanwhile, Qinyang and Xie Zhongfan had just arrived at the cafeteria in their dormitory. Only Qinyang had been rising early enough to have breakfast. During lunch, it was usually Qinyang and Xie Zhongfan who ventured together to purchase meals, while in the evenings, they often ordered takeout. Only on rare occasions did either Xie Zhongfan or Li Zhuo accompany Qinyang to the cafeteria for dinner. And Yezheng's appearances were even rarer. He almost always opted for takeout for dinner. Qinyang and Xie Zhongfan bantered as they queued up to buy their meals, and the line was not too long. So they were quickly served. Just as Qinyang finished his purchase, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Shirhan standing there. "Hi, Qinyang. What a coincidence. What are you eating?" And Shirhan greeted him warmly. Xie Zhongfan's eyes widened in surprise as he observed the interaction. He had seen Shirhan several times before, but their encounters had always been brief. Feeling uneasy at the sight of Shirhan, Qinyang scratched his head and replied, "Just some rice with gravy. I'll have one too." And Shirhan declared, selecting a dish to pay for. As Qinyang received his meal and was about to leave, and Shirhan gently tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Wait for me." Qinyang glanced at Xie Zhongfan, seeking his support. However, Xie Zhongfan pretended not to notice and stood there with his meal. "We should find a seat first," Qinyang suggested awkwardly, but Xie Zhongfan quickly interjected, "No rush, no rush, there's plenty of time." Qinyang shot Xie Zhongfan a fierce glare, while Xie Zhongfan grinned mischievously, patting himself on the back mentally. Shirhan's meal soon arrived, and she carried it over to Qinyang, who felt compelled to move forward with Xie Zhongfan, selecting a table. Xie Zhongfan sat across from him. A figure appeared beside Qinyang, causing him to tense up as Shirhan placed her food next to him and took a seat. Xie Zhongfan observed the dynamic with keen interest, and beneath the table, he nudged Qinyang, silently urging him to seize the opportunity. Qinyang was not in the mood for Xie Zhongfan's antics. He awkwardly picked up some rice and put it in his mouth, finding it tasteless, akin to chewing wax, and Shirhan did not overly engage with Qinyang, yet merely sitting beside him caused his heart to flutter. After eating a few unappetizing bites, Qinyang received a message on his phone from Fang Ningning. "Qinyang, where are you?" she inquired. He picked up his phone and replied, "Eating at the cafeteria. Why haven't I seen you?" And Shirhan couldn't help but glance over, a smile creeping onto her lips. "Did you not see me? I'm not at Cafeteria 1. I'm at Cafeteria 2. Fang Ningning, having searched Cafeteria 1, smacked her forehead in frustration, chastising herself for her oversight. "Qinyang, you have no money left. Why not take that 60,000? I still have 200,000, so don't mention money." Qinyang replied helplessly, "I don't believe you." Qinyang, feeling the need to prove himself, exited the chat and sent a screenshot of his balance to Fang Ningning. Upon seeing it, Fang Ningning gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could Qinyang possibly have money when he claimed to come from an ordinary background? Suddenly, a term flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. After all, Qinyang had broken up with her. Why would he need to borrow money? Fang Ningning found herself increasingly perplexed by Qinyang's true identity, and she pondered whether it might be possible to visit his home for answers. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt a surge of anticipation. Then, recalling something crucial, she messaged him, "Qinyang, who are you eating with?" Qinyang glanced at Shirhan and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "With Xie Zhongfan." Unbeknownst to him, Shirhan discreetly snapped a photo of him, then opened Fang Ningning's profile. When Fang Ningning saw Qinyang's message, she initially felt relieved, but moments later, Shirhan sent her a message. Upon opening it, her heart sank. Shirhan had sent a picture of Qinyang, who was intently typing on his phone. This felt like the ultimate mockery to Fang Ningning. Overcome with sadness, she fought back tears, primarily because she had never anticipated that Chen Yang would conceal such information from her. Fang Ningning, stifling her emotions, deemed Shirhan's actions increasingly intolerable. With her phone tucked away, she swiftly exited Cafeteria 1 and hurried towards Cafeteria 2. Shirhan, satisfied with herself, set her phone down, already envisioning Fang Ningning's furious reaction upon seeing the photo. The mere thought of it brought a smile to her face. Chen Yang, meanwhile, sighed in relief as he set his phone down, fearing that disclosing too much to Fang Ningning might lead to misunderstandings and unnecessary complications. Typically, he ate quickly, yet his meal remained largely untouched, while Xie Zhongfan had already consumed a fair portion. Xie Zhongfan shook his head in frustration at Chen Yang, thinking him a fool for ignoring the beautiful girl sitting beside him in favor of his phone. Chapter 64. Confrontation. Chen Yang was engrossed in his meal when he suddenly sensed a figure ahead. Raising his head, he found Fang Ningning, slightly out of breath, gazing at him with a hint of grievance on her face. Chen Yang swallowed hard, smiled, and extended his hand to greet her. Fang Ningning, pouting, turned away and said, "I went to buy food." Xie Zhongfan curiously watched Fang Ningning's retreating silhouette before glancing at Chen Yang and then at Shirhan, who was quietly eating as if oblivious to the situation. He felt that the atmosphere had become rather chaotic. Behind Fang Ningning, Lin Shi and Suyin strolled in, noticing Shirhan sitting beside Chen Yang. They paused momentarily before lowering their heads and discreetly maneuvering around Chen Yang's position to sit behind him and observe the unfolding drama. Chen Yang gradually set down his chopsticks, his gaze fixated on Fang Ningning as she queued for food. He then cast a sidelong glance at Shirhan, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Hadn't things spiraled out of control? If only he had skipped the meal. Fang Ningning soon returned with her food. Walking over to Chen Yang's side, the table where they sat had only 4 seats. Opposite Chen Yang was Xie Zhongfan, and beside him sat Shirhan. If Fang Ningning were to join them, she would have to sit directly across from Shirhan. Fang Ningning shot a resentful look at Shirhan, her grip on the plate tightening to the point of whiteness. Sensing the tension, Xie Zhongfan hastily stood up with his plate and moved to an empty table nearby, continuing to eat while cautiously observing the situation. Fang Ningning placed her food down opposite Chen Yang and sat, staring intently at him as if expecting an explanation. Shirhan took a bite of her food, then disdainfully glanced at Fang Ningning. If it weren't for Chen Yang's presence, she would have relished the opportunity to mock Fang Ningning further. Chen Yang, feeling somewhat awkward, addressed Fang Ningning, "I did come to eat with Xie Zhongfan, and Shirhan was just a coincidence." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Fang Ningning nodded slightly, a satisfied expression crossing her face as she picked up her chopsticks to eat. Chen Yang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, glancing at Xie Zhongfan in search of support. To his surprise, Xie Zhongfan gave him a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. With a soft sigh, Chen Yang realized he could not rely on Xie Zhongfan. Clearing his throat, he said, "I'm full. I'll be leaving now." Just as he was about to lift his plate, Fang Ningning looked up at him and said, "Chen Yang, can you wait until I finish? I'm full too. Let us go." Shirhan interjected, placing her chopsticks down. Fang Ningning shot a furious glare at Shirhan, who defiantly returned the stare. The air was thick with tension. Chen Yang slowly sat back down, exasperated. "You two are roommates. Why must it come to this? Who knows her? She just barged in," Fang Ningning retorted. Crossing her arms, "You're the one who won tea, let go. You've already severed ties with Chen Yang," Shirhan coldly replied. Seeing the two on the verge of another argument, Chen Yang quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. "It's all my fault. Please don't let a petty squabble over a guy ruin your friendship." "Ha, who has friends with her? I've never liked her. She flaunts herself all day," Shirhan shot back, causing Chen Yang to inwardly groan. Chen Yang quickly intervened, stopping Fang Ningning from speaking. He frowned at Shirhan and said, "Shirhan, that is a bit much." Shirhan, feeling defiant, opened her mouth to argue but then slowly closed it, realizing she needed to maintain Chen Yang's goodwill and avoid provoking his displeasure. She turned away in silence. Chen Yang sighed again, reiterating, "I've told you, I really don't want to date right now. You both need to cool off. It's not like all the men in the world have vanished." "Baby, don't say that. I like you," Fang Ningning said, her gaze unwavering. "I'm set on you." Shirhan declared with equal resolve. Chen Yang sighed, feeling his words had fallen on deaf ears. He turned slightly to seek help from Suyin and Lin Shi, who were observing from behind. Suyin and Lin Shi quickly approached, with Suyin sitting beside Fang Ningning, saying, Ningning, I'll stay here and eat with you. Lin Shi took hold of Shirhan's hand, saying, Shirhan, weren't you full? Let us leave. Qin Yang, lifting his plate, said, since your roommates are here, I'll go find mine. With that, he hurried over to Xie Zhongfan, kicking him lightly and whispering, finish up, we're leaving. Xie Zhongfan quickly polished off his last bite and grabbed his plate to follow Qin Yang. After they departed, Shirhan and Fang Ningning turned away from each other. Lin Shi guided Shirhan away, while Suyin hurried to buy food to accompany Fang Ningning. On their way, Lin Shi, puzzled, asked Shirhan, Shirhan, what's going on? Why are you suddenly pursuing Qin Yang? He my type. And Shirhan replied simply, as if that reason sufficed. Lin Shi couldn't decipher Shirhan's thoughts, but felt a sense of satisfaction at Fang Ningning's plight. Since Shirhan wanted to pursue Qin Yang, Lin Shi decided to support her. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Fang Ningning ate voraciously, as if venting her frustrations, startling Suyin, who rushed to stop her. Fang Ningning wiped her mouth. Then, after a moment of silence, asked Suyin, do you think I'm not worthy of Qin Yang? Suyin remained silent, causing Fang Ningning to force a bitter smile and lower her head. Unable to bear seeing Fang Ningning like this, Suyin took her hand and said, Ningning, don't think that way. Why confine yourself in a cage? It's better to let go. Fang Ningning shook her head, replying, I'm not trapped. I'm stepping out of the cage. Suyin, momentarily confused, couldn't grasp Fang Ningning's meaning. Fang Ningning, unwilling to elaborate, patted her stomach, feeling she had eaten too much. If she were still with Qin Yang, he would have probably bought her a cup of milk tea. With that thought, a faint smile crept onto her lips. Let us go, Fang Ningning declared, rising with her tray to head toward the recycling area. Turning to Suyin, she said, Suyin, remember to wake me up tomorrow morning. Okay. Suyin replied, taken aback, I don't want to live like I used to. I can't let Qin Yang look down on me. He my goal, and I definitely can't let Shirhan think less of me. It's just a graduate exam. Who can't pass? Oh, sure. Suyin smiled at Fang Ningning, sensing she had grasped a bit of her intent. Chapter 65. Shirhan's unexpected arrival. Hey, Lao Chun, what on earth is going on? Xie Zhongfan asked, astonished, as he trailed behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang rubbed his forehead, feeling quite troubled. Didn't you see the situation? Lao Qin, you're amazing, Xie Zhongfan exclaimed enviously. Get lost? Qin Yang thought about kicking Xie Zhongfan. Xie Zhongfan chuckled, just about to speak when Qin Yang suddenly put an arm around his neck and said, all right, enough with the nonsense. You must keep this under wraps. Xie Zhongfan made a shushing gesture, whispering, don't worry, I understand. I'll keep it a secret. Qin Yang nodded silently, his head aching. Qin Yang, Xie Zhongfan called softly, casting an awkward glance at him. What's up? Xie Zhongfan hesitated, glancing around, then leaned closer to Qin Yang and whispered, could you introduce me to that cute girl? Qin Yang was taken aback, quickly recovering and smiling at Xie Zhongfan. That cute girl, you say? Xie Zhongfan, feeling anxious, tugged at Qin Yang, urging him to be quiet. The one standing next to your ex-girlfriend, the shorter one with a fair, plump face, wearing a white top. She doesn't talk much but has a soft, melodious voice. How observant of you, Qin Yang remarked, somewhat astonished. Come on, Lao Qin, can't you help me out? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yang replied, I think Fang Ningning's roommate probably despises me by now. But Suyin seems nice. She might still be willing to talk to me. I can create an opportunity for you two to meet. But how she feels about you is beyond my control. Xie Zhongfan clasped his hands together in excitement, saying, Qin Yang, as long as you introduce us, you'll be my benefactor, my godfather. Qin Yang chuckled at Xie Zhongfan's enthusiasm, surprised to learn he had developed feelings for Suyin. He thought they made a good match, but whether it would work out would depend on them. The next day, Qin Yang skipped breakfast and headed to the classroom, where his daily routine remained unchanged, still trying to maintain contact with Shirhan. Upon arrival, the classroom was still empty. Qin Yang yawned, taking the opportunity to pull out his newly purchased 6-inch e-ink screen to start reading. However, although Qin Yang's eyes were on the words, none of it registered in his mind. He simply couldn't focus. Shaking his head, he decided to turn off the e-ink screen. Feeling helpless, he thought about how Fang Ningning genuinely wanted to reconcile. But he was determined not to. How could he make her give up? It is undoubtedly futile to assert anything. Qin Yang found himself entertained by the notion of courting Shirhan, for such a relationship could not only dissuade Fang Ningning but also align with the system's tasks. Engaging in a romance with Ensure Han appeared to be Chun Yang's most favorable option at present. However, he remained internally conflicted, hesitant to make a definitive decision, recalling past experiences that served as cautionary tales. What if he were to genuinely fall for Ensure Han? Yet, as he pondered further, he mused that Ensure Han did not seem to embody the traits of a heartbreaker. Surely, loving her would not lead to any complications. But why, then, did the system categorize her as such? This left Qin Yang in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, Ensure Han was engrossed in contemplation over the daily tasks issued by the system. Daily task: engage in intimate actions with Chen Yang. Reward: 50 yuan. What constitutes an intimate action? A kiss, perhaps? Ensure Han shook her head. Their emotional foundation had yet to be established, and a direct kiss would be too presumptuous, risking the misunderstanding that she was rather indiscreet. Would holding hands suffice? She inquired of the system. It would. Simple enough. With newfound confidence, Ensure Han devised a plan. In class, Ensure Han was diligently scribbling something in her notebook when Lin Shi chanced upon a glimpse of her work. Instantly captivated, her eyes widening in astonishment. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Ensure Han offered her a subtle smile. Lin Shi, unable to contain her disbelief, leaned closer and exclaimed, "Ensure Han, what are you writing? You've seen it." Ensure Han replied nonchalantly, "When do you plan to give it to Qin Yang?" During the big break. What? In front of the whole class? And what of it? Lin Shi blushed at the thought, exclaiming, "You're quite bold. How can one pursue their beloved without a touch of audacity?" Ensure Han responded with an air of certainty. Lin Shi felt a sudden surge of admiration for Enshian. It seems you truly have feelings for Qin Yang. Ensure Han smiled faintly in response, secretly contemplating the spectacle of public attention. If he refused, how would he extricate himself? When the break arrived, Ensure Han stealthily exited her classroom, making her way to Chen Yang's class. Inside, the atmosphere was lively. Boys huddled together discussing games while girls giggled and chattered in clusters. Qin Yang was cornered by Xie Zhongfan, who was fervently plotting ways to invite Suyin out, insisting that Qin Yang, with his past romantic experiences, surely possessed some secret knowledge. Despite Qin Yang's protests, Xie Zhongfan remained unconvinced, insisting that he must impart some wisdom or risk divulging Qin Yang's past, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly offer suggestions. At this moment of chaos, a girl entered the classroom, her presence akin to a refreshing splash of cold water in a boiling pot, instantly calming the fervor. She stood at the entrance, hands clasped behind her back, shyly seeking something with her eyes cast downward. The students, having never witnessed such beauty coupled with such demeanor, turned to gaze at her. Yi Zhang gasped, recognizing her as the girl who had sought out Chen Yang not long ago. Ensure Han? If he recalled correctly, surely, she was here for Chen Yang again. At that moment, Chen Yang also noticed Ensure Han. Her demeanor stirred an instinctual sense of foreboding within him. Spotting Chen Yang, Ensure Han lowered her head and approached him slowly, the eyes of the entire class following her movement until they rested upon Chen Yang. He found himself momentarily at a loss, while Xie Zhongfan, unable to bear the scrutiny, hastily withdrew, leaving Chen Yang standing bewildered. Ensure Han quickened her pace, arriving before Qin Yang. "Chen Yang, I have something for you," she said, her voice soft. "Something?" he replied, puzzled. "Could you extend your hand?" Under the gaze of his classmates, Chen Yang's mind went blank, and his hand instinctively reached out. Just as he raised it, Ensure Han seized his hand and slipped a note into it. The soft sensation jolted Chen Yang back to reality, and he glanced at Ensure Han, who whispered urgently, "Make sure to read it carefully." With that, she turned and hurried away, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance and a classroom brimming with curiosity. Chapter 66. Love Letters and the Wretched Yi Zhang. Chen Yang remained silent and unassuming, seemingly virtuous, until a stunning girl shyly handed him a note, igniting a wave of intrigue among his classmates. Su Mengqi, Zhong Yu, and Gu Nan, particularly curious, recalled having seen Chen Yang with various girls but had never witnessed any of them in person, leading them to assume Ensure Han was his girlfriend. Yi Zhang, unable to contain his curiosity, approached Chen Yang, who was now unfolding the note. The elegant script on the paper made Chen Yang's eyes widen further. While Yi Zhang read over his shoulder, incredulous, the note read, "In the gentle willow breeze, Flowers carpet the path, a soft smile in my gaze. I meet you as an old friend. From this moment, my heart shall linger, day and night in longing. The red thread quietly entwines our secret affections. Words left unspoken. For fear you may not understand, I only wish for you to know of my admiration. As we soar together through dawn and dusk. Goodness, Chen Yang, this is a love letter, Yi Zheng exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes, reaching out to snatch the note for a closer inspection, but Chen Yang was quicker. Clutching it tightly and glaring at Yi Zheng, the love letter? A boy nearby echoed in astonishment, looking at Chen Yang with a mix of envy and disbelief. The monotony of classroom life had been shattered by this unexpected development, causing a commotion as boys crowded around Chen Yang, eager for details, each feeling a twinge of jealousy. Chen Yang was nearly overwhelmed, surrounded by a cacophony of inquiries, but he waved them off, pleading for silence. Fortunately, the class soon commenced, granting him a reprieve. Returning to his seat in a fluster, Chen Yang noticed Xie Zhongfan regarding him with a look of fervent admiration. Old Chen? No, I must call you my adoptive father. I entrust my happiness entirely to you, Xie Zhongfan declared with exaggerated sincerity. Chen Yang could only shake his head in bemusement, unwilling to elaborate further. An Shirhan's love letter had thrust him into the limelight. Can I see the letter? Xie Zhongfan asked, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Trusting Xie Zhongfan, Chen Yang handed him the note, only for Xie Zhongfan to exclaim, Wow, your sister-in-law has quite the literary flair. Who is your sister-in-law? Chen Yang retorted, snatching the note back as their teacher entered. Xie Zhongfan leaned closer, whispering, I'm not exaggerating, Chen Yang, this love letter is extraordinarily elegant. Brother, I envy you. You must help me pursue Su Yin. It's all on you. Chen Yang sighed deeply, covering his face. An Shirhan's boldness in presenting a love letter in public disregarded her reputation, which only served to touch his heart. The poetic verses conveyed her affection brilliantly. Chen Yang, quickly, let me see, Li Zue urged from behind, peering over. Chen Yang glanced at Yi Zheng sitting beside Li Zue before showing him the note. After reading, Li Zue gave a thumbs up in admiration. Yi Zheng's expression soured. He found it hard to believe that Chen Yang, having just ended a relationship, had managed to attract such a stunning girl. The notion of a girl confessing her love to a boy was enviable among many. But Yi Zheng felt a pang of jealousy, gnashing his teeth at the thought. He could not fathom what made Chen Yang so appealing, especially since he had never dated anyone himself, while Chen Yang was already being pursued. Fueled by frustration, he resolved to confess to Meng Yin once more, determined to secure her agreement to be his girlfriend. Yin Yin, are you there? Meng Yin did not respond immediately, causing him to grow anxious. After a minute, he sent another message, feeling disgruntled at her slow reply, thinking to himself, I always respond in seconds. Why is she so slow? Doesn't she value me? Yi Zheng sent 5 messages in succession, inquiring after her presence. Finally, Meng Yin replied. What is going on? Are you out of your mind? I'm in class. Yi Zheng Song let out a sigh of relief, his fingers dancing with excitement and anticipation as he typed, Yin Yin? There is something I wish to discuss with you. Go ahead, I like you. Would you consider being my girlfriend? However, Meng Yin did not respond promptly. Yi Zheng's hands tightened nervously, a slight sheen of sweat forming in his palms. With a ping, he straightened his posture, wide-eyed, awaiting the full message from Meng Yin, only to furrow his brows in dismay. Yi Zheng, how many times have I told you not to bring this up again? I am not ready for a relationship. If you secure a good job after graduation, then I might reconsider. Yi Zheng's spirit plummeted. His breath quickened, and the suppressed anger within him ignited. His fists clenched tighter. Not from anxiety, but from fury. He typed, Meng Yin, this is my final inquiry to you. Are you willing to be my girlfriend? I truly have feelings for you. What is wrong with you? I've already stated that I don't want to be in a relationship. Yi Zheng, unwilling to accept defeat, began to escalate the seriousness of the situation, hoping to sway Meng Yin's heart. Meng Yin, I'm asking you one last time. If you refuse me, let us sever all ties forever. After sending that message, Yi Zheng exhaled softly, convinced that after all these years of camaraderie, Meng Yin would surely hesitate to cut off contact and might agree, or at the very least soften her tone and grant him a closer opportunity. Soon, Meng Yin's response popped up, and Yi Zheng looked on eagerly, only to find a terse 2-word reply. All right. His heart sank, His face drained of color, and he involuntarily slumped further. Meng Yan's abrupt acquiescence to sever ties rather than accept his feelings left him feeling desolate. What did all his years of devotion amount to? What did his companionship signify? Yi Zheng's heart was in a state of turmoil, and an unusual rage surged within him. He thought, if Meng Yan cannot perceive the kindness I've shown her over the years, then I shall follow through with my resolve and remove her from my life. Once I'm no longer by her side, she will surely feel the absence and come to understand my significance and the extent of my affection for her. Yi Zheng, having convinced himself, clicked on Meng Yan's profile and decisively tapped the delete button. Meng Yan, once I'm gone, you will come to realize my worth. Just wait and see. Chapter 67. Understanding Gao Lei. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Chen Yang, somewhat distracted in class, sent a message to Gao Lei. Gao Lei quickly replied, is it about relationships? Yes. How did you know? Yin Yun told me. Chen Yang, it's all right. Breakups happened at ITS for the best, preventing you from getting too entangled. What I want to discuss isn't that matter. Then what is it? I'd like to show you something. Chen Yang sent a photograph of the love letter he received from Ensure Han to Gao Lei. Gao Lei stared at the words in disbelief. Was this truly a love letter? Who penned it? Instinctively, he thought of Yin Yun. But then he reasoned that considering her character, if she were to confess to Chen Yang, she would do so directly rather than resorting to a letter, and the writing style didn't resemble hers at all. Do you know Ensure Han? Ensure Han? Gao Lei looked at the message from Chen Yang, puzzled that I don't know her. Did she write this letter? Yes. For you? Yes. Gao Lei was taken aback. Wait, didn't Chen Yang just break up with Fang Ningning? How did Ensure Han suddenly appear to confess to him? Are you trying to show off? Gao Lei asked with a hint of envy. No. I want to know if you're familiar with Ensure Han. I'd like to learn about her background. Aren't you two acquainted? Not really. We haven't interacted much. She is Fang Ningning's roommate. What? Gao Lei was even more bewildered. There seemed to be a story behind this. Wait, Yangzi, are you saying you broke up with Fang Ningning, and now Fang Ningning's roommate has taken a liking to you? Yes. Gao Lei put down his phone, scratching his head. How did I not notice the immense charm Chen Yang possessed? Although as a good friend, Gao Lei should be happy for Chen Yang, he couldn't shake off the feeling of jealousy. Despite his envy, he resolved to help his friend. You want to accept Ensure Han's confession? But you're wary she might be like Fang Ningning, a heartbreaker, right? Yes, something like that. I'm quite pleased. You've finally learned to be cautious after suffering a loss. If only you had listened to me back then, I wouldn't have endured Yin Yun's scolding for days on end. Gao Lei recalled Yin Yun with a sense of nostalgia. He had genuinely hoped for Chen Yang to pursue her. However, Chen Yang's choices had led him on a different path entirely, and as it stood, there seemed to be little hope for a relationship between Chen Yang and Yin Yun. Nonetheless, he felt hesitant to express too much, as their friendship had been strong since childhood, and romantic entanglements could easily jeopardize that bond. Gao Lei had ample experience in this regard, and the mere thought of it made him blush with embarrassment. Back in middle school, he had unwittingly confessed to Yin Yun, only to be chased around the classroom with a mop in hand, suffering a humiliating defeat. For nearly 6 months, he had avoided her. He was too embarrassed to face her, and she was still angry, deliberately giving him the cold shoulder. Fortunately, with Chen Yang's intervention, Yin Yun's attitude softened, allowing their relationship to return to normal, preserving their friendship. However, that incident had extinguished any lingering hopes he had of pursuing Yin Yun. All right, I'm quite familiar with their class president. I'll inquire and get back to you tomorrow. Gao Lei messaged Chen Yang, thanks. The following day, as Chen Yang woke and began to wash up, a task from the system unexpectedly appeared before him. Today's task. Agree to one request from Ensure Han. 20 points. The system is quite unusual today. The task is different and even prompts me. Chen Yang rinsed his mouth, expelling the foam, then wiped his mouth and internally addressed the system. System? Do you sense my wavering heart? Please don't rush me. I'd like to understand Ensure Han better first. Meanwhile, Ensure Han awoke, rubbed her eyes, and summoned the system to check her daily task. Daily task. Have a heart-to-heart with Chen Yang, allowing him to know you better. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Why is today's reward so generous? A chat with Chen Yang doesn't seem too challenging, right? Ensure Han rubbed her face to shake off the drowsiness, yawning and thinking. Regardless, this task will help warm up my relationship with Chen Yang. A girl pursuing a boy is like a veil separating them. It shouldn't be long before Chen Yang is won over. Ayan Shirhan eagerly anticipated the day she could unlock the exchange shop, as the earliest riser in the dormitory, and Shirhan was soon followed by her roommates waking up. Suyin rose and approached Fong Ningning's bed, gently shaking her awake. Fong Ningning reluctantly opened her eyes, pulling the covers over her head, then flipping over and finally sitting up. She ran her fingers through her messy hair, tidied herself slightly, took out her phone, and opened the camera to check her appearance. Satisfied, she smiled and snapped a photo. In this image, she resembled a delicate flower blooming in the morning light, dressed in a loose, comfortable nightgown, its neckline slightly open. It perfectly showcased her fair, graceful neck and alluring collarbone. The morning light seemed drawn to her, casting a soft glow upon the walls. Fong Ningning beamed at the camera. Even without makeup, she retained her beauty, exuding a natural charm distinct from mere allure. She then sent the photo to Chen Yang along with a message. Chen Yang, I woke up early again today. Upon receiving Fong Ningning's message, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile. Just yesterday, she had sent him a morning photo, along with one of her studying diligently. Chen Yang didn't perceive her actions as mere theatrics. If she were truly putting on a show, she would likely have taken the time to apply some makeup before snapping a picture, rather than going barefaced. He replied to Fong Ningning. You woke up much earlier than yesterday. Overjoyed at Chen Yang's message, Fong Ningning quickly typed back, Hee, I'm making progress every day. Time to wash up, MHM. Perhaps Fong Ningning was genuinely striving to better herself. However, Chen Yang felt compelled to apologize to her. For he could not accept what she had done that night, nor the words she had spoken. He had no desire to rekindle their relationship. Of course, he didn't want to disturb Fong Ningning's efforts at self-improvement. Perhaps once Fong Ningning became exemplary, experiencing new horizons and encountering better suitors, she would willingly relinquish any notions of reconciliation, sparing him the need to voice his sorrow. Such were Chen Yang's thoughts. And Shirhan had also taken note of Fong Ningning's transformation, yet in her heart, she held no belief that Fong Ningning would genuinely change. One's nature is hard to alter. She surmised that Fong Ningning might persist for a week at most, and certainly not exceed a month before reverting to her former self. Even if she could maintain her change, what significance would that hold? Her transformation was merely a means to win back Chen Yang. Wasn't it? Once she successfully captured his heart, whether Fong Ningning's change was genuine or feigned, she would lose her motivation upon achieving her goal. What would then sustain her? It might even lead to a sense of despondency, causing her to spiral into self-destruction. Chapter 68. Heart-to-heart during the long break, and Shirhan sought out Chen Yang once more. She stood at the door, peering inside, prompting curious glances from Chen Yang's classmates. Some mischievous boys chuckled and playfully alerted Chen Yang, who was engrossed in his phone, saying, Chen Yang, your girlfriend is here. Taken aback, Chen Yang looked up to find Shirhan at the door, and he quickly turned off his phone. Shirhan then approached him slowly, her movements gentle and delicate, akin to a butterfly fluttering to his side. She slightly rose on her toes and shyly whispered, Could you accompany me outside for a while? Before Chen Yang could respond, he noticed the myriad expressions on the faces of his classmates behind him. Some stifled giggles, seemingly captivated by the scene. Others were engaged in hushed conversations, likely gossiping, and a few wore knowing smiles, as if privy to some hidden secret. Chen Yang hurriedly stepped outside with Shirhan, leading her to a quieter spot. A bit flustered, he remarked, if you need something, just message me. You don't have to come all the way here every time. Our classrooms are quite far apart. It's nothing. I simply want to see you more often. And Shirhan replied, turning her face slightly away. Sunlight filtered through her hair, casting a warm glow on her rosy cheeks. That moment. And Shirhan resembled a precious oil painting, beautifully captivating, with colors that perfectly captured the artist's heartfelt admiration for youthful beauty. Chen Yang found himself entranced by the enchanting scene before him, momentarily forgetting his words, his gaze wandering elsewhere to distract himself. Yet his mind remained fixated on that moment with Shirhan. Congratulations, host, on completing today's task. You have earned a reward, 20 points. The system's voice jolted Chen Yang back to reality. He cleared his throat and said to Shirhan, Shirhan, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Warning, warning, host must not disclose system-related information, the system interjected. Chen Yang ignored the system, thinking it quite foolish to assume he would bluntly reveal to Shirhan that the system was enhancing her feelings for him. He continued, Have you ever considered that your current affection for me may not stem from your true feelings? If one day you realize your feelings for me have faded, wouldn't you regret it deeply? And Han shook her head, replying, No, Chen Yang, that I recognize that my pursuit of you seemed sudden, but it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. From the very first time I saw you while you were dating Fong Ningning, I secretly developed feelings for you. I can't quite articulate that feeling. Perhaps it's what people refer to as love at first sight. However, since you were with Fong Ningning, I buried my feelings and convinced myself that it wasn't real. She smiled at Chen Yang and continued, During the time you were with Fong Ningning, I observed you closely. You treated her well, yet she failed to appreciate it, which saddened me. I noticed my feelings for you becoming more pronounced. And when I learned of your breakup with her, I was hesitant about seizing the opportunity. But when I saw Fong Ningning trying to reconcile with you, I realized I could no longer hesitate. Chen Yang, I want to pursue you. You are the first boy who has made my heart flutter. Chen Yang found it difficult to discern the truth in Han's words. If her feelings were indeed genuine before his breakup, then the system merely solidified her resolve. His defenses weakened further, and Han leaned against the iron railing, gazing down at the bustling crowd below. Suddenly saying, Chen Yang, did you know my parents divorced when I was in elementary school? Chen Yang was taken aback by her revelation. Setting aside his thoughts to listen quietly, I can't remember many details from that time, but I vividly recall their constant arguments. One day, my father struck my mother, injuring her eye, and after that, I never saw him again. My grandmother told me that my father deceived my mother. My mother was once a PhD student, while my father was her high school classmate. After high school, he ceased his education and never held a steady job. They met again when my mother was heartbroken, and my father took care of her, leading to their marriage. However, within a year, he stopped working altogether and stayed home. My mother regretted it, often returning to my grandmother's house. Both my grandmother and uncle urged her to divorce, but for my sake, she endured until the incident where my father harmed her. I heard that their argument was over my father bringing another woman home. Shortly after the divorce, my mother moved away for work, rarely returning home. I lived with my grandmother, and every month my mother sent me a substantial amount of money. Initially, I was happy, but gradually, I felt an emptiness. I missed my mother so much. Han spoke. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She wiped her eyes and continued. I aspire to become someone exceptional. One day, I want to be independent, so I can find my mother and tell her that she no longer needs to work tirelessly. I can take care of her. Do you know why I've never dated anyone? And Han turned to Chen Yang, her nose slightly red from her emotions. Chen Yang shook his head slightly. One reason was that I was preoccupied with other matters, and the second was I feared encountering someone like my father again. The third. She hesitated, unable to voice the final reason as students began to trickle back into the classroom. And Han quickly composed herself, smiling at Chen Yang. Class is starting. I must return. I'll message you later. Chen Yang nodded. Watching her leave, he felt a pang of sadness for this girl who had endured such hardships. Standing quietly, the gentle breeze caressed him, the crowd around him dwindling, yet his heart remained tumultuous. Moments later, the bell rang, prompting Chen Yang to return to class. He sat down, placing his phone on the desk, unsure if it was to check the time or to await Han's message. 10 minutes into the class, his phone remained silent. Chen Yang fidgeted with his pen, resting his head on one hand while his gaze drifted to the blackboard, only to frequently glance at his phone. Suddenly, the screen lit up, and Chen Yang quickly peered at it, only to let out a sigh of disappointment upon seeing the name. It was a message from Gao Lei. Chen Yang, good news, what is up? I asked around. I've met Han before, but didn't he know her name? She's a good girl. Her grades are excellent, and I've never heard of her having a boyfriend. She keeps her distance from the boys in class, avoiding any gossip, and I've heard her family is quite well off. Thanks, Gao Lei, don't mention it. Make sure you seize this opportunity. Chen Yang smiled, concluding the chat and gazing at the screen before silently powering it down, the display turning black. Chapter 69. Perhaps we can try dating. Chen Yang initially thought Han wouldn't message him, but mere minutes after finishing his chat with Gao Lei, his phone lit up again. This time, it was a message from Han. He picked it up to read. Chen Yang, are you still there? Yes. The teacher was just beside me, so I couldn't message you until now. Chen Yang smiled, his mind conjuring images of the scene she described. He replied, What's the third reason you're hesitant about dating? I don't want to share that reason right now. Chen Yang scratched his head, feeling a mix of frustration and curiosity. Why not? He asked. I want to date you now, but there's no need to explain the last reason. But I'm still very curious. Then promise me you'll confess your feelings first, and I'll tell you. Okay. Chen Yang set his phone down, only to find Xie Zhongfan staring at him intently. Startled, Chen Yang whispered, Why aren't you paying attention in class? Why are you looking at me? Xie Zhongfan rubbed his chin, glancing at the passionately lecturing teacher before surveying the classroom, where only a handful of students were paying attention. He leaned closer to Chen Yang and said, You're just as guilty. You're chatting with your potential girlfriend, I'm not. Xie Zhongfan chuckled, You used to take class seriously, but now you're not even paying attention. How could it not be about a girl? At this rate, you're practically dating. Chen Yang smiled faintly and shrugged. An Shirhan, feeling anxious due to Chen Yang's delayed response, wondered if he would reject her once more. After all she had done, why would he? She recalled how Chen Yang had been so willing to spend on Fang Ningning. Now that she was pursuing him without monetary expectations, why would he still turn her away? And Shirhan couldn't help but feel a rising frustration. Just then, Chen Yang sent a message to Shirhan. Shirhan, I believe we might as well give it a try. A trial? And Shirhan quickly grasped the implication. Was Chen Yang actually in agreement? At last, she had succeeded. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within her, yet she restrained her emotions and messaged Chen Yang. Chen Yang, do you truly agree? Sort of. I merely suggested that we could embark on a trial period to see if we are compatible. After all, we lack knowledge of one another. Would you be willing to proceed with this? Of course, I would be delighted. Upon seeing Shirhan's reply, Chen Yang felt a slight relief. With Shirhan pursuing him so fervently, he felt obliged to provide an answer. Refusal was out of the question. It was neither reasonable nor justifiable. Should he decline now, Shirhan would undoubtedly continue her pursuit. Moreover, who could bear to reject such a beautiful girl? Not to mention, Shirhan was a target of the system's mission. And dating her seemed like the best choice. However, Chen Yang did not wish to take advantage of such a good girl. Particularly after hearing Shirhan speak of her family, he didn't want to let her down. But he also feared he might not be able to provide her with the happiness she desired. Thus, he contemplated a trial period. If their interactions proved harmonious, they would continue, but should they falter, it would be best to part ways without causing her distress. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Chen Yang's mind, and a system interface appeared before him. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a romantic relationship with the mission target. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone, the commencement of love. Charm 2, Luck 2. Target. Shirhan. Task difficulty, 4 stars. Task benefits. 1. Upon confirming the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Shirhan's minimum intimacy with the host will be locked at 25. It can only increase. 2. Upon confirming the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, every instance of jealousy from Shirhan will generate points, which can be exchanged for items. Current total points, 20. Please note, the intimacy with the mission target must reach 70 to unlock the exchange function. Chen Yang immediately felt perplexed and asked, System, hasn't our intimacy reached 70 yet? Not yet. Chen Yang clicked on the intimacy module, still unable to access it. Frowning, he inquired, Why hasn't the intimacy function been fully upgraded? Please be patient, it will be available tomorrow. The wave of confusion washed over Chen Yang. Haven't you increased Shirhan's intimacy? The system does not possess that function. Damn. Chen Yang rubbed his forehead, feeling yet again as though the system had deceived him. System, have you tricked me again? The system fell silent. Understanding dawned on him. Chen Yang clenched his teeth and nodded. The system's silence was tantamount to acquiescence. However, now that they were in a relationship, he decided to wait until tomorrow to check the intimacy. An Shirhan had claimed to have liked him from their first meeting, so even if the intimacy was below 70, it should at least be in the 60s. Otherwise, why would she pursue him so ardently? Meanwhile, Shirhan also received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You are on the verge of achieving the mission target. Please continue your efforts. What? On the verge of achievement? Didn't Chen Yang agree to be my boyfriend? Shirhan furrowed her brow in confusion. Because the relationship between the host and Chen Yang has not been definitively confirmed, it must undergo a verification period, hence the task is in a semi-completed state. Please continue your efforts. You are merely one step away from success. An Shirhan found herself unable to contest the system's explanation and had to accept it. It's all Chen Yang's fault. If we were to date, He should have been straightforward about it instead of suggesting a trial. Who would want to be in a trial relationship? She thought with a hint of irritation. Just then, she received a message from Chen Yang, which she opened with a slightly displeased demeanor. An Shirhan, there's something I need to discuss with you. Let us keep our relationship private for now. Especially don't mention it to Fang Ningning. Why can't we tell Fang Ningning? The system's voice chimed in Chen Yang's mind. Congratulations, host, for earning 10 points. Chen Yang was taken aback. And Shirhan felt jealous? I merely mentioned Fang Ningning's name. He explained to Shirhan, because Fang Ningning has been striving to change herself recently. I fear that if I don't agree to rekindle our relationship, she might feel disheartened and regress to her former self. Shortly after sending the message, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, for earning 5,000 points. Current total points, 5030. Chen Yang was somewhat bewildered. He realized that his approach might have been inappropriate and could provoke Shirhan's jealousy. However, he thought, even if Shirhan and Fang Ningning had some friction, he had already rejected Fang Ningning's advances. Wishing not to disrupt her progress, surely, Shirhan would be magnanimous enough to understand. Yet, the sudden influx of 5,000 points left him astonished. Could it be that Shirhan's character was prone to jealousy? Or was his action truly ill-considered? They had already broken up, so why show concern for her? Shirhan's expression darkened, her brows knitting tightly together. She had initially wanted to boast to Fang Ningning and undermine her self-esteem. But now Chen Yang's sudden concern for Fang Ningning made her feel jealous. Nevertheless, Shirhan had to suppress her discontent and replied to Chen Yang with an affirmative response. As the task was not yet complete, and she needed to continue gaining Chen Yang's trust. After all, she would have ample opportunities in the future to inadvertently let Fang Ningning know about her relationship with Chen Yang. Chapter 70. Cheated and resorting to deceit. Could we have lunch together? Let us wait a few days. Points 20. Chen Yang looked up at the system in bewilderment. System, are you malfunctioning? Shirhan can get jealous? The system will never err. Chen Yang lowered his head, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Shirhan was surprisingly easy to provoke jealousy, which was quite incongruous with her outward demeanor. He explained to Shirhan, we are merely trying this out to see if we are suitable together. Being too public might not be favorable. Chen Yang, I want you to be my boyfriend openly. I don't want to just try that I'm doing this for your benefit. Then why didn't you try with Fang Ningning? Why is it only now that we must keep it under wraps? Back then, you sought her out every day. Points 50, current total points. 5100.it. Turned out Shirhan was comparing herself to Fang Ningning, but they were not the same. Fang Ningning was a manipulative girl. Chen Yang had engaged with her merely to exploit the system. However, with Shirhan, he genuinely wished to pursue a serious relationship. What was there to compare? Chen Yang couldn't directly tell Shirhan this. So he sought to soothe her instead. Seeing she couldn't sway Chen Yang, Shirhan decided to endure for a while, regretting her agreement to his trial relationship proposal. Chen Yang set his phone down. Although he had confirmed their relationship with Shirhan, the system's involvement left him with a lingering sense of disconnection, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. That day, as Chen Yang chatted with Shirhan, he inadvertently triggered her jealousy again, leading to his points reaching 5186 the following day. Chen Yang awoke earlier than usual, eager to check his intimacy with Shirhan. System, has the upgrade completed? The intimacy function has been fully upgraded. Now the host can view not only the current intimacy with the mission target, but also the past intimacy with previous targets. Is this all? After so long, you've only updated this trivial function? The system also revealed a new interface. Fine. Open it. Instantly, a screen appeared before Chen Yang, showcasing two subtly pulsating red hearts, each containing the avatars of Fang Ningning and Shirhan. Chen Yang clicked on Shirhan's avatar, revealing a new interface. On one side was a full-body model of Shirhan, and on the other, a large heart containing a number. As he gazed at the number, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The figure read 27.27. Chen Yang found it hard to believe, as if a vice were tightening painfully around his heart. He and Shirhan were now in a relationship, at the very least. It should be 25. This indicated that prior to their relationship, his intimacy with Shirhan was in single digits. As the other occupants of the dormitory remained asleep, Li's snores echoed intermittently. Chen Yang lay in bed, staring at the intimacy score of 27, his mind replaying Shirhan's recent actions and words. She had invited him to the playground, beaming with joy as she confessed to having something on her mind. When Fong Ning proposed reconciliation, she had exclaimed her affection for him in the dining hall. She naturally sat beside him with her tray in front of the entire class. She had presented him with a love letter. As the gentle breeze sweeps the flower-strewn path, with a soft smile, I meet you as if we were old acquaintances. From this moment, my heart shall linger, day and night, in yearning for you. The red thread quietly entwines our fates. With unspoken words, lest you fail to comprehend my feelings, I can only wish you understood my admiration, as we soar together, side by side, from dawn till dusk. This poem was truly beautiful. Chunyang had read it numerous times. Just yesterday, she had told him that she liked him from the very first moment they met. However, on that day, upon witnessing Fong Ningning's lingering desire to rekindle their relationship, I realized I could no longer afford to hesitate. Chunyang, I wish to pursue you. You are the first boy to stir my heart. Alas, all of this was but a facade, entirely fictitious. Was her claim regarding her family's situation merely a deception? Or was it solely aimed at eliciting his sympathy? Chunyang suddenly chuckled, resting his hand upon his forehead and gently closing his eyes. Indeed, how could he have been so foolish? What merit did a girl of such exquisite beauty see in him? Chunyang, when did you become so self-absorbed, so arrogant? The scoundrel rescue system. Ha, how naive I am. Ha, 4 stars. Chunyang opened his eyes, exhaling softly, propping himself up with his hands. The system could not possibly err. Yet he had doubted its judgment, relying solely on his own observations to conclude that Ensure Han was a good girl. Ensure Han had been rated as 4-star difficulty by the system. He had been deceived, duped by Ensure Han, and further by his own innocent naivety. He felt like a fool, a mere plaything for others, especially for the system that toyed with him. Was his kindness a justification for being manipulated? Alert, alert, significant emotional fluctuations detected in the host. Please remain calm. Please remain calm. System, tell me, did Ensure Han pursue me because of the task assistant? Chunyang inwardly inquired of the system, but the response was colder than a lifeless machine. After a 2-second pause, the system responded, yes. What is its true function? System lacks the authority to disclose. Chunyang scoffed, nodding in acknowledgement before responding. Very well, you lack authority. I am no longer interested. If I were to break up with Ensure Han, would that signify a failure of the task? If a breakup occurs, the task would be deemed a failure, yet the bond would remain intact. And the system would fall into slumber, awaiting the commencement of the next task. The system advised the host to remain rational. During the slumber period, it would be unable to provide any assistance. Chunyang nodded gently, lifting the covers and slowly donning his clothes. He communicated with the system internally. Fine, I am quite rational. Why should I break up? What you offer is something I could never attain in my lifetime. However, if you wish to avoid a permanent slumber, then grant me access to the exchange function. Please remain calm. Please remain calm. The host has not met the requirements. Unable to activate, unable to activate. After finishing his upper garment, Chunyang ruffled his hair and shook his head. He no longer wished to play this game. He was naive. He was honest. But why must his feelings be deceived? He had genuinely desired to date Ensure Han, never intending to deceive her. Yet in the end, it was Ensure Han who had deceived him. You do not love me? Why approach me? You do not love me. Why profess your affection? You do not love me. Why deceive me? I indeed value emotions, but does that grant you the right to exploit me? System, I do not mean merely to slumber until the next task commences. I am speaking of eternal slumber. Chunyang slowly descended from his bed, entered the bathroom, silently filled a cup with water, squeezed out toothpaste, and gazed at his reflection as he brushed his teeth. Please remain calm. Please remain calm. Life is precious. The system's voice stuttered, its originally emotionless tone now sounding almost panicked. Chunyang remained silent, brushing his teeth while the system's voice echoed in his mind. Please be rational. Life is precious. Please actively commence the task. The system will provide assistance. The host has not met the requirements. Unable to activate. Chunyang felt he had brushed enough, took a sip of water to rinse his mouth, and as he expelled the water from his mouth, the system's message arrived. The host possesses one opportunity to cheat, allowing direct activation of the exchange function. Activating will incur the loss of certain existing system functions. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Chunyang internally muttered, activate. The system's voice soon followed. Congratulations, host. You have activated the points exchange function. Warning, warning, relationship progress function has been lost. Subsequent use is not possible. Chunyang spat out the remaining foam, examined his teeth in the mirror, spotlessly white, then rinsed his mouth. Wiping his mouth, he stood up and cleaned his toothbrush and cup. After completing his morning routine, he turned to use the toilet, addressing the system. System, I was deceiving you. How could I possibly ensure your eternal slumber? You say life is precious. Do you think I am unaware of its value? I still have parents and family, system. You truly lack intelligence. With a sense of relief, Chunyang attended to his business, the sound of running water echoing continuously. Meanwhile, the system remained in silence. Chapter 71. Indifferent intimacy. As Chunyang exited the dormitory and made his way to the dining hall, he browsed the points exchange shop within the system. The shop offered a vast array of items, refreshed weekly, with new products occasionally introduced. Categories were divided into currency and skills. Currency, of course, referred to money. 1 point could be exchanged for 10 yuan. The skills category was more diverse, encompassing various skills at generally high prices, and all were experience cards with time limits. For instance, a master-level singing experience card cost 10,000 points for 30 minutes, while an intermediate-level one was significantly cheaper at 1,000 points for the same duration. The minimum purchase time was 30 minutes, with no upper limit, purchased in 30-minute increments. Categorized into 4 levels: Novice, Intermediate, Master, and Grandmaster. The Novice level started at 100 points for 30 minutes, the Intermediate at 1,000, the Master at 10,000, and the Grandmaster at 100,000 for 30 minutes. System, why are there no items? Chunyang inquired, puzzled. Not currently supported. IT matters not. Skills alone suffice. Chunyang cared little about the possibility of purchasing permanent skills. He had a plan. Since he had acquired skills, he intended to maximize their effectiveness. Just as with singing, learning was challenging, and the hardest part was finding a good teacher. However, with the skill purchased, he possessed Grandmaster-level singing ability. Why could he not learn from the version of himself with Grandmaster-level prowess? After all, skills were not static, they were dynamic and teachable. Chunyang solidified his thoughts, deeming them feasible, and cheerfully entered the dining hall to purchase a handheld pancake, eating as he walked toward the classroom. Thus, he needed to earn more points. Chunyang summoned the system to check his points, now totaling 5,186, still quite modest. The current avenues for earning points were through Ensure Han and daily tasks. Presently, the daily task had reverted to contacting Ensure Han, still worth 1 yuan, not points. Additionally, there was Ensure Han. Their intimacy level remained at 27. Due to his forceful activation of the exchange function, the relationship progress feature could no longer be utilized. For instance, reaching an intimacy level of 80 would yield extra points upon completing the daily task. Similarly, achieving a level of 90 and obtaining a kissing achievement would grant a reward of 1,000 points monthly. All these extra point avenues relying on intimacy were now unavailable. Chunyang felt indifferent. His reason for forcing the system to activate the exchange shop was that he no longer wished to waste time flattering Ensure Han for intimacy. It was both humbling and exhausting. The one who deceived him still expected him to grovel. Chunyang resolutely rejected that notion. Did he lack dignity? Did he have no self-respect? He had now come to understand why Ensure Han's intimacy level was at its lowest at 25. As Fang Ningning's ex-boyfriend, Ensure Han could humiliate Fang Ningning for an entire day simply by dating him for a single day, granting her a profound sense of superiority over Fang Ningning. Hence the intimacy level remained at 25. Chunyang chuckled at his own foolishness, so easily duped. Indeed, one must not be naive and honest when dealing with a heartless woman. Given the circumstances, he decided to continue exploiting the system. Moreover, Chunyang firmly reminded himself to never develop genuine feelings again. Suddenly, Chunyang's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a photo sent by Fang Ningning. She lay atop her pillow, her disheveled hair obscuring her forehead, her eyes barely open, a look of sheer drowsiness upon her face. Chunyang, I am so tired today. What should I do? Chunyang responded with a voice message. You need to get up quickly. I am waiting for you in the dining hall. Really? Fang Ningning replied, her voice brimming with excitement. Chunyang texted back, indeed. Shortly thereafter, a system notification arrived. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 points. Current total points, 6,186. Chunyang smiled slightly, taking out his phone as he waited. Before long, and Shirhan sent a message. Chunyang, why did you send Fong Ningning a voice message saying you're waiting for her in the dining hall? Shirhan, we are already in a relationship. As her roommate, despite some minor conflicts, I believe you are a reasonable girl, and you must want Ningning to improve, right? Chen Yang did not believe in Shirhan would outright refuse to see Fong Ningning become better. Indeed, after a brief moment, and Shirhan replied with a simple then let's work together to help Fong Ningning. Points 200, current total points, 6, 386. Chen Yang, Fong Ningning is your ex-girlfriend. Can you consider my feelings and maintain some distance from her? All right, I promise you. But can you also consider my feelings and assist Ningning? Points 500, current total points, 6, 886, and Shirhan fell silent. Chun Yang continued to send messages. Shirhan, you know I value emotions. I believe you appreciate this quality in me as well. Fong Ningning is currently undergoing a transformation. I cannot be indifferent and show no concern for her. Shirhan, do you agree? Points 224, current total points 7110. Shirhan, please hurry and come with Ningning. I am waiting for you both in the restaurant. After Chin Yang finished speaking, he turned off his phone and returned to the restaurant. Points 20, current total points 7130. Chin Yang sat at his seat, gazing at the points he had accumulated. In no time, it exceeded 7,000, indicating that points were indeed quite easy to earn. Just as he was about to finish his hand-grabbed pancake, he spotted 4 familiar figures. Chin Yang stood up to greet them, and Fong Ningning joyfully bounced over to him, smiling. Chin Yang, how long have you been waiting? Not long at all. What do you want to eat? It's my treat, Chin Yang replied with a smile. No need. I won't spend your money anymore. I'll buy my own, Fong Ningning asserted, clenching her hands. Chin Yang, I'd like a cup of soy milk and 2 filled pancakes, and Shirhan remarked coolly while observing Fong Ningning. Points 100, current total points 7230. Himph. Don't you have any money? Why spend Chin Yang's? Fong Ningning retorted, displeased, towards An Xian. An Shirhan crossed her arms and replied, I spend my own money. Cough cough. Lin Shi. Su Yin, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Chun Yang interjected loudly to Lin Shi and Su Yin. An Shirhan sensed Chun Yang's gaze and felt quite dissatisfied, yet thinking of the task, she had to suppress her feelings. Why was Chen Yang so nice to Fong Ningning? Points 200, current total points, 7430. No thanks, I have money, Lin Shi said with a slightly grim expression. I also have money. No need, Suyin murmured softly. At this moment, Fong Ningning realized her mistake. Although her comment was directed at An Shirhan, it inadvertently affected Lin Shi and Suyin as well. How could they possibly let Chen Yang treat them after hearing that? Fong Ningning felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, saddened as she lowered her head, berating herself for being so foolish. Heh, this money is even mine. I found it this morning, just 100. So I'm treating you all to breakfast. Actually, I have some things I'd like your help with, so please don't refuse me, Chen Yang said with an awkward smile. Hearing this, Suyin looked up and said, then the person who lost the money must be quite anxious. Maybe we should return it. Chen Yang smiled at Suyin, appreciating her kindness, and then told An Shirhan, Shirhan, you go buy it, and I'll transfer the money to you later. Ningning, could you help me buy 5 cups of milk tea? Lin Shi nudged Suyin playfully. Suyin blinked in confusion, wondering if she had said something wrong. With time still on their side, the 5 of them enjoyed breakfast in the restaurant. Suyin ate very slowly and hesitantly, whispering to Lin Shi beside her, Is it really okay for us to do this? The person who lost the money must be quite worried. Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle softly, leaning in to whisper, Relax, Chen Yang is just messing with you. After Lin Shi spoke, her phone suddenly chimed. It turned out Chen Yang had added them to a group chat, but Suyin was not included. While Lin Shi was puzzled, Chen Yang sent a message, I have a friend who needs my help, but I lack experience. Since you are Su Yin's roommates and know her well, could you assist my friend with some advice? Chapter 72. Master-level skills. Upon learning what Chen Yang needed, Lin Shi glanced at Suyin, who was processing the information and appeared somewhat embarrassed, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. We don't need to interfere too much. I just want to give them more opportunities to interact. Chen Yang replied in the chat. That works too. Last time I noticed one of your roommates looked quite good, but I wonder what their personality is like. Our Suyin is the most obedient and adorable, and we can't allow her to be bullied, Lin Shi inquired with concern. Rest assured, let them spend time together, and Suyin will make her own decisions. Chun Yang confidently responded. Then we shall provide the opportunities, right? Thanks. After sending the message, Chun Yang felt a wave of relief. Recently, Xie Zhongfan had been a persistent bother, and now Chen Yang had managed to secure an opportunity for them to meet and get to know one another. Thus, Xie Zhongfan's call of foster father was not in vain. The foster father was still thinking of him. It was Thursday, and on Friday, Chen Yang awaited Ensure Han and Fang Ningning in the restaurant. But this time, there was an additional person, Xie Zhongfan. Xie Zhongfan appeared rather introverted, silently sitting beside Su Yin and eating, yet his eyes frequently darted nervously to gauge Su Yin's expressions. Meanwhile, Su Yin was even more withdrawn, striving to maintain her composure. However, with an unfamiliar male presence beside her, her nervousness was palpable. As they were about to leave, Lin Shi, out of courtesy, added Xie Zhongfan's contact information, followed by Fang Ningning and Ensure Han. Noticing everyone had added him, Su Yin did so as well. After they parted ways, Xie Zhongfan tightly grasped Chen Yang's arm, his hands trembling with excitement, and exclaimed, "Bro, Chang Gu, I can't thank you enough. Being your friend in this lifetime is truly worth it." Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly and patted his shoulder, saying, "It's merely an exchange of contact information. How you continue the conversation depends on you." "Don't worry," Xie Zhongfan said, hugging Chen Yang, "let us go. I'll treat you to lunch at restaurant number 1 today. No, save your money for Su Yin. Let us see if you'll wake up early with me in the future." "Get up, I must rise. If I don't, feel free to slap me," Xie Zhongfan asserted firmly. Time flew by, and when Chen Yang had some free time, he amused Ensure Han to earn points as the day drew to a close. Accounting for the points accumulated from the previous day, Chen Yang's points had slightly exceeded 10,000. He stretched, opened his computer, and redeemed the master-level skill for writing online novels, with an accompanying ultra-fast typing speed. The moment his fingers touched the keyboard, a multitude of plots and vividly distinct characters surged into his mind. The abundance of inspiration, however, rendered Chen Yang's thoughts chaotic and unfocused. He concentrated on the narrative he was crafting. Soon, he discerned the flaws in his plot, where it lacked allure, and where adjustments could enhance it. Taking a deep breath, he revisited the chapters he had previously written, comparing them with the ideas swirling in his mind. Quickly identifying his errors. "Why didn't I think of writing it that way? I can't wait to discover what comes next. The plot is so captivating." A smile crept onto Chen Yang's lips as he realized he couldn't waste time. There was only half an hour left, so he started a new chapter, rewriting from the beginning. His eyes remained glued to the screen as his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, each touch producing a crisp, subtle sound, akin to a lively melody quietly unfolding. This continuous rhythm seemed to express the tumultuous thoughts and inspirations surging within Chen Yang's heart. Meanwhile, Yi Zheng, lying on his bed against the wall and playing games, heard the noise and looked up to see Chen Yang typing furiously. "Curious," he asked, "Chen Yang, what are you typing so fast for?" "Writing something," Chen Yang replied quickly without looking up. "What are you writing?" "Just some random stuff." "Are you writing a novel?" Yi Zheng continued, intrigued. Chen Yang responded with a soft "What? You're writing a novel? Let me see," Yi Zheng exclaimed, about to get up and check what Chen Yang was writing. "Don't disturb me," Chen Yang shouted, nearly having his inspiration interrupted. Yi Zheng frowned at the abruptness of Chen Yang's tone, feeling somewhat displeased and ready to confront him. "Yi Zheng, what are you doing?" "Come save me," Li Zheng shouted angrily at Yi Zheng. "All right, I got it." Yi Zheng relented, redirecting his focus back to the game. Half an hour passed swiftly, yet Chen Yang's inspiration remained undiminished. He wished to write more, but his typing speed noticeably slowed, and after typing only a few lines, several typos emerged, forcing him to delete and retype. This back and forth continued, and Chen Yang's dwindling inspiration began to fade. He sighed, pausing to stretch his sore fingers, a joyful smile lighting his face. Turning to review the chapters he had written, in just half an hour, he managed to compose over 2 chapters, exceeding 4,000 words. Riding the momentum, he penned a 3rd chapter, totaling over 6,000 words. Comparing his recent writing with his earlier work, it was evident that the latter was far superior. Chen Yang reflected on the master-level thought process and narrative structure, considering how to effectively engage readers' emotions and deliver satisfying moments. These 3 chapters would undoubtedly provide Chen Yang with ample learning material and insight. Damn. Lost again? Yi Zheng lay on his bed, frustrated as he stared at the defeat screen. Chen Yang felt a rush of excitement, quickly pulling out a notebook to summarize his thoughts, knowing that some insights could vanish in an instant. Only by writing them down could he revisit them later. After completing the novel, Chun Yang lay back on his bed, checking his remaining points, which amounted to a mere 60. He felt a wave of gratitude towards Ensure Han, realizing that if he could untie the bond in 3 months, he wouldn't be in a rush to break up. Ensure Han's support was simply too formidable. Chun Yang drifted into a peaceful slumber, feeling exceedingly comfortable. The next day was Saturday, a day free from classes, allowing him to indulge in a rare lie-in. He woke up at 8 o'clock. After waking, Chun Yang was disinclined to have breakfast, opting instead to take out his e-ink screen to read. Just before 10 o'clock, Fong Ningning suddenly sent him a message. "Chun Yang, could you come down for a moment?" Chun Yang inquired with a hint of confusion. "What's wrong? I'm feeling a bit down." "Could you come down?" came the response. What happened? After sending the message, Chun Yang hurriedly got dressed. As his phone buzzed, he picked it up to see a message from Fong Ningning. "Have you accepted Ensure Han?" Chun Yang let out a slight sigh. He had anticipated that Ensure Han would inform Fong Ningning, but he hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. Chapter 73. A conversation with Fong Ningning. Chun Yang quickly descended the stairs. Upon exiting the dormitory, he spotted Fong Ningning standing despondently by the door, waiting. Approaching her, he asked, "What's the matter?" Fong Ningning looked at him with a touch of sorrow and said, "You're dating Ensure Han." "Why didn't you tell me?" Chun Yang shrugged and replied, "I didn't mean to keep it from you. I mentioned to Ensure Han that we could try dating and see if we're compatible without telling anyone first. I didn't expect her to share it with you." "She's just showing off," Fong Ningning murmured, rubbing her eyes. "I know it's difficult for you to accept me again, but I still hold on to a glimmer of hope." "I am really foolish." Fong Ningning appeared utterly dejected, her eyes brimming with sorrow that cast a heavy gloom upon her countenance, making the atmosphere around her feel oppressive. Observing her distress stirred something in Chun Yang, and he suggested, "Shall we find somewhere to sit?" Fong Ningning nodded silently, pressing her lips together. Not far from the dormitory, there was a spot to sit, albeit covered in dust. Chun Yang blew it off and sat down, with Fong Ningning unbothered, taking a seat beside him. "Ningning, why do you want to reconcile with me?" Chun Yang inquired. Fong Ningning gazed into the distance, pondering as she replied, "After I returned home, I felt profoundly sad. Each day was a torment, especially at night when my heart longed for companionship. I wished to be in a relationship with you. That would alleviate my sorrow and bring me joy. What you're feeling is guilt." "Ningning, that's not love," Chun Yang gently articulated. Fong Ningning shook her head, saying, "I don't know what love is. I only know my heart tells me to be with you." "Chun Yang, can you tell me if we can be together again?" Chun Yang sighed, responding, "Ningning, I've already told you, we can be friends, but as for being lovers, I truly cannot. I understand." Fong Ningning turned to Chun Yang, saying, "I know I wronged you that night, but I assure you, I never had relations with anyone else. Chun Yang, do you believe me?" Chun Yang nodded, remaining silent. Fong Ningning grasped Chun Yang's hand, pleading, "Chun Yang, I don't expect to be your girlfriend right now, but could you promise me that if you break up with her, you'll let me be by your side? Rest assured, once you find someone you like, I will leave without hesitation." "Chun Yang, I am in so much pain right now. Please, I beg you to agree," she implored. Chun Yang did not refuse. He wrapped his arms around Fong Ningning and whispered in her ear, "If you need anything, reach out to me. Our bond still exists." Fong Ningning leaned against Chun Yang's shoulder, nodding gently. As he attempted to withdraw his embrace, Fong Ningning tightened her hold, reluctant to part. "Chun Yang, your embrace alleviates my pain significantly. Could you hold me a little longer?" Chun Yang caressed her hair and sighed, saying, "If only you could be like this while we were dating." Fong Ningning clung more tightly to his arm, whispering through her tears, "I'm sorry." Chun Yang patted her back, stating, "All right, it's time to let go. We are in public, I'm not afraid," Fong Ningning stubbornly insisted. "Really, please release me. I have something to discuss with you." Only then did Fong Ningning reluctantly release her grip. Chun Yang noticed some dirt beneath her earlobe and reached out to clean it. Continuing, "I've recently observed that Ensure Han seems to harbor significant hostility toward you. How are you feeling in the dorm?" Fong Ningning lowered her head in sadness, replying, "Everyone has been so cold toward me. Suyin is still willing to speak to me, but our relationship isn't as it was before. It's all right. Since Suyin is still willing to talk to you, make sure to communicate with her. You are changing, and as others witness your efforts, they will be more inclined to accept you. If you ever feel stifled, come talk to me. I can help relieve your burdens, Chen Yang reassured her. Fang Ningning nodded in agreement. Carefully, Fang Ningning asked, now that you're dating Ensure Han, can I still come to you? Won't you fear she might misunderstand? Chen Yang smiled mysteriously, saying, don't worry. If I were afraid of misunderstandings, I wouldn't have come down to see you. In fact, I might need your cooperation to perform a little act in front of Ensure Han. Fang Ningning's curiosity piqued. She inquired, what do you mean? Chen Yang glanced around before leaning closer to whisper in her ear. His breath tickled her, causing Fang Ningning to withdraw slightly as she listened, her expression shifting from surprise to delight. She excitedly clenched her fists, exclaiming, all right, I'm more than willing to cooperate. Then, with a hint of confusion, she asked, but why do we need to do this? Don't you like Ensure Han? Chen Yang sighed in resignation, revealing, I've recently come to suspect that Ensure Han may be deceiving me. What? Fang Ningning's face reflected shock, followed by contemplation, ultimately revealing a knowing expression. Grabbing Chen Yang's arm in urgency, she declared, I knew it. She has always been indifferent to other guys. Why would she suddenly profess her feelings for you after I mentioned reconciliation? She has only met you a few times. How could she truly love you? This is outrageous. She is deliberately targeting me, wishing to make my life difficult. Chen Yang, she likely believes you are wealthy and wants to deceive you for your money. You must break up with her? Chen Yang chuckled, shaking his head. Calm down. I have my plans. No, you must break up with her immediately. You've recognized her deceit, so why remain with her? Chen Yang gently tapped Fang Ningning's head, urging her to calm down. Let me ask you, are you willing to cooperate with me? Fang Ningning rubbed her head, nodding in a resigned manner. Then let us not worry about the rest. All right, she replied obediently. Though within her mind, she plotted to confront Ensure Han, wishing to make her suffer for trying to take Chen Yang from her. She hoped that by doing so, Ensure Han would break up with him. And once that occurred, Chen Yang would be willing to date her as long as they began dating. He would recognize her transformation and find it hard to leave her. A smile of happiness blossomed on Fang Ningning's face. Chen Yang, unaware of the change in her demeanor, focused on the closeness he shared with her. Their intimacy had reached 100, marked by a note, reward unlockable. Chen Yang clicked to unlock it, and the system's voice resonated in his ear. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item. Physique Enhancer, greatly enhances physique upon use. Note, single use. Finally, the system rewards me with something beneficial. Chen Yang exclaimed with delight. Though he chose to hold off on using it, redirecting his attention to another item. Good companionship. After use, the longer two individuals spend time together, the more harmonious their relationship becomes. This sounded rather mundane. Chen Yang thought. Naturally, relationships grow more amicable with time. So why would such an item be necessary? System, let us use it on Fang Ningning, he decided, thinking it would be of no use to keep it. Especially since their intimacy had peaked at 100. The item was successfully utilized. Turning to Fang Ningning, who looked at him with eager anticipation, he asked, shouldn't you be heading back? Fang Ningning, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sorrow and tightened her grip on his arm, saying, why rush me away? I want to stay with you a bit longer. Embracing Chen Yang's arm, she reveled in the warmth of his presence. Breathing in his scent, an inexplicable sense of comfort and joy enveloping her, making her even more reluctant to part from him. Just then, Chen Yang's phone chimed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Ensure Han. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Where are you? Chen Yang smiled down at his phone, thinking, here comes the score. I'm downstairs at the dormitory with Ningning. Points 2000, current total, 2060. Indeed, with Ningning's assistance, accumulating points had become considerably easier. Chen Yang felt a surge of joy, accompanied by an unfamiliar yet delightful sensation stemming from Fang Ningning's embrace. Is this the effect of the item? Chen Yang pondered, scratching his head without delving too deeply. Ensure Han sent another message. Chen Yang, what are you doing with Fang Ningning? Ensure Han has repeatedly sent several expressions of grievance and sadness from behind. Upon hearing about our romantic involvement, I noticed Ningning looked quite dejected. So I decided to offer her some consolation. Rest assured, the bond between us has now dwindled to mere friendship. Points 1000, current total, 3060. I am on my way to find you. After sending this message, Ensure Han, filled with indignation, hastily dressed and got out of bed. She inadvertently revealed the news of their relationship to Fang Ningning, never anticipating that Chen Yang would be so concerned for Fang Ningning. Now that the two are together, one cannot help but wonder what they might be doing. Although Enshirhan harbors no affection for Chen Yang, he is still her boyfriend. It is only natural for her to feel jealousy when her partner is with someone she dislikes. Points 500, current total, 3560.0. I can give points continuously. Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback. What's wrong? Fang Ningning, curious, inquired. Enshirhan is coming to find me, Chen Yang replied as he put away his phone. Let her come. Fang Ningning tightened her embrace around Chen Yang's arm, as if fearing he might escape. Feeling the softness of Fang Ningning's body, Chen Yang chuckled. If you don't let go. I am still in a relationship with Enshirhan, and I wouldn't want her to think of me as a scoundrel. Fang Ningning reluctantly retorted. Why can't you be a scoundrel? Chen Yang, just go ahead. How about you continue dating Enshirhan while I secretly date you on the side? Are you joking? Chen Yang was somewhat startled by Fang Ningning's suggestion. He hadn't expected her to propose such an idea. Of course, I'm joking. You really want that? That would be too generous for you. Fang Ningning playfully stuck her tongue out at Chen Yang, but internally she scolded herself for being so indiscreet, wondering how she had let such words slip. She knew that Chen Yang was somewhat innocent and held emotions in high regard. Her previous betrayal had already hurt him deeply by voicing such thoughts. Wasn't she trivializing the feelings he cherished? The thought of this made her somewhat unhappy. Chen Yang was aware that Enshirhan had deceived him, so why hadn't he broken up with her? All right, let go of my arm now. Enshirhan is really coming. Chen Yang, Enshirhan is here. Can you please break up with her? She doesn't love you. Please just end it. Fang Ningning pouted, shaking Chen Yang's arm. Oh dear, I've said it before, I have my own plans, Chen Yang replied, somewhat impatiently. Are you reluctant to break up with Enshirhan because you find her beautiful? Enough, let go. Be mindful of your limits. Chen Yang whispered to Fang Ningning. After being scolded by Chen Yang, Fang Ningning felt both wronged and heartbroken. In anger, she released Chen Yang's arm and turned away, her back to him. Yet, as soon as they parted, Fang Ningning felt an uncomfortable sensation. She yearned for the closeness of Chen Yang, gradually leaning back toward him, softly whimpering to remind him of her distress. Chen Yang, observing Fang Ningning's demeanor, felt a mix of pity and affection. He smiled gently and ruffled her hair, saying, Don't be upset. Points 8,000, current total. 11560. Chen Yang. Enshirhan's voice called from a distance. Chen Yang turned to see her hurrying toward him, visibly anxious. He dropped his hand, and Fang Ningning turned as well, her expression somewhat smug. Enshirhan arrived breathless before Chen Yang, her brows slightly furrowed, as she questioned, Chen Yang, what were you just doing? I was comforting Ningning. Chen Yang replied innocently. Comforting? All right. Enshirhan took a deep breath. Given the setting and the unfinished task at hand, she couldn't unleash her anger on Chen Yang. Don't you think your actions are too intimate? Enshirhan remarked, brushing her tousled hair aside. We didn't do anything. We're just friends, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Yes, we are merely friends, Fang Ningning echoed immediately. Points 1000. Enshirhan shot a glare at Fang Ningning before turning back to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, have you forgotten why you broke up? She deceived you. She is a femme fatale. Hearing Enshirhan's blunt insult, Fang Ningning's face flushed instantly. Had it not been for Chen Yang grasping her arm, she would have rushed forward to confront Enshirhan. Chen Yang pulled Fang Ningning behind him, addressing Enshirhan. Shirhan, you're going too far. I believe Ningning has changed. Fang Ningning lowered her head, her fingers gently tracing along Chen Yang's back, feeling guilty as she recalled her actions during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Points 500. Chen Yang, why are you speaking up for her? We are in a relationship. Enshirhan exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she squatted down, feeling wronged. You suggested we try dating, yet now you're ambiguous with Fang Ningning. What am I to do? Am I still your girlfriend? Why can't we make our relationship public? Chen Yang, can you give me an explanation? What do you want? Chen Yang detected the inconsistencies in Enshirhan's words. It was peculiar that she didn't genuinely care for him yet insisted on making their relationship public. I don't want to just try dating. I want a title. I want us to officially be a couple. Otherwise, you're deceiving me. Enshirhan demanded forcefully. She was determined to complete her task and open the store. Unwilling to tolerate Chen Yang's connection with Fang Ningning any longer. Chapter 75. Opening the Love Store. Chen Yang understood that being in a relationship with him was crucial for Enshirhan. And it couldn't be a secret. It had to be public. He hadn't intended to complicate matters for her. He merely wanted to see if they were compatible. Since Shurhan desired it, he would comply. After all, she had invested in this relationship, and it wouldn't be fair to let her efforts go to waste. Chen Yang wasn't concerned about the system's auxiliary functions or Shurhan's intentions. All he wanted was to improve himself. He extended his hand to Shurhan, who defiantly lifted her face, her tear-streaked countenance evoking sympathy. "Get up," Chen Yang said with a smile, and Shurhan grasped Chen Yang's hand, and he helped her up, saying, "I never intended to deceive you. If you want to go public, then let us do it. Oh, we're officially a couple, right?" And Shurhan asked, rubbing her eyes. Chen Yang nodded, scratching his head in confusion about why girls always resorted to tears in troubling situations, and Shurhan clenched her teeth, her hands tightly balled into fists, when suddenly the system's voice echoed in her ears. "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Opening the exchange store. Shurhan sighed with relief. After enduring so much, she had finally completed her task and was not inclined to indulge Chen Yang any longer. She checked the system and discovered 5 item slots available for exchange. Currently, the store only opened with 5 items, refreshing weekly. More items required the host's love points to unlock. How can love points be obtained? And Shurhan inquired. Engage in more intimate romantic actions with Chen Yang that bring joy to both parties. Any actions that enhance the relationship can earn love points. Then I must ensure that Chen Yang belongs to me alone. And Shurhan's brows furrowed, her teeth biting down on her lower lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a mix of anger and urgency. Her slender, fair hand gripped Chen Yang's broad shoulder tightly, pulling him closer. Chen Yang, taken aback by Shurhan's sudden move, found himself drawn beside her, noticing the marks left by her nails on his shoulder. And Shurhan glared at Chen Yang, her tone stern. "Chen Yang, as your girlfriend, I command you, do not associate with Fang Ningning anymore." Chen Yang rubbed his shoulder, frowning in annoyance. "What are you doing? Ningning and I are friends. I don't care what your relationship is." "Chen Yang, I am your girlfriend, and I have the right to command you." Chen Yang was taken aback by Shurhan's sudden change. It seemed she had been holding back for too long. However, he ignored her and approached Fang Ningning, saying, "Shurhan, don't get too worked up." Fang Ningning moved closer to Chen Yang, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the marks on his shoulder, feeling a pang of sympathy. She shot an angry glare at Shurhan, realizing that if Shurhan truly cared for Chen Yang, she wouldn't have been so rough. Points 500. Chen Yang, I ask you, will you sever ties with Ningning? And Shurhan's words felt like an ultimatum. No. Chen Yang replied without hesitation. Fang Ningning felt a surge of emotion, her hands on her hips as she looked triumphantly at Shurhan. Points 10. 000, current total, 20,000. Chen Yang couldn't help but gasp. He glanced at Fang Ningning, realizing that dating her seemed to be a cheat code for him. All right, then Shurhan had intended to declare a breakup in a fit of anger. But the thought of the love system made her reconsider. If they broke up, it would surely lead to failure, and Shurhan truly did not expect Chen Yang to be so resolute. How could Fang Ningning possibly compare to her? Fang Ningning had no idea how many men she had dated. While Shurhan had never been in a relationship at all, it was evident that men were not to be trusted. Chen Yang was certainly one of the worst among them. With a score increase of 2,000, and Shurhan had no choice but to swallow her anger and bitterness. She approached Chen Yang, lowering her head to concede. "Very well, do as you wish." Chen Yang stroked his chin, perplexed about what kind of assistance the system had provided. Just moments ago, Shurhan had seemed ready to break up, yet here she was, enduring it. How intriguing. Fang Ningning could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment towards Shurhan. Why not just end it? She had waited in vain. Fang Ningning chuckled and turned to Chen Yang, preparing to massage his shoulders. "Score 1,000. Get away from me. Don't touch my boyfriend." And Shurhan interjected, pushing Fang Ningning aside as she prepared to give Chen Yang a massage herself. Unwilling to back down, Fang Ningning retorted, "But you initiated this. Why should I step aside? I am his girlfriend, and I have the right." And Shurhan didn't even glance at Fang Ningning. Though Fang Ningning wished to continue their quarrel, she noticed Chen Yang waving his hand at her, prompting her to grudgingly step aside. "Just you wait. I will push you out one day." Fang Ningning muttered to herself. "Does it hurt?" "I'm sorry." "Chen Yang, I was just too anxious, and Shirhan said, her hands moving gently as she kneaded the marks on Chun Yang's arm. Love score 20, please keep up the good work, host. And Shirhan felt a surge of joy within, her touch becoming even more tender, her gaze towards Chen Yang transforming as if she were gazing at a treasure trove. However, Chen Yang felt a bit troubled. Indeed, Fang Ningning was accumulating points rapidly while their interactions were fraught with conflict. He worried that if he couldn't manage it properly, things might escalate, leading to trouble. After all, he was currently dating and Shirhan and couldn't he push her too hard. Allowing jealousy to morph into envy would be detrimental. Jealousy was merely an emotion, a milder threat, yet envy was rooted in hatred and could easily lead to harm. Hence, it was essential not to provoke Shirhan's jealousy too much and to offer her appropriate comfort. Chun Yang requested Shirhan to massage him. He wasn't particularly concerned about the points. They needed to spend at least 3 more months together, ensuring sustainable development rather than exhausting their resources. Gradually, the joy faded from Shirhan's expression as she pondered over the items displayed in the shop. The 5 items were as follows: alluring time. Significantly boosts personal allure for a short duration. Price: 5,000 love points. Excruciating headache. Inflicts relentless headaches on the target for 2 hours. Price: 8,000 love points. Cash: 20,000. Price: 2,000 love points. Hard S voice. Allows one to hear the innermost thoughts of another for 2 minutes. Price: 200,000 love points. Marvelous calculation. Greatly enhances mathematical abilities for half an hour. Price: 20,000 love points. All these items were indeed powerful, but their prices were exorbitant, compelling Shirhan to contemplate how to amass a considerable amount of love points. With a momentary lapse in focus, her grip inadvertently tightened, causing Chen Yang to wince in pain. He quickly glanced at Shirhan, realizing she was lost in thought. With a slight sigh, he suggested she stop massaging him. Chapter 76. The ink screen reader. Chen Yang invited both Fang Ningning and Shirhan to lunch, during which Shirhan contributed a significant number of points to him. After bidding farewell to them, he returned to his dormitory, where everyone was already awake and lounging on their beds, engrossed in their phones. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Xie Zhongfan excitedly beckoned him over. Chen Yang, recognizing the expression on Xie Zhongfan's face, understood it was regarding Su Yin. Climbing onto Xie Zhongfan's bed, he leaned in as Xie Zhongfan whispered, "Is it true that Su Yin will be going to the library this afternoon? Don't worry." Her roommate said that Su Yin goes to the library at a set time every Saturday. Chen Yang reassured him. "Could you accompany me?" Xie Zhongfan asked nervously. "I'm a bit scared." Chen Yang shook his head in refusal. "IVE already delivered this information to you. The rest is up to you." "Old Chen, please help me out and give me some pointers when the time comes," Xie Zhongfan pleaded. The reason Chen Yang was reluctant to accompany Xie Zhongfan was his fear of being asked for advice. He had no expertise in wooing women. If he did, he wouldn't have remained single for so long. However, understanding Xie Zhongfan's feelings, he decided to accompany him for a bit of moral support. "I can go with you. But how you proceed is entirely your decision. I'll just be a spectator." "How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Xie Zhongfan was overjoyed. As long as Chen Yang was there, he felt reassured and eagerly nodded. "What time shall we set off?" he inquired excitedly. "Su Yin usually goes at 2. Let us aim for 3 instead, shall we?" "Whatever you say." Chen Yang smiled and got off the bed. Xie Zhongfan was a decent fellow, and Su Yin was a wonderful girl. Chen Yang genuinely hoped for their union. Approaching the desk, Chen Yang opened his laptop. It was just past 12, leaving him ample time to write. With over 20,000 points, he refrained from hastily purchasing the master-level online novel writing skills experience card. Instead, he reflected on the techniques and thought processes he had studied the previous night and began drafting 2 chapters. Yizheng noticed and raised his head slightly to look at Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, are you writing another Riska novel?" Chen Yang smiled faintly but did not respond. "Where will you publish it?" "Let me take a look and give you a tip. It hasn't been published yet." Chen Yang replied seriously as he typed away. "Let me see how you're doing," Yizheng insisted. With a slight sigh, Chen Yang found it rather bothersome to be interrupted by Yizheng like this. He pulled out his phone and retrieved the earliest chapter he had independently written. Now, reading through his own work, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. It was abominably written. Knowing human nature well, he figured that if he published a master-level piece, Yizheng would undoubtedly grow envious of its brilliance. It was better to share his subpar writing, allowing Yizheng to see how poorly he had written, thus dissuading him from further engagement. Chen Yang sent the first 3 chapters to Yi Zhang, who quickly finished reading them and scoffed derisively. "Chen Yang, your idea is good, but the execution lacks character and is rather dull. How about I guide you a bit? I've read quite a few novels." Chen Yang shook his head. "No thanks. I'm just writing for fun." "All right then, carry on," Yi Zhang replied, then aimlessly opened a short video to watch beautiful women. As he watched, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing he hadn't spoken to Meng Yin in quite some time. Why hadn't she reached out to him? Without communication from Meng Yin, Yi Zhang felt a profound emptiness, his spirit considerably diminished. "Surely Meng Yin is really ignoring me," he mused, a tinge of worry creeping in. Yet, recalling how long he had pursued her with no success, he felt a surge of anger and resisted the urge to contact her again. Chen Yang immersed himself in his writing, and after over an hour, he finally completed a chapter. Having written a pivotal moment in the story, he described how the female protagonist, Lu Yu, felt regret as the male lead. Li Yang ignored her while pursuing other girls. This served as a good measure of his writing skills. Eager to purchase the master-level writing skills, Chen Yang closed his eyes, awaiting the influx of knowledge into his mind. After about a minute, he opened his eyes and, upon grasping the first few sentences, was struck by an entirely different perspective. He instinctively began typing rapidly, comparing his work as he wrote. Soon enough, he recognized his shortcomings, and the master-level techniques he was learning quickly helped him address those flaws. Through comparison and correction, he experienced positive feedback. Coupled with the personal experience of mastering writing skills, this method proved far superior to having a master-level teacher guiding him. After all, he knew himself better than anyone else. The combination of strong positive feedback and efficient learning, along with Chen Yang's own diligence, ensured that his progress was exponential. It wouldn't be long before he reached an elite level. This elite status was not something he had purchased from the system, but rather something he had earned through his own learning, something that no one could take away from him, belonging solely to him. After a little over half an hour, Chen Yang's writing pace quickened further, completing 3 chapters in total. Upon finishing, he exhaled deeply, feeling a warmth in his head, a result of his brain being actively engaged. As he paused, his mind gradually cooled, leaving him with a refreshing sensation. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly 2 o'clock. Time for a break. Chen Yang opened a group chat he hadn't checked in a while, where beautiful young women were actively sharing pictures of their feet. After indulging in these delightful images for a moment, Chen Yang's mind felt an unprecedented lightness. Just a short while later, he received a message from Ensure Han. "Chen Yang, would you accompany me to the library this afternoon?" Chen Yang scratched his head and replied, "Sure, I was just about to go with Xie Zhongfan to the library." "Xie Zhongfan? Is it about Suyin?" "Yes, Suyin is about to leave. I know. We plan to go at 3.0. That's fine, I'll wait for you. No need. You can go ahead. Are you going to be with Suyin? We are not together. I will head to the self-study room on the 3rd floor. Suyin, on the other hand, enjoys reading and will be found in the lounge on the same floor." "Very well, I shall seek you out later." I will wait for you." Chen Yang turned off his phone, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suyin has a penchant for reading. Chen Yang nodded slightly, deeming it a feasible topic for conversation. When Xie Zhongfan meets Suyin, they will surely have something to discuss. Chen Yang called out to Xie Zhongfan. "Xie Zhongfan, come down for a moment." Upon hearing Chen Yang's summons, Xie Zhongfan immediately sprang out of bed and sat beside him. Chen Yang handed over his ink screen reader, which he had purchased, to the perplexed Xie Zhongfan, whispering, "Take this with you when you meet Suyin. It might prove useful." Xie Zhongfan cradled the 6-inch ink screen reader in his hands, gazing at Chen Yang in bewilderment. Chapter 77. The self-study room. On the way to the library, Xie Zhongfan examined Chen Yang's ink screen under the sunlight, finding it intriguing since Chen Yang had first acquired it. However, he had not been particularly interested when Chen Yang explained its purpose as a reading device. "Chen Yang, didn't you purchase this reader for over 1,000? Xie Zhongfan inquired. "Yes, there are cheaper options as well," Chen Yang replied. Xie Zhongfan nodded discreetly, stowing the ink screen away. Upon entering the library, they took the elevator to the 3rd floor, where the lounge was populated by small clusters of individuals, some engrossed in books, others engaged with their phones, some scribbling on exam papers, and others typing on laptops. The sparse crowd made it easy to locate Suyin, who sat in a corner, meticulously absorbed in a book. A glass of water beside her. The table was round, with fixed seating on either side. Chen Yang gestured for Xie Zhongfan to approach. Hesitant, as it was his first attempt at pursuing a girl, Xie Zhongfan felt a flicker of fear in that moment. Chen Yang gave him a gentle push forward. Taking that initial step, Xie Zhongfan steeled himself to continue onward. Chen Yang silently wished him well before turning to find Ensure Han in the self-study room. Xie Zhongfan approached Su Yin's side. Noticing someone had lifted their head, Su Yin looked up in delight, recognizing him and thinking it a serendipitous encounter. Xie Zhongfan smiled at her before softly asking, "May I sit here?" Su Yin nodded hurriedly. Once seated, Su Yin shyly adjusted her book. Xie Zhongfan felt a tremor in his hands, uncertain of his next move. All he could think of was placing Chen Yang's ink screen on the table. Opening it haphazardly and randomly selecting a book to display, Su Yin stole a glance at Xie Zhongfan, intrigued by the black and white ink screen, and quietly inquired, "What is this?" "Ah? This is an ink screen reader, used for reading." Xie Zhongfan replied with a smile, hoping to keep the conversation flowing. To his dismay, Su Yin merely responded with a soft "oh" before returning her focus to her book, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Xie Zhongfan wondered why Su Yin had not continued the dialogue. After a brief moment, his anxiety grew. He looked up at Su Yin and said, "Su Yin, this ink screen reader is different from a phone. It doesn't emit light, resembling the experience of reading an actual book. Would you like to give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Su Yin raised her head and saw Xie Zhongfan extending the reader towards her. Instinctively, she reached out to take it, her curiosity piqued. The moment she held the ink screen, she was struck by its lightness and pleasant grip as she examined the text displayed, which appeared as crisp as printed words. Her face lit up with astonishment. She then placed it in a sunlit spot, where the ink screen mimicked the look of a book under the sun perfectly. Su Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she glanced at Xie Zhongfan, her mouth parting to speak, only to realize something and promptly close it. She quickly pulled out her phone to find Xie Zhongfan's contact information and messaged him. "This is so fascinating." Xie Zhongfan's heart leapt upon receiving Su Yin's message. He eagerly replied, "Isn't it? Reading with it is so much more convenient. Carrying one is akin to having an entire library at your disposal. Oh, and it even has a reading light, so you can use it at night." After sending his message, Xie Zhongfan gestured for Su Yin to place the ink screen back on the table, then activated the reading light, illuminating the screen. Su Yin smiled at him, and Xie Zhongfan continued typing. "You can even take notes, making it easy to refer back later." For someone like Su Yin, who cherished reading, the ink screen was truly the coveted tool of her dreams. She disliked reading on her phone, as prolonged use caused her eyes discomfort. Yet, carrying physical books was cumbersome, and borrowing and returning them was a hassle. "I had no idea such a thing existed. How much does it cost? I want to buy one too." Su Yin eagerly messaged Xie Zhongfan. Seeing her enthusiasm, a happy smile spread across Xie Zhongfan's face as he replied, "This one is quite expensive, over 1,000. That is rather pricey." Su Yin genuinely felt it was expensive, yet her desire was strong. "I think it's expensive too. How about we co-invest in a cheaper one and share it?" "But you already have one, don't you?" "This one belongs to Chen Yang. I've always wanted to buy my own, but it's too costly, so I've been borrowing his." Su Yin bit her lip, feeling tempted yet hesitant, as she wasn't very familiar with Xie Zhongfan. Upon arriving at the self-study room, Chen Yang discovered it was even less crowded than outside, with only 4 individuals present. The library's self-study room featured rows of desks, and Ensure Han occupied a central position in the second row. Chen Yang approached her, noticing a male student in a black short-sleeve shirt seated 2 rows away, engrossed in solving math problems. He merely glanced at Chen Yang before returning to his work. Chen Yang settled beside Ensure Han, observing her as she tackled an English exam. Ensure Han paused, turning to smile at Chen Yang. He gestured for her to continue writing, assuring her he would not be a distraction. The male student nearby noticed Chen Yang's proximity to Ensure Han, his pen faltering as he frowned, incredulous. Chen Yang, feeling bored, absent-mindedly reached out to twirl a strand of Ensure Han's silky hair around his finger. Her hair was glossy and smooth, a delight to touch, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. Romantic points 50, while initially annoyed by the interruption. Ensure Han's irritation transformed into delight at the system's notification. The nearby male student, observing the intimate interaction between Chen Yang and Ensure Han, felt a pang of jealousy, his heart aching as though pierced by a knife. He lowered his gaze back to the math problems, his mind devoid of focus. His name was Lu Xinjia, a third-year student. The first time he encountered Shirhan in the self-study room, he was captivated by her presence. Each time he visited, he hoped to see her again, and fortuitously, he often did. He believed this connection was a sign of their fated bond. Within the confines of the self-study room, Lu Xinjia had witnessed numerous boys seeking Shirhan's contact information. All of whom she had declined. He felt different, convinced that one day he would muster the courage to ask her for her number. Yet, when he finally did, he was met with rejection. Undeterred, he continued to frequent the self-study room, silently supporting Shirhan, convinced that despite their limited interaction, they were familiar strangers who would eventually cultivate their bond. Little did he anticipate that today, an unfamiliar man would sit beside his goddess and audaciously toy with her beautiful hair, which he did not rebuke. Lu Xinjia felt his heart being ripped apart, overwhelmed by a mix of pain and humiliation. Chapter 78. Hand-holding in the self-study room after completing a challenging problem. Shirhan set down her pen and exhaled deeply, reclaiming her hair from Chen Yang's grasp. She gazed at her hair, now tousled by him, and shot him a reproachful look. Chen Yang chuckled, taking a glance at her exam paper and noticing half the questions remained unanswered. "Why have you stopped writing?" he asked. With a sigh, Shirhan ran her fingers through her hair, replying exasperatedly, "How can I concentrate with you sitting beside me? Go ahead and write. I won't disturb you." "I'll just check my phone," he said, pulling out his device and resting it on the table. Lu Xinjia watched this scene unfold, feeling a surge of discontent. How could Shirhan possibly be interested in such a boy? If it were him, he would dedicate himself to studying alongside her, working hard together. Shirhan, noticing her hair still slightly askew, decided to disregard it. She leaned closer to Chen Yang, quietly asking, "Is your friend with Suyin right now?" Chen Yang nodded gently. "Dio, you think they will get together?" "I'm not sure. Should we go check?" "Let's not. If something were amiss, Xie Zhongfan would message me. The absence of messages indicates they are getting along just fine." Chen Yang remarked, gesturing towards Shirhan's exam paper. "You should focus on your studies. I'm tired. I don't want to write anymore," Shirhan replied, mirroring Chen Yang's position by resting her face on the table, directed towards him. Chen Yang found Shirhan to be quite adorable in that moment, so he sat up and playfully brushed his fingers across her cheek. Shirhan, resembling a little kitten, opened her mouth as if to bite him. Quick as a flash, Chen Yang pinched her cheek before swiftly retracting his hand. "Love points 200. Shirhan shot him a glare, then rose to grasp a pen with her right hand, resuming her exam while her left hand discreetly sought out Chen Yang's beneath the table, gently intertwining with his. Taken aback, Chen Yang glanced down to see Shirhan's petite hand struggling to grasp his larger one. He activated her affection level, noting it was at 26, with a subtle sigh. He enveloped her small hand entirely within his palm. "Love points 200. Shirhan felt her tiny hand snugly encased in Chen Yang's warm, expansive grasp, the heat radiating through her body like an electric current, causing her heart to race, thumping audibly in her ears. Although she did not harbor feelings for Chen Yang, she had never held hands so intimately with anyone before. The mere contact with the opposite sex awakened a flurry of sensations within her. Her body tensed, her hand fidgeted restlessly in his, followed by a rush of warmth that colored her cheeks crimson. Her breathing quickened, prompting her to part her lips for additional air, rendering her unable to focus on the exam as her mind felt overwhelmed. So this was the exhilarating sensation of close contact with a boy. Love points 1000. A notification from the system snapped Shirhan back to reality, and her eyes sparkled with delight at the confirmation that intimate gestures with Chen Yang yielded substantial love points. Chen Yang, holding Shirhan's diminutive hand, found it remarkably soft and pleasant to the touch. However, having dated Fang Ningning for a month, he had grown desensitized and was no longer shy or embarrassed. Shirhan and Chen Yang shared a tender moment. While not far away, Lu Xinjia was in turmoil. What had he just witnessed? Shirhan was his idealized goddess, yet here she was, holding hands with some odious man. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, making her even more endearing, but such closeness with her was not permitted for him. A wave of profound sorrow surged within Lu Xinjia, wishing he could tear the exam paper to shreds. Chen Yang, feeling bored after scrolling through his phone, began to playfully rub Shirhan's small hand, finding it soft and amusing. Yet, Shirhan's face grew increasingly flushed, and her pen struggled to make contact with the paper. Amused, Qin Yang leaned in and asked, "How long do you plan to study?" Just as Shirhan prepared to respond, a voice interrupted. "Classmate, this is our study area. Please take your conversation outside." Lu Xinjie frowned. His expression taut as if he were enduring a great trial. Chen Yang stared blankly at Lu Xinjie, who pointed an accusatory finger at him. Lu Xinjie wore a look of deep displeasure as he glared at Chen Yang. Chen Yang sensed Lu Xinjie's ire. As if he were bearing an immense grievance, he acknowledged that speaking in the study room was indeed inappropriate, but it hardly warranted such a dramatic response. Was he heartbroken? Had he been dumped? Chen Yang felt a pang of pity for Lu Shiji. It's indeed inappropriate to speak here. Let us step outside, and Shirhan suggested, tugging at Chen Yang's sleeve. Chen Yang didn't wish to bicker over such a trivial matter, his heart not being so petty. Moreover, it was indeed disruptive to others. Together, Chen Yang and Shirhan exited the study room, leaving Lu Xinjie speechless. His mouth agape, wishing to say something but finding no words as Chen Yang departed. Lu Xinjie's heart sank further. His goddess had chosen to walk away with that man, and his heart felt as though it had fled with her. Realizing that the man was likely her boyfriend only deepened his despair. He regretted his earlier attitude towards Shirhan's boyfriend, fearing she would now harbor disdain for him. Frustrated, Lu Xinjie rubbed his head in exasperation. After Qin Yang and Shirhan exited, Chen Yang glanced back into the study room, noticing Lu Xinjie's expression of profound regret and anguish, which left him even more puzzled. "Do you know him?" Qin Yang inquired of Shirhan. She shook her head, replying, "I don't know him, but he often studies here." "Oh." Chen Yang mused, his gaze towards Lu Xinjie shifting to one of curiosity. He turned to Shirhan and asked, "Has he ever approached you to talk?" Shirhan shook her head, puzzled. "Why do you ask? I have a feeling he might be interested in you," Chen Yang suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "What? Really?" Shirhan frowned, her displeasure evident as she looked at Qin Yang. "I'm just getting that vibe. Why don't you go back in? I think he'll want to talk to you." Initially, Shirhan suspected Qin Yang was just stirring trouble because of Lu Xinjie's earlier rudeness. Or perhaps he was merely imagining things. However, suddenly, she recalled that this person had indeed asked her for her contact information once. Shirhan felt uncertain, as the memory had faded with time. Chen Yang nudged her gently, saying, "You go ahead. I'll follow in a bit." Reluctantly, Shirhan complied and slowly walked back into the study room. Once seated, she found it impossible to concentrate on her studies, aimlessly staring at her exam paper. After a while, seeing that Qin Yang had not returned, Lu Xinjie assumed he had left and gradually moved his chair closer to Shirhan, whispering, "Classmate, is that boy your boyfriend?" Shirhan's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed Qin Yang had been right. She nodded slightly. "Look, I'm not trying to speak ill of your boyfriend, but his manners are atrocious. He keeps talking in the study room. I don't mind. But I can't stand how he disrupts your studying. It's a disservice to you." Before Lu Xinjie could finish, the study room door swung open, and Chen Yang stepped inside. Lu Xinjie quickly turned away. Chen Yang walked over to Shirhan, flashed a smile at Lu Xinjie, and made a shushing gesture. Lu Xinjie's face flushed a deep crimson. Just moments ago, he had chastised Qin Yang for talking in the study room. Yet here he was, conversing with Shirhan, making him feel utterly hypocritical. To make matters worse, he had just spoken ill of Chen Yang, unsure if he had overheard. Chen Yang chose not to further engage with Lu Xinjie. Instead, he gently patted Shirhan, signaling her to gather her things and leave with him. Shirhan nodded, packing her exam materials before grabbing her small bag and trailing behind Qin Yang as they exited. Chapter 79. Leave? I want tea drink, and you should go too. Xie Zhongfan. I'm leaving now. All right. Qin Yang pocketed his phone, drawing Shirhan closer to him, saying in the future, try to avoid getting too close to that boy. Shirhan beamed with pride, asking, "What is this? Are you jealous? Who wants their girlfriend to be close to a boy who likes her?" Qin Yang retorted. Upon hearing this, Shirhan smiled slightly and leaned closer to Qin Yang, whispering, "What about Fang Ningning?" Qin Yang shot her a glare, exasperated that she would bring up such a sensitive topic. "That's why we broke up. Yet you still maintain a connection with her?" Shirhan replied, her expression filled with frustration. "We're just friends. Does she like you?" "No, she doesn't." Chen Yang shrugged, and Shirhan found his shamelessness amusing, pinching his arm playfully. "You're lying through your teeth." Love points 100. Qin Yang grimaced in pain. and Shirhan had just pinched him earlier that morning, and now she was at it again. Could you please stop contacting Fang Ningning? And Shirhan said, visibly upset. Chen Yang rubbed his arm, shaking his head resolutely. Love points 200. An Shirhan released her grip in irritation, turning her head away defiantly. You can't tell me who I can talk to, especially not that boy. I am going to add him tomorrow. Ignoring her, Chen Yang coolly replied, do as you wish. If you cheat, we can just break up. The mere mention of breakup lodged in Shirhan's throat, leaving her feeling suffocated. Instead of infuriating Chen Yang, it was she who felt angered, and Shirhan wanted to retort that breaking up was no big deal, but she couldn't bear to say it. Breaking up wasn't an option. Thus, she resorted to giving Chen Yang a solid punch to vent her frustration. Can't you say something sweet to me, even if it's just to appease me? And Shirhan exclaimed, her irritation evident as she stormed ahead, leaving Chen Yang behind. Observing her furious retreat, Chen Yang couldn't help but ponder whether he had been a bit too harsh on Shirhan. Just as he was lost in thought, Shirhan pivoted and returned to stand before him. What now? Chen Yang asked, perplexed. It's your fault. I haven't completed my study plan, she pouted, her brows furrowing in mock anger. Her cherry lips pursed adorably, as if she could hang a little oil pot on them. Chen Yang reached out to ruffle her hair, but Shirhan swatted his hand away. What is the issue? Where can't we study? Let us just go to the cafeteria. It's empty now. After studying, we can grab a bite, Chen Yang suggested. An Shirhan, feeling discontent, remarked, is the cafeteria truly an environment conducive to study? It is perpetually bustling with people. I was referring to the first cafeteria, where there happened to be 2 small private rooms available. An Shirhan pondered for a moment, contemplating its feasibility, and furrowed her brow as she said, but don't private rooms require payment? Oh, I called you out here. I shall bear the cost, I replied. Humph, it's not as if I lack funds, and Shirhan retorted, proudly lifting her chin. Recently, she had completed some tasks and earned quite a bit of money. I know you have money. You are quite the wealthy lady, aren't you? Chen Yang said, pulling Shirhan along as they prepared to leave. If you can't articulate properly, then refrain from speaking, and Shirhan exclaimed, her cheeks puffing up in annoyance. Upon their arrival at the first cafeteria, Chen Yang adeptly reserved a private room on his phone and let Shirhan inside. The ambience of the room was not overly luxurious, yet it far surpassed that of the study room. The seats were plush and comfortable, and the soundproofing was excellent. Once seated, Shirhan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, contemplating whether this could be her new study spot, especially since she had a system that could help her earn ample money. Suddenly, Chen Yang stood up and walked towards the exit. An Shirhan quickly inquired about his destination, but he ignored her. Is he leaving? And Shirhan's hands rested on her hips in indignation. Chen Yang is truly insufferable. I no longer wish to date him. However, moments later, Chen Yang returned with 2 cups of milk tea in hand. Having ordered them while reserving the room, he placed 1 cup beside Shirhan, saying, studying requires mental energy. Here's a little pick-me-up. Gazing at the milk tea on the table and Chen Yang by her side, Shirhan felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude. A smile crept onto her lips. Sometimes, Chen Yang could be quite thoughtful. Upon noticing the label on the milk tea, Yun Jianyu say, her eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Chen Yang. I recall this milk tea is rather expensive, isn't it? Chen Yang nodded, sipping his drink. Drink up. Why concern yourself with the price? It's not your money being spent. Didn't you give all your money to Fang Ningning? Are you really willing to buy me such an expensive drink? And Shirhan felt a mix of bitterness and sweetness in her heart. After swallowing a large gulp of milk tea, Chen Yang looked up and said, this is Ningning's favorite milk tea. Before he could finish, Shirhan hurled her cup at him, which he narrowly caught to prevent spilling. Get lost? I don't want it, and you should leave too. And Shirhan shouted angrily, points 20,000. Chen Yang, too preoccupied to notice the system's notification, recognized that Shirhan's reaction was more intense than he anticipated. He realized he had crossed a line and needed to make amends. Ah, I was just joking. Don't be upset, truly. I bought this specially for you. Chen Yang said earnestly. An Shirhan, still fuming, turned away with a cold expression. Ultimately, after Chen Yang's persistent coaxing and sincere apologies, she relented and drank the milk tea. It was delicious and helped alleviate her frustration, though it would take time for her to show Chen Yang any kindness. Understanding her mood, Chen Yang quietly sat down, refraining from bothering her, with nothing else to do. He took out his phone and began typing his novel. Though typing on a phone was less efficient and comfortable than using a keyboard, it offered convenience. He wrote a draft, planning to refine it with advanced writing skills once he returned to his dormitory. And Shirhan's study pace was slower today, but she ultimately completed her study plan. She set down her pen, finished the remaining milk tea, and cast a furtive glance at Chen Yang. Having finished his chapter, Chen Yang checked the time and announced, "I'm going to get some food. What would you like?" And Shirhan turned her head away, still harboring some irritation. Chen Yang shrugged. If she wouldn't specify, he would simply choose something. Upon returning with the meal, he discovered Shirhan had finished her drink and was lost in thought. Setting down the food, he said, "You start eating. I'll step out to grab a drink." And Shirhan snapped back to reality, eyeing the dishes Chen Yang had purchased, 3 small portions, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, all visually appealing and aromatic, undoubtedly not cheap. She hesitated, waiting for Chen Yang to return, a habit ingrained from her home life where she always waited for her grandmother before eating. Chen Yang returned with 2 cups of juice, significantly cheaper than the milk tea, yet Shirhan preferred juice. "Thank you," she murmured as she accepted the juice, indicating she was no longer holding a grudge. Chen Yang smiled and eagerly began to eat. Writing a novel demanded considerable mental effort, and he needed to replenish his energy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Zhongfan was already back, engrossed in his phone. "Have you eaten?" Chen Yang inquired. Chen Zhongfan looked up, his face lighting up with joy as he handed his phone to Chen Yang. "You arrived just in time. Help me choose a reader." Chen Yang accepted the phone, puzzled that you're buying one. "Come up, and I'll explain it to you properly," Chen Zhongfan replied, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. "What are you two conspiring about?" Yejing asked, feeling a sense of annoyance. "Nothing," both Chen Yang and Chen Zhongfan replied in unison. Yejing shot them a disapproving glance before returning to his aimless scrolling on his phone. Leaning closer, Chen Zhongfan whispered to Chen Yang, "I discussed it with Suyin. We're buying one together. I'll use it Monday through Wednesday, and she'll have it the rest of the week." Chen Yang couldn't help but give Chen Zhongfan a thumbs up. This was a splendid idea. Sharing a device would foster common interests and provide opportunities for them to meet regularly, undoubtedly strengthening their bond. "Impressive, Chen Zhongfan. You've really thought this through. Have you been deceiving me all along about your lack of romantic experience?" Chen Yang teased. "Oh, come on. It just happened to come up. Now help me choose." "I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow." Chen Yang then asked, "How much do you have?" "Suyin can contribute 400, and I can too. Making it 800, I could add a bit more." 800, Chen Yang mused, stroking his chin as suitable options quickly formed in his mind. "With 800, you can acquire a very good e-ink screen. How about this one?" He showed Chen Zhongfan his choice, which he readily accepted. "Chen Yang, thank you," Chen Zhongfan expressed, deeply moved. "All right, no need for the sappy gratitude. I merely provided the opportunity." Chen Yang descended from Chen Zhongfan's bed and approached his own desk, ready to commence writing. Earlier, due to inadvertently upsetting Shirhan, he had gained an additional 20,000 points. His total points now approached 40,000. This time, he intended to directly purchase an hour and a half of advanced writing skills, aiming to write enough for 30,000 words and submit it all for review. However, the advanced writing skills were still quite taxing on his mental and physical stamina. He felt overheated after just half an hour. And an hour and a half was daunting. Fortunately, the system had provided a stamina enhancer. Excitedly, Chen Yang summoned the system and used the stamina enhancer. "Usage successful. Please wait 5 minutes for it to take effect." Chen Yang quietly waited, and when the time elapsed, he examined himself. Externally, he appeared unchanged. There were no visible muscles, and his arms felt similar to before, though perhaps slightly firmer. "System, are you deceiving me?" The stamina enhancer significantly boosts the host's physical condition but does not alter appearance. "Oh, how does it manifest then?" Post-enhancement, the host will experience increased energy, reduced fatigue, a lower risk of illness, improved self-healing capabilities, and enhanced exercise quality. "All right, I'll give it a try." Chen Yang exhaled and purchased an hour and a half of advanced writing skills. Diving into his work, during the writing process, he genuinely felt a difference. His mind was more agile, and his fingers were free of discomfort. Before long, he completed his task and even managed to write an additional chapter before stopping. Stretching his body, he felt a wave of refreshing relief, especially in his head. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Was this the joy of creation? This stamina enhancer was quite effective. System, can I purchase it with points? Currently, the shop does not support this. If it doesn't support it, then develop it. The system fell silent. If you ignore me, I might just break up with you. I won't complete your tedious tasks anymore. Moments later, the system's voice broke the silence. Please do not make things difficult for the system. It truly faces challenges. A crying emoji appeared before Chen Yang. He chuckled, feeling quite pleased, and decided to give the system a break for today. I won't hold it against you this time, but you must prioritize the matter of items. Chen Yang, having finished his words, paid no further attention to the system. He began to search for the editor's email and, after careful consideration, decided to submit his work to the editor Xingwen. Once he sent the chapters of his novel via email, a wave of relief washed over him. Now, all he had to do was await the editor's response. Picking up his phone, he soon realized that Shirhan and Fang Ningning had sent him numerous messages. Fang Ningning inquired why he had not invited her to the library that day. And when Chen Yang failed to respond, she added that she simply wished to accompany him to the library. After receiving no reply, she grew anxious and asked what Chen Yang was up to. Eventually, when Chen Yang remained silent, Fang Ningning sent several emoticons pleading with him not to ignore her. Shirhan's messages were rather straightforward, merely asking if he could come out to accompany her the next day. After receiving no response, she followed up with a "Aren't you there?" and a few minutes later added, "You can keep busy. I'll reach out to you later." Chen Yang first replied to Fang Ningning, "I was busy earlier and didn't see your messages." Fang Ningning responded almost instantly, "You finally replied." She then asked, "What were you busy with?" "Writing a novel," Chen Yang replied. After sending that, he promptly messaged Shirhan, "Sure, I'm writing a novel." "Wow, Chen Yang, you're writing a novel? I'd love to see it." Fang Ningning replied, "Sure, but let's wait until it's published," he responded. Fang Ningning replied, sending an emoticon with stars in her eyes. At that moment, and Shirhan sent Chen Yang a message. "Are you chatting with Fang Ningning?" Chen Yang, without hesitation, replied with a simple yes. Points 5,000. "You don't even pretend." And Shirhan replied, visibly upset. "What is there to pretend? We are open and above board. We haven't done anything shameful." Points 100. "You don't have to accompany me. Go spend time with Fang Ningning, that's fine." "I don't mind," he replied. Points 2,000. Chen Yang, and Shirhan seems really angry. "Have you two broken up?" Fang Ningning messaged. No. Fang Ningning's disappointment was palpable. Shirhan had yet to message Chen Yang again, clearly still upset. Sensing the situation, Chen Yang hurriedly tried to placate her. "All right, don't be angry. I was just joking. Tomorrow at 9. I'll wait for you downstairs. Is that okay?" "Humph. Why should I wait for you?" "Fang Ningning is your girlfriend," she retorted. Points 200. "Can't you come down tomorrow at 9? A few minutes later, and Shirhan finally replied, "I can't." The next day, Chen Yang arrived punctually at the girls' dormitory. He sent Shirhan a message to remind her. Then squatted down, glancing at the system's daily task. Hug Shirhan and kiss her forehead. Reward, physical enhancement potion, weakened version. You system. Is this how you prioritize my tasks? You truly are something. Chen Yang sighed softly. At least the system was functional. It provided him a means to acquire items. Although it was a weakened version, its effects should still be significant. Chen Yang sought the potion for his parents, who had worked tirelessly for half their lives and were not in the best of health, particularly his mother, who had been suffering from frequent headaches. If he could procure the potion, it might alleviate their minor ailments. As Chen Yang messaged Shirhan, she was already preparing to come downstairs, so she soon joined him. Chen Yang, and Shirhan called softly to the dazed Chen Yang. He snapped back to reality, stood up, and looked inside, asking, "Is Ningning not coming?" Points 2000. Shirhan's expression instantly soured, and she turned to leave. Chen Yang hurriedly grabbed her arm, and she struggled, exclaiming, "Don't pull me! Let go." I spoke without thinking. Chen Yang, unsure of his own impulses, found himself teasing Shirhan more often than not. Shirhan, arms crossed and pouting, said, "You're truly annoying. You've ruined my good mood." Just then, a voice piped up from behind, "What are you planning to do?" Upon hearing it, and Shirhan's expression darkened even further, the atmosphere around them dropping several degrees. It was Fang Ningning, who had come running. Realizing Shirhan was missing, she had come down to check, worried she might be searching for Chen Yang again. "Why did you come down?" Chen Yang awkwardly scratched his nose. He had just asked about Fang Ningning's absence, and now she appeared, making it hard for Shirhan not to assume he had summoned her. Points 1000. Indeed, and Shirhan glared at Qinyang, saying, Qinyang, you're really too much. Approaching Qinyang, she wrapped her arms around his, addressing Fang Ningning, I want to be with my boyfriend. What are you doing here? Love points 10. Fang Ningning scoffed. I just came down for a walk. Why do you care? Then you can walk. We're leaving, and Shirhan replied, pulling Qinyang away. Fang Ningning attempted to follow, but Qinyang halted. Stopping Shirhan in her tracks to Shirhan, tugging at Qinyang, found him unyielding, assuming he was waiting for Fang Ningning. Feeling utterly dejected, she momentarily wished to abandon this relationship altogether. Points 10, 000. Turning to Fang Ningning, Qinyang said, Ningning, could you go back upstairs and tell Suyin that it seems Xie Zhongfan is looking for her? Huh? Fang Ningning paused, then, upon seeing Qinyang's expression, realized he was asking her to leave. Grudgingly, she returned to the dormitory, her displeasure evident. Sighing in relief, Qinyang was glad to see Fang Ningning depart. He had already upset Shirhan, and he certainly did not wish to further exacerbate her feelings by allowing Fang Ningning to stay. Regardless of how much Shirhan might dislike him, he could not expect her to endure such humiliation. He feared she might explode in anger at any moment. Once Fang Ningning had left, Shirhan's mood improved significantly, tightening her grip on Qinyang's arm. Thankfully, Qinyang had some sense and had not gone too far. Why did you send your ex-girlfriend away? Just let her tag along. It'd be nice to have both of us together, Shirhan mockingly remarked. Well, should we wait for Ningning? Qinyang tentatively suggested. Points 200. Shirhan extended her hand and pinched Qinyang's waist firmly. Despite his enhanced physique, his waist remained a sensitive spot, and her pinch stung, prompting him to gasp in surprise. Don't go overboard. Understood. Qinyang winced, rubbing his waist. Shirhan's grip was indeed formidable. After a playful scuffle, Shirhan's irritation had mostly dissipated, and it was time to focus on the day's objectives. Today, she had called Qinyang out primarily to earn love points. After some exploration, she had gleaned the basic method to accumulate these points. Where shall we go? Qinyang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Shirhan suggested, how about we take a stroll outside the campus? Sounds good. The two strolled towards the school gate, with Shirhan clutching Qinyang's arm. After walking a short distance outside the campus, the system chimed in. Love points 200. Shirhan smiled slightly, squeezing Qinyang's arm closer, resting her head on his shoulder. Surprisingly, she found this position quite comforting. However, Qinyang's arm began to ache under the strain, and he gently propped Shirhan's head up, saying, loosen up a bit. Let my arm move, Shirhan shot him an unhappy glare. How could he be displeased with such a beautiful girl embracing him? Feeling genuinely sore, Qinyang shook his arm a bit, finding some relief before relinquishing it back to Shirhan. She playfully slapped his arm, raising her head haughtily, still unwilling to relinquish her embrace. Love points 200. Shirhan felt a flicker of confusion. She hadn't engaged in particularly intimate actions just now, so why had she still earned love points? Qinyang, unfazed, wrapped his arm around Shirhan's waist, causing her to stiffen momentarily. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to hold her waist, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. Her waist was slender and soft, and once he embraced her, he was reluctant to let go. Shirhan, enveloped in Qinyang's arms, so different from when she had merely clung to his arm, felt an electric thrill coursing through her body. Without giving her a moment to think, Qinyang adjusted his hold, pulling her fully into his embrace, and Shirhan found herself pressed closely against him, his warmth enveloping her, rendering her limbs rigid. The scent of Qinyang enveloped her, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her face flushed crimson, caught between anxiety and exhilaration. Love points 500. Shirhan still found herself struggling to adapt to such a sudden and intimate embrace. Instinctively, she attempted to escape, pushing Qinyang away with her hand. Qinyang, who had initially intended to seize the opportunity to complete his task, quickly released his grip upon feeling her pushed, and Shirhan immediately sprang away like a startled little rabbit, evading Qinyang's trap. The two stood silently in place, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward yet tinged with an air of ambiguity. Eventually, Shirhan lowered her head and moved beside Qinyang, gently extending her arms to tenderly wrap around his. The warmth of her touch once more enveloped his arm, with her gaze cast downward, and Shirhan softly murmured, "You doubt we're too sudden. I am finding it a bit difficult to adjust." Love Points 800. Chapter 82. Snacking. Chen Yang too realized that he had been rather abrupt. Awkwardly, he rubbed the bridge of his nose, cleared his throat, and lifted his foot to leave, only to be halted by Shirhan's grip. Confused, he turned to look at her, to his surprise, and Shirhan was slightly on her tiptoes. Attempting to kiss him, Chen Yang instinctively tilted his head back, and with their height difference, Shirhan found it challenging to reach him. In astonishment, Chen Yang covered Shirhan's mouth with his hand, exclaiming, "No, I was the one who was sudden. Your actions are even more unexpected." Flustered and annoyed, Shirhan swatted Chen Yang's hand away. His palm was clammy, leaving a salty residue on her lips, which she disdainfully spat out a few times, vigorously wiping her mouth. Love Points 200. With an irritated glance at Chen Yang, Shirhan thought to herself that had they kissed, perhaps the love points would have soared into the thousands. "Why did you suddenly try to kiss me?" Chen Yang asked, thoroughly puzzled. Just moments ago, Shirhan had been startled by his embrace, blushing furiously. Now, it seemed inconceivable for her to suddenly wish to kiss him. Was it possible that Shirhan was suffering from a split personality? "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to kiss you now?" Shirhan retorted, her tone sharp. Chen Yang casually replied, "Well, you do have bad breath." This remark only served to further infuriate Shirhan. She attempted to pinch Chen Yang's arm, but he held her firmly in place. She then sought to pinch his waist, only to be evaded once more, and eventually, both of her hands were captured by him. Fuming, Shirhan struggled against his grip, exclaiming, "Let me go, you jerk. I brush my teeth every day. Who has bad breath? Explain yourself." I do. All right. My breath is the worst." Chen Yang sighed. Feeling a headache coming on, he released Shirhan to brush off the dirt from his legs. Standing with her arms crossed, Shirhan contemplated that to earn points, she needed to engage in intimate actions. Yet, while Chen Yang's advances made her sensitive and uncomfortable, when she took the initiative, he sometimes did not cooperate. It was exasperating. Why couldn't Chen Yang simply heed her words? Stepping forward slightly, her eyes glinting with unyielding authority, she spoke in a commanding tone. "Chen Yang, from now on, you must not act so suddenly with those intimate gestures towards me. Do you understand? However, if I wish to hug or kiss you, you are not permitted to resist." Chen Yang shot her an incredulous glance. "Why should I listen to you? I am your girlfriend. I have the right." Shirhan declared with conviction, "Fine, I understand not making any intimate gestures towards you. But one thing I don't comprehend is why, if I choose to hug or kiss you, I must not resist?" Chen Yang challenged. "Boys have the right to refuse intimate contact too. I am your girlfriend," Shirhan retorted, puffing out her cheeks in dissatisfaction at his objection. "I don't care," Chen Yang replied as he prepared to walk away. He sometimes felt that Shirhan's controlling nature was rather excessive. Her strong reaction to Fang Ning might be attributed to her desire for control. Shirhan was on the verge of being infuriated by Chen Yang. She hurried to catch up with him. His lack of cooperation made it challenging for her to earn love points. "Hold my hand as we walk," she insisted, trailing behind him. Chen Yang continued forward. Ignoring her entirely, "Chen Yang, hold my hand." Upon checking the intimacy level, Chen Yang noticed it had decreased by 2 points, which only fueled his desire to ignore Shirhan. The more Chen Yang disregarded her, the more stubborn Shirhan became, determined to have him comply. Like a compressed spring, she aimed to rebound, and Shirhan jogged a step ahead and seized Chen Yang's shirt, halting his progress. She quickly wrapped her arms around his, glaring at him as she demanded, "Why are you ignoring me?" "Because you are being unreasonable," he replied. "I am not being unreasonable. I merely want you to hold my hand as we walk together." "Your earlier command was unreasonable," Chen Yang countered. With tears welling in her eyes, Shirhan's voice quivered. "I don't want you to have any contact with Fang Ning. You refuse to listen, spending time with her and making me angry. Now, you can't even fulfill this small request of mine. You're insufferable." Seeing Shirhan's pitiful expression, Chen Yang's heart softened. He sighed, his tone softening as he extended his hand, saying, "All right, come here." "What for?" Shirhan rubbed her eyes and inquired. "To hold your hand as we walk," he replied. "I'm already holding your arm. Is that not enough?" Shirhan retorted, her annoyance evident. "Fine, whether you hold it or not is up to you," Chen Yang retorted. retracting his hand and continuing on his way. Dating truly was quite troublesome, and Shirhan felt a surge of irritation. Despite holding onto Chen Yang's arm, she mentally berated him repeatedly, oblivious to the fact that her embrace had not triggered any system notifications. As they passed a stall selling snacks, Chen Yang glanced around, his appetite piqued. He approached a food vendor and ordered 2 skewers of grilled gluten and 3 sausages, please. Coming right up, the vendor swiftly began grilling the skewers over charcoal. In no time, a delightful aroma wafted through the air as the vendor brushed on sauces and spices, placing the grilled gluten and sausages into bags. Handing the food to Chen Yang, the vendor noticed Shirhan's eyes glistening as she clung to Chen Yang's arm. He smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Young man, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Treat her well." Chen Yang chuckled lightly, stealing a glance at Shirhan, who appeared somewhat pleased with herself. He offered one of the skewers to her, asking, "Would you like to have some?" Shirhan averted her gaze in annoyance. With a sigh, Chen Yang brought the skewer closer to her mouth, surprising her into catching it with her hand. "Hurry up and eat. I don't want people thinking I'm mistreating you," he said, taking a bite of another skewer himself, savoring its delightful flavor. Shirhan's face lit up with a faint smile as she took a small bite, finding it still hot and instinctively blowing on it. Nearby, another vendor sold cold noodles, and Chen Yang leaned down to ask the munching Shirhan, "Would you like to try some cold noodles?" Shirhan shook her head, and Chen Yang nodded, approaching the stall to order 1 serving of cold noodles. Shirhan quietly enjoyed her grilled gluten. Her grievances began to dissipate with each bite. Chen Yang quickly finished his skewers, discarding the wooden sticks into an empty bag before moving on to the sausages. After finishing 1 sausage, he noticed that Shirhan was almost done with her gluten, so he extended the sausage towards her. This time, she accepted it without refusal, quickly finishing off the remaining gluten before taking the sausage from his hand. Shirhan handed Chen Yang the wooden stick from her gluten, which he accepted and placed into the same plastic bag, intending to find a trash bin to dispose of it later. The cold noodles were ready, and Chen Yang took the dish from the vendor, balancing it with the hand that Shirhan was holding. He opened the plastic bag to reveal 2 small skewers sticking out from the noodles. Chen Yang picked one up, spearing a piece of cold noodle, and said to Shirhan, "Give this a try." With the sausage still in her hand, Shirhan happily accepted the treat, thoroughly enjoying the attentive service. She took a bite, finding the flavor not particularly extraordinary, yet its texture was unique. She didn't dislike it and even wished for more. Love points 5000. Shirhan blinked in surprise, looking at Chen Yang with delight. Chapter 83. A nonchalant attitude. Is it truly that delicious? Chen Yang placed the skewer he had used to feed Shirhan into the box of cold noodles, then retrieved a clean one. Seeing Chen Yang's actions, Shirhan felt a twinge of displeasure. He was being dismissive again. However, having directly earned 5,000 love points, combined with the scattered points previously acquired, she was close to being able to make a purchase. There were numerous items in the shop that Shirhan had no use for. The exceptional calculation tool was somewhat beneficial, enhancing her mathematical abilities, which would be helpful during exams. Yet, the item most valuable to her at present was cash. 2,000 points for 20,000 in cash. She eagerly made the purchase, saving the remainder for next week when she hoped to see new items in the shop. She wondered if there might be an item that could compel her boyfriend to listen. As she pondered, she completed the cash transaction, and soon her phone pinged with confirmation of the deposit. Joy flooded her heart. Earning money had been so effortless. Happily, Shirhan took a bite of the sausage, finding its flavor improved significantly. "Would you like to try anything else?" Chen Yang inquired, looking down at her. Shirhan tilted her head back, asking, "What else is there that's delicious?" Chen Yang pondered for a moment, glancing around. When he heard the vendor shouting about selling hairy eggs, he then inquired, "Would you like to try some hairy eggs?" Shirhan immediately scrunched her little face and shook her head, exclaiming, "No way, that's so disgusting. Stinky tofu." "Chen Yang, are you doing this on purpose?" She discontentedly shook his arm. "What's wrong?" "I think they're quite tasty," Chen Yang replied, moving towards the stinky tofu stall, but Shirhan quickly pulled him back, saying, "You can't buy that. I want to eat, and no way. If you eat it, don't come near me. Who would want to be near you, anyway?" After saying this, Chen Yang suddenly remembered that he had yet to complete his task for the day. If he indulged in such heavy flavors, Shirhan would definitely refuse to let him kiss her. With a resigned wave of his hand, he said, "All right then, if you don't want to eat, let's go explore elsewhere." Upon seeing Chen Yang acquiesce, a victorious look illuminated Ensure Han's face, and her mood brightened considerably. As they passed a clothing store, Ensure Han's interest was piqued. Having just earned 20,000 yuan, she was eager to purchase some items. Thus, she pulled Chen Yang to a stop. Upon noticing it was a clothing store and seeing Ensure Han prepare to enter, his expression immediately fell. "You want to buy clothes?" "Yes. How about I go browse elsewhere?" "Why?" Ensure Han asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "It's just that maybe we should buy clothes online instead," Chen Yang tentatively suggested. Holding on to his last glimmer of hope, "Since we're already here, why not take a look? Buying clothes online means waiting, and when they arrive, they might not even fit right," she reasoned. Chen Yang sighed in resignation and, extremely reluctant, followed Ensure Han into the clothing store. He hoped her shopping wouldn't drag on like it did with Yin Yun and Fang Ningning. However, he was ultimately let down. Ensure Han's enthusiasm soared as she entered the store, moving from one rack to another, trying on this piece and that, seemingly inexhaustible in her energy. Chen Yang sat at the mirror, propping his chin in his hand, staring blankly at his own reflection. Emerging from the fitting room in a new outfit, Ensure Han stood before Chen Yang and asked, "Chen Yang, what do you think of this one?" Chen Yang's eyes stiffly turned. Ensure Han looked stunning in her new attire. Yet he was too disinterested to appreciate it, slowly nodding in a lackluster manner. His dismissive attitude deeply displeased Ensure Han, who glared at him with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a notification chimed, "Points 300. Chen Yang was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Ensure Han. How could she be jealous over something as trivial as buying clothes? Unbeknownst to him, Fang Ningning often boasted in their dorm about her new outfits, while simultaneously praising Chen Yang for being so attentive and considerate. Ensure Han, being Fang Ningning's roommate, had heard enough of it. Previously dismissive of Fang Ningning's comments, Ensure Han now felt an overwhelming sense of unfairness. Why did Chen Yang display such patience with Fang Ningning when he was so dismissive towards her? Was Fang Ningning truly that exceptional? Was she not worthy of the same treatment? Without saying much, Ensure Han turned and returned to the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged, kicking Chen Yang in frustration before attempting to leave. Chen Yang quickly grasped her wrist, pulling her back as he asked, "Why are you angry again? How can you even ask why I'm angry?" Ensure Han retorted, fuming, I haven't done anything." Chen Yang replied, bewildered. "What kind of attitude is that?" "My attitude." Realization dawned on Chen Yang. It was his dismissive demeanor that had provoked her ire. All right, I admit my attitude was poor. But when I accompany someone to shop for clothes or shoes, I tend to lose interest over time. It's just how I am. Regardless of who I'm with, I don't believe you. I bet you were not like this when you went shopping with Fang Ningning." Ensure Han shot back, her eyes ablaze. Points 600. Chen Yang suddenly understood the depth of Ensure Han's frustration. He couldn't help but smile, realizing that he had been teasing her too much lately, making her overly sensitive. Especially in comparison to Fang Ningning, I truly am like this. It's a habit my mother instilled in me. When I was younger, she would drag me around shopping for clothes, taking forever in each store, and I would end up terrified at the sight of clothing shops. If you don't believe me, you can call my mother and ask her," Chen Yang said, pulling out his phone to share his mother's number. Ensure Han, of course, hesitated to call his mother, but Chen Yang's patient explanation eased her anger, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty for lashing out at him. "I actually thought the outfit you wore earlier was quite nice. Just go with that one, and if you don't like it, you can always look for something else," Chen Yang said with a smile, radiating warmth in Ensure Han's eyes. "Honestly, I didn't find that one appealing," she replied, returning the garment to its place. Chen Yang's smile faltered. He had merely been polite, so why was Ensure Han still seeking more options? He wanted to slap himself for being too chatty. "Just take that one. It's perfectly fine." As Ensure Han returned the previous outfit, she picked up another dress and began to head to the fitting room. Halfway there, she reconsidered and turned back to Chen Yang, suddenly wrapping her arms around him and planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Points 1000. In that moment, Ensure Han's intention was simple, to make amends with Chen Yang while seizing the opportunity to earn points. It was peculiar how, when Chen Yang initiated a hug, Ensure Han felt overwhelmed, but when she took the initiative, it felt comfortable and natural. However, what surprised her next was Chen Yang's reaction. He cupped her face with both hands and leaned closer. At that instant, and Han thought Chen Yang was going to kiss her, causing her to panic. "Not here, too many people," she exclaimed, but before she could finish, Chen Yang lightly kissed her forehead and quickly released her. Points 1500. Chapter 84. The Desire for Control. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Chen Yang flashed a broad smile at the slightly bewildered Han, saying, "You should hurry and change. I'll pay for you later." Han's cheeks flushed as she turned to the fitting room, clutching her clothes, and replied, "No need, I have my own money." Once inside, she closed the door, set down the clothes, and looked at her reflection in the mirror, feeling her face warm. Han felt disoriented. After Chen Yang kissed her, she sensed her body trembling. Additionally, she was acutely aware of a deep-seated aversion. She despised Chen Yang's boldness. "What is wrong with me?" Han was engulfed in confusion. Feeling as if she were ill, she tried to calm herself down and absent-mindedly began trying on clothes. Yet, while dressing, her mind kept racing with thoughts of whether Chen Yang kissed Fang Ningning in the same manner. Points 300. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Yang was startled, wondering why Han could feel jealousy over trying on clothes. Just as Han emerged in her new outfit, Chen Yang immediately applauded, exclaiming, "It looks great. Han, this outfit suits you perfectly. Let us choose." "Chen Yang, please don't initiate hugs or kisses with me in the future," Han said, visibly annoyed. "Huh?" Chen Yang stared at her in disbelief. Han stepped closer and reiterated, "I dislike it when you hug or kiss me without prompting. Do you understand?" Chen Yang blinked in confusion but nodded. Han exhaled, turning back to the fitting room. Chen Yang scratched his head. If Han truly disliked his affection, then why did she initiate it? Perhaps it was because her feelings for him were not genuine, and her actions were merely influenced by that mysterious auxiliary device. Chen Yang chuckled, deciding that he would simply avoid touching Han in the future, which wouldn't hinder his point accumulation. Han purchased 3 outfits, spending nearly 2,000 yuan. Chen Yang intended to pay but was refused by Han, and he chose not to insist, finding it preferable as it saved him money. As noon approached, Chen Yang and Han exited the clothing store. Discussing where to grab a bite nearby, Han still clung to Chen Yang's arm, and he shrugged, choosing not to confront her about it. On their way, they unexpectedly ran into familiar classmates, the class monitor, Shun Mingli, and her friend, Yang Jing. Shun Mingli sported a neat bob cut, appearing quite demure, but her true nature was far more complex than her calm facade suggested. In class, Shun Mingli was meticulous and efficient, commanding great respect. Just one glare from her could make anyone's legs tremble. Though she rarely scolded anyone, she was quite amiable outside of class. However, when she did become stern, she was fiercer than a tiger. On the other side, Yang Jing appeared rather distinct in the class. With her charmingly lively visage, she caught the eye effortlessly. However, she had a penchant for novelty, frequently experimenting with whimsical trends, adorning her face with stickers and embellishing her hair with various ornaments. She often sported imaginative hairstyles that were quite eccentric. Despite receiving admonishments from the instructor on multiple occasions regarding her appearance, Yang Jing persisted in her ways after a brief period of modification. "Ah, Shun Yang!" exclaimed Shun Mingli with delight as she greeted him. Yang Jing, holding Shun Mingli's hand, flashed a smile at Chen Yang while extending her other hand in salutation. "What a coincidence, class monitor. Are you out here for some fun as well?" Chen Yang responded warmly, returning the gesture. Shun Mingli, pulling Yang Jing a step forward, remarked, "It's not like I wanted to." She insisted on trying something new with her hair. "Did you notice the difference?" Chen Yang had not engaged much with Yang Jing. Thus he had overlooked the change initially. However, upon closer inspection, he could indeed discern a transformation, although he could not quite pinpoint what it was, only that she appeared more polished than before. "You look lovely," he complimented politely. Yang Jing chuckled awkwardly, while Shun Mingli burst into laughter, teasingly adding, "Actually, I was just kidding." Yang Jing got a tongue piercing. "Huh? A tongue piercing?" Chen Yang, unfamiliar with such things, was momentarily taken aback. Yang Jing slowly extended her tongue to show him, revealing a metallic bar piercing through the center, with beads adorning either end. The sight made Chen Yang wince, feeling a sympathetic ache in his own tongue. "Doesn't that hurt?" he inquired. "Not really. It gets better with time," Yang Jing replied, retracting her tongue with some difficulty. "I told her not to do it, but she wanted to try. So here we are," Shun Mingli said, casting a resigned glance at Yang Jing. Truth be told, Chun Yang found it hard to understand this decision. Piercing one's tongue seemed not only prone to infection, but also likely to disrupt daily life. However, personal preferences and choices belong to individuals. And he felt it was not his place to interfere. Is she your girlfriend? Shin Mengli, having noticed in Shirhan and aware of her previous confession to Chen Yang, felt a mix of curiosity and surprise. Yes, Chen Yang nodded slightly. Meanwhile, and Shirhan frowned slightly, observing the animated exchange between Chen Yang and the two girls, feeling an uncomfortable pang as if her cherished doll had been taken away without her consent. She is truly beautiful, Shin Mingli sincerely praised. Yang Jing, blinking her eyes in delight, turned to Shirhan and said, Sister, with your beauty, there's a hairstyle I believe would suit you perfectly. Would you like to give it a try? And Shirhan politely shook her head. We won't disturb you two any longer. We shall take our leave, Shin Mingli said, grasping Yang Jing's hand. Chen Yang waved them goodbye. As he watched Shin Mingli and Yang Jing depart, Chun Yang pondered thoughtfully. Points 50. Huh? Turning to Shirhan, he asked, Are you feeling jealous again? And Shirhan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chen Yang had noticed. Are you quite familiar with them? She questioned, her brow furrowed. Chen Yang shook his head. We share a class, but we don't interact much. Yet you managed to converse so extensively, and Shirhan retorted, visibly displeased. Chen Yang felt that Shirhan was being unreasonable, responding, We hardly spoke at all. Chen Yang, and Shirhan, irritated by his defiance, declared, From now on, you are not permitted to converse with any other girls. Not a single word. What? Chen Yang glanced at his intimacy level, which had plummeted to 30. And Shirhan despised him, yet sought to control him. This was nothing more than selfish possessiveness on her part, and Shirhan was simply exhibiting her strong desire for control. Chen Yang, feeling unperturbed, placed his hands behind his head and replied nonchalantly, You can't dictate my actions. I am your girlfriend. So what? Chen Yang countered. Chen Yang, and Shirhan, exasperated, continued, Enough. My mother only oversees my marriage matters. She doesn't interfere with other aspects of my life. You're not my mother. So why are you so meddlesome? Ning Ning is far easier to deal with than you. Keep this up, and I might just find another girlfriend. Points 50, 000. In Chapter 85, Chen Yang limped down to the dormitory building, leaning against a large tree while groaning in discomfort. He had spoken hastily and regrettably incurred Shirhan's wrath, resulting in her pinching him repeatedly, while walking, during meals, and even while shopping, after pinching his waist. She had moved on to his arms, and then to his legs. Unable to retaliate against a woman, he considered fleeing, but Shirhan clung to him tightly, making it impossible to escape, especially in public. To outsiders, their relationship appeared intimate, yet unbeknownst to them, and Shirhan's petite hands had left numerous marks on Chen Yang's body. Not only was his lower back bruised, but his arms and legs were also swollen and reddened. Nonetheless, he had brought this upon himself by speaking without thought. Given Shirhan's 50,000 points, he had no choice but to endure the discomfort. Women can be so ruthless, Chen Yang lamented quietly to Shirhan. Overhearing him, shot him a cold glance and approached, lifting his shirt to inspect his back. Chen Yang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly protested, Come on, we're at school now. Can't you let me be? And Shirhan snorted, surprised at the extent of the bruises she had inflicted. She had not realized she had been so forceful. Throughout their journey, Chen Yang had remained stoic, feeling a twinge of guilt. She suggested, Why don't you wait here while I fetch some medicine for you? Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Shirhan promptly jogged to the nearby infirmary and returned with a spray to relieve bruising and discomfort. Let me help you apply it, she offered. Chen Yang shook his head. How can you help me outside? I need to take off my shirt. I'll find Xie Zhongfan to assist me instead. Feeling remorseful? And Shirhan handed him the spray and asked, Why did you endure all this without saying anything? You could have told me that I did, didn't I? I've mentioned several times how much it hurt. But you were too preoccupied with pinching me, Chen Yang replied, a bit irritated. He moved a little too vigorously, causing a sharp pain to shoot through him, prompting him to slow his movements. Then why didn't you push me away? How could I? You were so close. I would have had to exert considerable force to push you away without hurting you further. Are you really willing to let me bully you? Not at all. Chen Yang rolled his eyes. Who enjoys being bullied? But I spoke out of turn and offended you. So you wouldn't have pinched me so hard if you weren't angry. and Shirhan nervously fidgeted with her hands. Feeling increasingly guilty as Chen Yang displayed such understanding, at that moment, her previous anger faded, replaced solely by remorse and truth. Chen Yang wasn't in excruciating pain. While the situation appeared severe, his enhanced physique alleviated much of the discomfort. When Shirhan pinched him, it felt akin to a minor insect bite, and his remarkable self-healing abilities meant he had no need to appear so pitiful. However, maintaining a facade of suffering seemed necessary to justify his endurance throughout the ordeal. "All right, I'm heading back." Chen Yang bid farewell to Shirhan and slowly walked into the dormitory building. Shirhan stood beneath the tree watching him depart, reflecting that Chen Yang was quite decent, at least far better than her despicable father. The pleasant weekend had drawn to a close, ushering in the dreaded Monday. Chen Yang found himself stifling yawns in class, as the day's lectures proved dreadfully tedious. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. He opened it to discover an update on his submitted novel. "Your work is excellent and eligible for a contract. Please contact me promptly." Soon after, a friend request notification appeared. Upon clicking it, he recognized the username as Editor Xingwen. Accepting the request, he thought, "Editor, can I simply submit my work now?" Xingwen quickly replied, "Yes, just remember to select Group 1 and let me know your pen name." Xiang Yang. Chen Yang's choice stemmed from the auspicious connotation of joyous and vibrant. His parents had initially intended to name him Chen Shi, but his grandfather found it unappealing, leading to the eventual name Chen Yang. Huh? Xingwen seemed momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a pen name. However, given the myriad of unique author pseudonyms, it was not unusual. "Have you had prior writing experience?" Xingwen inquired. "None. Never published any works? A complete newcomer?" "Yes, this is my first attempt at writing a novel. Honestly, I find it hard to believe you're a novice. At first, I thought you were a seasoned author using a pseudonym." Xingwen continued, "If you truly are writing for the first time, I must say, you are a genius, perfectly suited for this craft. I can assure you that you possess the potential for great success. Just maintain the same quality for half of your 30,000 words." Chen Yang had anticipated this, knowing that mastery in web fiction writing was no trivial matter. "Thank you, editor. I will submit my work immediately." "Great. I'll prepare the contract for you. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." Chen Yang entered the writer's assistant, initially submitting 3 chapters before setting his phone aside, as the class was about to conclude. And Shirhan sent him a message. "Chen Yang, wait for me a moment. I'll find you after class." "All right." After exiting the chat interface, Chen Yang casually clicked on the writer's assistant to check his status and discovered that a contract notification had already been sent to him. It was an online signing, remarkably swift. Chen Yang filled in his identification card and bank card information, signed his name, and submitted it. Once he completed these tasks, class had ended. Chen Yang turned to Xie Zhongfan and said, "You can go ahead. I'll wait for Shirhan." Xie Zhongfan chuckled as he patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and stood to leave. Suddenly, Chen Yang pondered why he couldn't ask Shirhan to bring Suyin along. If Xie Zhongfan left with him, wouldn't Suyin then have more opportunities to interact with Xie Zhongfan? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Suyin had always walked with Ning Ning, and if Shirhan brought Suyin over, Ning Ning would be left alone, and Suyin could never abandon Ning Ning. Just as Chen Yang was caught in this dilemma, a clamor erupted from outside the door. Stepping out, he was surprised to find not only Shirhan but also Fang Ningning. Suyin and Lin Shi had arrived. "Why are you all here?" Chen Yang asked, bewildered as he looked at Shirhan, wondering how she had managed to gather her dormitory mate. Shirhan shot a glare at Fang Ningning and then turned to Chen Yang, saying, "You can ask her." Fang Ningning, with a lollipop in her mouth, nonchalantly replied, "I'm Chen Yang's friend. What's wrong with me coming to find him?" As she spoke, Fang Ningning retrieved a lollipop from her pocket and offered it to Chen Yang, who accepted it casually. Points 500. Chen Yang glanced at Suyin, who shyly tugged at Fang Ningning's sleeve and said, "Ningning asked me to accompany her." Chen Yang then turned to Lin Shi, who stood next to Shirhan with her arms crossed, her demeanor somewhat aloof as she remarked, "I'm worried that Shirhan might get bullied, so I came to keep her company." Observing the 4 girls before him, Chen Yang felt his head buzzing. Chapter 86. Treating Shirhan well. Thus, Chen Yang found himself walking alongside the 4 lovely young ladies. "So, how's the candy?" And Shirhan asked coldly. Chen Yang pulled the lollipop from his mouth and held it near Shirhan, inquiring, "It's quite sweet. Would you like to try?" "Get lost, that's disgusting," and Shirhan snapped, swatting Chen Yang's hand away. "Chen Yang, the flavor I'm having is delicious. You should try it." Fang Ningning eagerly offered her lollipop to him. Chen Yang, however, pushed her aside gently by her neck and said, "Stop messing around." Fang Ningning huffed in dissatisfaction, returning the candy to her mouth. "How shameless," Enshirhan muttered in annoyance. Fang Ningning shot a glare at Enshirhan, while Su Yin quickly pulled Fang Ningning back. Lin Shi's gaze also bore disdain for Fang Ningning, finding her utterly irritating for still clinging to Chen Yang despite their breakup. Enshirhan wrapped her arm around Chen Yang's, subtly lifting his short sleeve to reveal that the bruises on his arm had significantly faded, which alleviated her worry. Love points 10. Watching the ambiguous interaction between the two, Fang Ningning felt an overwhelming pang of jealousy. She desperately wanted to kick Enshirhan away and embrace Chen Yang herself. Yet, she felt she lacked the standing to do so and could only watch helplessly as Enshirhan claimed Chen Yang for herself. "What would you like to eat? I'll buy it for you," Enshirhan asked softly. Chen Yang shook his head and replied, "No need." Rejected once more, Enshirhan felt quite displeased. She relished being in control. Yet Chen Yang consistently defied her words and commands, which infuriated her. However, with Fang Ningning present, Enshirhan had to suppress her emotions and acquiesce to Chen Yang for now. Su Yin and Lin, she sensed the tension between them and exchanged glances. Shaking their heads in resignation, they recognized that the source of the awkwardness stemmed from Chen Yang. Who would have thought that among the 4 dorm members, 2 would fall for the same person? If this were a storyline on television, it might be entertaining, but experiencing it in real life was rather disheartening. Throughout their journey, Fang Ningning continuously sought opportunities to approach Chen Yang, only to be thwarted by Enshirhan. Chen Yang felt increasingly fatigued trying to mediate between them. While having Fang Ningning around made earning points easier, the rivalry between the 2 women was beginning to wear on him. After finishing their meal, Chen Yang intended to take a short nap, but just as he was drifting off, a message popped up on his phone. Squinting, he picked up his phone from the bedside to see it was from Lin Shi. "Chen Yang, I think you're being a bit excessive." Chen Yang yawned and typed back, "What's the matter? You've already promised Enshirhan that you two are in a relationship, so please refrain from contacting Ningning any further. It would be unfair to Enshirhan. You witnessed today's situation. If you continue to maintain contact with Ningning, your relationship with Enshirhan is destined to be short-lived, and you will inevitably break up." After reading Lin Shi's extensive message, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Destined to be short-lived? Of course, it would be, as Enshirhan wasn't genuinely interested in a romantic relationship with him. Her motives in dating him were merely to exploit the benefits provided by the system. Chen Yang was unaware of what benefits the system intended to grant Enshirhan and had no interest in finding out. Currently, his intimacy with Enshirhan was at 29, a figure achieved with the system's assistance in maintaining a baseline of 25. Chen Yang had previously been puzzled by Enshirhan's reluctance to allow him to initiate any physical contact. Now, he understood. Her subconscious aversion stemmed from a deep-seated dislike for him. Without the system's intervention, Enshirhan's feelings would be purely rooted in disdain, but the system had complicated her emotions. An intimacy level of 25 was relatively high, indicative of a foundational fondness. Thus, when Chen Yang held Enshirhan's hand in the study room, her bashfulness was apparent. Without the system, she would have been adept at concealing her disdain. Chen Yang had come to this realization the previous night. He also grasped why the second incentive from the system required Enshirhan to feel jealousy to earn points. It was because of her strong desire for control. Regardless of her feelings, anything that belonged to her was off-limits to others. Chen Yang was akin to her possession, forbidden from resisting her and always expected to remain under her control. Luckily, with Fang Ningning around, much of Enshirhan's attention was diverted away from Chen Yang, sparing him from her intense need for control. It was only yesterday, during their private moments, that he recognized the extent of her controlling nature. Subsequently, Lin Shi sent another lengthy message. "Chen Yang, Enshirhan is truly pitiable. She and her mother have suffered at the hands of her father, which has made her fiercely independent and strong. She has endured much to reach this point and has faced considerable hardships. She once confided in me that she does not believe in true love, that it is all a deception. However, now that she has developed feelings for you, it shows that she has wavered. Please do not deceive her or allow her to experience further pain." Alright, after reading this, Chen Yang recalled Enshirhan's words in the corridor, where she spoke about her family now. Seeing Lin Shi's message, he felt that perhaps Enshirhan had not been lying. She had indeed suffered harm from her biological father. This might explain her lack of security and her resultant controlling tendencies. Not believing in love? Chen Yang furrowed his brows, deep in thought. It made sense why Ensure Han did not like him yet still wanted to pursue a relationship. Partly, it was due to the system, but another reason was her disbelief in love. Seeing it as merely a tool for deception and exploitation, viewed in this light, Ensure Han was indeed quite unfortunate. After all, she had a scoundrel of a father who inflicted such great harm upon her. Failing to shoulder the responsibilities of a family, relying on his wife to support the household, was already despicable enough, but to have the audacity to engage in extramarital affairs and bring another woman home? That was beyond contempt. Even worse, he resorted to domestic violence, injuring his wife's eye so severely that it bled. Calling him an animal was an insult to animals. When Chen Yang first heard Ensure Han recount her experiences, he felt an overwhelming sense of anger and sympathy for her plight. Reflecting on it now, he felt the same sentiments wash over him. The image of the seemingly aloof girl surfaced in Chen Yang's mind, easily recalling her indignation at being bullied by him. Yet he found it challenging to envision her as a child yearning for her mother's comfort in the dark of night. With a sigh, Chen Yang resolved to treat Ensure Han with more tenderness in their future interactions. He replied to Lin Shi, "I understand." "Good. Chen Yang, it's great that you understand. Ensure Han is a good girl. She likes you. So you must treat her sincerely." Chen Yang truly wished to express that his intentions had always been genuine. It was Ensure Han who lacked sincerity. What exactly is the system, this task assistant? Previously indifferent, Chen Yang now found himself suddenly intrigued. System. No permissions. Reveal a little. System. No permissions. Are you enticing Ensure Han with rewards? The system fell silent. Chapter 87. The Mathematical Conundrum. That night, in the library study room, Ensure Han frustratedly raked her fingers through her hair. Not far away, Le Xinjie felt a stir within him. In the past, he might have hesitated to act for fear of disturbing the goddess. But now that the goddess had a boyfriend, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He had to take action to reclaim his beloved. Le Xinjie did not feel he lacked opportunities. He had encountered Chen Yang, who appeared rather unremarkable, even less attractive in his view. Le Xinjie thought to himself, if Chen Yang could date the goddess, then surely he could as well. Initially, the goddess had seemed utterly sacred and beyond reproach to him. But after witnessing Chen Yang's influence, Lu Xinjie suddenly felt a surge of confidence, convinced he could outshine Chen Yang in competition. Rising from his seat, he approached Ensure Han, noticing the mathematics exam paper laid on the table, while Ensure Han wore a pained expression as she gazed at the questions on the back of the sheet. "Classmate, have you encountered a math problem you can't solve?" Le Xinjie inquired softly. Ensure Han jolted slightly, startled by his voice, and frowned at him, shaking her head gently. Just as she was about to suggest that she might be able to help, Le Xinjie quickly fell silent. Feeling awkward standing beside her, hesitating whether to step closer or retreat. "Ahem, classmate, I'm in my 3rd year, and I've learned more than you. If there are problems you cannot solve, I might be able to assist," Le Xinjie said, clinging to his last glimmer of hope. After a brief glance at Le Xinjie, Ensure Han's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. She pushed the exam paper in front of Le Xinjie and circled the pin around the penultimate problem. Le Xinjie's heart soared with joy. The goddess was giving him an opportunity. She must have been shy and reserved, he thought. After all, he was not unattractive, and surely it would be difficult for a girl to refuse him. Eagerly, Le Xinjie retrieved his pen and paper, pulling up a chair beside Ensure Han, and glanced at the question. He suddenly murmured an acknowledgement, then spread his paper flat on the table, his pen beginning to write down a few numbers. Only to hastily scratch them out with a sigh, he furrowed his brow, resting his chin in his hand as he scrutinized the problem once more. Approximately half a minute later, he attempted to calculate on his paper, writing 3 lines of computations before striking them out forcefully. His face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly looked at Ensure Han and said, "Classmate, this problem is a bit challenging, but rest assured, I should be able to solve it." Ensure Han had not held much hope from the outset, and upon hearing Le Xinjie's hesitant utterance, she knew he would not succeed. After years of schooling, her pride lay in her mathematical prowess. If she could not solve this problem, she doubted there were many students in the academy who could, upon first glance. With a slight sigh, Ensure Han's frustration stemmed not from her inability to solve the math problem, but from her failure to purchase the remarkable calculation tool from the system store. The store had refreshed today, and that item had been removed. It was her fault for not accumulating enough love points, she lamented. She wondered how long it would be until that item appeared in the shop again. Determined not to miss out next time, and Shirhan resolved to collect enough points to buy it, as such tools for enhancing abilities were crucial. Regrettably, once purchased, the items could not be stored permanently, lasting only a week at most. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to toil away in the study room. She could simply buy various knowledge-enhancing items and save them for exam time. And Shirhan's cheeks puffed up in frustration. She pondered how to acquire a significant number of points. Did it require kissing Qinyong, or engaging in even more intimate actions? For her future, perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question. Suddenly, the wooden door of the study room creaked open, and Lashinjia, engrossed in his calculations, paid no heed, lowering his head in concentration. Shirhan waved at Qinyong as he entered. Upon noticing Lashinjia beside Shirhan, Qinyong froze momentarily, astonished as he looked at her. Shirhan, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, smiled and said to Qinyong, "You're here." Lashinjia, frowning, looked up to see Qinyong, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Why was he here again? Shirhan swiftly retrieved the exam paper from in front of Lashinjia and said, "Thank you, senior, but my boyfriend has arrived. Could you please make way?" Lashinjia's heart sank, his lips twitching painfully as his muscles stiffened from the effort. The forced smile he managed appearing more tragic than a frown. He nodded stiffly, muttering a reluctant, "All right," before standing frozen in place. "Senior, my boyfriend needs to sit here." Shirhan reiterated politely, her repetition striking Lashinjia's heart like a whip. Reluctantly, he nodded again and turned to leave, returning to his original seat. Qinyong approached suspiciously and sat beside Shirhan. "Why did you take so long?" she asked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Were you looking for Fang Ningning again?" Points 100. Qinyong shook his head. "No, Xie Zhongfan's e-reader arrived, and he is taking it to Su Yin tonight. I just accompanied him and then came here." "Just came here?" Shirhan couldn't help but tease Qinyong, noting his lack of tact. A commotion nearby caught Qinyang's attention as he turned to see Lashinjia hastily packing his belongings and scurrying away. He pulled Shirhan's gaze back to him by tugging at her ear. Annoyed, she swatted his hand away and snapped, "Haven't I told you not to touch me casually?" Qinyang nodded, not wishing to argue further. "Haven't I told you to stay away from him? Why were you sitting next to him?" Shirhan scoffed lightly, replying coolly, "You haven't cut ties with Fang Ningning. Why should you require that from me? Are you planning to cheat on me in retaliation?" Shirhan, filled with indignation, grasped Qinyang's neck in frustration and said, "I'm not Fang Ningning. What do you take me for? I detest infidelity above all." The flesh around his neck was thin and easy to grip, causing him more discomfort than elsewhere. Qinyang gasped for breath, realizing he had always been reckless with Shirhan before, now regretting his foolishness. Shirhan crossed her arms, coldly stating, "Besides, it's not like I called him over. He insisted on sitting here to show off." "Show off? Show off what?" Qinyang picked up the exam paper in front of Shirhan, glancing at the circled question, and remarked, "Oh, a math problem. Would you like me to teach you?" Shirhan let out a derisive laugh, responding, "Please, he has at least a third year. You, a humanities major, would be lucky to even comprehend what that question means." Qinyang bristled at her words, feeling insulted. Nothing irked a man more than being belittled by his girlfriend or compared unfavorably to other men. System: Purchase Advanced Level Mathematics Skills. Chapter 88. Explaining the problem, Qinyang reached for the pen on the table, arranging the exam paper and saying to Shirhan, "Watch closely." Shirhan rested her chin on her hand, skeptically observing Qinyang's performance, confident he would fold within a minute and lower his head in defeat, for mathematics punishes every arrogant soul. Qinyang glanced at the question and began writing. Shirhan frowned, murmuring, "Hey, don't write on the paper. I want to have space left." Ignoring her, Qinyang continued, prompting Shirhan to reach for the pen in a fit of frustration. He dodged her grasp, saying, "Stop it. Writing on paper is acceptable, right? Go ahead, right? Let us see how you handle it if you can't." Shirhan crossed her arms defiantly. Reluctantly, Qinyang began writing the calculations on the scrap paper Lashinjia had left behind. In just half a minute, he smoothly pinned several lines of calculations without pause. Seeing Qinyang's serious demeanor and reviewing the computations on the paper, Shirhan, who excelled at math, quickly recognized that there were no errors in his work. Could it be that he truly understood? And Shirhan felt a mix of surprise and unease as she gazed at Chen Yang. With the assistance of his advanced mathematics skills, Chen Yang indeed could. After merely glancing at the question, 2 methods of solving it sprang to mind. Minutes later, he wrote down the final digit, dropping the pen and saying to Shirhan, take a good look and see if I can understand mathematics. And Shirhan, puzzled, held the exam paper up to her face. She flipped through the answers and found them all correct. Could it be that Chen Yang knew the answer? But knowing the answer and deriving it through a process were 2 different matters. Confused about some of the steps, she asked, I don't understand why you calculated it this way. Chen Yang moved closer to Shirhan, leaning in to explain his thought process swiftly. Shirhan blinked in surprise. Momentarily taken aback, clearly not comprehending. Chen Yang wondered why she, who typically performed well in her studies, seemed lost. Then it struck him. Being able to do something and teaching it to others are 2 distinct skills. Especially with math problems, some people grasp the logic instantly, while others struggle to keep pace. System, purchase advanced level teaching skills. In an instant, Chen Yang realized how to guide Shirhan in figuring out how to tackle the problem herself. He placed the exam paper in front of her, handing her the pen, and said, Don't look at me. Try solving it yourself first. And Shirhan picked up her pen and began to document her process, only to find herself stuck at that point of confusion. Chen Yang smiled gently and commenced a patient explanation for Xian. She listened to Chen Yang's clear and approachable words. He skillfully corrected her erroneous thought patterns, with her understanding catching up, and Shirhan suddenly grasped how to proceed, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't figure it out all along. I have another method for solving this problem. Would you like to know? Do tell, Chen Yang replied. At that moment, and Shirhan was fully engaged, eagerly seeking out solutions. Chen Yang proceeded to explain while writing out the steps, and Shirhan attentively listened and observed, quickly absorbing the information. Once he finished teaching her the method, a glimmer of admiration appeared in Shirhan's eyes for Chen Yang. She flipped her test paper over and said to him, Could you grade my earlier answers and see if you can spot any mistakes? Chen Yang willingly accepted the challenge. Starting from the first question, it must be said, and Shirhan's mathematical abilities were quite impressive. She had made no errors on several preceding questions, with only 1 mistake on the first side. Shirhan, feeling indignant, protested, Impossible. This answer must be correct. Chen Yang, opting not to argue, simply jotted down 2 lines of numbers beside the question. After staring at the numbers for 7 or 8 seconds, Shirhan finally realized her error. Chen Yang continued grading and explaining, swiftly completing the review, and even took the opportunity to elucidate the last major question for her. As she absorbed his teachings, Shirhan felt as if she had been enlightened. She looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. Chen Yang, how are you so good at math? Flattered by his girlfriend's praise. Chen Yang's spirits soared, yet he replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing, I can master all subjects. How come you're so adept at math, yet chose to study history? And Shirhan inquired curiously, then suspiciously added, It can't be because of the girls, right? The 2 you met last time? Points 200. Come on, what are you thinking? Before I came here, I didn't know anyone in this class. I simply have a passion for history. Interests are no less important than a career. Why not change your major and study finance with me? And Shirhan asked eagerly. Chen Yang shook his head in refusal, stating, No thanks. A major is a lifelong commitment. I believe it's crucial to enjoy what you study. Besides, as long as one possesses talent, it doesn't matter what the major is. Rejected once more, and Shirhan frowned. Why did Chen Yang always dismiss her requests? This discomfort lingered, but considering his impressive abilities and his help with her math, she decided to tolerate it for the moment and continued hopefully, Let's study for the graduate entrance exam together. To her dismay, Chen Yang shook his head again, saying, I can't. I have important matters to attend to in no time. And Shirhan could no longer contain her frustration, her voice rising slightly as she exclaimed, With your strong abilities, why waste them? I'm your girlfriend. Are you really unwilling to accompany me for the exam? Chen Yang, noticing her agitation, pointed at the test paper and said, I can join you in the study room tonight. Join me? And Shirhan was taken aback. Aren't you preparing for the exam? I have nothing else to do tonight. So I can accompany you. If you encounter something you don't understand, I can teach you. What do you think? Chen Yang said, placing his hands behind his head. Shirhan lowered her gaze. For some reason, His words struck a chord within her. If Qin Yang was willing to accompany her to the study room every day, she would certainly welcome it. His teaching style was easy for her to grasp, and she found it immensely enjoyable, a learning experience that only a select few of her past teachers could provide. Surprised by Qin Yang's initiative to accompany her, and Shirhan's resentment toward his continued communication with Fang Ningning diminished considerably, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded gently. Romantic points 2000'd. An Shirhan suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment as she asked Qin Yang, "Didn't we engage in any intimate actions just now?" "Not at all," Qin Yang replied calmly, showing no curiosity about her question. An Shirhan fell into contemplation, realizing that one could accrue significant points without relying on intimate behavior. Qin Yang did not disturb her. Instead, he took out his phone to check the back-end data of his novel. His status had changed, and his initial word count was 10,000. When he sought out Shirhan, the editor Xingwen informed him that he could apply for a small recommendation the following day. Qin Yang expressed his deep gratitude on the spot. For his novel to become a hit, he would need the editor's support. Talent was only part of the equation, and editorial recommendations played a significant role as well. In that moment, Shirhan connected the dots concerning the system's point accumulation method. She realized that points were not solely earned through intimate actions. That was merely one channel. Her system was a romantic one, and the points she accrued were indeed romantic points. What mattered was not how intimate their actions were, but rather the quality of their relationship. The more harmonious their interactions, the more points the system would bestow upon them. Enlightened, Shirhan's eyes sparkled with understanding, only to be followed by a wave of regret. She realized she had miscalculated, allowing Qin Yang to benefit while she had kissed him. How infuriating. Yet, it was ultimately beneficial for their relationship. Moreover, Qin Yang had been quite perceptive and proactive, so she decided to let it slide this time. An Shirhan put away her math test and took out her English test, looking at Qin Yang as she asked, "Can you teach me English?" Qin Yang shot her a glance and replied, "How can I teach you English? You should just memorize more vocabulary." "Hemph, I bet you can't do it." "Who says I can't? You go ahead and write it. Once you're done, I'll grade it. You can handle the knowledge from my major, right?" "Of course, I don't believe you. You haven't studied this major. If you don't believe me, that's fine." "Ningning believes me anyway." Points 600. Qin Yang, can't you refrain from mentioning Fang Ningning? "Hey, don't pinch me. My injury hasn't healed yet." Romantic points 200. Qin Yang stayed with Shirhan to study until 9 o'clock before leaving the study room. As they exited the library, the inky darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by the dim glow of the tall streetlights lining the path. The road was deserted, with only Qin Yang and Shirhan walking side by side. Habitually, Shirhan reached out to grasp Qin Yang's arm, and realizing she need not do so, she hesitated for a moment before finally wrapping her arms around him, walking together. After all, engaging in intimate actions could also garner points. Since she was already holding onto Qin Yang's arm, Shirhan decided to rest her head on his shoulder. The night air was somewhat chilly, and Qin Yang felt Shirhan shiver slightly before she pressed closer to him. He contemplated wrapping his arms around her but recalled her warning against any unsolicited contact, so he abandoned that thought. After escorting Shirhan back to her dormitory, Qin Yang returned to his own. Once back, he purchased half an hour of advanced online writing skills and began comparing his writing with his previous works, summarizing his experiences. He noticed the gap between them was narrowing, and his thought process was approaching that of a master writer. Qin Yang scheduled the release of his 4 chapters for 8 o'clock the next day and then went to bed. The following morning, shortly after 7, the writer's assistant backend system indeed notified Qin Yang about initiating a small recommendation. Upon checking the data, he discovered he had already received 2 favorites. Excited, he closed his phone, wondering how many more readers would favor his work after this round of recommendations. By 9 o'clock. He checked the data again and found he had accumulated 49 favorites and 3 comments, all of which were complimentary. Satisfied, he exited the app. All was well in a classroom. An elderly teacher stood at the podium, delivering the lesson in a slow and deliberate manner while pointing to the beautifully written notes on the blackboard, emphasizing their importance. However, below the podium, most of the students were engrossed in their phones, with only a few occasionally glancing up at the board. In the middle row, Meng Yin swiped on her phone, growing increasingly bored. Exiting the interface, she thought to herself, "This is becoming more tedious by the minute. The author truly has no talent. The beginning was awful, and it has only worsened." Meng Yin then browsed the male-oriented category for novels. Having started reading novels in middle school, she had long grown weary of female-oriented stories, so she sought a change of pace and decided to explore some male-oriented novels. Although she did not enjoy male-centric fantasy novels, she found urban ones quite engaging. Some of these male-oriented urban stories were genuinely entertaining, rekindling the excitement and thrill she had felt when first diving into novels. Even though the protagonists were male, the sense of satisfaction was universally enjoyable, and she particularly relished the scenarios where male characters fantasized about women inexplicably throwing themselves at them, often causing her to chuckle. These men certainly had vivid imaginations. However, truly excellent novels remained rare, and by this point, there were very few stories that could pique the interest of a seasoned reader like Meng Yan. Meng Yin aimlessly scrolled through the interface in search of novels. A particular title caught her eye, prompting her to pause momentarily. The Scumbag System Forces Me to Become a Scumbag. Such an intriguing title. She wondered what revolting fantasies this distasteful author could conjure to produce such perverse content. Nevertheless, feeling bored and a tinge of curiosity, Meng Yin clicked on it, only to discover that the novel had barely reached 20,000 words. Is it really beginning to be recommended with such a scant word count? Puzzled, she clicked to read further as she skimmed through the text with remarkable speed. Her finger gliding swiftly across the screen, she suddenly found her pace slowing down around the midpoint of the chapter. Unaware that her attention had been utterly captivated, time slipped away quickly. In just over half an hour, Meng Yin had unknowingly finished the entirety of the brief 20,000-word content, when she was jolted back to reality by a notification indicating that the author was diligently typing away. She was struck by how captivating it was, a rare gem of a novel. The ending of the chapters had ensnared her heart, igniting a fervent desire to discover what lay ahead. The author's writing prowess was undeniable. Although the narrative centered on a scumbag, it was rendered with such integrity and charisma that it was impossible to harbor any disdain for the character. In fact, even Meng Yin, a woman herself, found herself rooting for him to take revenge on Lu Yu, who had deceived him in a past life. Currently, only 2 significant female characters have been introduced, yet they were portrayed with remarkable individuality. Moreover, the plot was rife with tantalizing hooks that compelled her to continue reading. That, of course, there were certain aspects that Meng Yin, as a woman, found somewhat inappropriate, sensing a hint of bias. However, the content was undeniably splendid. The flaws did not overshadow its brilliance. Simply put, it was captivating. Glancing at the author's name, she noted Shi Yang with delight. How amusing and festive. Meng Yin was convinced that this could not be the work of a novice author. It had to be a pseudonym of a renowned writer. Eagerly, she entered the comments section to encourage the author. Dear author, please update quickly. It's too good. Meanwhile, Qinyang checked his backend and noticed that in this brief period, his work had garnered 62 collections, and a user named Xiaji Meng had even gifted him 10 yuan, leaving 3 consecutive messages. Author, please update quickly. It's too good. Author, I've sent you a gift. Can you add another chapter? Dear author, there are currently 9 chapters. How about adding another to make it 10? Curious, Qinyang clicked on this reader's profile and was surprised to see her user level was 8. Given that the platform's users were ranked, with 10 being the highest and increasingly difficult to attain, reaching level 8 indicated that she was a core user of the platform. The gender listed was female. But Qinyang thought little of it. In this day and age, one could not easily trust the gender displayed online, and considering the genre of his novel, he assumed female users might find it distasteful. Receiving such enthusiastic support from a core user on his first attempt filled Qinyang with gratitude, so he replied to Xiaji Meng, no problem, I'll add another chapter this afternoon. After sending his response, he exited the interface but was soon notified by the platform that he had received a reply. Upon checking, he found that it was indeed from Xiaji Meng. Dear author, keep it up. Based on my years of appreciation experience, this novel is bound to be a hit. Also, remember to update 5 times a day. You're going to be extraordinarily popular. Qinyang couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. After contemplating, he replied, all right, I'll do my best. He anticipated further replies from her, so after a brief wait, he refreshed the page and, as expected, found a new message. Author, if you have time to reply to me, hurry and update. Taken aback, Qinyang found this reader amusing. Yet, knowing that someone appreciated his work was indeed gratifying, even if it was largely aided by the system. Nonetheless, It was he who had painstakingly crafted the words. And there was merit in that effort. During class breaks, Shirhan often messaged him, engaging in casual conversations. Chen Yang welcomed this, as it was a splendid opportunity to earn points. At times, he would intentionally provoke her jealousy by sharing a short video or a photo of a beautiful woman, earning himself a few hundred points in the process. Then, a thought struck him. He had a treasure trove. Chen Yang opened his cherished Jade Feet chat group. Although he had been visiting less frequently due to pressing matters, he would occasionally check in when feeling fatigued or overwhelmed. As it genuinely helped relieve stress, he now realized it might serve another purpose. The beautiful older sisters in the group consistently posted exquisite images, and as he scrolled through, one particularly eye-catching photograph captured his attention. On a soft, smooth golden silk blanket lay a pair of delicate feet playfully resting on a pillow as white as snow. Each toe was rounded and rosy, exuding a captivating sheen. Even more striking was the meticulously applied layer of colorful, translucent nail polish on their nails, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the night sky or the blossoms of spring. Chen Yang nodded to himself, deciding to select this image, which he then downloaded and forwarded to Shirhan. Almost instantly, a delightful system notification chimed in his mind. Points 1000. Indeed, the allure of Jade Feet held significant power over both men and women. Chen Yang mused. Chen Yang, what are you sending me, art? Disgusting. Chen Yang shrugged. Some people could only view beauty through a lens of depravity. He continued to send Shirhan images from time to time, easily igniting her jealousy and possessiveness, especially since these photos were admired by her current boyfriend. Given Shirhan's controlling nature and jealousy, it was inevitable that she would feel envious. Of course, chatting with her was enjoyable for Chen Yang, allowing him to earn points while seated. However, after school, he faced the consequences. Upon their first encounter, Shirhan immediately pinched his waist, releasing her pent-up emotions only after her outburst. This left Fang Ningning quite concerned. Yet Chen Yang refused to let her intervene. Fang Ningning felt aggrieved, unable to comprehend why Chen Yang would willingly allow Shirhan to bully him. Shirhan leaned closer to Chen Yang, gritting her teeth as she admonished, "You are not allowed to look at those photos anymore. Do you hear me?" Chen Yang remained silent, offering no response, which only fueled Shirhan's anger, making her wish to strangle him. Yet, with others present, she refrained from giving Fang Ningning any ammunition to label her as a bully, so she reluctantly told Chen Yang, "As long as you don't look at others, I can show you." Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. Romantic points 600, his gaze involuntarily drifted to Shirhan's feet, encased in white sneakers with matching socks. The thought of her removing her shoes and slowly peeling off her socks made him inhale sharply. On one hand, he dared not entertain such thoughts. On the other hand, Shirhan's hand rested on his waist. After a fierce internal struggle, despite his undeniable desire to see his girlfriend, Chen Yang ultimately chose to decline for the sake of his grand ambitions. "I refuse." Points 2000. Shirhan's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with hurt. After all she had offered, Chen Yang still rejected her. He turned her down for Fang Ningning, yet now for the sake of those images online. Did this mean she lacked charm? Was she not captivating enough to pique his interest? Was she, a living, breathing person, somehow inferior to mere images? No matter how beautiful the pictures were, they could only be looked at and not touched. She was the one he could embrace. Chen Yang was utterly oblivious, fool, big idiot, despicable scoundrel, and Shirhan, in a fit of anger, delivered a discreet punch to Chen Yang's waist before sulking away. The following afternoon in class, Shirhan ignored him completely. When Chen Yang messaged her during the break, she did not respond. Bewildered, Chen Yang pondered whether Shirhan no longer liked him. Perhaps her offer to show him was merely a spur-of-the-moment reaction. After all, his rejection did not cost her anything. Why was she so upset? Fortunately, after school, Shirhan sought Chen Yang out again. Though her expression was somewhat cold, she at least made an effort to speak to him, reminding him to join her for dinner before heading to the study room. What Chen Yang did not realize was that the current Shirhan was quite different from the earlier version. Initially, she would not have reacted so angrily. After all, she had incurred no losses at most. She might feel disappointed by Chen Yang's refusal. For the sake of the system's point task, she would have chosen to endure that disappointment. If Chen Yang overstepped his bounds, she would likely vent her frustrations in the moment, perhaps even shedding a few tears to express her dissatisfaction, ensuring he understood he had gone too far. After such an outburst, she would undoubtedly refocus on her ultimate goal, earning points, which remained her top priority. She would embrace Chen Yang, and they would continue as if her earlier grievances had never existed. However, the current Ensure Han was more easily provoked by Chen Yang, and rather than endure her feelings of discontent for the sake of the task, she chose to ignore him for an extended period, hoping to make him aware of his mistake and demonstrate just how upset she truly was. Indeed, this situation underscores a significant truth. Chen Yang's importance in Ensure Han's heart has suddenly escalated. Their interactions have transcended mere task requirements, now encompassing some of her personal desires. Naturally, such needs are not abundant. Otherwise, Ensure Han would not have proactively sought Chen Yang after school to ease their relationship. For now, the priority remains the task points. Chapter 91. You actually write novels. Li Xinjie, carrying a small backpack, pushed open the door to the study room, finding it completely empty at that moment. He approached his usual spot, placed his bag down, and slowly retrieved his books and exam papers, arranging them meticulously as he eagerly glanced towards the doorway. After the events of the previous night, he was somewhat reluctant to come today, fearing that Ensure Han might arrive with her boyfriend. Such a scenario would be torturous for him, as he was not keen on witnessing his goddess being affectionate with another man. However, if he chose not to come, an unsettling anxiety would gnaw at him. What if today she came alone? After much internal conflict, Li Xinjie ultimately decided to attend. As he checked his phone, he felt a twinge of confusion. Typically, at this hour, Ensure Han would have already arrived. Was she preoccupied with something today? Just as he contemplated stepping outside to investigate, footsteps echoed from the hallway, causing him to eagerly turn his gaze towards the entrance. The footsteps grew nearer, paused at the door, and then it swung open, and Ensure Han, with a small bag slung over her shoulder and a smile adorning her face, stepped inside. Upon seeing her, a smile instantly lit up Li Xinjie's face. But it quickly froze and faded away. Following closely behind her was Chen Yang, who carried a small backpack specifically designed for his laptop. Why is he here again? Li Xinjie thought with resentment. He desperately wished to leave at that moment, yet the rare opportunity to see Ensure Han held him back, leaving him in a state of indecision. Ensure Han walked to her familiar row of seats. Glancing briefly at Li Xinjie before moving forward a row to sit directly behind him, with Chen Yang taking a seat beside her. Previously, Ensure Han and Li Xinjie always sat in the same row, separated by only 2 seats. Now, however, Ensure Han had abruptly changed her position, which meant Li Xinjie would have to frequently turn around to catch a glimpse of her. Was this even polite? Essentially, this meant he would hardly see Ensure Han that evening. What stung even more was that her decision to change seats felt like a direct rejection of him. For so long, they had maintained a tacit understanding to sit in their original spots. Now, with her having a boyfriend, her relocation was nothing short of a blatant dismissal of his presence. Once seated, Chen Yang began to unpack his laptop and prepare to write. Ensure Han, meanwhile, had already pulled out the materials she intended to study for the evening. Noticing Chen Yang had opened a document and started typing, she curiously inquired, "What are you doing?" "Writing," Chen Yang replied without looking up. "Writing?" Ensure Han leaned closer, intrigued by the rapid clatter of his fingers on the keyboard. After observing for a moment, she realized he was crafting a story. This revelation irked her. She had assumed he brought his laptop to research, not to pen a novel. Wasn't he supposed to be focusing on studying with her? Feeling displeased, she remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be teaching me? Just let me finish this first, and I'll join you in half an hour," Chen Yang explained, his eyes glued to the screen as his fingers danced across the keys. Ensure Han, though somewhat annoyed, recognized that interrupting Chen Yang while he was so engrossed might lead to his disapproval. With a huff, she lightly kicked him to express her dissatisfaction, then slumped over her desk. Pouting as she returned to her study materials, in the front row, Li Xinjie quietly eavesdropped on the exchange between Ensure Han and Chen Yang. Although their voices were hushed, he caught enough of their conversation to pique his interest. He cared little for whether Chen Yang was writing a novel. His primary concern was the brewing tension between Ensure Han and him. A bit of conflict would be advantageous. Let them quarrel more? He thought eagerly. Yet, after a considerable time passed without any further commotion, he turned to sneak a glance, only to find them each engrossed in their respective tasks, ignoring one another entirely. Lashinjia instinctively assumed they were in a silent standoff. Feeling a sense of satisfaction as he contemplated that perhaps their relationship would not last long, he hoped Chen Yang would continue to irritate Enshurhan, thereby straining their connection further, leading to an eventual breakup. As Chen Yang's writing pace quickened, he completed 3 chapters of his task well before half an hour had elapsed. Stretching his fingers and rolling his neck, he always felt invigorated after finishing a writing session. Letting out a soft sigh, he glanced at Enshurhan, noticing she was deeply focused on her studies, and chose not to disturb her. Instead, he logged onto the platform to check reader comments, discovering several new discussions. All of a positive nature. As he read through them, he encountered a question he felt compelled to address, the most prominent being from Xia Zhijun, who had left a comment at the end of the latest chapter. Author: "Could you please add more chapters? This is the best book I've read in years. You must continue writing, or I'll have nothing left to read. Understood. I will update 5 chapters tomorrow," Chen Yang replied. Afterward, he exited the comment section and checked his author dashboard, noting an impressive rise in collections, 203 in total, and still climbing. This was just for minor recommendations. He could hardly imagine the scene if he received a major recommendation after completing the required word count. As he reveled in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him, turning to find Enshurhan staring intently. "What's the matter? You should keep studying," he prompted. "Have you finished?" Enshurhan asked. Chen Yang nodded in response. Enshurhan scooted her chair closer to him, nearly pressing against him. "Let me see what you've written," she insisted, seizing his mouse and clicking through his work. Upon reading the title, her brow furrowed. "The Scumbag System Forces Me to Become a Scumbag? What a ridiculous title. Do you really want to be a scumbag?" she questioned, irritation evident in her voice. Points 200. "What? This is just market demand. I assure you, I have no desire to become a scumbag." Chen Yang replied earnestly, meeting her gaze with sincerity. Enshurhan's delicate brows knitted tightly, her eyes full of skepticism and discontent as she fixated on him. The mere thought of his entanglements with Fang Ningning ignited a flame of anger within her. And she grit her teeth, forcing out, "Humph, stop trying to argue. In my eyes, you're nothing but a scumbag." Points 1000. With a face of resignation, Chen Yang sighed. "My dear sister, we're merely discussing a book title. Why are you so jealous?" "Who's jealous?" Enshurhan scoffed lightly, gently nudging her slender shoulders against his chest, signaling him to give her some space. Chen Yang instinctively shifted back slightly as Enshurhan continued to peruse his novel. She remarked, "The scumbag system sounds utterly distasteful. You might as well call it the love system." After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang replied, "That could work. I'll write that for my next book. Would you like me to help brainstorm?" "I excel at that," she offered, a hint of mischief in her smile. "Sure, if you're willing to guide me, then by all means," Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Enshurhan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang that she truly possessed a love system of her own. Chapter 92. Quite well written. Enshurhan began to leisurely read through the first chapter of Chen Yang's novel. Initially, she paid little mind to it, but by the end of the first chapter, her attention was captivated, and she found herself immersed in the story, completely forgetting her studies in the presence of Chen Yang beside her. Enshurhan was not particularly well-read, indulging in novels only occasionally, as she deemed reading online literature to be a waste of time, lacking substance, and preferred to channel her energy into her studies. Thus, she could be considered a novice, yet to become desensitized by the vast sea of books. Upon encountering such an enticing narrative, her heart was ensnared, and she was unable to detach herself. After reading about 5 chapters, Chen Yang noticed that Enshurhan was engrossed and gently reminded her, "Hey, you should focus on your studies." "Hold on, I want to read a little longer," Enshurhan replied, slightly annoyed at the interruption. Chen Yang glanced at the clock. He had not written many chapters yet, and it wouldn't take long for Enshurhan to finish reading, so he decided to let her continue. Once Enshurhan reached the end of the latest chapters, disappointment washed over her. There were too few. She hadn't had her fill yet. "All right, it's time to study," Chen Yang said, patting Enshurhan's shoulder. She tilted her head slightly upward, her large, bright eyes widening in disbelief, resembling 2 sparkling gems as she locked her gaze onto Chen Yang, incredulously asking, "This is your work?" Under her scrutinizing gaze, Chen Yang nodded gently. Biting her lip, Enshurhan bashfully asked, "Could you write a few more chapters?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately shook his head like a rattle. An Shirhan, with her delicate hands, playfully clung to Chen Yang's arm, coaxing him. Can you write a few more chapters? Chen Yang continued to shake his head. Then could you at least reveal the upcoming plot? Chen Yang shook his head even more vigorously, annoyed. And Shirhan reached out, grasping Chen Yang's face and firmly holding his head as she exclaimed. Why not? I am your girlfriend. Can't you write a few more chapters for me? Dear sister, do you think writing a novel is easy? Crafting a single chapter is incredibly taxing. The readers have only seen the 10th chapter. And you've already devoured my stockpile. That's quite a privilege in itself. Unsatisfied with her unmet desires, and Shirhan pouted at Chen Yang, her expression pitiful. Chen Yang intended to comfort her, promising to show her new drafts as soon as they were completed. But Shirhan's next question left him momentarily speechless. Have you written me into the story? Of course not, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why Shirhan would ask such a thing. Did you perhaps include Fang Ningning? Huh? Why would you think that? Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Shirhan. That Lu Yu, the one who deceived the protagonist, hasn't she strayed? Did you model her after Fang Ningning? What? Chen Yang's mind went blank for an instant, his face displaying sheer astonishment. He truly hadn't written it that way. Why would Shirhan think so? No, don't overthink it. None of the characters in this book are based on real people. Ningning made mistakes in the past, but she has since rectified them. Don't you feel that the current Ningning seems like a different person altogether? Points 500. An Shirhan, reluctant, retorted, that's impossible. I see that the second female lead, Song Yin, is sweet and innocent, kind-hearted, and academically adept. Did you not base her on me? The obliviously straightforward Chen Yang shook his head resolutely. I assure you, it's not that. Stop being narcissistic. You're overthinking. Chen Yang. And Shirhan glared at him, at times wishing she could dismantle him piece by piece. Why are you angry again? All right, I was wrong. Is that sufficient? Get lost. Seated in the front row, Le Xinjie felt immense inner turmoil. He had initially thought Shirhan was quarreling with Chen Yang, but upon hearing the commotion, he discreetly glanced back, only to find Shirhan sitting closely beside Chen Yang. Aren't you too hot? Le Xinjie internally agonized. Yet he noticed Shirhan was intently focused on something on her computer while Chen Yang was engrossed in his phone. Although there was a slight distance between them, it offered Le Xinjie some relief. After some time, he overheard their soft conversations, observing their intimate behaviors, which caused his heart to ache once more. Then, he heard the sounds of playful bickering. Weren't you two ignoring each other? Why are you so close now? Though Shirhan's voice held a hint of irritation, it was evident that they were not arguing, as both their tones carried a sense of joy. To Le Xinjie, such sounds were like drums beating relentlessly in his heart. Unable to endure any longer, he stood silently, quickly packed his belongings, and left the study room alone, unwilling to return to this heart-wrenching place unless Chen Yang was absent. As Chen Yang was being chastised by Shirhan, a message popped up. He glanced at it and saw it was from his editor, Xingwen. He quickly said to Shirhan, Hold on, my editor sent a message. Shirhan halted her actions, glaring at him with evident displeasure. Chen Yang read the message, a smile breaking across his face. Xianjiang, the data looks great. You're quite popular. You can update more frequently, and after reaching 80,000 words, I'll request a recommendation for you. Thank you, editor. No problem. Great works deserve recognition. If you become successful, it'll benefit me as well. Yes, if the opportunity arises, I'll treat the editor to a meal. Sure, by the way, how old are you now? Just 20. Huh. So young. I'm over 30. The editor is in the prime of their career. Not quite, it's just that we'll be organizing many events in the future. So don't worry, you'll definitely participate, and we can meet then. Thank you. Chen Yang exited the chat, feeling elated. He could clearly sense that editor Xingwen held high expectations for him and was preparing to nurture his talent. With the editor's support, success seemed inevitable. What good news has you in such high spirits? Shirhan inquired. The editor really appreciates my work. That's only to be expected. Your novel is indeed captivating. Shirhan genuinely praised. All right, you've wasted considerable time reading novels. Hurry and study. Your plan is nearing completion. An Shirhan placed the book in front of Chen Yang, saying, Teach me. With a slight smile, Chen Yang purchased the relevant skills and began to explain patiently to Shirhan. Following Chen Yang's guidance, Shirhan's comprehension speed was notably quicker than usual, and she retained the information more firmly. This unexpected delight caused her to view Chen Yang with newfound admiration. So, Chen Yang's abilities are truly remarkable. Chapter 93, Tutoring Fang Ningning Wonderful, finally updated. At 9 in the morning, filled with anticipation, Meng Yin opened the Emodian novel platform and, upon discovering the update notification for the scumbag system forces me to become a scumbag. Her mood soared. To her surprise, the author, Xianjiang, had updated 5 chapters today. Excited, Meng Yin eagerly resumed from where she left off yesterday. It must be said, this author masterfully stirred the reader's emotions. What initially was frustrating content transformed into moments of exhilaration. As the author strategically placed satisfying resolutions at just the right moments, allowing readers to release their pin-up emotions before continuing. Subsequent plot developments evoked further emotional waves, filling readers with a sense of emotional fulfillment. Meng Yin swiftly finished the 5 chapters, feeling both satisfied and unsatisfied. While the 5 chapters provided a delightful experience, she still craved more. She rewarded the author with a donation of 20 yuan. Leaving a message, author, 10 minutes have passed. Once you've rested, please get back to updating the novel. After 10 minutes, Meng Yin reopened the app to see if the author had replied, but finding none. She left another message at the chapter's end. Author, to celebrate National Day, shall we aim for 10 updates a day during the holiday? Subsequently, Meng Yin donated another 30 yuan. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was diligently accumulating points. Noticing that Shirhan was increasingly susceptible to provocation, he had just sent her numerous photos, resulting in several thousand points contributed directly by her. You're such a pervert, a big lecher. Then why are you still dating me? Pervert, lecher. Hey, I'm your boyfriend. Shirhan ceased messaging, appearing quite upset. At this moment, Fang Ningning sent Chen Yang a message. Chen Yang, your novel is fantastic. Could you perhaps update a few more chapters? Aren't you supposed to be studying? Why are you reading novels? Chen Yang responded sternly. He understood. I'll get to studying now. Then, Fang Ningning sent another message. By the way, Chen Yang, Shirhan looks unhappy. Did you two have a fight? Are you on the verge of breaking up? Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle, replying, no, stop imagining things. Focus on your studies. With your grades, you're bound to fail. All right, I understand. Stop criticizing me. I'm trying my best, but it's just so difficult. Fang Ningning sent several pitiful, distressed emojis. Seeing this, Chen Yang fell into contemplation. Indeed, since entering university, Fang Ningning had barely focused on her studies. Even if she was determined to change, starting from scratch posed significant challenges, presenting her with numerous obstacles. With so many difficulties, Fang Ningning was prone to feelings of frustration, which could easily lead to giving up. Many say that failure is the mother of success, but that merely serves as encouragement not to quit. In reality, success is the true mother of success. Only through repeated successes can one receive the positive feedback necessary to keep going. Success instills a sense of hopeful anticipation for life, fostering greater confidence and perseverance in self-improvement. It is akin to 2 paths leading to the same destination, both equally winding and arduous. However, one path is shrouded in darkness, completely obscured, while the other offers a glimmer of light, allowing for a faint glimpse of what lies ahead. Which path, then, would one be more likely to persist on? Naturally, the one that holds a flicker of hope. After reflecting, Chen Yang could not bear to see Fang Ningning struggling so. He wanted to assist her. Thus, he responded, how about I tutor you? That would be splendid, Fang Ningning exclaimed, thoroughly delighted. Chen Yang's offer to tutor her indicated that her efforts had not gone unnoticed, and her desire for change was recognized by him. In that moment, Fang Ningning resolved to work even harder. She must persevere, ensuring that she would not disappoint Chen Yang or herself. Chen Yang continued, however, this will require sacrificing your rest time. Our class schedule remains relatively unchanged. In the afternoon, we typically have only 2 periods. After classes conclude, please stay in the classroom and do not leave. Once I escort Shirhan back, I will come to find you. What do you think? Fang Ningning, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. The opportunity to study alongside Chen Yang was a rare chance to be alone with him, leaving no room for doubt. Why don't you come and tutor me in the evening as well? Fang Ningning suggested. That's not possible. I have to go to the study room with Shirhan tonight. Then I shall join you in the study room. Chen Yang firmly expressed his disapproval. Although Fang Ningning felt displeased, she did not persist. acquiescing to Chen Yang's wishes and refraining from going to the study room that evening. In truth, Fang Ningning's presence in the study room would have benefited Chen Yang, as it would likely incite jealousy and ensure Han, thereby aiding Chen Yang in accumulating more points. However, that would be rather underhanded. Chen Yang's motivations extended beyond mere self-interest. He had his own principles. His assistance to Fang Ningning and ensure Han in their studies stemmed from a desire to help them improve, as he himself had greatly benefited from their support. If Fang Ningning and ensure Han were to be together in the study room that evening, their focus would inevitably shift from studying to quarreling, wasting precious energy, which would serve no beneficial purpose, especially for Enshian. Ensure Han, too, was quite pitiable. A little teasing now and then sufficed, and there was no need to bully her for points. Especially considering her upcoming graduate entrance exams, an important life event, and of course, preventing the two from being together also had its advantages for Chen Yang. When they fought, it genuinely gave him a headache. I am off to class now. Don't forget to write more for your novel, Fang Ningning said as she logged off. Okay, Chen Yang replied, exhaling softly. Tutoring both Fang Ningning and ensure Han would keep him quite busy. He decided to check the progress of his novel. Upon opening the author assistant to view the back-end data, he noticed an increase of over 30 new subscriptions in a short span. Opening the rewards interface, he saw that the top contributor was Xia Jiming, a generous benefactor. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile. Currently, the mechanism of Madian allowed for free reading of novels, and authors needed a substantial readership to earn income. Yesterday, only 300 readers had engaged, yielding a meager return of just over 2 yuan, while Xia Jiming had directly rewarded him with 60 yuan over the past 2 days. This truly moved Chen Yang. The top 30 rewards received special notifications, and upon checking, he found a message from Xia Jiming. 10 updates on National Day? 20,000 words in a single day? ISNT that asking for too much? Even with the system, my energy ISNT limitless. However, given the support he received, it would be remiss not to express gratitude. Moreover, celebrating the country's birthday was indeed warranted. Thus, Chen Yang replied to Xia Jiming. On National Day, I will post 10 chapters. During the subsequent 6 days of vacation, I will post 6 chapters. How does that sound? Chen Yang set down his phone and stretched, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The National Day holiday was fast approaching. Chapter 94. Troublesome matters. As National Day drew near, the students were enveloped in a fervor of anticipation, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming holiday. Meanwhile, Gao Lei, the student council minister, found himself exceedingly busy. With the approach of the holiday, the demands from the school leadership grew increasingly stringent, necessitating Gao Lei to personally oversee inspections daily and compile reports. Additionally, due to a shortage of manpower for certain National Day activities, he often had to lend a hand. Finally finding a moment to relax this evening, Gao Lei intended to chat with Chen Yang, only to discover that Chen Yang was in the library's 312 study room. What are you doing in the study room? Gao Lei was skeptical that Chen Yang was there to study. It's nothing. You can come here to find me, Chen Yang replied. All right, I'll be there shortly. Fortunately, Gao Lei was not far from the library. A brief walk brought him to the 3rd floor, where he arrived at room 312. The lights were still on inside, and as he quietly pushed open the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Inside the study room were only 3 individuals: Chen Yang, Ensure Han sitting beside him, and an unfamiliar girl in the distance. Gao Lei felt a twinge of discomfort. Had he known that Chen Yang was with Ensure Han, he would have refrained from interrupting them. Upon hearing the noise, all 3 in the study room turned to look. Seeing Gao Lei, Chen Yang immediately stood to greet him. "Uve come. Now that you're here, there's no turning back," Gao Lei thought to himself as he stepped inside. He had seen Ensure Han before, but only in passing. Now, as he drew closer, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Chen Yang. This guy is truly lucky. Feeling somewhat awkward, Gao Lei took a seat beside Chen Yang. Chen Yang introduced him, saying, "Gao Lei, my childhood friend, the head of your academy's study department." Gao Lei politely smiled at Ensure Han and exchanged a brief greeting. However, Chen Yang's next words caused both of them to change their expressions dramatically. At one point, I even impersonated Gao Lei to have him pursue Ningning for me. I truly feel embarrassed saying this. Gao Lei stared at Chen Yang in shock. I didn't realize you were so bold. I never saw that side of you before. Points 10,000. Points credited. And Chen Yang felt a surge of joy. He couldn't let this opportunity for points slip away, as they were indeed quite plentiful. Suddenly, Chen Yang felt a chill at his neck. The price for such gains was not insignificant, and Shirhan's expression and demeanor turned icy in an instant. Had it not been for the presence of others in the study room, Qinyang might well have begun to scream. Quickly lowering his head, he grasped Gao Lei's arm, saying, "Do you need to discuss something with me?" Gao Lei understood and nodded vigorously. "Let us step outside to talk. We don't want to disturb anyone's studying." Qinyang hastily urged Gao Lei to leave, knowing that if Shirhan's hand reached him, it would not end well. Shirhan glared at Qinyang as he pushed Gao Lei out of the study room, mentally plotting how to teach him a lesson later. Once outside, Gao Lei clapped Qinyang on the shoulder and gave him an admiring thumbs up. "You really know how to push your luck." Qinyang rolled his eyes and asked, "What did you need to talk to me about?" "Let us discuss it in the restroom," Gao Lei sighed. "Have you been smoking again? Encountering troublesome matters?" Qinyang remarked as they made their way towards the restroom. Upon entering the boys' restroom, Gao Lei pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled, expressing his discomfort. "I really don't want to continue in this frustrating ministerial role. What is going on?" Qinyang asked with concern. "So many issues. I'm juggling this and that. Hardly any time to breathe. Whenever something arises, they come to me, nitpicking everything. Just yesterday, I got scolded by a teacher," Gao Lei vented. "I thought something serious was happening. Turns out it's just that." Qinyang sighed in relief. Having feared Gao Lei was facing some significant difficulties, he reassured Gao Lei, "Haven't you ever thought about the bigger picture? It's not yet time for rewards. Enduring some hardships and grievances is inevitable. If you quit now, wouldn't that render all your efforts meaningless?" Gao Lei nodded, unable to resist sharing more of his grievances with Qinyang. Qinyang listened patiently, and when Gao Lei finished, he offered comfort. In truth, Gao Lei's desire to quit was merely a reflection of his frustrations. Having worked hard to become a minister, he wouldn't genuinely give it up. After smoking 2 cigarettes and airing his frustrations, Gao Lei turned to Qinyang and asked, "Are you going home for the National Day holiday?" "Of course I am. It's a long-awaited break." Gao Lei scratched his forehead and said, "I'm not planning to go home. I've arranged to go hiking during the holiday." "Hiking? That sounds great. Which mountain are you heading to?" As the two discussed their holiday plans, they exited the restroom. Qinyang said, "Wait. Don't leave just yet. Stay with me." Gao Lei understood Qinyang's intention. Staying by his side would certainly deter Shirhan from confronting him. "Haha, now you're starting to feel the heat." Qinyang offered an awkward smile. However, as they stepped into the corridor, they spotted Shirhan standing at the entrance of the study room with a cold expression. Qinyang's face fell, and he quickly nudged Gao Lei's arm, pleading silently for a savior. Gao Lei, however, had a mischievous thought. Envisioning what he was about to do brought a smile to his face. As they approached Shirhan, Gao Lei suddenly said to Qinyang, "I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb your studying any longer. Qinyang, see you next time." With that, Gao Lei swiftly walked towards the stairs, casting Qinyang a reassuring glance. Caught off guard by Gao Lei's unexpected betrayal, Qinyang realized he had been set up. As Gao Lei descended the stairs, a smile of satisfaction crossed his face. He felt pleased. After all, Qinyang had already snagged such a beautiful girlfriend, so a little scolding was a small price to pay. Moreover, this scolding was entirely self-inflicted. Previously, when Qinyang had impersonated Gao Lei, this time, Gao Lei felt he had returned the favor. Once Gao Lei departed, Qinyang faced the displeased Shirhan and nervously swallowed. Shirhan approached Qinyang, catching a whiff of smoke, and wrinkled her nose. "Did you smoke?" Qinyang quickly shook his head in denial. No, Gao Lei smoked. "I didn't." Noticing Shirhan's skeptical gaze, he continued to explain, "In all the days we've spent together, have you ever seen me smoke? Humph. Regardless of whether you did or not, don't let me catch a whiff of smoke again." And Shirhan said coldly, her tone laced with disdain, for she detested the smell of smoke above all else. Qinyang noticed Shirhan's disdain, and he was more than eager to distance himself from her. Consequently, he hastily took a step back, creating some space between them to avoid falling victim to her sharp tongue. Observing Qinyang's proactive retreat, Shirhan felt a sense of satisfaction, her mood lifting slightly. She inquired, "What did he want from you?" "Nothing much, just venting a little," and then he mentioned his plans to go hiking during the holiday. "Hiking during the holiday?" Shirhan nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Where are you planning to go for the holiday?" Qinyang shrugged in response, "Of course, I'm going home." "Going home?" Shirhan murmured, lowering her head as if lost in contemplation. Chunyang caught a whiff of smoke lingering on his clothes and quickly patted his garments, trying to disperse the odor, which he found rather unpleasant at that moment. And Shirhan's voice reached his ears. "Why don't you come with me during the holiday?" "Come with you? What do you mean?" Chunyang looked at her with a face full of confusion, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes reflecting his bewilderment. "I mean you come home with me," and Shirhan said, her gaze flitting nervously elsewhere. "Huh?" Chunyang was taken aback, and Shirhan's request was rather bold, asking him to accompany her home. And Shirhan then explained, "There's no one at my place. I'm all alone, and I feel so lonely could you keep me company?" In truth, and Shirhan's real intention was to seize the opportunity to earn relationship points, as their differing academic pursuits often necessitated separation, which was detrimental to her goals. With a 7-day holiday at hand, if Chunyang could join her, they would have ample time together, free from outside distractions, undoubtedly strengthening their bond and facilitating the accumulation of relationship points. As for any unforeseen circumstances, that was of little concern to her. Her priority was to gather relationship points, viewing love merely as a means to an end. "Doesn't your grandparents live there?" Chunyang expressed his confusion. And Shirhan's expression turned slightly somber as she replied in a low voice, "My grandfather passed away when I was in my second year of high school. And my grandmother left us last year. My uncle is currently out of town, and my mother hasn't returned in years." Upon hearing this, Chunyang fell silent. Initially, he had intended to refuse. He had never considered accompanying a girl home. Except for Yin Yun, however, after hearing in Shirhan's words, he found it increasingly difficult to decline. She seemed genuinely pitiful, being all alone at home. It was no wonder she sought his company. Chunyang thought that if he were in Shirhan's situation, returning to an empty house would evoke feelings of sadness and loneliness. Reflecting further, he concluded that rather than spending 7 days idly at home, it would be more meaningful to accompany Shirhan, perhaps engaging in some leisure activities to lift her spirits, which was certainly better than her enduring solitude. "What interesting places are there around your home?" Chunyang broke the silence with a question. And Shirhan lifted her face, pondering for a moment before responding. "There are quite a few. There's Shiwang Mountain nearby, which is quite famous and recognized as a national natural scenic spot. Then there's Guangfeng Ancient City, a well-known tourist attraction in our city, and a peony garden that was just built a few years ago, which I haven't had the chance to visit yet." Listening to Shirhan list a plethora of attractions, Chunyang was taken aback. He had no idea there were so many enjoyable places near her home. The prospect of spending the holiday there excited him, and since he had some money, he thought it would be a delightful getaway. "I'll think about it." "There's no rush," Chunyang replied, not eager to give Shirhan an immediate answer, as he needed to contemplate the matter further. And Shirhan smiled and nodded, interpreting his hesitation as a sign that he might be inclined to agree. As they entered the room together, and Shirhan had completely forgotten about reprimanding Chunyang and resumed her studies with a pen in hand. Meanwhile, Chunyang felt a sense of unease. While he was inclined to accept, he couldn't shake the thought of Yin Yun, which troubled him. He had always gone home with Yin Yun, and if he accompanied Shirhan instead, Yin Yun would have to face the journey alone, which he would surely resent. Chunyang couldn't possibly deceive Yin Yun by claiming he was staying at school, as she might very well choose to stay back too and would come looking for him. However, should he reveal the truth to Yin Yun, she would likely be upset to learn he was pursuing a romantic relationship, potentially severing their friendship. The mere thought of this made him sigh deeply. Reflecting on the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, he recalled Yin Yun's behavior when they were dating, realizing only now that she might have had feelings for him. Her indifference after their breakup, her glee upon hearing he wanted to end things, and her urgency in urging him to split. These memories now struck him with regret. He had feelings for Yin Yun too, but their close friendship had blurred the lines between friendship and love. In fact, during middle school, he had contemplated confessing to Yin Yun, but was preempted by Gao Lei, leading to an incident where Yin Yun chased Gao Lei with a mop, resulting in a long period of silence between them. This left a deep impression on Chunyang, causing him to bury his feelings out of fear that Yin Yun might react similarly to him. Now, he finally recognized that she might harbor some affection for him as well. However, Chunyang knew he couldn't pursue a relationship with Yin Yun just yet. He needed to break free from the system's X mode first. Besides Shirhan, he had to engage with 3 other troublesome girls to ultimately escape X mode and regain his freedom. Thus, during this period, it was imperative that Yin Yun remained unaware of his romantic endeavors. The thought of the repercussions was too daunting to contemplate. Additionally, he mustn't develop genuine feelings for the troublesome girls. He could only exploit the system without forming any emotional attachments. Now, how should he approach the conversation with Yin Yun? A bold idea struck him. Why not bring Yin Yun along? Chen Yang saw his budding relationship with Ensure Han as merely a task assigned by the system, a means to leverage the system for his benefit. Therefore, inviting Yin Yun along would lend clarity to the situation, transforming it into a simple holiday outing. After all, he couldn't secretly accompany Ensure Han home. If Yin Yun found out, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation in her eyes, and no explanation would suffice. Bringing Yin Yun along would also alleviate Ensure Han's fear of solitude, as an additional person would certainly add to the liveliness and diminish the loneliness. Since outings are meant for enjoyment, it was possible that Ensure Han might even forge a friendship with Yin Yun in the process. The crucial condition was that Yin Yun must remain oblivious to the romantic undertones between him and Ensure Han. Chun Yang felt confident that this was manageable. With his decision made, the next step was to discuss it with Yin Yun. While Chun Yang contemplated this matter, Ensure Han found herself feeling somewhat restless. She couldn't help but wonder if bringing Chen Yang home would lead to something more between them. As she idly doodled on a piece of paper, she shook her head, convincing herself that, based on her understanding of Chen Yang, he was unlikely to overstep any boundaries. This notion should have provided her with some comfort, yet she felt a conflicting urge to make the most of the 7-day holiday. If nothing memorable occurred, it would be a missed opportunity. Lightly biting her lip, she mused about the potential relationship points she might earn from a kiss. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? The voice jolted Ensure Han back to reality. Like a clap of thunder, she jumped, startled, and looked at Chen Yang, her expression one of panic. Observing her flustered demeanor, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Irritated by his teasing, Ensure Han jabbed her pen into his side, prompting Chen Yang to gasp and immediately close his mouth. Upon returning to his dormitory after seeing Ensure Han, it was just past 9 o'clock. Yin Yun was unlikely to be asleep at this hour. So Chen Yang donned his headphones and initiated a video call. Before long, the call connected, revealing Yin Yun's delicate features on his screen. However, her brow was slightly furrowed, and her expression appeared strained, as if she were enduring some discomfort. Chen Yang's heart raced with concern as he asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Taking a deep breath, Yin Yun slowly exhaled, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. After a brief hesitation, she replied softly, I'm in the restroom." Chen Yang's eyes widened in shock, utterly taken aback by her response. His hand trembled, inadvertently disconnecting the call and causing his phone to land face down on the bed. He then buried his face in his hands, utterly stunned, his mind racing. What just happened? After approximately 10 minutes of contemplation, Chen Yang, with a hint of disdain, finally picked up his phone, trembling slightly as he messaged Yin Yun. "Are you ready yet?" Moments later, a call request from Yin Yun appeared on Chun Yang's screen. Hesitatingly, he clicked to accept, and upon connecting, he found Yin Yun's expression seemingly normal, as if nothing had transpired just moments ago. However, her erratic gaze betrayed her unease, and she dared not meet Chun Yang's eyes. Unable to restrain himself, Chun Yang remarked, "Sister, what were you thinking? We are adults now. Can we not be so suggestive? You should refrain from answering video calls while in the restroom." Yin Yun, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed and retorted defiantly, "Is this my fault? Who told you to video call me at such a time?" I just instinctively answered, "So it's all on you." Not wishing to engage in an argument at that moment, Chen Yang quickly replied, "All right, it's my fault. I'll take the blame. Just be mindful next time." "Humph, clearly, you should be the one to pay attention next time." Chen Yang chuckled, repeatedly conceding. His unexpected eagerness to admit fault took Yin Yun by surprise, causing a smile to blossom on her face as she said, "Besides, you couldn't see anything anyway. It's not a big deal. Why the fuss? I could smell it through the phone. It was quite foul. Get lost." Yin Yun's eyes widened in indignation. She had thought Chen Yang had changed, but here he was, still as sharp-tongued as ever. After a brief squabble, Yin Yun finally inquired, "Why did you video call me so late?" "I am not planning to go home for the National Day holiday." As she spoke, Chun Yang reclined comfortably against a pile of blankets. Yin Yun's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Not going home? You're staying at school? Then I won't be going home either. Hee hee. I'll come find you to hang out with that." She playfully winked at Chen Yang, her eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. However, Chen Yang shook his head, saying, "No, I'm planning to go to Andu with a friend. Andu? That's quite far from here. Yin Yun's expression soured slightly. It seemed as though Chunyang was neglecting her in favor of his own amusement. What would happen to her if he went away? Gazing expectantly at the screen, she quickly asked, "Then, can I join you?" Upon hearing Yin Yun's inquiry, Chunyang answered, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have called you?" With Chen Yang's affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on Yin Yun's face. Her previously anxious demeanor was instantly replaced with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped and her smile perfectly arched, making her appear like a child who had just received a cherished gift. "By the way, how many days are we planning to play?" "The entire holiday, Then I need to ask my mom for extra money. Just booking a room will cost a lot, especially during the National Day holiday when hotel prices surge." Yin Yun expressed her dissatisfaction. "No need. My friend lives in Andu. We can stay at her place. That would be quite embarrassing." Yin Yun frowned, hesitating. As a girl, she was reluctant to stay at a stranger's house. "Don't worry, she'll be home alone, as everyone else is out." Seeing Chunyang's assurance, Yin Yun reluctantly nodded in agreement. After all, with Chunyang by her side, what was there to worry about? You also don't need to ask Andy for money. I've saved some. If we run out, feel free to use mine. Chunyang told Yin Yun. She did not refuse and nodded gently in consent. "All right, it's settled then. I'll book the tickets, and we'll pick you up later." Yin Yun thought Chunyang was about to hang up, so she quickly said, "Wait, don't hang up yet. I have more to ask you." "What is it?" In truth, Yin Yun had nothing pressing. She simply didn't want to end the conversation so soon. Searching her mind for a topic to discuss, she finally blurted, "Should I invite someone else? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for just me? A single girl?" After Yin Yun spoke, Chunyang stared at her in silence, seemingly frozen. Curious, Yin Yun swiped down to check the status bar. Noting that the connection was excellent. At that moment, Chunyang's voice came through the phone. "Did I not mention that my friend is a girl?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yun's already round and charming eyes widened even further, seemingly ablaze with indignation. She extended her delicate, fair fingers and pointed accusingly at Chunyang, exclaiming, "Oh, Chunyang, I can't believe it. So you're going out with another girl. Just after breaking up, you're already flirting with someone else, huh?" Her voice trembled with anger, the rising pitch unmistakably revealing her dissatisfaction and jealousy. In that moment, Yin Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, her chest heaving with emotion, resembling a small lion that had been provoked. Observing her demeanor, Chunyang became even more convinced that Yin Yun had feelings for him. "Be honest, is that girl pretty?" "Hey, don't get worked up. She's just a friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you, would I?" Chunyang's words brought Yin Yun back to her senses, and she reasoned that if Chunyang had a special relationship with that girl, he wouldn't have invited her to join. He would likely want to distance himself from her. However, a girl would not easily allow a boy into her home. Yin Yun found herself in a quandary. "We have a good rapport. During our chats, she mentioned that there are many fun places to visit there, and they're not expensive. She can be our guide, and she is home alone, so if we're willing, we can stay at her place. Of course, I wouldn't go alone, which is why I thought of you." Chunyang spoke earnestly, though he felt a bit guilty for the FBI in that moment of deception. He felt like a scoundrel deceiving an innocent girl. Yin Yun remained skeptical of Chunyang's words, yet the implication that their relationship was strong delighted her. This happiness made her forget her doubts. Since Chunyang was willing to let her join, perhaps he truly only saw that girl as a friend. There was no need for suspicion. "All right, what is her name?" "Unsure Han. You'll meet her when we get there. I think you two could become great friends." Chapter 97. Another lie. "What? Your sister is coming too?" "Yes, my mom said my sister should come along with me. I can't just leave her alone. And besides, she wants to join. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" And Han was irked when Chunyang messaged her today about bringing his sister. She had wanted to spend some quality time alone with him. Who could have anticipated that Chunyang would throw a curveball by insisting on bringing along his suddenly appearing sister? This abrupt change left Han feeling flustered, and she couldn't help but wonder. What on earth is Chunyang thinking? He has such a splendid opportunity and yet chooses to bring along a third wheel. At that moment, Han doubted whether Chunyang possessed the sensibilities of a typical man. However, in the blink of an eye, her thoughts took an unexpected turn. If she set aside her hidden intentions, it did seem reasonable for Chunyang to act this way. After all, bringing his sister along could offer Han a sense of security. As this thought crossed her mind, a faint smile graced her lips, delicate and charming like flowers blooming in the warm sunlight of spring. She sighed softly, as if releasing a tangle of emotions and frustrations with that exhalation. Well then, I suppose it's settled, An Shirhan murmured, her tone revealing a blend of resignation and a hint of relief. Shirhan, if you're not keen on this, then forget it. Noticing in Shirhan's reluctance, Qinyang replied, if your sister isn't coming, are you planning to go home? I have no choice. My parents insisted I take care of her. Then let us all go together. It's better to have company on the road. Romantic Points 500. An Shirhan was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't anticipated earning points in this manner. Was it due to her understanding and tolerance? By the way, Shirhan, there's something I need to discuss with you. What is it? Our romantic relationship needs to be kept a secret from my sister. Why? And Shirhan asked, puzzled. Because my parents don't permit me to date. If my sister finds out, she'll definitely tell them. Qinyang felt his reasoning was somewhat weak, but it served his needs. You're already in college. How can your parents still control you? And Shirhan asked incredulously. Well, that's just how my family is. They overly strict, and sometimes I feel like escaping this home. It feels too stifling, too unbearable. After sending the message, Qinyang felt a wave of shame wash over him as he covered his face. It was all the system's fault. In the past, he would never have resorted to lying. The news from Qinyang took Shirhan somewhat by surprise. She had not anticipated that Qinyang's family was in such circumstances. It appeared that he was indeed rather unfortunate. And Shirhan found it relatively easy to believe Qinyang's words, partly because her own family was far from perfect and she lacked a thorough understanding of the situation, and partly because she had encountered similar news stories before. Even when children embark on their university journeys, their parents often continue to control every aspect of their lives, treating them as if they were still children. Well, I understand. An Shirhan felt that there was no harm in concealing the truth. She needed to accumulate points and did not require Qinyang's sister to be aware of her romantic relationship with him. Finally, it was settled, and Qinyang exhaled a sigh of relief. Telling lies was no easy feat. He set his phone down, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him, and looked forward to enjoying his holiday. Unfortunately, he could not yet take his parents out, but once he graduated and earned some money, he was determined to take them on a trip. Presently, Qinyang's heart was filled with excitement at the prospect of traveling during the holidays. However, he was a bit premature in his joy. He had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Once a lie was told, it required more lies to sustain it, and who could guarantee that no unexpected events would occur? Navigating relationships among multiple women was indeed a treacherous endeavor. In the afternoon, after escorting Shirhan back to her dormitory, Qinyang returned. Today was the day he had arranged to tutor Fang Ningning. Upon entering the classroom where Fang Ningning and Shirhan were, he found Fang Ningning engrossed in her textbooks. Upon hearing his entrance, she looked up and her face broke into a cheerful smile. Qinyang, come here, sit down. Fang Ningning eagerly gestured to the seat beside her. As Qinyang settled next to her, he preemptively said, Ningning, I must clarify that I can't tutor you indefinitely. I can only assist you until the National Day holiday. Fang Ningning's face fell in disappointment as she had assumed Qinyang would be there to support her forever. I'm secretly tutoring you because I'm still in a relationship with Shirhan. And you are my ex-girlfriend. It would be quite unfair to her if I continued this indefinitely. Moreover, if she were to find out after a prolonged period, it would be difficult to manage. Qinyang patiently explained to Fang Ningning that given his relationship with Shirhan, he could not tutor her forever. The best approach was to utilize the tutoring skills from the skill shop to help her rebuild her study methods in a short time frame. Given that Fang Ningning already possessed a foundation, achieving proficiency in her studies was well within reach, and if necessary, Qinyang could purchase advanced skills. Though Fang Ningning was somewhat dissatisfied, she recognized the validity of Qinyang's reasoning and reluctantly nodded in agreement. After contemplating, she suggested, let's move to the third floor. There's an empty classroom there, which is usually unoccupied except for Thursday mornings when classes are held. If classmates were to see us here, they could inadvertently inform Shirhan, and then you would have no way to explain yourself. Qinyang considered her suggestion and agreed, surprised by Fang Ningning's thoughtfulness. It seemed she had undergone significant change. Thus, the two gathered their belongings and headed to the third floor. The room was akin to an ordinary classroom, albeit somewhat disorganized, but that was of little consequence. They chose a spot to sit down, and Fang Ningning produced a practice paper, having marked her mistakes. All right, let us get started, Qinyang said as he purchased a proficiency-level tutoring skill. After a brief glance at the paper, he began to explain the material to Fang Ningning. She leaned over her desk, attentively listening to his explanations, which she found refreshingly different and remarkably easy to comprehend. In fact, she felt as if Chen Yang was a personal tutor sent by the heavens just for her. Chen Yang not only explained the problems but also taught Fang Ningning how to study more efficiently, how to grasp and analyze questions, and so forth, gradually helping her to develop a personalized learning system based on her needs. Chapter 98. Checking the phone in the blink of an eye, the holiday arrived. Tomorrow marked the official start of the break, and today in the afternoon, students could leave. However, with ample time at his disposal, Chen Yang decided to depart the following day. After class, he strolled leisurely along the path with Enshirhan. Points 200 out. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Yang couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Enshirhan was bound to inquire about Ningning. After all, they resided in the same dormitory, and Fang Ningning had not been returning frequently, which could easily raise suspicions. Sure enough, before long, Enshirhan gently nudged Chen Yang with her arm and quietly asked, "Hey, do you know what Fang Ningning has been up to lately?" Chen Yang hurriedly shook his head and replied, "No, how would I know?" Enshirhan's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she scrutinized him. "Haven't you been spending time with her recently?" "Absolutely not. I spend most of my time with you. However, she did mention that she has been focusing on her studies." Points 500. Enshirhan's once enchanting gaze suddenly turned icy as she fixed her stare on Chen Yang. Her tone cold and resolute. "Hand over your phone for me to inspect it immediately." Chen Yang was taken aback by her sudden demand for his phone. He certainly could not relinquish it easily. "It's out of battery." Points 1000. Enshirhan's gaze grew even colder, her demeanor suggesting that Chen Yang was increasingly disregarding her. "Hurry up." Her voice was as frigid as ice, and the air around them seemed to chill. "It's truly lost," Chen Yang said, his expression one of distress. Points 2000. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Chen Yang refrained from further provoking Enshirhan and quickly retrieved his phone. Only then did her fury begin to subside. Enshirhan reached out, intending to take it, but Chen Yang evaded her grasp, grinning mischievously. Points 500. Wait, I can show you, but you can only look at the messages between me and Fang Ningning. Enshirhan's expression remained impassive as she nodded slightly, indicating her agreement with Chen Yang's stipulation. "I'll hold it for you." Unable to contain herself any longer, Enshirhan reached out and pinched Chen Yang's waist fiercely. He winced and begged for mercy. Promptly unlocking his phone to show her, Enshirhan seized the device from him, and Chen Yang had already opened the chat history with Fang Ningning. She began to scroll through the messages slowly, while Chen Yang watched anxiously. Despite having deleted any potentially misleading conversations with Fang Ningning beforehand, he could not help but feel a tremor of apprehension. Enshirhan's controlling nature was strong. Who knew which words might irk her? Points 600. Indeed, it wasn't long before Enshirhan, in a fit of anger, seized Chen Yang's ear, exclaiming, "Why do you have so many messages with her?" Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. How could he explain? It was all initiated by Ningning, and he merely responded briefly. "Moreover, look at what you're discussing, telling her not to diet and to eat more. You seem quite close, showing concern for her." Feeling the pressure on his ear intensify, Chen Yang quickly pleaded, "No, Shirhan, please, be gentle." Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have deleted everything entirely, and Shirhan was scrutinizing even the most trivial exchanges between him and Fang Ningning. If it weren't for the genuine points awarded by the system, Chen Yang might have suspected that Enshirhan was deliberately seeking reasons to chastise him. Points 500. Points 200. Points 300. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Enshirhan's sudden inspection of Chen Yang's phone brought him some discomfort, yet it also yielded a considerable number of points, which he deemed worthwhile. From a rational perspective, Chen Yang's chat history with Fang Ningning posed no issues. However, the more Enshirhan read, the more agitated she became. It seemed their chat history was endless, and they were nearing the period of Chen Yang's relationship with Fang Ningning. Enshirhan had no desire to revisit those memories. The thought alone made her feel nauseous. Perhaps it would be best to delete everything and put an end to it. Thus, Enshirhan clicked on Fang Ningning's profile and hit the delete button before returning the phone to Chen Yang. Rubbing his already reddened ears, Chen Yang glanced at his phone, somewhat disgruntled. "Shirhan, why did you delete Ningning?" Points 5,000. Why keep her? Are you hoping to rekindle old flames? Enshirhan shot back, her eyes blazing with fury. Chen Yang quickly closed his mouth, fearing further repercussions. With an expression of anger, and Shirhan turned sharply, her slender arms crossed tightly over her chest as if to shield herself from the world. As she walked away, her cascading black hair swayed gently, tracing elegant arcs in the air. Her petite figure distanced itself with each step, each movement laden with palpable anger and dissatisfaction. Qianyang shrugged and followed after her. Delete it if you wish, the loss isn't substantial. After all, he had another account impersonating Gao Lei, which had also added Fang Ningning. She had long known about this alternate account, and many of their recent conversations had occurred through that channel. Qianyang switched his phone to silent mode to prevent any sudden messages from Fang Ningning that might arouse Shirhan's suspicion. After a short while, a message from Fang Ningning popped up on the secondary account. Stealing a glance at the indignant Shirhan ahead, Qianyang noticed she was striding forward with a huff, oblivious to his actions, and thus opened the message to read. Qianyang, why did you delete me? Per sobbing, just delete it then. Let us chat on this account from now on. Qianyang replied, alright, didn't Shirhan delete me? Angry, have you arrived at the train station yet? Not yet, but I'm almost there. Alright, be careful on the road, aren't we going to chat for a while? Per no, I have other matters to attend to, fine. Qianyang put away his phone, and suddenly Shirhan paused her steps. His heart skipped a beat. He saw Shirhan turn around, her face still icy, her gaze fixed intently on him. Qianyang swallowed hard, instinctively fearing that Shirhan had discovered something amiss. However, as he did not receive any notification from the system, he managed to steady himself, and Shirhan slowly approached him, her tone laced with anger yet tinged with a hint of grievance. I've been walking for so long. Can't you tell I'm upset? Why won't you comfort me? Ah? Oh. Qianyang reached out, intending to embrace Shirhan, but recalling her warning against any physical contact, he withdrew his hand and said, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Is that all? Shirhan slightly furrowed her delicate, willow-like brows, her beautiful eyes revealing her profound dissatisfaction. How about I give you a hug? Qianyang cautiously suggested, and Shirhan's expression grew increasingly discontented. Did he really need to ask her for permission? Noticing that despite her displeasure, she remained rooted in place, Qianyang understood that she had tacitly agreed. Thus, he boldly opened his arms and enveloped her in an embrace. At that moment, a surge of unease and distaste flooded Shirhan's heart. And she suddenly remembered her warning to Qianyang about not touching her. She frowned slightly but did not push him away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him, resting her face against his chest. A comforting sense of security enveloped her, suppressing her earlier feelings of unease and distaste. Love Points 20, Chapter 99. Meeting Yin Yun. Qianyang had booked a ticket for just after 10 in the morning. At 8 o'clock, he bought breakfast for Shirhan, shouldering a backpack filled with his computer and a few changes of clothes, and then he went to wait for her at the girls' dormitory entrance. After about 5 minutes, Shirhan appeared, pulling a large white suitcase behind her. Upon spotting Qianyang, she hurriedly jogged over. He handed her the food, 2 steamed buns, a cup of soybean milk, and an egg. Shirhan took the buns, took a small bite, and mumbled, Are we leaving now? No rush. Let us wait until you finish eating, Qianyang replied, pulling her suitcase, which was rather heavy. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. How much are you bringing? Oh, just some clothes, shoes, cosmetics, and the like. Shirhan said nonchalantly, tossing her silky hair lightly, a few strands playfully brushing against her fair cheeks as if dancing in the gentle breeze. Qianyang's lips twitched. She claimed it wasn't much, yet there were certainly several outfits and pairs of shoes. He pushed the suitcase under her to sit on it, saying, Standing is tiring. Why not sit and eat? Shirhan considered it and carefully lifted her feet. Sitting atop the suitcase, at that moment, sunlight streamed down upon them, casting a soft golden glow. Shirhan lifted the egg towards Qianyang, saying, Peel it for me. Qianyang took the egg, peeled it, and held it to her lips, and Shirhan leaned down and took a big bite, filling her mouth completely. The crushed egg quickly filled the remaining space, her cheeks bulging, the yolk nearly spilling out, and Shirhan quickly covered her mouth, chewing and swallowing a portion before gulping down some soybean milk to wash it down. Watching her, Qianyang couldn't help but chuckle, earning a disapproving glare from Shirhan. Once they finished breakfast, Qianyang took hold of Shirhan's suitcase with his right hand and held her hand with his left. When we meet my sister later, be mindful. We can't hold hands anymore, he cautioned. I don't want your sister to follow us. And Shirhan replied somewhat unhappily, how can I earn points if we can't hold hands? Oh, come on. We agreed on this. No backing out now. Besides, why would you want to hold the hand of a stinky man like me? If you really can't bear to, I can let you hold my hand privately later. All right. Chunyang provocatively suggested to irritate her. Who would want you? So shameless. The effect was immediate, and Shirhan released his hand, defiantly crossing her arms and marching ahead. Chunyang simply smiled, happily trailing behind her. Before they reached the school gate, the taxi driver called. Chunyang answered and, after confirming the driver had arrived, quickly said he would be there shortly. All right, the car is here. Chunyang and Shirhan quickened their pace, found the taxi, loaded their luggage, and got in. Chunyang provided the last 4 digits of his phone number, and the driver confirmed the order before asking, oh, heading to Dongha Art Academy, right? Yes, sir. All right, buckle up, the driver said. Setting off towards their destination. An Shirhan, overhearing, looked at Chunyang in surprise. Your sister got into Dongha Art Academy? Chunyang nodded proudly. Points 100. The admission score for Dongha Art Academy is quite high. And Shirhan remarked, a hint of jealousy in her voice, teasing Chunyang, you must not be as good as your sister. Are you sure you two are really siblings? After a moment of silence, Chunyang looked at An Shirhan and replied, I never claimed we were full siblings. An Shirhan appeared momentarily stunned and then furrowed her brows, asking, cousin? Points 50. Chunyang felt that if he denied this, An Shirhan would surely be infuriated, so he sheepishly nodded. Cousin, first year? An Shirhan sensed something odd in Chunyang's demeanor and continued pressing. Second year. Same as you, so she is the same age as you? No, she is a year younger. Is she pretty? And Shirhan's gaze was fixed on Chunyang. Chunyang swallowed hard. This was a perilous question. In truth, both An Shirhan and Yin Yuan had their own unique charms, making it hard to determine who was more attractive. Yet it was clear that An Shirhan sought a different answer. Just as Chunyang hesitated, unsure how to respond, the driver chimed in, young lady. Don T put the lad on the spot. Look at how beautiful you are. No jealousy can touch you, and no matter how pretty your boyfriend's cousin is, he can only marry you.